In Konoha at the Ichiraku ramen shop, Zhou Zhu sat at the table patiently watching a blonde little brat sitting beside him. Although he had known him for a long time already, no matter how much he looked at this kid, it never felt like enough. Do not misunderstand, Zhou Zhu was by no means a pervert with a fixation on little boys. He was simply thrilled to see in the flesh a character he had adored in his own childhood, much like those mothers who become fervent fans of certain celebrities. Yes, Zhou Zhu was a transmigrator. A year ago he had crossed over into the world of Naruto and taken over the body of an ordinary general store owner in Konoha. At the beginning of his transmigration he had been filled with despair. In this world where martial might reigned supreme, an ordinary man incapable of learning ninjutsu lived under constant threat of death. This was especially true because he resided in Konoha, the very village he knew would be ravaged in the coming years. "Ah, I'm so full. Thank you, Uncle Zhou Zhu, you treated me again." Naruto even finished off the ramen broth, then leaned back against the chair with a deeply satisfied look, patting his stomach before turning to Zhou Zhu with heartfelt gratitude. Zhou Zhu smiled, his expression full of kindly warmth as he spoke to Naruto. "Don't worry about it, Naruto-kun. Don't forget, I also have something I need to ask of you." "Ah, that? Don't worry, Uncle Zhou Zhu. When I get back from Uzushiogakure this time I'll tell you all about what I've seen and experienced." After saying that, Naruto hesitated for a moment before asking in puzzlement, "But Uncle Zhou Zhu, why are you so interested in my experiences? It's really strange. Have you forgotten, Naruto?" "I told you already," Zhou Zhu said, helplessly spreading his hands as he explained. "My little general store isn't doing so well, so I want to switch careers and become a manga artist. I think very highly of you, little ninja, so I want to draw your experiences. Didn't you say it yourself? In the future you're going to become Hokage. If my debut work is about the growth of the future Hokage, it'll surely become famous, don't you think? So you have to work hard too, Naruto, for the sake of my reputation," Zhou Zhu added. Hearing this, Naruto's face flushed slightly. He scratched his head in embarrassment, speaking with a hint of shyness. "Haha, so uncle trusts me that much, huh?" He then straightened his expression, his gaze firm as he solemnly declared to Zhou Zhu, "Don't worry, uncle. I won't let you down. The fifth Hokage will definitely be me." Zhou Zhu affectionately ruffled Naruto's hair. This kid was simply impossible not to like. After chatting with Zhou Zhu for a while longer, Naruto left to meet up with his teammates. Zhou Zhu then stayed behind to chat a bit more with Uncle Ichiraku. This famed man said to bear the surname Otsutsuki did not appear particularly special at the moment. It seemed likely that the speculation of certain foolish netizens in his previous life had been nothing but wild guesses. Before long he too left the ramen shop. Zhou Zhu's general store was located right next door to Ichiraku Ramen. Its location could be considered excellent, so business was naturally far from as bleak as he had described to Naruto. On the contrary, if he had been willing to continue running the shop, he would at least have become one of the small group of well-off people in the village. The reason he chose not to carry on was the system that had arrived along with his transmigration. Indeed, as a transmigrator, Zhou Zhu naturally possessed a system. Standing in front of his shop gazing up at the now empty signboard, he felt a brief moment of dazed unreality. At the same time a virtual panel appeared before his eyes. Ninja Mangaka System. Host Kurosaki Zhou Zhu. Age 35. Drawing Skill 7. Strength Nintaigen 0-10. Main Quest 1. Draw the first volume of the manga Naruto and sell at least 1,000 copies. The settlement time can be chosen. Rewards vary according to the degree of completion. Main Quest 2. Draw the second volume of the manga Naruto and sell at least 10,000 copies. The settlement time can be chosen. Rewards vary according to the degree of completion. Main Quest 3. This was his system. It was simple. Although there were many main quests, in essence they all boiled down to drawing the Naruto manga and getting as many people as possible to buy it. The rewards were not specified. He had no idea whether they would enhance his strength or his talent in manga creation. But that was a concern for later. His immediate priority was to create the first volume of the manga, yet this alone already troubled him greatly. Although he had once read through the Naruto manga in detail, he could no longer recall the specific scenes clearly. He remembered only major events such as the Chunin exams and the mission to bring back Sasuke. Anything more detailed eluded him. With such shallow memory, it was obviously insufficient to reconstruct even a single volume of manga. Besides, that time itself posed another problem. Because he now lived within the very storyline, he had no choice but to take responsibility for the manga he drew. He could not draw too far ahead, revealing events that had yet to occur. At the same time, there were certain things that would be impossible to know without personally experiencing them, and those too required reasonable explanations. After considering all of this, he came up with a solution. He would use the excuse of wanting to better understand a ninja's experiences to ask Naruto about his life. There was of course a certain risk in doing so. From the countless insights of experts in his previous life, he already knew that Konoha was not as bright and pure as it appeared. If he attracted the attention of someone with ulterior motives, he would surely invite a great deal of trouble. Yet he had no better choice. Only with the protagonist's own account could he fill in the details he did not know. Moreover, with a gimmick like The Adventures of the Little Fox Demon Brat, he believed the villagers would be far more willing to buy into it. Fortunately, aside from some special cases, most ninja missions were not confidential. Otherwise his career as a mangaka would scarcely have been able to get off the ground. Reining his wandering thoughts back in, Zhou Zhu stepped into his future manga shop. The interior had been almost entirely cleared out, only the old shelves that once held merchandise remained standing empty and giving the place a somewhat desolate feel. He estimated that Naruto's mission would take a little over a month and decided to use this time to tidy up the manga shop. At the very least, he needed to set up a few large bookcases to display the printed volumes later on. The manga could be ordered directly from the system. As long as he completed one volume, the system would replicate multiple copies. Although it charged him for this service, it spared him from a tremendous logistical headache. Zhou Zhu took out a large sheet of red paper and a brush from beneath the counter, dipped it in ink and began to write. Notice: from today onward this shop will be temporarily closed for upgrades and renovation. The specific reopening date will be announced separately. At the same time, once we reopen, the main line of business will be adjusted. The general store will be converted into a manga shop and all manga sold will be created by the shop owner. It will be the only authorized distributor in the ninja world. Please look forward to it, and we ask all customers to take note. At this point Zhou Zhu paused to think for a moment, then added one final line at the end of the message. A certain manga shop. In the blink of an eye, more than a month had passed and Zhou Zhu's small shop renovation plan was gradually drawing to a close. Actually, there wasn't much to change. It was simply a renovation and adding some bookshelves and his shop would be done. The reason it took over a month was that he wanted to save money by doing everything himself, which delayed the progress. However, even if he worked slowly, a month was enough to finish most of the work. One day Zhou Zhu was standing on a ladder nailing his signboard when suddenly a voice came from behind him. "Uncle, what are you doing?" Zhou Zhu instinctively responded with the classic look of an air conditioner repairman to the fool who asked, but when he turned his head he realized it was Naruto, who had just returned to the village. His serious old face immediately broke into a smile. He climbed down the ladder, ruffled Naruto's hair and said with some concern, "You're back, it's good you're back. You've been gone for over a month and I can see your hands are thinner and you've gotten tanned." Naruto scratched his head sheepishly. Compared to other villagers, the way this man treated him was completely different. It felt like genuine family affection. Naruto often thought that if he had a father, this was probably how he would be treated. Shaking off other thoughts, Naruto still said to Zhou Zhu with a naive face, "Hee, it's okay. By the way, uncle, during this mission I actually fought with real ninjas. My strength has improved a lot." "Wow, that's amazing, little Naruto. As a reward, come to my place for dinner tonight. My shop is also renovated, so let's celebrate together," Zhou Zhu suggested. Naruto naturally had no reason to refuse and gladly agreed. After Naruto left, Zhou Zhu tidied up a bit and then went to prepare ingredients for dinner. In the evening, after submitting his mission, Naruto came to Zhou Zhu's home. In his previous life, Zhou Zhu's cooking skills were decent. This meal made Naruto exclaim in delight, patting his full belly and saying he couldn't eat any more. During the meal, Naruto told Zhou Zhu every detail of the mission. Basically, it matched the plot in Zhou Zhu's memory, but there were many inconsistencies in the details. This further proved that Zhou Zhu's approach was feasible, otherwise with the somewhat chaotic plot in his mind it would be uncertain whether the system would recognize the drawings. "By the way, uncle, I'm going to participate in the Zhongren exams this time. Can you come and cheer for me?" Hearing the words Zhongren exams, Zhou Zhu's heart tightened. This should be the first time he faced danger since his transmigration. Although the trouble Yuan caused during the Zhongren exams didn't lead to heavy losses for the death of some civilians was inevitable. He needed to make plans early, preferably completing the system's first task before the Zhongren exams to gain some self-protection ability. Otherwise, if he ended up being one of those unlucky ones, it would be too tragic. Seeing Naruto's eager eyes, Zhou Zhu smiled and nodded, then took out a small booklet from behind and handed it to Naruto. "Take a look at this. It's a draft I tried to draw. Later I'll compile it with the experiences you told me today into a book and sell them together." It turned out to be a one-chapter manga that Zhou Zhu drew based on the experiences Naruto had told him before leaving. The story was roughly about Naruto failing the Ninja Academy graduation exam, being persuaded by Shuei to steal the Fengyin Shu and finally defeating Shuei and gaining Iruka-sensei's recognition to become a true ninja. It could be said to be the beginning of everything. He planned to continue drawing until the end of the Bozigo mission, compile it into one volume and then start selling. Naruto eagerly took the manga and read it seriously. After all, it was about himself, so it was very interesting to read. Ah, it's too short. Not enough to read at all. Uncle Zhou Zhu, when will you finish drawing the rest? Naruto flipped through it several times, then reluctantly put down the manga and said to Zhou Zhu. About half a month or so. It should be finished and released before your Zhongren exams. Finishing the first volume of Huiying Renja in half a month would have been a boast in Zhou Zhu's previous life, but with his current drawing skills it was a conservative estimate. As mentioned before, Zhou Zhu's drawing skill was 7 points. It seemed not high, but by the system standard 5 points was the limit of Earthlings in his previous life. Reaching 7 points, it was no exaggeration to simply call him a human printer. This was the only benefit Zhou Zhu had gained since getting the system. Ah, still half a month. I really want to know what happens next. Naruto said with a whine. Zhou Zhu couldn't help but laugh. Naruto was now the scriptwriter of this manga. How could a scriptwriter look forward to the next chapter? But it was understandable, after all he was just a kid. Naruto didn't stay too long. Although Zhou Zhu wanted him to stay overnight, Naruto seemed uncomfortable with such closeness and declined. Zhou Zhu didn't insist. He got up and saw Naruto to the door. Then he tidied up the dishes a bit and went to bed early. At a secret base in Maya, ninja appeared in front of an old man with a body flicker, then knelt on one knee and said with a loyal expression. Lord Tuansong the Renzali has returned home. The old man was silent for a moment, then asked, do you know what that person said to the Renzali? The ninja replied he said he was going to draw some of the Renzali's experiences into a manga. The old man's eyes suddenly sharpened, then slowly calmed down, and he instructed the ninja. Continue surveillance. Report any unusual movements to me immediately. Yes. The ninja replied and disappeared with a flicker. The old man stood still for a moment, then muttered to himself, what is the purpose of an ordinary person contacting the Renzali? Tuansong was very puzzled. If it weren't for the Genbun ninja's thorough report of that person's life experience, he wouldn't believe that a civilian could be so close to the Renzali. No one knew better than him how the Renzali was regarded among the civilians, because those secrets were leaked by him to the public precisely to push the Renzali into darkness and embrace the root. Although his plans seemed to have failed so far, he couldn't allow some random person to get close to the Renzali. I hope you really have no other intentions, otherwise I won't hesitate. Tuansong's gaze sharpened again, a look born from wading through mountains of corpses and seas of blood, witnessing the deepest darkness. Uncle Zhou Zhu, what are you up to? And Naruto's ever-bright smile shone as usual, and Zhou Zhu returned it with a warm grin. Little Naruto, since you're here, help me hang up this poster, would you? What poster? And Naruto tilted his head in mild confusion, taking the poster from Zhou Zhu's hands and unfurling it. To his surprise, it was a painted rendition of that very photograph he'd taken earlier, splashed with vivid pigments. He remembered having shown the original photo to Uncle Zhou Zhu, but never imagined the man would transform it into such a bold illustration, complete with bold calligraphic lines across the top. Exclusively launched by Yogia Manga House, the legendary tale of a shinobi, an epic ballad of the common people, a grand ideal that would reshape the shinobi world, the Chronicle of Naruto makes its stunning debut. And Naruto stared speechless at Zhou Zhu, so intently that the older man grew flustered and chuckled awkwardly. Haha. So what do you think, Naruto? Not bad brushwork, eh? Uncle, if you actually hang this up, how am I supposed to face anyone? And had Naruto lived in Zhou Zhu's former world, he might well have called it social death. Oh, come now, Naruto, don't fret over trifles. Haven't you been shouting every day that you'll become Hokage? Consider this your campaign propaganda. Is that so? And Naruto wasn't exactly sharp-witted, and a gentle nudge from Zhou Zhu was all it took for him to believe it wholeheartedly. He eagerly tacked the poster to the shop's exterior wall, then demanded a free copy of the manga on the spot. Zhou Zhu saw no reason to refuse. After all, the story was about Naruto, giving him a copy felt only natural and perhaps even served as clever self-promotion. Overjoyed, Naruto clutched his new manga tightly before waving goodbye and dashing off, declaring he needed to prepare for the upcoming Chunin exams. That reminded Zhou Zhu, the Chunin exams were just days away. Already shinobi from distant villages had begun arriving in Konoha. This could be his chance. If foreign shinobi bought his manga, it might open doors beyond Fire Country. He resolved to launch a promotional campaign, quickly sell those 1,000 copies and complete phase 1 of his mission. With that thought, he picked up his brush and strode toward the poster, inscribing bold characters across its bottom edge. Grand opening special, everything at 15 off. When satisfied, he nodded and returned inside to await customers. His shop stood in an ideal location. Its novelty had already drawn curious glances from passers-by. Upon closer inspection, they realized it was a manga store, selling a tale about that nine-tailed fox brat. Though many villagers secretly longed to know what story it told, decades of prejudice held them back. Yet exceptions always exist. Shikamaru drifted aimlessly down the street. While his teammates trained, he felt utterly unmotivated. Honestly, does the Chunin exam really matter that much? Being a genin isn't so bad, is it? Nas, he mused, his gaze snagged on a newly opened shop along the roadside. A sign hung outside depicting a strangely dressed figure, somehow familiar. Shikamaru stepped nearer. When he recognized the face, sharp blue eyes, spiky blonde hair, his brow twitched. Naruto Uzumaki. His eyes swept over the bold text beneath the illustration, and he fell silent. What on earth was Naruto up to now? Could he possibly be more shameless? And those grandiose lines, surely they referred to him. Good grief, even the current Hokage wouldn't dare praise himself like that. And though inwardly scoffing, curiosity tugged at him, and he stepped inside. The interior was spare, festooned with festive banners, yet unable to conceal its modest simplicity. Especially conspicuous were the bookshelves lined with identical volumes, only one title repeated again and again. The very manga advertised on the sign outside, the Chronicle of Naruto. Hey there, welcome, welcome. Young sir, are you here to buy a manga? We're celebrating our grand opening, everything's 15% off. Just 99 Ryo. Zhou Zhu, who'd been idly seated at the checkout counter, sprang upright with cheerful enthusiasm the moment Shikamaru entered. He knew this boy well. Shikamaru Nara, one of Konoha's 12 elite genin, famed for his strategic brilliance. Years later he'd outwit Haiden, the immortal half of the immortal duo, and wed Tamari of Suna, the flower of the Sand Village. A true life winner. But that was still far ahead. For now he remained a disinterested, unimpressed child. Sir, I'd like to buy a book. By the way, is this one about Naruto Uzumaki? Shikamaru asked, even though the answer was glaringly obvious. Indeed, it's him. I adapted this manga directly from his own oral account. Authenticity is guaranteed. Zhou Zhu wrapped a copy in paper while speaking, then handed the bundle to Shikamaru with a smile. So you're the author. But why on earth did you do this? You mean, why tell his story? Zhou Zhu paused, then smiled gently. That boy, he's extraordinary. He possesses a quality most people overlook entirely. Though scorned by the village, though perpetually alone, he still yearns for light, still dreams of earning recognition through sheer unwavering effort. I may not grasp such pure idealism, but undeniable it is, this near-saintly resilience makes him profoundly approachable. This boy may yet accomplish what generations before him could not. Shikamaru froze, stunned. He hadn't expected such high praise from a mere shopkeeper. It forced him to reconsider everything he thought he knew about Naruto. Zhou Zhu said no more, knowing restraint was vital. If his words could gently shift perceptions and make Naruto more beloved, he welcomed it. But overstatement would feel contrived, and lose its power. Shikamaru didn't linger long. After a brief farewell he stepped back onto the street, still turning Zhou Zhu's words over in his mind, finding them increasingly resonant, slowly dissolving old prejudices. Mid-thought a sharp rap landed squarely on his skull. Seriously Shikamaru, didn't we agree to train together? Ditching us like this is downright rude. A clear, crisp voice rang out. Wincing, Shikamaru rubbed his head and turned. There stood his two teammates, Ino, fists clenched and eyes blazing with fury, and Choji calmly crunching potato chips. Well, something came up, so I arrived late. I certainly didn't mean to skip out. When he scrambled to deflect, truth would surely earn him a punch from Ino. Oh really? Do tell us, what exactly came up? Ino pressed, relentless. A bead of cold sweat slid down Shikamaru's temple, then inspiration struck. He raised the freshly purchased manga. Look, I heard today's the release date for the Chronicle of Naruto, so I rushed over to buy a copy and show my support. That's why I'm late. Shikamaru certainly lives up to his name, he can tell a lie without even blinking. Ino looked at the comic book that Shikamaru handed over with a skeptical expression. She reached out to take it but didn't open it to look. Instead she spoke to Shikamaru and the equally curious Choji. Let's head to the training ground first. Although we may not necessarily need to pass this Chunin exam, it would be embarrassing to be eliminated in the first round. The two quickly agreed and the group headed towards the training ground. Meanwhile at the shop where Zhou Zhu was after Shikamaru left, several customers came in and gradually bought quite a few comic books. This gave Zhou Zhu a considerable boost in confidence. To be honest, he was genuinely worried that the Naruto comic he adapted wouldn't be well received by readers. If the first volume sold poorly, it would make completing his task much more challenging. Fortunately, it seemed that the story of Naruto was still quite popular among the villagers. "Boss, do you have any comics about Naruto?" A childish voice rang out. Zhou Zhu looked over to find it was Konoha, the grandson of the third Hokage. This kid could be said to be a little fan of Naruto. Upon seeing the sign featuring Naruto outside, he couldn't help but walk in. "Yes, we have. The stories in the comics sold here are narrated by Naruto himself and are 100% authentic. With this book you can definitely become a ninja like Naruto." "Really?" The little guy's eyes lit up. For him, being able to become a ninja like Naruto was already thrilling enough, so he exclaimed. "That's great. I'll take one. No, 3. I want to show my teammates." Zhou Zhu smiled and handed Konoha 3 books, completely lacking any intention of deceiving the child. After receiving the comic books, Konoha eagerly opened one to read. In no time he was completely absorbed, leaning against the checkout counter and occasionally exclaiming, "That's amazing, and it can be done like this." Those who didn't know might have thought he was seriously ill. Especially when he saw himself appearing in the book, he howled as if splashed with cold water, prompting Zhou Zhu to interrupt. "Hey kid, while I don't mind you reading in my comic shop, your volume is a bit excessive, don't you think?" Only then did Konoha remember that he was in a public place surrounded by customers who were looking at him with expressions of disbelief. His face turned red and he hurriedly ran away. After he left, Zhou Zhu's shop returned to calm. People came and went buying books, but unfortunately he was still far from hitting the 1,000-book mark. Noticing that the morning was coming to an end, Zhou Zhu simply closed the shop and went to a nearby ramen shop for a bowl of ramen. He also brought a comic book for Uncle Yile, as he was one of the few characters in the original work who treated Naruto well, and it was appropriate to give him a comic, especially since he appeared in it. When he returned to his shop, he saw 3 little ones waiting at his door, namely Shikamaru's team. It turned out that after their special training they had come to read that comic together. To their surprise, after reading it, they found that the abilities of Team 7 were unexpectedly impressive, especially during their battle with a ninja named Haku, which showcased their astonishing strength. Moreover, the exciting stories in the comic captured their attention. They didn't expect that they all graduated at the same time, but Team 7 had already completed a mission close to rank. Why was there such a disparity among ninjas? Thus they decided to visit the comic shop, partly to inquire about Naruto's team-specific information in preparation for the upcoming Chunin exam, and partly to buy a few more comic books, since the 3 of them currently only had 1 volume. After understanding their intentions, Zhou Zhu didn't say much. He wrapped up 2 comic books for them and then said, "As for information on Naruto, I don't know much more. What I currently know is all depicted in the comics. If you want to know more, you can wait for me to finish the 2nd volume, which will have more content." Zhou Zhu helplessly shrugged his shoulders, indicating he couldn't help them. In fact, information about ninjas should logically be kept very secret and not easily revealed. However, this rule might not apply when it comes to Naruto. Looking through the entire comic, Naruto truly doesn't have many jutsus. Besides the shadow clone technique, the others can be summarized as various kinds of Rasengan. Honestly, the value of keeping that a secret is quite low. Moreover, the information that should be kept confidential should pertain to functional jutsus like silent assassination technique or various secret techniques. Pure power jutsus do not require confidentiality. It is precisely for this reason that he dared to depict various jutsus in the comics, otherwise he would have been putting Naruto at risk. After receiving the comic books, the group realized they couldn't obtain any useful information from the boss, so they left. In the afternoon, Zhou Zhu's shop became unexpectedly bustling. It seemed the heat from the comics sold in the morning had brought in more customers. With the Chunin exam approaching, the villagers showed exceptional enthusiasm for stories about ninjas. Especially some unusually dressed individuals who were clearly ninjas from outside the village. They bought several books and inquired about some information regarding the ninjas in the village. Zhou Zhu naturally didn't disclose much to them, only saying that everything he knew was illustrated in the comic books, which to some extent boosted the sales of his comics. Thus by the afternoon his comic book sales quickly exceeded 1,000 copies, allowing him to submit his task. However, he didn't rush. He waited until dark, saw that no more customers were coming, and then closed the shop and headed up the stairs to his room. With some excitement he opened the system. First stage task completion, progress 364110000. Selling over 3,000 comic books in one day was undoubtedly a delightful achievement. Although he felt that if he continued selling for a few more days the sales might surpass 10,000, the Chunin exam was imminent, and lacking strength always left him feeling anxious. Thus he didn't want to wait any longer and submitted the task directly. Task completed. Rewards are as follows: Strength Enhancement, Ninjutsu, Scroll Creation, Drawing Skill 1. Looking at the rewards on the system panel, Zhou Zhu was slightly taken aback. Judging by the names alone, the reward seemed unimpressive, especially the Strength Enhancement. Wasn't that a bit too hasty? Just how much would it be enhanced? Zhou Zhu observed carefully and noticed that beneath the first two rewards there were two buttons, one labeled Extract and the other Details. Seeing this, Zhou Zhu clicked the Details button without hesitation, and lines of text appeared before his eyes. After reading, a wave of ecstatic joy surged in his heart, and he couldn't help but smile broadly, letting out a few uncontrollable chuckles. This time he was set. The system's reward of Strength Enhancement is not merely a simple boost to his power, but rather endows him with the abilities of all characters from the first volume of the comic. In other words, once he extracts this reward, he will possess the total amount of chakra from all characters in the first volume of the comic, and he will also learn all the ninjutsu that has been displayed, mastering all bloodline limits. This wave of rewards can be said to directly elevate his chakra level to that of a Hokage, although the ninjutsu he learned mostly belongs to Kakashi Zabuza and others, and while their intensity may be slightly lacking, the comprehensiveness is unmatched, all obtained effortlessly, not to mention the accompanying Sharingan and Ice Release bloodline. At the same time, he also realized that the system's method of enhancing his power is by integrating the abilities and strengths of all the characters he has drawn in the comic. This is incredible. With just one volume of the comic published, he has already reached the pinnacle of the ninja world, and once he completes the next volume, won't he be invincible? It should be noted that the next volume will feature various secret techniques in the ninja exam, including skills like would release. Without further thought, he directly clicked to extract, and a tingling sensation coursed through his entire body. Shortly after, he realized the extraction was complete. He sensed the chakra within him. It was vast yet unconfused, as if it had been completely refined by himself. Although he wasn't sure how the chakra levels of the major Kage compared, he felt confident it wouldn't be far superior to his. In other words, at this moment he is a Kage-level powerhouse with little combat experience. Moreover, he did not inherit the full Nine Tails power from Naruto, only a small amount of Nine Tails chakra, which verified his hypothesis. He can only inherit the strengths displayed by comic characters, while hidden abilities, those not shown or mastered, remain beyond his reach, like Naruto's Nine Tails or Kakashi's Mangekyo Sharingan. However, none of this matters. As long as new comics are released, those abilities will ultimately become his own. Zhou Zhu then shifted his gaze to the second reward. Ninjutsu Scroll Creation. This reward should be considered a system function, allowing him to extract all ninjutsu and talents he possesses to form scrolls that can be given to others, with the extracted skills disappearing. This reward is quite interesting, as it means he can also utilize his redundant abilities without waste. However, he needs to plan the specifics of its operation, otherwise such abilities might easily attract envy and would not align with his character. Thinking this, he chose his water attribute chakra talent as the material and directly extracted a copy. As he did so, a flash of light appeared in his hand, revealing an ancient scroll that quietly lay there. At the same time, he felt a portion of his water attribute chakra talent had diminished, indicating it had been extracted. After his attempt, Zhou Zhu became more convinced that this ability should not be used in front of others if the special effects were somewhat potent, and he did not want to reveal his power prematurely, at least not until the second volume of the comic is out. Setting down the scroll, he turned his attention to the reward for enhancing his drawing skills. This reward was expected after all. Isn't it only natural for a comic artist system to enhance drawing skills? He just didn't know the difference between an 8-point drawing skill and a 7-point drawing skill, considering he now could be seen as a human printing machine. Clicking the extraction button, a piece of information entered his mind, and he learned about the effects of the 8-point drawing skill. In simple terms, this level of drawing skill enhances empathetic effects, allowing a 100 trigger of empathy between readers and the characters in the comic. This ability is undeniably strong. With it, he wouldn't have to worry about his comics not selling in the future. Finally clarifying the three abilities, Zhou Zhu let out a heavy sigh. The gloom he had felt since his transmigration suddenly dissipated. From this day forward, he no longer needs to be as cautious as before. He finally had the means to protect himself, especially knowing that he would eventually surpass the ninja world in strength, making his previous forbearance seem worthwhile. The next day, Zhou Zhu unexpectedly woke up early, hung a sign on the shop door reading "Owner collecting materials closed for the day," and swaggered out of the small store. Although his comic shop had only been officially open for a day, who cares when he is now so powerful? With strength comes freedom, and he can do as he pleases. Speaking of which, since his transmigration he hadn't properly explored the village, only wandering around the commercial street he was located in. After all, in this ninja world one can never be certain when an enemy ninja from a rival village might suddenly appear to cause trouble. Leaf Village has its fair share of incidents, including a Jinchuriki being kidnapped, so it's always wise to be cautious. But now things were different. With his current strength he had little to fear from minor threats. As he pondered, he found himself in an unfamiliar area only to hear a commotion ahead. Focusing his gaze, he saw Konoha Maru being lifted by a person with purple paint on their face, shouting about making the other party pay. Isn't that the scene where Team 7 clashes with Gaara's team? Zhou Zhu thought to himself, and sure enough, not far away Naruto charged over with great momentum, angrily berating Kankuro, and the atmosphere immediately became tense. Knowing how the plot would unfold, Zhou Zhu felt that the current conflict was entirely unnecessary, so he approached Naruto to greet him. "Hey little Naruto, you're here." Upon seeing Zhou Zhu, Naruto's earlier anger instantly vanished, replaced by a silly grin as he spoke. "Uncle Zhou Zhu, what brings you here? By the way, I finished reading that comic book and it was really great. Especially the one you drew for me, it looks so cool. But I have to say, making Sasuke look so cool is a bit annoying." As Naruto's silly voice rang out, the previously tense atmosphere completely dissipated. Kankuro also felt that arguing with such a person was pointless and disdainfully said, "What's a brat doing here? Hurry and scram, you're in the way." "Hey Kankuro, speak properly." Tamari didn't like her brother's attitude. Upon hearing Kankuro's words, Naruto's anger surged once more, wanting to charge at Kankuro to teach him a lesson, but Zhou Zhu quickly pressed his head down to stop him, giving him a reassuring look before turning to Kankuro and saying, "Looking at your forehead protector, you should be a ninja from the Sand Village, right? So what if I am?" Kankuro shot Zhou Zhu a sideways glance, disdainfully replying. He didn't take this ordinary person who showed no signs of chakra seriously. Just to clarify, although Zhou Zhu now possesses chakra, it was granted by the system so others cannot detect any traces of his training. Even if someone uses Byakugan to investigate, they will find nothing, thus Kankuro naturally regards him as an ordinary person without any training. Zhou Zhu still smiled, but the next moment his expression suddenly turned cold as he said sternly, "Ninja from the Sand Village, why are you attempting to kidnap the grandson of my village's Hokage? Are you trying to instigate a war?" Kanjulang trembled slightly, glancing at the brat he was holding, and hesitantly asked, "Are you the grandson of the Hokage?" Mikazuki turned his head and snorted disdainfully, refusing to respond. At this moment Naruto realized what was happening and looked at the slightly awkward Kanjulang with a bemused expression. Indeed, it was a significant matter for a ninja from his village to injure even a single civilian, let alone the grandson of the village's highest leader. Now it shouldn't be Mikazuki who was anxious, but rather that ninja from another village, right? Shumaru also recognized the seriousness of the issue, surprised that an ordinary kid on the street held such a troublesome identity. Shouldn't important figures from your village be protected at all costs? Thus he quickly said, "Forget it Kanjulang, let him go. Don't cause trouble during the Chunin exam." Kanjulang found himself in a difficult position, and upon hearing Shumaru provide him an escape, he released Mikazuki, forcing himself to remain calm as he spoke. "Humph, you little brat, consider yourself lucky this time. Be more careful next time." Mikazuki was not one to be intimidated, making a face at him before quickly running to Naruto's side. With the matter settled, Zhou Zhu glanced at Kanjulang and the others with a hint of warning in his tone. "When you're in someone else's village, it's best to temper your temper. As guests you should have the awareness of being guests, otherwise it will only lead to doubts about the education you sand ninjas received." "You?" Kanjulang never expected to be lectured by this ordinary person. He felt a surge of anger and was about to retort when a voice interrupted him. "Kanjulang, that's enough. Don't embarrass yourself any further, let's leave." Everyone turned to see Gaara and Sasuke perched on a tree. Sasuke wore a look of shock, turning to glance at Gaara, who was standing on the same tree. He had wanted to reveal himself when Naruto rushed forward, but seeing Naruto being stopped by that uncle, he held back. But when did this person end up on the same tree as him? Could it be that his strength? Naruto, however, was too excited to care, looking at Sasuke on the tree and saying, "Sasuke, you're here too? Who's that kid next to you? Is he with you?" Sasuke felt a headache coming on. How could that person be with him? Didn't you hear what he just said? Gaara completely ignored Naruto, leaping down from the tree, staring at Zhou Zhu for a moment before turning to leave. Kanjulang and Shumaru followed him without hesitation. "Tch, just like Sasuke, another arrogant brat. Just as the one who jumped down stumbled, Sasuke shot a glare at Naruto. This kid truly didn't know when to be grateful. Who was he trying to impress just now? Thank you Naruto, and you too uncle. That guy's face was so dark. Without you who knows what he would have done to me. By the way uncle, your comic is really good. Naruto in it is so cool. Is there more coming? Mikazuki chattered non-stop. This is the latest one. The next volume might have to wait until after the Chunin exams. After all, your Naruto hasn't experienced it yet, right? Zhou Zhu shrugged helplessly. Sasuke caught the key word and asked Naruto, what comic? Why does it involve you? It's a comic drawn by uncle based on our events. It even features you and Sakura. Sasuke frowned, pondering something. Zhou Zhu thought that if Naruto's story was the main plot in Naruto, then Sasuke's parts would be the largest subplot, occupying a significant portion in the comic featuring various powerful ninjutsu. If he didn't include this thread, it would undoubtedly lack many impressive ninjutsu. Given his sparse memory, having the involved party narrate this experience would be the most accurate, but how could he get Sasuke to speak? In the midst of his thoughts, he suddenly recalled his ability to create ninjutsu scrolls. Perhaps a profitable offer would work. It was also timely that he wanted to slightly enhance Naruto's strength before the Chunin exams, as Naruto's current power was truly inadequate. It was embarrassing to resort to underhanded tactics just to defeat an opponent. Naruto and Sasuke, do you have plans tonight? If not, you can come to my house for dinner. I'll prepare something delicious as a celebration for my comic success and to thank you for your participation. Hey uncle, you can't just ignore me, right? I'm in that comic too. Mikazuki said disgruntledly. Zhou Zhu chuckled, pointing behind Mikazuki. The grandson of the Hokage was attacked by ninjas from another village. Although nothing happened, I suspect the Hokage won't let you go tonight. Mikazuki turned to see Ebisu standing behind him, looking somewhat angry as he said, Mikazuki, you caused this trouble while I was in the restroom. Let's go back and report to the Hokage. Mikazuki looked dejected. He knew he couldn't escape in this situation. Ebisu nodded at Zhou Zhu, having witnessed part of the situation. Fortunately, this person pointed out Mikazuki's identity in time, otherwise if a conflict had arisen and Mikazuki got hurt, he would also bear responsibility. Seeing Mikazuki being taken away by Ebisu, Zhou Zhu turned to Sasuke and Naruto, seemingly waiting for their response. Naruto naturally had no reason to refuse and readily agreed. Sasuke wanted to refuse but was met with Zhou Zhu's hand ruffling his hair as he said, Naruto is right. What are you acting so profound for, you little brat? A grown-up is treating you to dinner, you should be polite and not refuse, understand? Sasuke broke free from Zhou Zhu's grasp, looking at him with some annoyance. However, that affectionate gesture inexplicably reminded him of his brother, and a wave of tenderness rose in his heart. He no longer resisted and replied with a slight huff. Fine, do as you please. He then turned to leave. Naruto scratched his head and laughed. Uncle Sasuke is just like that, quite arrogant. Don't take it to heart. Zhou Zhu shook his head, indicating that he didn't mind, and then parted ways with Naruto. He strolled around the village, realizing that besides the increased presence of ninjas from other villages there wasn't much else to see, so he returned to his little shop somewhat disappointed. Reviewing the skills he possessed, he pondered what kind of abilities to give Naruto and Sasuke. If he wanted to enhance their short-term combat power, then abilities like Water Attribute Chakra would be directly passed over. Abilities like the Sharingan or Ice Release, while capable of immediately boosting their power, would be difficult to explain and too specific, inevitably leading to associations. So he still needed to deliberate on what kind of skills to choose. Uncle Zhou Zhu were here. In the evening, Ming Ren came dragging Zhou Zhu along. Zhou Zhu still wore a smug expression, putting on a reluctant face, but his body was quite honest. Zhou Zhu invited them to sit down. The table was already laden with a sumptuous feast, making Ming Ren drool with greed. The meal was a joyous occasion for both host and guests. Even Zhou Zhu, who had been wearing a stern face, gradually broke into a smile, no longer as serious as before. Zhou Zhu, seeing that everyone had almost finished eating, took out a manga and handed it to Zhou Zhu. You haven't read my manga yet, have you, Zhou Zhu? Just in time, uncle is giving you a copy. You even appear in it. Zhou Zhu took the manga. He had already inquired about it from Ming Ren and had seen Ming Ren's copy. To be honest, he was quite satisfied with his portrayal in the manga. After all, he was still young at heart. Despite appearing deeply wronged, he couldn't help but enjoy the spotlight. He had intended to buy a copy from the manga store later, but now that someone was giving him one, it couldn't be better. There's one more thing I need to ask of you. Zhou Zhu continued. Right now Uncle only has Mingren telling me ninja stories and the plot is a bit thin. So I'd like you to be another narrator making this manga a dual male lead setting. Why me? Zhou Zhu asked puzzled. Because Uncle believes that you will become a great ninja just like Mingren. Zhou Zhu was taken aback. He turned to look at Mingren who was patting his belly with a contented look, and for a moment he couldn't tell if Uncle was praising him or mocking him. But recalling Mingren's performance during the Wave Country mission, especially the terrifying power he had seen in the manga when Mingren stood up after he fell silent. After a moment Zhou Zhu nodded. Alright. He thought it would be a way to put some pressure on himself, at least to keep from slacking off. Zhou Zhu was delighted, but fearing he hadn't made himself clear enough he added, I still want to emphasize something. I'm the kind of person who places ideals above everything. In front of ideals even the village doesn't matter that much. And my ideal is to become a great manga artist. So your experiences are very important to me. Even if in the future for various reasons you do something that harms the village or even betray it, it doesn't matter to me. I only want your stories. Can you understand that? Zhou Zhu and Mingren looked at him in surprise. Mingren blurted out, Uncle, what are you talking about? Who would betray the village for no reason? Zhou Zhu looked at Zhou Zhu with a knowing smile, saying nothing, while Zhou Zhu slowly lowered his head and thought. Alright, just remember that. Let's get back to business. I invited you here for another reason. I have prepared gifts for you. Saying that he stood up, went back into the house and brought out 2 boxes, placing them before the two. Under their curious gazes he opened the boxes. 2 scrolls. Mingren asked in confusion. In the ninja world, scrolls had many uses, storing tools, recording jutsu, serving as contracts, and so on. Just by looking at the appearance of these 2 scrolls one couldn't tell their purpose at all. Your uncle here, my ancestors were also ninjas and our clan has some special traits. In modern terms we also have a bloodline limit. Zhou Zhu began to tell the lie he had prepared earlier. The ability to directly grant others ninjutsu was too extraordinary. If he simply described it as a technique it would inevitably attract covetous eyes. But if he claimed it was a bloodline and one passed down from ancestors, it would undoubtedly reduce the attention of scheming individuals. Although after the release of his second manga volume there probably wouldn't be anyone in the ninja world who could defeat him, still it was better to avoid trouble. A bloodline limit. Is it like Bei's ice release? Mingren exclaimed in surprise. Sort of, but there are differences. Zhou Zhu raised a finger. Our family's bloodline limit is not an offensive type, its function. With that he paused briefly, and without waiting for them to ask he continued. In simple terms, our bloodline limit can through some means convert the abilities mastered by a ninja into skill scrolls, thereby granting them to others. The moment he finished, before Mingren could react, Zhou Zhu's eyes suddenly lit up. He stared fixedly at the 2 scrolls, his face still showing a hint of doubt. Seeing that Mingren didn't understand, he gave an example. To put it more simply, this bloodline limit can directly grant you all the ninjutsu that your teacher Kakashi knows, allowing you to use them as proficiently as Kakashi even if you've never learned similar jutsu before. Mingren's eyes instantly lit up and he muttered things like, Uncle is amazing, clearly understanding what he meant. Impossible. How could such a powerful bloodline limit be unknown in the ninja world? Zhou Zhu, having snapped back from the prospect of rapidly increasing his strength, questioned Zhou Zhu. Zhou Zhu smiled and explained slowly, because our clan also knew that this bloodline limit was too extraordinary, we never revealed this ability to the outside world. Moreover, our clan has always been a single line of succession with no messy spies or traitors, so this ability remained a secret. Zhou Zhu nodded, acknowledging Zhou Zhu's explanation. Mingren however didn't think much and quickly asked, then Uncle Zhou Zhu, do you also have this ability now? You're so amazing. Little Mingren, have you forgotten? I have no talent as a ninja. I don't even have chakra. How could I possibly master this bloodline limit? Oh, I see. Mingren was a bit down. However, Zhou Zhu continued. Our ancestors also considered that this method of inheritance might break, so they prepared many such skill scrolls over time. Now many remain. Here these 2 are examples. The 2 perked up again, looking at the scrolls and guessing what ninjutsu they contained. Hadn't Uncle said earlier that he was giving them gifts? I myself have no interest in being a ninja. Instead I want to become a great manga artist. I used to suffer from a lack of material, but fortunately Mingren helped me fill that gap. Thinking it over, maybe this is the only thing I can repay you with. Zhou Zhu remained calm. And don't worry, there are many such scrolls left by the clan containing skills ranging from strong to weak. In the future every time I publish a manga volume I can give you one of these scrolls as a return. I think this can form a virtuous cycle. Hearing that they would get more such scrolls in the future, their hearts filled with even more joy. Seeing that they were already impatient, he stopped beating around the bush and said, "Go ahead and try them. These are scrolls I specially selected for you. They should suit you well. Just unroll the scroll." Sasuke hesitated for a moment. Although what Zhou Zhu said was tempting, he had only just met this older man today, and to be honest he didn't trust him much yet. Naruto on the other hand had no hesitation. He directly picked up a scroll and unfurled it at once. Immediately the scroll emitted a white glow, then a beam of light shot out and struck Naruto's chest. It vanished in an instant and the scroll itself turned to dust. Startled, Naruto leaped up and frantically patted his chest as if searching for the light that had just entered him. Sasuke grew tense as well, eyeing Zhou Zhu warily. His hand instinctively reached for his ninja tool pouch, ready to launch an attack at any moment. Hey, no need to be so nervous. Naruto, you're overreacting, aren't you? Calm down and feel it, the skill should have been passed on to you. Hearing this, Naruto composed himself, stopped moving and closed his eyes to focus. After a short while he opened his eyes, his face brimming with excitement as he looked at Zhou Zhu and spoke with a mix of thrill and uncertainty. Taijutsu. Zhou Zhu nodded with a smile and added, "It's a scroll containing the taijutsu abilities of an elite chunin." He had put considerable thought into selecting this reward. In the first volume of the manga the number of characters was indeed limited and the available jutsu were quite restricted. After excluding abilities that were too specific or too weak, the only effective way to boost Naruto and Sasuke's capabilities was taijutsu. So he extracted the taijutsu skills of the demon brothers. Although they were defeated instantly upon their debut, they were nonetheless genuine elite chunin. The taijutsu they mastered was far beyond what Naruto and Sasuke could achieve at their current level, making this gift most appropriate. With this gift their regular combat abilities would rank among the top of all examinees in the tournament. Unless they encountered Gaara or Rock Lee, they would be able to put up a fight against other top-tier contestants like Niji even without resorting to power-ups. "Yeah. Mister, you're awesome." Naruto was overjoyed. He ran around Zhou Zhu in circles so fast that even Sasuke was impressed. Then Sasuke took a scroll, unfurled it, and another flash of light marked the completion of his ability acquisition. Feeling the surging power within him, Sasuke was elated. He then stood up, solemnly bowed deeply to Zhou Zhu and made a request. "Please give me more scrolls like this. I have someone I must kill and I desperately need power. If you can grant me the strength to kill that man, I will do whatever you say afterward." Naruto paused, then turned to Sasuke and began, "Sasuke, you." "Enough, Naruto." Zhou Zhu cut Naruto off before he could finish, fixing a deep gaze on Sasuke while still wearing his signature smile. "Well, Sasuke-kun, perhaps I didn't explain clearly enough. Even though I no longer possess this bloodline limit, I still don't want others to know about our family's secret. The two gifts I've given you now can significantly boost your strength, but they remain within reasonable bounds. If your power suddenly skyrockets to the level of a Jonin or even a Kage, how would you explain that? You don't interact with many people in the village, and a little investigation would lead them straight to me. Then my situation would become quite unfavorable. Besides, don't forget, I'm counting on you to share your ninja experiences. If I max out your abilities now, how would I create my manga later?" Sasuke lowered his head in silence, understanding Zhou Zhu's concerns and realizing that his request was indeed unreasonable. But his thirst for revenge was overwhelming and he was unwilling to let go of such a chance for rapid power growth. "In my opinion, our current arrangement works perfectly well. You can train hard, experience one thrilling ninja story after another, and then tell them to me. As a reward, I'll select abilities that suit your current stage and gift them to you. Isn't that both reasonable and a win-win? Of course, I also understand what you're worried about, Sasuke-kun. You're afraid of wasting too much time at a low level and delaying your revenge. And later when your strength grows, these abilities won't be of much help to you. Let me tell you, our family's collection is quite extensive. It includes some of the most precious treasures of the Uchiha clan, for instance a complete evolution path for the Sharingan." Sasuke looked up in astonishment, his face full of disbelief. Could it be that their bloodline limit, the Sharingan, was also part of the collection? Words are cheap. Let's do a live demonstration. With that he pulled out another scroll from behind him, a bait he had prepared earlier for Sasuke. He had anticipated that for a ninja like Sasuke, low-level abilities would hardly bind him. They might be useful only in the early stages. Later on Sasuke would not lack jutsu. What could truly attract him would be the treasure of his own clan, the Sharingan. This was what he wanted to show Sasuke. Even if he had already awakened his Sharingan, wouldn't a completely new Mangekyo ability tempt him? Consider this an extra gift for Naruto since I genuinely like the kid. He handed the scroll to Naruto. This scroll contained the Tutamo Sharingan ability of Sasuke. He had tested it himself earlier. This ability adapted almost perfectly to the user's body without causing the excessive chakra drain that plagued Kakashi. Naruto took the scroll, gazing at Zhou Zhu with some hesitation. Zhou Zhu gave him an encouraging look, signaling him to accept the gift without worry. Naruto then turned to look at Sasuke. Although Sasuke was envious inside, he said nothing, instead looking at Naruto with equal anticipation. Naruto took a deep breath and opened the scroll. This time the light from the scroll did not head for his chest but shot directly into his eyes. After the light faded, Naruto instinctively closed his eyes, rubbed them vigorously and then opened them again. From Zhou Zhu and Sasuke's perspective, Naruto's eyes remained as clear and blue as ever, showing no abnormality. Sasuke looked at Zhou Zhu with confusion, wondering what was happening. Zhou Zhu, still beaming, said to Naruto, "Naruto, focus. You should be able to activate the eyes on your own now." Hearing this, Naruto closed his eyes again. After a moment of silence, when he reopened them, his irises were a deep crimson. Two black tomo revolved around his pupils, radiating an eerie aura. Sasuke stared in shock at Naruto's eyes. They were a pair of Dualtimo Sharingan eyes he hadn't seen in another person for years. Then he turned to look at Zhou Zhu, his gaze burning with intensity. What kind of ability was this? It could actually ignore bloodline limits and directly grant abilities to others. Should such an outrageous ability really exist? Wow, these eyes are truly amazing. I feel like I can predict your next move, Sasuke. Is this the world you see? Naruto leaped around like a monkey, looking left and right as if he had just discovered this world, causing Sasuke to feel somewhat annoyed. Suppressing his anger, Sasuke said to Naruto, "Hey, don't use those eyes to do such strange things. Turn them off right now." Naruto was clearly not the type to listen to advice, especially when it came from Sasuke. He made a funny face at Sasuke and continued to do as he pleased. At this point, Zhou Zhu spoke up. "Alright Naruto, stop messing around. I hope you understand one thing: unless absolutely necessary, never show off this ability in front of others. Even if you do show it, make sure that those who know are either people you trust completely or people you will take care of later. Otherwise life will be tough for me in the future." Hearing this, Naruto deactivated his Sharingan, nodded seriously to Zhou Zhu and said, "Don't worry uncle, I will never speak of tonight's events, I swear on my identity as a ninja." Zhou Zhu trusted Naruto's promise. Then he turned to Sasuke and said, "So Sasuke, now do you believe me? Even if you reach cage level power in the future, I can still help you. So rest assured. Can't you help me improve my strength now? I promise I can guarantee your safety." Sasuke, still eager for revenge, asked reluctantly. Zhou Zhu shook his head with a smile. "It's not just about safety. I actually like this ninja village and I don't want my peaceful life to be disrupted. After all, I'm going to become a manga artist. How can I concentrate on creating with this kind of ability?" Sasuke fell silent. He didn't want his persistence to make Zhou Zhu dislike him. If that caused Zhou Zhu not to help him in the future, it would be a loss for him. "Alright, it's getting late. You should be heading back. Remember what I said tonight, keep my ability a secret. As for the next volume of the manga, I've decided to draw up to the end of your Chunin exam. So after the exam you still need to come and tell me about your experiences. And I can prepare the next stage of gifts for you." The two nodded and then left together. Zhou Zhu let out a long breath. He had finally laid all the groundwork. Barring any accidents, his manga career should proceed on schedule from now on. And he would become increasingly safe in this ninja world. In the end, even if pain or Otsutsuki descended upon him, he would have nothing to fear. He stretched languidly, walked to the window, pushed it open and called out, "Hey kid, you've been out there for a while. Planning to come in and sit?" After a moment of silence, a figure appeared in the shadow outside the window. It was Gaara, who had appeared during the day. Zhou Zhu had long noticed Gaara eavesdropping outside his house. Strictly speaking, he had noticed both Gaara and the root ninja eavesdropping outside. However, the moment the two encountered each other outside, Gaara launched an attack on the root ninja, silently devouring him. He was also not worried about the information he had just revealed to Naruto and Sasuke leaking. In fact, after the two entered, he had dispatched several shadow clones to guard outside. The moment he detected the root ninja and Gaara, he lured them together with a scheme, and then the two fought. After the outcome was decided, he proactively ended the conversation. Therefore Gaara could at most see Naruto and Sasuke leaving his house excitedly, but he wouldn't have heard any more useful information. However, this series of maneuvers exhausted him and he deeply realized his lack of jutsu. At such times, if he knew barrier techniques, sealing arts or genjutsu, the outcome would have been much better. This only strengthened his resolve to create more manga. Gaara stood outside the window for a moment, then said in a low voice, "You're not simple." This time it was Zhou Zhu's turn to be surprised. His own chakra and jutsu were granted by the system. As long as he didn't use them, there was no way anyone could detect his abilities. However, Gaara's words suggested that either Zhou Zhu had left a deep impression on him during the day, or the power of Shikaku within him had given him some guidance. Of course, although he said that Zhou Zhu was absolutely not going to admit his uniqueness. He smiled faintly, made a welcoming gesture to Gaara and then said, "Would you like to come in and sit?" "No thanks." Gaara refused directly. After struggling between killing and not killing for a moment, he ultimately followed his most instinctive thought. Without knowing the enemy's strength, it was better not to act rashly. Then he vanished from Zhou Zhu's house in a flash. All of them are problem children. I hope they haven't brought any trouble to Naruto and the others. But with Naruto's strength, a little trouble like this shouldn't be a big problem. Zhou Zhu silently complained to himself. Then he began to clean up the dishes. In a secret base of Konoha, two voices were conversing. "Has Sato not returned to report yet?" "He has not reported." The relay ninja also said that Sato's whereabouts are unknown. However, there are signs of a fight around the target's house. It seems a battle took place. So Sato is likely in grave danger. From the current situation, it seems so. Interesting. To silently eliminate an elite Chunin, the intruder is certainly up to no good. But I wonder if it's related to the target. Should we capture the target for interrogation? No need. Pull back the ninja currently watching him. During the Chunin exam we will suspend all operations. Everything will be discussed after the exam. Yes. After a moment of silence, a voice drifted softly. "Orochimaru, this time I will fully cooperate with your plan. I hope you don't disappoint me." The next day Zhou Zhu opened the door for business as usual. After a day of fermentation, his manga was already promoted in Konohagakure, attracting many villagers and ninjas from other villages eager to gather information, causing the small shop to be packed and bustling. Amidst the busyness, Zhou Zhu felt a twinge of regret for submitting his task too early. Had he submitted it later, his task completion would have surely been much higher and the rewards would have been considerably richer. However, this could be seen as a double-edged sword. Submitting later would indeed yield a higher completion rate, but he would also inevitably remain in danger for a longer time. Ending the anxious daily life a bit earlier was quite welcome. "Uncle, is the next volume of the manga ready? I'm so bored waiting." This was a question from Konohamaru, who had come to the shop early to inquire about the new manga updates, a question he had asked many times before. "Didn't I tell you, Konohamaru? This manga is based on Naruto's experiences and it's currently the latest. The upcoming plot hasn't been experienced by Naruto-kun yet, so what can I draw?" Zhou Zhu replied to Konohamaru while handing over the packaged manga to the customer. Konohamaru scratched his head in frustration, clearly showing how much he adored manga. Using Zhou Zhu's past life words, he felt uneasy without seeing one for a day. "Can't you draw some other manga, uncle?" Zhou Zhu had indeed thought about this, but since he hadn't completed his main quest before, he naturally lacked the mood to open new avenues. However, now that the Naruto manga was a hit, he could systematically complete his tasks and could also draw some other works. After all, with his current drawing skills, creating any work would not be a burden as long as he had ideas he could finish quickly. This way he could diversify the types of manga in his shop, making it truly deserving of its name, and also boost the shop's reputation, indirectly increasing the sales of his future Naruto manga. However, this led to another problem. Zhou Zhu's memory was quite limited. While he had impressions of some classic manga and anime from his past life, replicating them was somewhat beyond his capability. Knowing the general plot and completing a full work were not at all the same level of difficulty, which was why he needed to ask Naruto and Sasuke about their experiences. After all, he couldn't afford to draw blindly. If the system didn't recognize the content of the manga, wouldn't he just be in trouble? He had never heard of any manga being modified after its release. With this in mind, Zhou Zhu asked Konohamaru, "So Konohamaru, besides ninja manga, what other types do you like?" "What kind?" Konohamaru pondered for a moment. "Probably something about dreams, passion and hope, right? So overly positive. No wonder he's the grandson of the Hokage," Zhou Zhu thought to himself. But this was probably the kind of conventional manga that teenagers liked, after all, who doesn't love beautiful things. Speaking of these keywords, Zhou Zhu's first thought was One Piece, a story about dreams that includes passion, hope and emotion, perfectly aligning with Konoha Maru's expectations, of course limited to the chapters before Dressrosa. In Zhou Zhu's view, the arcs of Whole Cake Island and Wano Country were on a completely different level. Thinking of One Piece reminded Zhou Zhu of a long-ago idea, unsure if it was his own or something he had seen elsewhere. It was said that the final island of One Piece was the Ninja Continent, and all the devil fruits actually came from fruits born by the God Tree. The strongest fruit was the chakra fruit, which caused the God Tree to wither when picked by Kaguya-hime. Due to the battle between Kaguya-hime and her two sons, the continental plate split and the other fruits fell into the ocean, ending up in the hands of people in the pirate world. The world government was established by those who knew this history and had fallen overseas. Fearing that their rule would be shaken by powerful ninjas, they sealed off this history and the routes to the Ninja Continent. Roger finally reached the Ninja Continent after many hardships. He learned the entire world's history and was astonished by the ninjas' strength. He believed that with their help they could surely overthrow the world government and establish a world of mutual understanding among people. They could use ninjutsu to connect the various islands at sea, which was absolutely a way to change the world. Unfortunately, Roger landed in the secluded Kirigakure and his proposal was directly rejected by the fourth Mizukage. He was labeled a pirate, and after a fierce battle he finally escaped from the Ninja Continent, realizing that the ninja world was also fraught with conflict. It couldn't be said that it was impossible to stop the disputes at sea with the power of the ninja world. It could only be said that it needed complete peace in the Ninja Continent first, leading him to laugh and say he came too early. After leaving, Roger discovered that he had been poisoned by a ninja during the battle and had little time left. Therefore he disbanded his pirate crew, surrendered to the navy, and during his execution he expressed his hope that future generations could once again step onto the Ninja Continent, understand the true history of the world and unite with the ninjas of the ninja world who might have achieved peace by then to bring about true change. As for why the true history of this world wasn't directly stated, it was because they feared that once the world government learned that the history was known, they would strengthen the guards on that route, preventing future generations from reaching the Ninja Continent, and also feared that the crazed world government would slaughter all those who learned the truth, causing immense suffering. It must be said that this idea could be considered extreme and there were many bugs in it, but because the thought was so unique he had remembered it to this day. Back to the point, while One Piece is a great work, it's clearly something he couldn't remember. If he were to draw purely based on his sparse memories, the manga might veer off into absurdity, which was not what he desired. Right now it would be best to create a short manga that everyone enjoys. But short stories seem to contradict the idea of passion, leaving him quite conflicted. Oh right. If there could be a beautiful older sister, that would be even better. Konoha Maru added, a bit embarrassed. Upon hearing this, Zhou Zhu had a flash of inspiration. Short story, beauty, passion. These keywords combined reminded Zhou Zhu of an incredible genre of manga, as if he had pushed open a Pandora's box that would drag the entire ninja world into the abyss. In truth, Zhou Zhu is quite a crazy person, as evident from his intervention in yesterday's conflict. Although the outcome of the conflict would not have been detrimental had he chosen not to interfere, he still decided to participate. It wasn't because he wanted to uphold justice for Naruto and the others, rather he found it amusing. The ideas he had once seen were now being realized by him, giving him a sense of accomplishment. This was not particularly apparent before he gained power, but now that he possesses his current strength he tends to act more recklessly. His current goal is quite clear: to expand the popularity of his comic shop, thereby increasing the sales of his comics, ideally allowing them to be exported to foreign lands. Considering this, it is essential for him to create comics that are more eye-catching. After all, the current plot of Naruto primarily revolves around the story of Konoha village, which does not resonate strongly with ninjas from other villages, making it difficult to attract foreign merchants to his comic shop. At most they would buy a few copies for intel reading. If he were to release the next comic, he must choose themes that can transcend cultural barriers. Such themes would perfectly align with all his current needs. Moreover, the ninja world is relatively open-minded. Jiraiya's book Paradise of Affection can sell remarkably well throughout the ninja world, and he can even claim to be a literary master. Thus creating a comic of a similar genre should not pose any issues. Right? Resolving this in his mind, he decided to give it a try that night. He remembers quite a few of these shorter comics with weaker storylines. Of course, they were stories told to him by a friend, as he himself had never read the related comics. "Hey boss, can you pack it up a bit faster?" A customer, noticing Zhou Zhu lost in thought at the counter, couldn't help but interrupt. "Oh sorry, it will be ready soon." Zhou Zhu refocused his attention, quickly packing the comics and handing them to the customer. Meanwhile he wondered if spending most of his time in the comic shop was really necessary. After all, such a simple task of packing and collecting money could easily be handled by someone he could hire, allowing him to use more time to gather material or keep track of Naruto and the others' updates. Seeing Konohamaru eagerly watching him, he asked, "By the way, isn't today the Chunin exam for Naruto and the others? Why aren't you going to watch?" The early stages of this year's Chunin exam are not open to the public. Only during the final elimination rounds are the feudal lords and spectators invited to watch. Right now you can't watch it even if you want to. Oh, is that so? Zhou Zhu had forgotten this. When he read the comics, he always viewed it from Naruto's perspective, and he remembered there seemed to be spectators around, so he assumed the Chunin exam was public. With this in mind, he realized that the spectators he had seen before must have been the participants themselves. So when will the final elimination round take place? It seems to be in about half a month. I remember my grandfather saying that before. Half a month. Zhou Zhu was somewhat surprised. Although this was a significant chapter in the comic, it should progress relatively quickly in his memory. Indeed, when it comes to aligning comics with reality, one cannot solely rely on impressions. If that's the case, it seems he should expedite the progress of his new comic, striving to make a lasting impression on ninjas from various countries while they are in Konoha. After staying in the comic shop for a while and learning that Zhou Zhu would soon release a new comic, Konohamaru left with an excited expression. "If I release a new comic, there's a high chance I won't sell it to you," Zhou Zhu added silently in his heart. Although he could be deemed fearless, he at least hadn't sunk to the level of selling such things to minors if the first-hand experience should not be given by him. After dinner in the evening, he sat upright at his comic desk, lost in thought. Although he had seen many similar comic plots before, his friend had recounted them to him, for this was his first creation of this type in the ninja world. It was crucial to find something classic, preferably something that would make a big splash. Against the god ninja. That seems to be an anime, right? And the plot is rather complex, he can't quite recall it well. The Crown Sister series. It appears there isn't a SAI series in the ninja world, right? Without the story background, it would likely be hard to create a sense of immersion, wouldn't it? Fire Dragon Respect. Sorry, I've only heard the name and haven't had the chance to read it. It truly is a pity. Zhou Zhu's thoughts gradually strayed. Forget it, he'll just make one up. Such things aren't really that difficult. As long as the comic's art style is of high quality, even if it lacks a plot, many people will definitely still buy it. After pondering for a moment, he picked up a pen and began scribbling a story outline on paper. The story goes something like this: a young boy loses his parents on the battlefield of the ninja war and is subsequently adopted by a friend of his mother. The mother's friend is a beautiful ninja who lives with her two equally beautiful daughters. Her husband also perished in the war. Due to the boy's tragic plight resembling theirs, they collectively feel immense sympathy for him. Over time, the boy develops feelings for the aunt and her two daughters, ultimately confessing to the three beautiful women. However, during a vacation, the three beautiful women find themselves in grave danger while the boy remains blissfully unaware. Well, this should cover it for now. Whether to continue drawing the subsequent content will depend on reader feedback. With the story outline completed, drawing it out is the simplest part of the entire process. Now, with his drawing skills at level 8, one could say he has almost reached a divine level in art. Even Madara wouldn't dare to say, "In terms of drawing, I would call you the strongest," because Madara does not deserve it. In drawing, he is a god. As his hands moved, the sheets of paper beside Zhou Zhu gradually piled up. Moments later, after releasing a long breath, the entire comic was complete. After tidying up the manuscript, he began to review it from the beginning. Although it is virtually impossible for him to make mistakes given his abilities, reviewing his manuscript is a habit of his, and one could say it is his way of appreciating his own labor. However, after browsing through it again, he felt a twinge of discomfort. Would this drawing get him killed by the readers? Due to Zhou Zhu's current artistic skills reaching an impressive level of empathy, all readers of his manga experience a profound sense of immersion. In order to make this manga more intricate and exciting, he included many convoluted elements. If those who appreciate them adore them, while those who do not might have a chance of causing a riot. Forget it, it doesn't matter. As long as there's discussion, there is heat. With my current strength, I am not afraid of being overpowered or anything like that. Zhou Zhu casually shrugged off his concerns, confident in his formidable abilities. I should find a sales clerk tomorrow. He was still a bit anxious if the hostility from pure love fans towards bull-headed characters could transcend dimensions, so he decided to tread carefully. 3 days later, Zhou Zhu placed a sign outside his store which read, "A marvelous journey straight to the soul. The tumultuous fates of 3 female ninjas. How will they choose between spirit and flesh?" Stay tuned for the latest masterpiece from our special invited author Mr. Kishimoto. Kishida family affairs. Due to the profound nature of this book, it is prohibited for those under 18 to purchase. Zhou Zhu shamelessly set down the sign and returned inside, speaking to a girl in the store. "Bai Hui, I've got to go up and create," he said. "Okay boss, got it," the fresh and bright girl replied, who was the clerk he had hired. Initially he was hesitant about hiring a girl considering the type of manga he sold in his store. However, Bai Hui expressed that she did not mind, so Zhou Zhu thought it was fine. After all, a beautiful girl would attract more attention than a boy. "By the way, don't forget your instructions. The new manga cannot be sold to those under 18. I do not wish for the Umbu to pay me a visit for tea later." "Got it," Bai Hui replied with a standard smile. Zhou Zhu shrugged and went upstairs. After he turned around, a glint of sharp light flashed in Bai Hui's eyes before she returned to normal. Indeed, Bai Hui was clearly not an ordinary person. On the contrary, she was a member of the Root. Speaking of which, Danzo had initially given up on monitoring Zhou Zhu, planning to act after the Chunin exams. However, days before the written test of the Chunin exams, during a small trial set by Konoha, Naruto and Sasuke astonishingly dominated their opponents, including several capable Chunin, which piqued Danzo's interest. If it were anyone else, they might assume these two had quickly improved their skills through hard work. But Danzo had been closely monitoring the Jinchuriki's movements and naturally knew that their increase in strength, while expected, was indeed surprising. When things go awry, there must be something amiss. He unconsciously thought of that manga store owner. Coincidentally, this owner was hiring clerks, so he took the chance to send his subordinates to apply. Now, while it might not be the right time for forceful actions after the Chunin exams, he needed to unravel the intricacies involved. Sending someone to gather intelligence was part of his careful strategy of knowing himself and the enemy. So did Zhou Zhu realize that the new clerk had ulterior motives. In fact, he was aware, or rather he had guessed it. After all, such a stunning beauty had no reason to work in a manga store selling such titles, especially with the meager salary he offered, which could be considered low. With her looks, she could easily find a better paying and easier job. Reflecting on the various conspiracy theories keyboard warriors had about Konoha in his past life made it hard for him not to think this was a setup by the Root. However, to be honest, he didn't care. His secrets were not in the manga store, and no matter how much she investigated, she wouldn't find anything unusual. Moreover, if he rejected such an outstanding candidate, it would only raise suspicion, so he decided to go with the flow. Zhou Zhu returned to his room upstairs, sitting upright at his desk with an exquisite crystal ball before him. This was a power he had thought of a few days ago, the telescopic technique of the third Hokage. As long as he could sense a person's chakra signature, he could use this technique to observe that person's current state from a distance. Of course, this technique was performed through Konoha's barrier, so the observation range could only be within Konoha, but generally this range was sufficient. He performed the jutsu, and slowly an image began to materialize in the crystal ball, revealing Naruto's figure. At that moment, Naruto appeared quite disheveled, his clothes tattered with blood gradually seeping out. His face was marked with numerous bloodstains, and he was gasping for breath, looking extremely fatigued. Yet even so, he maintained a vigilant stance, his body tense, holding a kunai, staring at the enemy before him. The person in front of him, however, appeared quite relaxed, watching Naruto with a suppressed laugh. "Hey, you still haven't given up even now? I don't know whether to say you are persistent or foolish. TCH, spare me the chatter, I won't let you deal with Sasuke." It turned out that Sasuke had already collapsed on the ground with a clear bite mark on his neck, which was why Naruto was so anxious. Sakura was now too frightened to move, while Sasuke had lost his combat ability due to the poison from the person before them. If the life and death of their team now rested on Naruto, more accurately in the hands of this person. Earlier Sakura mentioned that this person was called Orochimaru, right? He seemed to be quite a formidable ninja. Honestly, even without being told, he already knew that even though he and Sasuke had been strengthened by the uncle, they would still not last even a round against this person. Perhaps his persistence was futile. No way, never giving up is my ninja way. With this thought, Naruto immediately formed hand seals and performed the shadow clone technique, creating several shadowy figures charging toward the person in front. Although your taijutsu skills are quite impressive among these little brats, is it not foolish to choose to attack against someone you absolutely cannot defeat? Orochimaru maintained a playful expression, leaping into the air and kicking several clones aside, simultaneously blocking Naruto's attacks and delivering several punches, causing the clones in the area to be utterly exhausted. Being choked by the neck, Mingren writhed in agony, clawing at Dashwan's hand with both hands, trying to pry it open, but to no avail. "And now what will you do? Being controlled like this, do you feel the pain as if death is imminent?" Dashwan watched Mingren struggle with the same playful mockery of a cat toying with a mouse, his lips gradually curling into a sinister arc. The next moment his smile vanished and he stared intently at Mingren. At that moment Mingren was enveloped in red chakra, his pupils gradually turning into vertical slits, his canine teeth protruding, his nails lengthening, and the arm of Dash when he clutched was covered in bloody grooves. Jinchuriki. Is Konoha being too bold or overconfident daring to let a Jinchuriki participate in such an exam? Dash-1 muttered to himself, seemingly unconcerned about the arm torn and bloody from Mingren's scratching. Hee, things are getting more interesting. As if genuinely amused by Mingren, Dash-1 chuckled again. Then he raised his other hand, chakra gathering at his fingertips, gradually forming the 5 characters, gold, wood, water, fire, earth, which he pressed onto the area around Mingren's navel. Mingren was sent flying, tumbling a great distance before lying motionless on the ground. All signs of his abnormal state completely disappeared. Xiaoying knelt on the ground nearby, trembling all over, too scared to move. Hey, little girl over there. Dash-1 turned towards Xiaoying, who immediately shivered, trembling even more violently. If Zhou Zhu wakes up, tell him that if he wants to increase his strength he should come to me. I will help him fulfill all his wishes as long as he pays the proper price. Dash-1 extended his long tongue to lick his lips, then vanished in a flash. Oh, so the plot has reached this point. Zhou Zhu looked at the scene in the crystal ball, silently estimating the current plot. Probably the next would be ninjas from the Sound Village causing trouble, then Xiaoli trying to be a hero and save the girl but falling into a trap, and finally Zhou Zhu's power surge would break someone's arm, right? Speaking of which, earlier when he read the manga he never understood why Dash-1 didn't take the opportunity to kill Mingren and take Zhou Zhu away, instead insisting on sending his subordinates to Konoha to pick them up only to have them die. Now it seems Dash-1 probably didn't fancy Zhou Zhu at all at this point, or merely regarded him as a potential backup. His main goal was still to eliminate his own master. And later, after Zhou Zhu survived the various side effects of the Heavenly Curse Seal and displayed his own potential, he became worthy of being a vessel. Also at this moment Dash-1 had not yet had his arms' souls extracted, so he didn't think much of Zhou Zhu's body. If he had known that his hands would be crippled later, he would have knocked Zhou Zhu unconscious and taken him away right then. As for why he spared Mingren, Zhou Zhu speculated it was to provoke Zhou Zhu, making him eventually turn to his side. After all, the Sharingan as a Kekii Genkai has very limited growth under normal circumstances, far from matching the growth rate of a Jinchuriki. Seeing his former rival gradually pulling ahead, Zhou Zhu's sense of loss would only grow and his thirst for power would inevitably swell boundlessly until it consumed him. In fact, in the original manga, although there were many reasons for Zhou Zhu's defection, one very important one was being provoked by Mingren. Bang! Just as he was about to continue watching, he felt his whole house shake and the noise of commotion from downstairs reached his ears. What's going on? Zhou Zhu, confused, walked to the stairs and looked down. He saw a person slapping a manga book against the counter with a smack smack, glaring at Bai Hui and speaking. Where is Anban? Where is that Anban? What kind of crap is this drawing? Call him out. Around him a group of people were also gathered, looking furious. Zhou Zhu's heart skipped a beat. He knew it was trouble. These people were unhappy with his manga and came to make trouble. Originally hiring this rude spy was meant to have him smooth things over, but now, judging by her leisurely demeanor, she seemed to wish for some trouble in his manga shop. Knowing he couldn't avoid this, he went downstairs, stepped up to the leading customer and said with a beaming smile. Dear customer, what can I do for you? The customer was burly with a full beard that made him look extremely formidable. He recognized Zhou Zhu, pointed at the manga, The Anban Family Affair, and spoke. Where is the person named Anban who drew this manga? Call him out. I have something to say to him. Well, teacher Anban is currently traveling the world for inspiration. Any new manga is delivered to us through ninja missions. Therefore we don't know where teacher Anban is now. Are you kidding us? An excuse. Such an answer obviously didn't satisfy the man, and the crowd around him also clamored for him to reveal Anban's address. But there was no such person as Anban. This was a pseudonym he made up to avoid any negative repercussions after the manga's release. In other words, Anban was himself. But dared he say it? If he did, he would probably be drowned in the crowd's saliva immediately. So with the idea of never admitting it, Zhou Zhu quickly said, everyone quiet down, quiet. Teacher Anban is indeed not in Konoha right now. Making a fuss like this won't bring him back, right? Hey race, what? Well, do tell me any demands you have and I'll relay them to teacher Anban later. Hearing this, the leader pressed his hands down and the surrounding crowd fell silent. You don't need to relay anything. Just have him explain what he meant by drawing this. Is he deliberately trying to disgust us? The male lead was having a perfectly good romance with those female leads, so why did he have to add in a few blonde guys? Is he bullying us honest people? Zhou Zhu had actually guessed the purpose of these people's visit. It was simply that the Pure Love faction couldn't accept the NTR plot. That was perfectly normal. In his past life, these two groups on the internet would often engage in heated debates no less intense than the Ninja Wars. He had considered such issues at the beginning of creation, but there was no way around it. How could Pure Love have the same gimmick as NTR? If he only wanted to please readers, he wouldn't have drawn this kind of manga. Only by making the plot more twisted would it leave a deeper impression on readers and thus boost the fame of his small shop. Well, generally our manga shop does not interfere with the author's creation. So if you're asking us to modify the plot, that's something we probably can't do. However, if you really don't like this kind of plot, the shop can make an exception and enable a return function. If you feel uncomfortable with the plot, you can go to the cashier to get a refund. Today only. As his voice faded, the surrounding noise gradually quieted down. Everyone exchanged glances and no one spoke. The leader scratched his head awkwardly and said with a laugh, "Haha, actually we're not here to return the goods. We just wanted to give that guy Kishimoto some suggestions so that if he draws manga again he won't include such messy plots. But speaking of which, the quality of this manga is really high. The character art style is truly amazing." As he spoke, he hitched up his pants. Yeah, we just can't stand the plot, but the art style is great." "Ah, really? I think the plot isn't bad either, it even got me a bit excited." "What? You heretic sneaking into our ranks." "Ah, misunderstanding. I mean, the later part of the plot is good, the earlier part really didn't feel great. Bastard, what we hate is the later content." The crowd buzzed with various discussions interspersed with a few unusual exchanges. Zhou Zhu silently mourned for that person for 3 seconds, then said, "Well everyone, if you have nothing else to do, please don't block the shop. I will convey all your requests to Teacher Kishimoto one by one. However, how Teacher Kishimoto creates the subsequent manga content is beyond our interference. By the way, if you're interested, our store's main product Naruto is now on sale. Feel free to buy a copy if you need." Seeing the boss being so accommodating, the crowd no longer felt like making a scene and left the small shop one by one. "Hey, boss." Just as Zhou Zhu was about to breathe a sigh of relief, a person approached and whispered to him, "Actually, you don't need to take it so seriously. Telling Teacher Kishimoto about this is just a waste of his time. It's better to let him create according to his own ideas. If he could add more of the kind of plot from the later part, that would be even better, hehe. Bastard, I knew you were no good saying such things to the boss. Truly a heretic." "What? You're the heretic? Liking such boring plots and wanting a talented manga artist like Teacher Kishimoto to follow your ideas is utterly ridiculous. Humph, you bullhead, how dare you speak so arrogantly. I'll teach you a lesson today. If you've got the guts, let's spar at the Konoha training ground. Don't make a scene in someone else's shop. Let's do it, who's afraid? We bullhead warriors fear nothing. Pure Love faction is invincible." Watching a Pure Love faction member and a bullhead warrior push each other and gradually walk away, Zhou Zhu was tempted to watch the drama, but since it started because of him, getting involved might bring trouble. He glanced at Baihui, who was also watching the drama at the cash register, and said somewhat sternly, "Baihui, your performance today was too disappointing. If you can't handle such matters, how can I trust you to manage the shop?" Although he knew Baihui, this root spy, had been deliberately doing nothing, he still had to reprimand her. Otherwise, if she stood by idly whenever someone caused trouble, he might as well hire a normal person. Hadn't he hired her precisely because he knew she was hiding her strength and could handle tricky problems? "Boss, I'm sorry for disappointing you." Baihui put on a remorseful look, pitiful enough to be spared from punishment. But Zhou Zhu knew her true nature and wasn't fooled by her disguise. He continued, "You don't need to apologize, I prefer something more practical. Half of this month's salary will be deducted. If this happens again, you'll be fired immediately. This shop doesn't welcome incompetent employees. Understand? Or you can quit right now." Having decided to exploit Root's resources thoroughly, he reckoned it was a win-win. If they agreed, he gained; if not, he lost nothing. Either way, it was a surefire deal. Baihui's expression darkened. She hadn't expected the shop owner to be so harsh, deducting her salary for such a reason and even threatening to fire her. This time she had shot herself in the foot. She had planned to use this incident to test the boss' skills, but who would have thought those people weren't here to cause trouble? "Okay boss, I understand. I'll handle such matters properly in the future and won't cause you any trouble." "Good. I'm not paying you to slack off. Take good care of the shop." Him going upstairs. Zhou Zhu lifted his head with a hint of pride and returned to his room. Bai Hui glared at Zhou Zhu's annoying back, gritting her teeth, and vowed to make him pay once the mission was over. Zhou Zhu watched Naruto and the others exam for a while, but seeing that they were still unconscious he found it boring and stopped. He took out his brush and began drawing on the canvas. It was one of his habits. Though his painting skill had reached level 8, the height unattainable by Earth's artists, daily practice had become an integral part of his life, hard to give up. Soon he put down the brush. A scene as vivid as a photograph appeared on the paper, the iconic moment from Titanic where Jack and Rose kiss at the bow of the ship. Gazing at the painting, Zhou Zhu was lost in thought. It had been over a year since he transmigrated, hadn't it? He wondered if he would ever return to his original world. Back then he used to watch a movie every week. His memories of films were far more vivid than those of manga. But after transmigrating to this backward world there were no movies. Wait. He recalled that in this timeline the ninja world already had color films, right? Yuki Fujikaze was a famous movie star and he remembered the movie was set before Sasuke's defection. Zhou Zhu hurried downstairs and asked Bai Hui, "Is there a cinema in Konoha?" Seemingly surprised by the question, Bai Hui paused, then replied, "Yes, turn left at the door and walk 3 streets. I think there's a popular movie playing recently." "Hey, why are you leaving?" Before Bai Hui could finish, Zhou Zhu dashed out excitedly, heading straight for the cinema. What a weirdo. Bai Hui muttered to herself while making a mental note of the day's events to report to Lord Danzo after work. Zhou Zhu walked out of the Konoha cinema with a constipated expression, feeling as if all his strength had been drained. God knows what he had endured in the past hour and a half. The film industry in the ninja world was so backward that it still clung to cliched tales of princes rescuing princesses devoid of any innovation, though of course in this world such tropes might be considered novel. This only strengthened his resolve to reform the ninja film industry. Yes, the great manga artist Mr. Zhou Zhu had decided to become a director. Since he had already been reincarnated, why not experience jobs he could never have had before? Wasn't that one of the perks of being a transmigrator? The thought of bringing the classic films from his past life to the ninja world using the powerful entertainment industry of the new era to shock these uncivilized barbarians excited him. His system should have been called the Great Entertainer System instead of the Great Manga Artist System. Wouldn't a cultural invasion of another world bringing peace through entertainment be far more thrilling? Then he thought about the decadence of the entertainment circles in his past life. As the future top director of the ninja world, wouldn't it be reasonable for him to have a few female ninja at his beck and call? He chuckled to himself, imagining the possibilities. Another reason he wanted to make films was to consider the future development of his manga shop. It was obvious that after releasing the 4th volume of the manga Sasuke's Pursuit Battle there would be a gap of over 3 years. During that time he couldn't just keep drawing that manga to maintain his shop's popularity, could he? Otherwise his manga shop would likely become one of the new 3 forbidden arts of the ninja. Conversely, by advertising his manga shop in films he would inevitably attract a wave of pilgrims to the sacred site, and that would bring the popularity he needed. Once he decided to make a film, some basic filming equipment was necessary. Regarding this issue he directly approached the cinema owner, ordered a set of equipment from him and then returned home to write the script and storyboard. A few days passed in the blink of an eye. He stayed in his room refining the script. Naruto had come to him many times wanting him to help with special training. In Naruto's view, Zhou Zhu, who possessed so many miraculous scrolls, must himself be a very powerful ninja, so it was only fitting that he be the one to teach him. It had to be said that in some aspects Naruto was quite clever, able to deduce his strength. However, he was mistaken about one thing: aside from directly giving him ninjutsu scrolls, Zhou Zhu really couldn't teach him much. And this period should be the time when Naruto coincidentally met Jiraiya and became his disciple. Zhou Zhu naturally wouldn't take that away from him. Moreover, if he gave Naruto too many abilities, how would the subsequent plot develop? If Naruto didn't develop the Rasengan, he would be at a great loss. So he suggested that Naruto often visit places like women's bathhouses and female hot springs where he might just find his teacher. After receiving Zhou Zhu's answer, Naruto looked at him differently. He knew that the older man had recently drawn a manga that ninjas under 18 couldn't purchase, and no matter how much Konohamaru whined and threw tantrums he wouldn't sell it to him. As a famous genin of Konoha with some social experience, the content of that manga was somewhat obvious. Telling him to go to such places, could there be another motive? Even so, out of trust in Zhou Zhu, Naruto followed his advice. Time passed and the final round of the Chunin exam drew nearer. One day Zhou Zhu was perfecting his script at the cash register. Bai Hui had recently taken a long leave of absence, probably because the root organization was short of manpower and had summoned her back. Zhou Zhu certainly wouldn't stop her from leaving at such a time, but deducting half a month's salary wasn't too much, was it? Boss, I heard you sell that kind of manga here. Zhou Zhu looked up to see a middle-aged ronin with white hair and a forehead protector bearing the character oil staring at him with a lecherous expression, rubbing his hands together impatiently. The visitor was none other than Jiraiya. In fact, when he had directed Naruto to find his teacher at the female bathhouse, Zhou Zhu had already prepared for Jiraiya to come looking for him, not because he knew Jiraiya would come to buy that kind of manga, though that was almost certain, but because he knew Naruto would have a hard time explaining why he was loitering around the bathhouse. As a seasoned veteran, Jiraiya would likely have noticed Naruto on the very first day he started hanging around the area. And knowing that it was Zhou Zhu who had advised him, Jiraiya would naturally come to investigate. I have some. Please wait a moment. Although he knew Jiraiya's intention, Zhou Zhu didn't plan to expose him yet and waited to see what he would do next. He took a book from behind the counter. Such books were naturally not placed on the shelves, or the age restriction he had set would be useless. Handing the book to Jiraiya, the man showed no sign of leaving and started flipping through it on the spot, occasionally letting out a he sound. His expression was as lecherous as could be. No wonder he was called the pervy sage. He was practically drooling. But Zhou Zhu didn't mind. His manga shop's reputation had spread throughout Konoha, thanks in large part to the book in Jiraiya's hands. Those who were interested or wanted to buy had already come, and now he only had a few customers each day, making the shop a bit quiet. He was happy to have some company. Of course, the manga's popularity had also boosted his income. A couple of days ago, some merchants had come to stock up, intending to sell the manga in other parts of the ninja world. Zhou Zhu gladly accepted their offers as it helped spread the manga's fame. However, most merchants only wanted to buy the later manga, showing little interest in the tale of Naruto. That was not what he wanted to see. So bundle sales, anyone? Ah, that was truly magnificent. I never thought that in this ninja world there would be a great man like Kishimoto-sensei. I would love to have the chance to meet him. Jiraiya finished reading the manga, then carefully tucked it into his chest as if intending to savor it later. Well, Kishimoto-sensei's whereabouts are uncertain. It may take a lot of effort to find him. Is that so? What a pity. Then, pointing to a poster behind Zhou Zhu, he asked, by the way, boss, do you know the kid in that poster? I was also a writer once, and the protagonist of my first book happened to be named Naruto. What a coincidence. That's the name of a ninja in our village, a kid I have high hopes for. Zhou Zhu thought to himself, finally the main topic. If he hadn't asked about Naruto, I would have thought he only came to buy that kind of manga. Are you talking about that kid? I saw him just a couple of days ago. By the way, that kid has been loitering around the women's hot spring lately. As someone who cares about the safety of the girls in Konoha, I genuinely worry about what he might do to those young ladies. Do you know why he's been hanging around there? Zhou Zhu choked slightly. Is that really you, the lecherous sage? Isn't it a bit out of place for you to say such things? What about your face? Although he knew that Jiraiya was testing him by saying that, he couldn't help but mentally complain. Well, I sent him there. Zhou Zhu said calmly. Since Jiraiya had come, it was likely that Naruto had already let something slip. Continuing to hide it would only raise suspicion. Jiraiya looked surprised, as if he was astonished that Zhou Zhu had admitted it so readily, and then he asked, why? Well. Zhou Zhu took out a book from the counter and placed it on the table. This comic of mine is based on Naruto's experiences. Under this premise, the more exciting Naruto's experiences are, the more exciting my comic will be. So I lied to Naruto, telling him he could find a teacher to guide him in training near the women's hot spring. That way he would naively search around, and if someone spotted him, he would definitely be chased away as a pervert. With that, wouldn't my comic's plot become more interesting? Jiraiya's eyes narrowed slightly, clearly not expecting Zhou Zhu to give him such an answer. Then a nameless anger rose within him, and he said somewhat irritably. Don't you feel ashamed for deceiving a child like that? Not really. Zhou Zhu's voice remained calm and unruffled. That kid is an orphan, constantly isolated and bullied by the villagers. I'm the only one willing to befriend him. When I occasionally make not excessive jokes with him, he doesn't find it offensive. Instead, he feels that we share a close bond. He paused slightly and did not wait for Jiraiya to ask further, continuing to speak. However, this kid has been receiving a special allowance from the village designated for the orphans of ninjas. I guess his deceased parents must have been ninjas, right? Over the years, regardless of how this child has been wronged, not a single friend, teacher, or disciple of his parents has come to help him, as if those people died along with his parents. After all, if they hadn't died, how could they stand by and watch the child of their close friend, disciple, or teacher be bullied? Over the years I have witnessed how this child has been targeted by the villagers. Honestly, if it were me, I would have scolded my parents, wondering what kind of despicable things they did in life to make the entire village turn against them. Don't you think so? Jiraiya remained indifferent. Zhou Zhu's words felt like knives stabbing at his heart. Because he was the very master of Naruto's parents mentioned in that conversation, he also knew that Naruto's parents had not done anything despicable. Instead, they sacrificed themselves and even newborn Naruto to protect the entire village. Seeing Jiraiya bow his head in silence, Zhou Zhu sneered a bit. Yes, he personally liked the character of Jiraiya, but that did not mean he did not resent some of Jiraiya's actions. Knowing how poor Naruto's situation was, yet still sitting idly by due to various constraints, is that the attitude a master should have towards the son of his disciple. These ninjas all speak about doing it for the village, sounding very noble, but when it comes down to it, they are merely satisfying their own desires. If it weren't for power, if it weren't for the so-called greater good, it would be truly disgusting. Besides, the reason I sent him to find a teacher in such a place has its own rationale. I heard that our village's famous legendary 3 ninjas Jiraiya often frequent such places. If he happens to appear there and favors Naruto taking him as a disciple, it would surely be much better than being delayed under some ordinary chunin or jonin rite. Jiraiya stared deeply at Zhou Zhu. At this point, how could he not realize that this person had already seen through his identity? Moreover, he was subtly mocking him, clearly dissatisfied with his neglect of Naruto. Although he did not appear to be a ninja with chakra, based on the information he currently possessed, he should not be an ordinary individual. After all, not everyone in this village knows that the 4th Hokage is Naruto's father. Does the guest have any other questions? I'm still quite familiar with that child. Jiraiya suppressed his urge to act immediately. During the Chunin exam, merchants and feudal lords from various countries came to Konoha. Given the current situation, it would not be suitable to stir up trouble before understanding this person's capabilities. Haha, no need. I think I've learned about everything I wanted to know. Thank you, boss, and I'm off now. Jiraiya returned to his previous cheerful demeanor. However, when he reached the door, he was called back by the boss. Don't you really want to learn anything else? Perhaps you might need to buy a Naruto biography. It contains some of that kid's experiences. If you want to know more about him, I suggest you buy a copy and take a look. Jiraiya stopped in his tracks, his expression somewhat displeased as he turned back to take the comic book handed to him by the boss. Then he said nothing more and directly walked out the door. Hypocritical ninjas. Zhou Zhu sighed. They speak so grandly, claiming to value Naruto so much, yet they show no concern for his growth. From such small matters, it seems that Jiraiya may not really like Naruto that much. He might be bound by some prophecy, obsessed with finding the so-called child of prophecy while ignoring those who should be close to him. Such a person is truly pitiful. Now that Naruto has encountered Jiraiya, the main event of the Chunin exam should be starting soon. Since I promised Naruto that I would come to cheer for him, I ought to buy a ticket first. Tickets for such large events are indeed hard to come by, but I am not too worried. After all, among my guests there is a famous Konoha official, Konohamaru. I can just ask him for a ticket. At worst, I could bribe him with a copy of Kita's Family Matters, which he has always yearned for. Anyway, his Hokage grandfather is nearing his end, so he probably won't come looking for trouble with me. This isn't disrespecting Konohamaru, but rather that lofty 3rd Hokage genuinely disgusts me. After he passes, I won't need to worry about being spied on by his long-distance vision technique. So may he rest in peace. What a terrifying sight, uncle. There are so many people coming to watch the main event today. Zhou Zhu and Mu Yuan finally found their seats and sat down. Heaven knows what they had just endured outside. The jostling crowd was so dense that even a ninja might have been squeezed into a meat patty. Isn't Leaf Village afraid of a stampede? Which round is that kid Mingren appearing in? The first round. His opponent is that super genius of the Rishiang clan, Rishiang Ningxi. What bad luck to face such a strong opponent right from the start. No big deal, you have to believe in your brother Mingren. By the way, when Mingren comes, let's open this banner together. With that, Zhou Zhu handed a banner to Mu Yuan. Mu Yuan took it and looked at the banner's content, then said with a somewhat deflated expression. Ah, this. Uncle, isn't it inappropriate to unfurl this? Tsk tisk Mu Yuan, I have to say this to you. Don't you want your brother Mingren to win? Giving him this kind of spiritual encouragement will definitely bring out 120 of his strength. Isn't this more like a mental blow? Mu Yuan muttered to himself but said nothing more. Time ticked by second by second. Rishiang Ningxi was already standing on the arena, but Mingren was still nowhere to be seen. What's going on? Zhou Zhu wondered inwardly. Was Mingren late for this exam? He couldn't recall this. Damn, it's almost time. If brother Mingren doesn't show up, he'll be automatically disqualified. Mu Yuan also became nervous, gripping his pants tightly with both hands. What's going on? Why hasn't he arrived yet? Probably that demon fox brat doesn't have the guts to come. I knew it. How could someone like that become a chunin? Forget being a chunin, he's not even fit to be a ninja. The malicious words of the surrounding people poured out without restraint. Zhou Zhu's brow furrowed slightly. The stupidity of the crowd truly irritated him. To slander a child who had never done any wrong so recklessly, though he knew they were deceived, it was still unforgivable. Even after being treated this way, Mingren was still willing to risk his life for these people. From this perspective, he was indeed a bit too saintly. In contrast, that kid Zhou Zhu was more clear-cut in his love and hate. His actions were generally understandable to most ordinary people. Time passed by second by second. Suddenly someone shouted to look at the sky. Everyone instinctively looked up, and a black dot gradually grew larger, eventually revealing a figure. With a loud boom, he landed in the arena. Zhou Zhu was stunned. So this was Mingren's flashy entrance. Truly worthy of being the protagonist of this world. Well, if he hadn't landed face first, it might have been cooler. What are you doing, Mingren? With elite chunin-level taijutsu you can't even land steadily. Or is it the will of the universe that forces you to be a goofball? Mingren scrambled up from the ground, smiled awkwardly, and then said to the examiner, Buzihuo Xuanjian, Xuanhua Mingren reporting for duty. Buzihuo Xianjian nodded and announced in a clear voice, both participants are present. The match begins. Then he swiftly vanished from the arena. You bastard, how dare you treat Chu Tian like that? I will definitely teach you a lesson. A dead last is a dead last. No matter how you struggle, you can't escape your predetermined fate. You should have realized that too, demon fox brat. You. Brother Mingren, you're the coolest, you're the best. Defeat the White Eyes without hesitation, next Hokage will be you. The chanting came from the stands. Both Mingren and Ningxi instinctively turned to look at the source. It turned out that Mu Yuan and Zhou Zhu were holding up a long banner which read, "If the heavens had not given birth to me, Mingren, the ninja world would be shrouded in eternal darkness." While Mu Yuan was pulling the banner, he shouted energetically. This. Suddenly he felt that the Chunin exam didn't matter anymore, and becoming Hokage was just whatever. He was tired and just wanted to crawl into a hole. This was too embarrassing. Hey. Don't you two have any sense of shame? Zhou Zhu claimed he knew nothing, he was just an emotionless banner holder. The slogans were all shouted by Mu Yuan and had nothing to do with him. Zhou, of course, he would never mention that he bribed Mu Yuan with a role from his first movie. You two please be quiet. Otherwise we will expel you for disrupting the exam order. Buzihuo Xianjian flashed to their side and said somewhat helplessly. Oh, got it. Honestly, Mu Yuan, what's wrong with you? How did you get so wild the moment I wasn't paying attention? Don't do it again. Zhou Zhu said to the bewildered Mu Yuan with a reproachful expression, then pushed him into a seat and grinned at Xianjian. Don't worry, honored ninja, I've already talked to Mu Yuan. He won't do it again. Xianjian rolled his eyes, gave them another warning, and then flashed away. Hey Uncle Zhou Zhu, I've been humiliated. You have to keep your word. Don't worry. I Zhou Zhu have always been a man of my word. I promise you'll star in my new movie. Zhou Zhu brushed him off, then ignored Mu Yuan's excitement and turned his gaze back to the arena. Seeing the commotion in the stands gradually subside, Mingren breathed a sigh of relief and at the same time felt a warmth in his heart, sensing a familial care. This was also what Zhou Zhu wanted Mingren to know. Otherwise, surrounded by the malicious words of those villagers among so many people in the stands, how could he see that there were still two people supporting him? It seems that even a fool like you can have a few foolish friends. Ningxi said somewhat jealously. Yes, he was a bit envious of Mingren. Even this demon fox brat had support. As for himself, the main family members probably wished for him to lose just like that. Watch your words, because I will make you regret your rudeness. A cold glint flashed in Mingren's eyes. He was truly angry now. He couldn't allow anyone to insult his friends. Bang! The two clashed fiercely, colliding with each other. As soon as they engaged, Ningxi felt the force from Mingren. As the battle grew intense, Ningxi gradually couldn't keep up with Mingren's speed. This brought him great shock. With his strength, even without using the gentle fist, he had the taijutsu ability of an average chunin. Yet Mingren could overpower him in taijutsu. Didn't that mean Mingren was at least at chunin level? Was this the dead last? Ningxi feigned a move and leaped out of the combat circle, then assumed a stance, one hand forward, one hand back. The white crane spreading wings posed the starting posture of the gentle fist. He was going to get serious. The two resumed their battle, and Naruto could clearly feel the pressure coming from this top contender of his class. Even though he possessed elite Chunin-level physical skills, he found himself at a disadvantage before his opponent. This was quite normal. At this point Naruto was merely a slightly stronger Chunin, excelling only in physical techniques, while the Hyuga clan had almost abandoned ninjutsu to focus solely on physical combat. Under such circumstances, how could his physical prowess possibly compare to Niji's, who also held Chunin-level strength? With a series of slaps, Naruto gradually found it hard to keep up with Niji's rhythm, receiving several powerful blows that sent him flying. Ha! Zhou Zhu let out a yawn, thinking that with Naruto's elite Chunin-level physical abilities he would be able to hold his ground against Niji for a few rounds. However, he was caught off guard and had his chakra points sealed. Under normal circumstances, a ninja whose chakra points had been sealed by the gentle fist style would find it difficult to mobilize their chakra, which was almost tantamount to being at the mercy of others. This is precisely the terrifying aspect of the Hyuga's gentle fist technique, though this is merely what the manga depicts. Zhou Zhu himself did not find this ability particularly impressive. Yet it was a pity that despite being in a seemingly winning position, someone activated a cheat completely disregarding the strongest sealing ability of the gentle fist. Activating an infinite blues script, he indirectly drained the absolute defense of his opponent until it cooled down, ultimately catching his adversary off guard and knocking him out. It was quite absurd, but what could he say? After all, he was the protagonist with a cheat. However, to be fair, under normal circumstances, without relying on cheats, Naruto still had a chance to surpass Niji. He could do so simply by activating his Sharingan. With the support of the dynamic vision granted by the Sharingan, Naruto's physical combat prowess could almost reach the level of a Jonin. At this level, no intricate technique could compensate for the difference. Of course, Naruto clearly would not resort to that even in the face of the imminent threat posed by Orochimaru. He had not used it then, let alone now under the watchful eyes of the crowd. As expected, the storyline unfolded as he anticipated. In a fit of rage, Naruto put Niji in a tough spot, and after using the heavenly spin for defense, he was eventually exhausted by Naruto's Sea of People tactic, culminating in a rising dragon fist that ended the battle. Yay! Uncle Naruto won! Konohamaru exclaimed joyfully while the surrounding villagers cheered after witnessing this spectacular match. Watching Naruto bask in the cheers of the crowd, Zhou Zhu suddenly understood the simple thoughts of this guy. He had truly been lonely for too long, longing for someone's recognition. Although the villagers had done many excessive things to him, he still wished to gain their acceptance through his own efforts. This clumsy behavior was hard to determine whether it was laughable or admirable. The following matches lacked any excitement, as they were basically a reenactment of the manga. Zhou Zhu felt drowsy and was thinking about going home. However, seeing Konohamaru's enthusiastic expression beside him, he dismissed that thought. Finally, after Sasuke pierced through Gaara's absolute defense with the Chidori feathers began to fall from the sky. Nirvana technique, Zhou Zhu muttered. One by one the audience around him began to doze off. To avoid being too conspicuous, Zhou Zhu pretended to fall asleep, covering Konohamaru with his body. Overall, in this segment of the story, the crowd in the arena was actually the safest, while outside the summoned Orochimaru wreaked havoc, posing a potential threat. Thus Zhou Zhu did not hurry to leave. Shortly after, a ninja woke him and the others, gradually ushering them to a safe area. Zhou Zhu followed the crowd to the shelter. At this moment Konohamaru was trembling fearfully, asking Zhou Zhu, "Uncle Zhou Zhu, do you think Grandpa will be okay?" During the evacuation, it was clear that Konohamaru had also witnessed the scene on the roof. Although it was not very clear that massive four purple flames formation was directly above where the Hokage had been, which looked extremely dangerous. Zhou Zhu remained indifferent, momentarily unsure how to respond to the question. He already knew the fate of the third Hokage, and lying to this child at this moment felt excessively cruel. He could only comfort him, saying, "It'll be fine, Konohamaru. You are a strong ninja. Regardless of whether your grandfather is in trouble or not, I believe he would want you to be brave and strong." Konohamaru seemed to take in his words of comfort, and the tremors of his body gradually subsided. Looking at this strong child, Zhou Zhu unconsciously held him tighter. "You are Zhou Zhu, aren't you?" Zhou Zhu looked up to see a masked ninja looking down at him. "I am. May I ask who you are?" "Who I am is not important. Please come with me now," the man ordered coldly. Zhou Zhu's heart tightened slightly. At this moment it was likely a root ninja who had come to find him. "This is so annoying. Is there something you need?" "That is not for you to ask." Just come with me, the man remained indifferent. Hey, what kind of attitude is that? Isn't it suspicious to take someone away so casually in this situation? Konohamaru protested loudly. Unfortunately, the man seemed to ignore him, focusing solely on Zhou Zhu, seemingly waiting for him to make a decision. I say. Zhou Zhu pressed down on Konohamaru's shoulder, shaking his head slightly. More and more people around began to turn their gazes towards them. Zhou Zhu knew that if he wanted to remain in this Konoha village in the future, he had no choice but to comply. Thus he gave Konohamaru a reassuring look, then stood up and said to the ninja, "Lead the way." Following the masked ninja, Zhou Zhu navigated through the crowd, winding through unknown paths until they arrived at a door. He estimated that the evacuation site was underground, and now this ninja had led him far below. He figured they were already very far from the surface. If on a flat plane, they were likely directly beneath the Hokage tower. Could this place be the stronghold of Danzo's root? Without further thought, the ninja knocked on the door. After receiving a response from inside, the door was opened. However, he did not enter but gestured for Zhou Zhu to go in. Since he had already arrived at this place, Zhou Zhu had no reason to hesitate, so he stepped inside boldly. It was still a dark room. The room was empty with nothing inside. Only at the front of the room stood an old man whose right eye and right arm were wrapped in bandages. With such distinct features, how could he be anyone other than Danzo? Tuanzong stared intently at Zhou Zhu, scrutinizing him as if he were trying to uncover some clue from his presence, remaining silent for a long time. To be honest, if I were to rank the people I dislike the most in Naruto, Tuanzong would undoubtedly be in the top 3. This iron-fisted ninja, working in tandem with the third Hokage, a ninja known for his soft approach to outsiders, formed a formidable duo. Together they managed to lower Konoha's combat strength to a level almost equivalent to that of other villages, demonstrating their well-intentioned efforts. "Commoner, you seem a bit too calm," Tuanzong said in a deep voice. Zhou Zhu almost laughed out loud. He couldn't tell if this person was being deliberately condescending or if he was simply like this all the time. How could he be so pretentious? No matter how you look at it, this person is just an ordinary individual without a trace of chakra, right? Even the Byakugan ninjas under my command have come to the same conclusion after their investigations. Given your ignorance, I shall forgive your rudeness. Answer truthfully, what is your purpose in approaching the Jinchuriki? Hearing such commanding words, one might think that if he were indeed an ordinary person, he would have already been captured. But am I really an ordinary person? Jinchuriki? Who is that? You don't know. I don't know. You should know. I really don't know. Do you know that you know? It is precisely because I don't know that I say I don't know. This exchange, reminiscent of the style of a great ancient hero, was certainly not what they had just discussed. This was Zhou Zhu translating based on the eye contact exchange between the two for those who did not understand. In truth, when Zhou Zhu asked what a Jinchuriki was, Tuanzong had been staring at him intently. After a moment he explained, "Naruto." "Oh, that kid. I didn't know he had the title of Jinchuriki too. Then how do you explain his abnormal increase in power? You might not believe it, but that kid Naruto has always been at the bottom of the ninja academy. However, he possesses tremendous physical strength. With just a little training he can reach the level of a chunin." Zhou Zhu said this with a sincere face while fabricating lies. Tuanzang's forehead bulged with veins, clearly infuriated, and then he roared, "Enough. You deceitful commoner have not spoken a single truth from the beginning until now. But that's fine, I believe you will talk soon enough." Saying this he smiled faintly, then clapped his hands. A ninja immediately pushed the door open and knelt before Tuanzong, greeting him. "Take him away and extract everything he knows." "Yes." The ninja replied coldly, standing up and attempting to restrain Zhou Zhu. However, Zhou Zhu evaded the ninja's reaching hand with a swift movement, then with lightning speed he seized the ninja's throat with one hand and twisted it, slightly snapping it. The ninja struggled on the ground for a moment before falling still. Tuanzang's pupils contracted at the speed Zhou Zhu displayed was not something an ordinary jonin could possess. "Oh dear, this is truly troublesome. I had originally planned to bide my time, but I never expected this old trash to attack me, a mere nobody, while Konoha is under siege from others. I suppose it's not just me, other suspects you must have also fallen victim to your schemes, right? Truly deserving of being called the tumor of Konoha. Who exactly are you?" His right hand clutched the bandages on his left arm, adopting a wary stance. "However, I didn't expect you to value your life so much, only having 2 bodyguards by your side while the others went off to eliminate rivals." Saying this, Zhou Zhu leaped into the air. The next moment a kunai flew through the spot where he had just stood and a ninja appeared there. Although I wanted to leave you for Sasuke since I really want the Izanagi, I think I'll pass. By then I estimate I will already be invincible, so there's no need to keep something like you around to disgust myself. Tuanzong looked around. The room was not large, yet he could not find Zhou Zhu's figure. Then the small room suddenly filled with fog, startling Tuanzong, who exclaimed in a harsh voice. Silent killing technique. You are a ninja from the Mist Village. Think whatever you want, but I am not going to explain myself to the dead. The mist thickened, and while visibility still allowed, Tuanzong and the ninja charged towards the door. As long as they got out the door, this technique would automatically dissipate. I'm sorry, but this way is blocked. Before they could react, Zhou Zhu's figure appeared outside the door, hands forming seals, then struck the ground. Earth-style earth flow wall. A wall of earth rose directly, blocking the door completely. A trivial skill. Tuanzong formed a hand seal and spat out a ball of wind. Wind-style vacuum sphere. The wind ball collided with the wall of earth, only creating a shallow dent, not shattering it as Tuanzong had hoped. In just this delay, the mist had filled the entire room, reducing visibility to its lowest point. Damn it! Tuanzong cursed inwardly, astonished at the power of Zhou Zhu's techniques, then prepared to unleash a more powerful jutsu. However, suddenly he heard a scream near his ear. He immediately went on high alert. The voice just now was from the ninja beside him, who must have already met a grim fate. In the presence of enemies, attacking this earthen wall was clearly unwise. In this limited visibility situation, he found that his Sharingan was utterly ineffective, causing him some anxiety. Fortunately, he had several Sharingan on his left arm. As long as he could lift the seal, he could use the information disparity to counterattack. However, ideals are often grand while reality is not always agreeable. Just as he formed a seal, his right arm was quietly severed. What? Tuanzong was horrified. If that arm was his lifeline and now it was severed, what was he to do? However, before he could think much further, a good head rolled down, and the once great Tuanzong met his untimely demise in utter bewilderment. As the thick mist gradually dispersed, Zhou Zhu's figure slowly emerged, holding an ice dagger in his right hand, its cold gleam reflecting no trace of blood. Zhou Zhu dispersed the ice blade in his hand without bothering to clean up the battlefield. The few eyeballs from Danzo were of no use to him, and while Shishui's kaleidoscope was a good item, he had no intention of swapping out one of his own eyes. Leaving the chaotic scene as a smokescreen, Zhou Zhu returned to the shelter alone after cancelling the earth flow. Zhou Zhu, are you okay? Upon seeing Zhou Zhu return, Konohamaru said joyfully. I'm fine. Lord Danzo asked me about some matters. He answered briefly and then sat down next to Konohamaru. Although he appeared calm, thoughts were swirling in his mind. Even though he had quietly eliminated Danzo, the troubles that would follow were bound to be numerous. After all, he had been taken away by the root ninja in plain sight, and anyone could investigate that. As the last living person known to Danzo before his demise, his questioning would inevitably not be easy. However, it was fortunate that the third Hokage was also about to die. Thus those who were obsessed with investigating Danzo's cause of death would not be many, just those two old stubborn elders of Konoha. If they conducted a serious investigation, they would definitely find plenty of evidence of his dealings with Orochimaru, and at that point the blame would naturally fall on Orochimaru. The group stayed in the shelter for a long time until a ninja suddenly appeared, informing everyone that the turmoil outside had been quelled and urging them to leave the shelter in an orderly manner. The crowd thronged back to the surface, returning to the residential area of the village. The devastation was visible to the naked eye. While it wasn't as clean as if washed by missiles, the collapsed houses revealed the brutality of the battle. Konohamaru naturally had someone watching over him, but seeing the serious expression on that person's face, it seemed the third Hokage had truly fallen as depicted in the story. This so-called ninja hero was in reality an elderly and senile ninja, finally ending his long rule over Konoha. Zhou Zhu was fortunate that his house was unharmed. He returned to his room thinking that although he had arranged something with Naruto and Sasuke, there had been too many events today. They probably wouldn't come today, but rather tomorrow. He also needed to hurry and finish the second volume of his manga while the merchants from various countries were still around to promote it again and quickly enhance his strength. Despite today's experiences, he was certain that his strength was indeed at the pinnacle of the ninja world, yet being at the top did not mean invincibility. He needed to strengthen himself to the point of being invincible to fully enjoy the game. The next day, Sasuke and Naruto indeed arrived together. The reason they came so early was that they had truly made arrangements with someone, and after experiencing this incident they felt their strengths were lacking. Especially Sasuke, who after seeing Naruto summon such a massive beast felt a deep sense of loss and a profound loathing for his own weakness. Thus he was the most proactive in today's visit. So I defeated Gaara and brought him back. What happened afterward we don't know. Naruto and Sasuke recounted every detail of the Chunin exams from beginning to end, during which Zhou Zhu continually inquired, gradually revealing a clearer narrative that aligned with his own memories, allowing him to understand nearly all that had transpired. Thank you Naruto Sasuke. As a return gift I plan to give you something after the manga is released. This time I want to choose a big present that will definitely make you surpass your peers in the same generation. Zhou Zhu set down the notebook he had been recording in and said to the two. Thank you uncle. Naruto said happily, scratching his head. Sasuke remained silent, clearly troubled by something. Zhou Zhu noticed but chose not to speak. At that moment Sasuke was still struggling internally, but he had not yet made the determination to forsake everything for power. Thus if he intervened now Sasuke would certainly have many reservations. Since that was the case he didn't rush. After all, it wouldn't be long before Sasuke would encounter his elder brother, and after suffering a great setback he could take the opportunity to make some requests. After the two left, Zhou Zhu quickly finished the second volume of the manga. This volume covered the events following the incident in the Land of Waves, starting from the registration of several participants for the Chunin exams all the way to the conclusion of the Konoha collapse plan. In this volume various ninjas displayed an array of ninjutsu secret techniques and physical arts, especially the climactic battle between the third Hokage and the previous Hokages, which was particularly thrilling and pushed the entire volume to its peak. Although this battle wasn't narrated by Naruto and Sasuke, based on his memories and deductions he had pieced together a fairly complete picture of the fight. At this point in the drawing he realized that having only the perspectives of the two male protagonists was insufficient. There might be many events that the other two main characters had not witnessed firsthand, which meant he would need more narrators. However, there was no rush. After the next chapter there would be a considerable gap, allowing him to find more narrators. In summary, this chapter should be one of the more enjoyable early parts of the Naruto series, and surpassing the sales of the previous volume was a certainty. At that point he could launch another wave of bundled promotions, and wouldn't that be delightful? It was undeniable that with the system's assistance Zhou Zhu's speed in producing manga was truly remarkable. The next day he again hung up a promotional sign outside. A hidden threat in the darkness. The most critical moment since the founding of Konoha. A backstab from allies. A deadly showdown between master and disciple. All previous Hokages make an appearance. Volume 2 of Naruto is shockingly released. The sign was still eye-catching, however this time there was an additional line of small text below. Those who purchase the manga in the first 3 days will receive a preview poster of the latest work Female Spy by Kishimoto-sensei, and can enjoy a 20% discount with the poster after the manga release. Indeed, Zhou Zhu had finally leveraged the popularity of the renowned author Kishimoto to bundle the 2 volumes of manga together. With Kishimoto's immense popularity surpassing that of Naruto, it would undoubtedly elevate its own popularity. Sure enough, when the first person to buy the manga received the poster of the stunning female ninja clad in a black bodysuit, everyone was thrilled. Especially when behind that ninja a pair of large hands seemed to want to seize her directly. Some people were completely unable to resist frantically buying manga just to collect more posters. After comparing, they found that these posters were not identical. If this beautiful ninja was striking different poses. What were they waiting for? They bought it in droves. Especially with the subsequent merchants appearing, buying hundreds or even thousands of copies further ignited everyone's enthusiasm for purchasing. 100,000 copies. Zhou Zhu stared at the sales figure displayed on the system panel, unable to believe it himself. In just 3 short days he had sold 100,000 copies, directly exceeding the minimum limit by more than 10 times. Although it was due to the popularity of the Chunin exam, it could be said that he had completely tapped into the book's potential. It would be difficult for sales to see a significant increase afterward. However, he was already sufficiently satisfied with his current sales figures. Perhaps as the story of the second volume of the comic gradually gained traction, the sales of his third and fourth volumes would reach new heights. But that's a discussion for another day. At least from the current perspective, his bundling sales strategy was entirely correct. At night Zhou Zhu eagerly settled the task. As the system interface refreshed, he saw his rewards. Power enhancement. Ninjutsu editor unlocked. Mastery of alchemy at full proficiency. Basic pill formulas 100. Intermediate pill formulas 10. Advanced pill formula 1. Art skill 1. Zhou Zhu was thrilled as he looked at the long list of rewards displayed by the system, even though he had been mentally prepared. He quickly glanced at the explanations for these rewards. The power enhancement was self-explanatory, it was extracted directly. A familiar sensation washed over him as he mastered all the ninjutsu secret techniques, bloodline limits and their chakra amounts that appeared in his comics. It could be said that Zhou Zhu now had the power to walk confidently in the entire shinobi world. Even a bag of rice would bow its head upon seeing him. This chakra amount was absolutely superior to all nine-tailed beasts, second only to the 10 tails. Next he looked at the explanation for the second reward. In short, through this editor he could adjust the effects and costs of the ninjutsu as he saw fit. For example, he could change the burning damage of the Great Fireball technique to freezing damage and alter the chakra consumption to that of physical strength or vitality. Of course, such substitutions must be ones that Zhou Zhu himself had mastered and must be equivalent. This equivalence was not simply about quantity. 1 unit of vitality might equal 10 or even 100 units of chakra. Zhou Zhu pondered, scratching his chin. This ability seemed somewhat nonsensical, but it appeared he could play with some tricks. For instance, pure chakra consumption for the 8 gates technique. Although this kind of play might be beyond the means of ordinary people, as opening the 8 gates would deplete chakra almost instantly, wasn't there a big charging treasure in the shinobi world? Just imagine Naruto endlessly opening the 8 gates and kicking Uchiha Obito. It felt very promising. Mastery of alchemy at full proficiency, as the name suggests, means mastering all alchemical techniques. As long as there are formulas and materials, he could definitely refine a finished pill. Such pills similar to those recorded in cultivation novels did not yet exist in the shinobi world. The more than 100 formulas below were clearly meant to be used in conjunction with this skill. He took a rough glance and found that the basic pills already had excellent effects. Pills like the Bigu pill and Chi enhancement pill frequently appeared in various cultivation novels. These types of pills had wide-ranging effects, but it wouldn't be accurate to say they were precious. Intermediate formulas were impressive, such as the Universal Antidote Pill, Explosion Pill, and Yuan Cultivation Pill. These would likely be fiercely contested by various ninja villages. And the one advanced formula indeed had a simple name, Longevity Pill. Consuming it could extend one's life by 100 years. This effect would not be of much use in a cultivation world where lifespans often reached thousands or tens of thousands of years. But this was the shinobi world. This was a world where elite warriors generally did not live past middle age. With such a pill, would those ambitious figures not need to rely on others to fulfill their aspirations? Would those once dominant strongmen not succumb to an early death due to depleted vitality? Although there was the Otsutsuki clan whose lifespans were generally reckoned in thousands of years, for now the longevity pill, which extended life by 100 years, was indeed powerful, as it increased not only lifespan but also immense vitality, which had many uses in the ninja world. Finally, there was the regular art skill reward. To be honest, his art skills were already astonishing enough. If the ability to evoke empathy in others continued to grow, what would it become? Making the unreal become real. It would be best not to go too far with that. After going through everything, Zhou Zhu did not hesitate and directly accepted all that he could. Only what he held in his hands could be considered truly his, if this had always been his life principle. After receiving all the rewards, Zhou Zhu finally sighed in relief. With the phase task completed and possessing unrivaled power in the shinobi world, he could finally approach tasks with less tension and do things he enjoyed, like making movies. Of course, before diving into the film industry, he still needed to fulfill his promise to the buyers and produce the latest work of teacher Kishimoto. With his previous experience, he already knew how to attract readers. Therefore, in this newly released comic, he designed a story in which beautiful ninja spy Miss Anbei is tasked with investigating a secret organization in the shinobi world that sells drugs banned throughout. During the investigation, Miss Anbei accidentally falls into an enemy ambush while her fiancé remains blissfully unaware. After all, the plot of such a comic is not really important. As long as you write it tightly and express the protagonist's inner torment and complexity, the readers will undoubtedly buy it, whether they are fans of the Minotaur or pure love, as black and red is still considered red. For Zhou Zhu, the most time-consuming part of drawing comics was devising the plot. Once the plot was complete, drawing it truly did not take much time. Before he knew it, he had completed the comic. Hiss. Zhou Zhu looked at the comic he had drawn and felt a toothache. With the enhancement of his art skills, not only could he evoke empathy, but it also gave readers an immersive feeling as if they themselves were the protagonists of the comic. With such art skills comparable to Illusion's drawing such an absurd comic, he could only pray that the readers had strong hearts. It's a pity that Baihui hasn't returned yet. I wonder if they are going to disband their roots, Zhou Zhu thought. Originally he had predicted that there might be troubles after killing Danzo, but he hadn't encountered any at all. It seemed that the death of the third Hokage had indeed brought many troubles to the higher-ups of Konoha. They were too preoccupied to even care about Danzo's death. This was a good thing for Zhou Zhu. If they had sought him out before the release of his comic, it would have been a hassle, as he wouldn't have dared to claim invincibility in Konoha back then. But now he could only say it was casual. It was a pity to lose such a free labor force that had been exploited. Just then there was a knock at the door downstairs. Zhou Zhu was puzzled. He had clearly hung up the sign saying he was not operating and it was so late, who could it be? With that curiosity Zhou Zhu went downstairs to open the door only to find that the one knocking was Sasuke. At this moment Sasuke looked somewhat disheveled with fresh bruises on his face as if he had just been beaten. His usual aloof demeanor was gone, replaced by a pitiable state. Come in, Sasuke. Zhou Zhu did not ask anything and simply let him in. He poured a cup of tea and waited for him to speak. As Sasuke narrated, Zhou Zhu gradually understood the whole story. It turned out that Sasuke had learned of his brother's visit to Konoha, so he followed Naruto and the others out of the village. They encountered his brother at a small inn and Sasuke was promptly beaten black and blue. Fortunately Jiraiya arrived and drove the two away. Having witnessed Jiraiya's strength, Sasuke wanted to become his disciple, but Jiraiya refused. So Sasuke had to slink back alone. So, Zhou Zhu began after hearing Sasuke's account. You came to me for your own scroll, didn't you? I have it ready. I was planning to give it to you and Naruto when you both came together. But if you want to take it now you can. Not enough. Sasuke shook his head. I need more scrolls. The gap between my strength and his is too vast. One scroll is far from sufficient. Ah, I see. Zhou Zhu sighed and folded his arms. But I can't just give them to you for nothing, can I? These are the accumulation of my clan over generations. At the very least the principle of equivalent exchange must be observed. Please. Sasuke prostrated himself on the floor, pressing his forehead to the tatami mat. Whatever the cost, anything I have can be taken. Just give me the power to surpass that man. This is a bit tricky. Zhou Zhu deliberately put on a troubled expression, then as if making a momentous decision spoke to Sasuke. Sasuke, seeing you so blinded by hatred makes me uneasy. Actually, over the past millennia my clan has collected many ninjutsu and secret techniques, some of which are quite peculiar. Among these bizarre abilities one is particularly extraordinary. For generations other techniques were manageable, but this one, only a ninja with exceptional talent could absorb it because it was too important. But since I am the last of my clan and have no intention of leaving heirs, I absorbed that technique myself. Sasuke looked at Zhou Zhu with confusion, wondering why he was telling him this. The name of this technique is the deduction art. Zhou Zhu began his usual spiel. Put simply, this technique allows one to trace everything that happened in a certain place over a period of time. Earlier, for the sake of manga material, I used this ability at the Uchiha clan's former site and made an unexpected discovery. Sasuke stared at him in shock, both at the power of the ability and at the fact that Zhou Zhu would casually bring up the annihilation of his clan. Could there be some hidden truth behind it? Personally, I think seeking revenge against your brother is perfectly justified, whether for personal reasons or for the sake of the clan. However, I believe you should know the truth before making your decision. With that, Zhou Zhu recounted the entire story behind the Uchiha clan's massacre, based largely on the information he remembered, which might not be entirely accurate, but the overall outline was correct. The reason he told Sasuke all this was a small selfish desire of his own. Having been transported into this world, simply following the original plot would be far too dull. Moreover, if some of the tragedies he had seen in the manga could be avoided, that would be for the best. Although he was not particularly fond of Uchiha Itachi, there was no denying that his feelings for Sasuke were genuine. From that perspective, it would be better to consult Sasuke on how to handle Itachi's fate. If even Sasuke, a relatively rational person, believed his brother was worth forgiving, then as an outsider Zhou Zhu had nothing more to say. After all, Itachi's crimes hurt Sasuke the most directly. If the victim himself could forgive, then Zhou Zhu would have no reason to hold a grudge and could simply give them a happy end. As for Itachi's incurable disease, with the art of alchemy at his disposal, that problem could be solved. Among the pill formulas he possessed, there were at least 3 that could cure him. This way he could also leverage Sasuke into helping him with some tasks. Upon hearing the truth from Zhou Zhu, Sasuke initially refused to believe it. But then he thought about Itachi's words, that he had wiped out the clan just to test his own strength, which seemed even less plausible. After a long inner struggle, he simply asked, Really? Really? Zhou Zhu replied with a sincere face, followed by another long silence. As I said, I don't approve of your brother's methods, but that has nothing to do with me. If you still think your brother is insane and not worth forgiving, I can provide you with help, not for free of course, and it won't instantly make you as strong as him, but it will accelerate your training. If you think your brother's actions were understandable, then I suggest you take it slow and train step by step. With my help you want progress slowly, and I believe your brother will come to you on his own. Zhou Zhu laid out both options for Sasuke and waited for his response. I still want to go find him. Sasuke seemed to have made up his mind, speaking with determination. I will defeat him and ask him face to face about what happened back then. Then I will decide his fate. That might disappoint you. Zhou Zhu shrugged helplessly. Whether you forgive him or not, his life won't be long. When he told Sasuke about his brother's terminal illness, Sasuke was completely stunned. So even if he did nothing, his brother might only have a few years left. But was that really the outcome he wanted? Uncle Zhou Zhu, do your clan's secret scrolls contain any way to solve this? Zhou Zhu had a knowing look. These two, one obsessed with his brother, the other with his brother, had just sworn to decide his fate, and now Sasuke was already thinking about how to save him. Was this truly the Uchiha way? As for the scrolls, probably not. Then, seeing Sasuke's disappointed expression, he added, but I do have some other methods. In short, our family has inherited the art of pill refinement. Your brother's condition happens to be treatable with a pill I possess. After all, no one in the ninja world understands systems. So long as he fabricates a plausible explanation and produces a tangible result, his word becomes truth. Then Uncle Zhou Zhu, may I have this medicine? Sasuke asked earnestly. I could certainly grant it, but what Sasuke-kun would be your price? Sasuke fell silent. Though he would willingly sacrifice everything for his brother, the stark truth was, he possessed little worth sacrificing. His clan's wealth had been largely confiscated by the village. His current assets amounted to little more than Naruto's. Very well, Sasuke, I understand your predicament. Watching Sasuke's flustered expression, Zhou Zhu suppressed a quiet chuckle, inwardly savoring the moment he'd lured him into the trap. He exercised great caution when enhancing protagonist's strength, fearing excessive narrative deviation beyond his comprehension. Yet he remained generous in non-combat domains, both to offer assistance and subtly shape their trajectory. He withdrew a sheet of paper from behind his back and handed it to Sasuke with a gesture inviting him to read it. Sasuke skimmed it hastily, then looked up in astonishment. An actor's contract. Precisely, an actor's contract. Zhou Zhu smiled warmly, resembling nothing so much as a dubious uncle coaxing an impressionable youth. You see, I'm expanding my ventures. I plan to launch a film and entertainment company, and we're urgently in need of talent. Sasuke, you possess striking features. I've decided to sign you. But Uncle Zhou Zhu, I'm a shinobi. I know nothing of acting. No matter, I'm self-taught in directing and exceptionally skilled at cultivating performers. Still, I feel utterly unsuited. Sasuke flushed with embarrassment. How on earth had Uncle Zhou Zhu conceived such an idea? Was it fitting for someone so aloof and reserved to become an actor? Worse still, if he truly stepped onto that stage, how could he confront Itachi with solemn gravity when his enemy might greet him with, well, look who it is, Uchiha Sasuke, the big screen star. No worries, I'm hardly a villain. Take your time to consider. There's no rush to decide. Zhou Zhu rose and gently patted Sasuke's shoulder. Reflect carefully, weigh your brother's life against your own pride. Sasuke stumbled out the door, dazed and hollow-eyed, while Zhou Zhu stood at the threshold waving earnestly. Think it over, Sasuke-kun. Zhou Zhu couldn't help but wonder if he'd developed some peculiar affliction. This coercive gambit, had he deployed it on any young woman, he'd long since have left the ranks of the inexperienced. The entire manga series could have spun from such a scenario. Yet here he was applying it to Sasuke, proof perhaps of his profound devotion to the entertainment industry, or a preemptive investment in its future nebulous ethical codes. He wasn't worried Sasuke would refuse. After all, what wouldn't a devoted younger brother do to save his gravely ill elder sibling? This leverage was absolute. Had Sasuke done anything else, Zhou Zhu would have considered his orientation perfectly conventional. True to expectation, at dawn the next day Zhou Zhu opened his door to find Sasuke standing outside, dark circles etched beneath his eyes, resolve hardening in his gaze. Uncle, I agree. Ah, excellent, I knew Sasuke-kun would make the right choice. Come and let's talk. Zhou Zhu ushered him inside, exchanged pleasantries, then retrieved the same sheet of paper. Though once Sasuke-kun attains true power, this parchment contract may no longer bind you. I trust your integrity, and thus ask you to sign it nonetheless. Zhou Zhu insisted on the signature, not out of belief in its legal weight but simply as a perverse indulgence. Perhaps should Sasuke later deny their agreement, Zhou Zhu could pin him down and brandish this very contract, lending righteous justification to his retribution. Sasuke's brow twitched repeatedly at the clause specifying 20 years, yet he signed his name without protest. With this contract sealed, don't regret your decision later. Uncle Zhou Zhu, the medicine. Patience, it hasn't been refined yet. Today I'll procure the necessary herbs and prepare it for you. Don't doubt my word, I reside here in the village. Should the pill prove ineffective you may hold me accountable. But Sasuke, I must clarify one thing. Zhou Zhu paused then continued, this contract remains valid, regardless of whether you remain a Konoha shinobi or not. Should I call upon you later you won't disavow it. A chill ran through Sasuke. Uncle Zhou Zhu seemed to have pierced straight to his hidden intent. Indeed he had already resolved to leave Konoha and seek Orochimaru's tutelage. This village offered no path to greater strength. Moreover Konoha bore blood-deep enmity toward his clan. By every measure remaining here was untenable. Yet, had Uncle Zhou Zhu deduced this? It was plausible, he knew the Uchiha clan's history with the village. Sasuke nodded silently then voiced his desire for Zhou Zhu's guidance in cultivating strength. Ah, you still place such weight on power, child. Zhou Zhu sighed softly. Very well, I happen to be producing a film. Join the production as an actor. Upon completion I'll present you with 2 scrolls, one as gratitude for this manga collaboration and another as your performance reward, each chosen freely by you. Sasuke's lips tightened yet he acquiesced first because he desperately needed strength, second because having signed the contract immediate reneging would be dishonorable. Having agreed to return the next day for the medicine Sasuke departed burdened with thought. Zhou Zhu wasted no time, heading straight to the apothecary to purchase herbs and alchemical tools. It bears noting to align with this world's natural laws the system had adapted alchemical instruments accordingly. Thus all required tools were readily available at the apothecary, no need to forge cauldrons or furnaces himself. Utterly convenient. By midday Zhou Zhu emerged from his chamber holding a porcelain vial, the vessel containing the pill of affliction removal recorded in his intermediate pill formula. As its name implies this pill cures virtually any internally generated ailment, ranked alongside the universal antidote pill and the spring restoration pill as the triad of omnipotent remedies. Sasuke, what's up with your expression? It's too stiff. Zhou Zhu poked his head out from behind the camera and shouted at Sasuke. Sasuke's mouth twitched as he turned to glance at Kakashi who was snickering beside him wearing a face that resembled constipation. He thought that acting should be a simple task since a ninja's major skill is disguise, but he found it surprisingly difficult once he actually tried it. It wasn't just about portraying the characters, he also had to pay attention to the visual aesthetics. Just take earlier for instance, he was holding a cleaver like it was a butcher's knife. What should have been a simple task became challenging under Zhou Zhu's insistence to make it look good. Think carefully about how to do it, our time is limited. Don't waste time. Let's start. By the way Kakashi-sensei, why are you doing such a boring thing? Sasuke asked Kakashi in confusion during a break. Well, our village is undergoing reconstruction and the expenses are quite high. Just so happens that Boss Joe has posted numerous job listings so ninjas like me who don't contribute much to the reconstruction are sent out to earn some money. Did Uncle post tasks? Yeah, he posted over a dozen tasks including casting actors and building sets. This house and the surrounding scenery are all recently constructed by our village's ninjas. Sasuke looked at the vast expanse of yellow sand around him and the inn that had almost been built overnight, feeling astonished at how much it must have cost. Zhou Zhu was indeed wealthy, he had sold so many comics, nearly all of which were zero-cost ventures. Accumulating this over these days, he could confidently say that he would surely make it onto the Forbes rich list in Konoha. Because he was sufficiently wealthy, he also took over the previous cinema, which is currently under renovation. The film he was shooting was a classic movie from his past life, New Dragon Gate Inn, albeit a ninja world adaptation. The old Hokage has passed away and the new Hokage has ascended to power, eliminating rivals to consolidate his position, establishing an underground organization to harm loyalists in Konoha. The chivalrous Kakashi went to protect the descendants of the former Hokage Konoha Ball and the loyal descendant Yusuke, escaping the village with his childhood friend Lon and other chivalrous souls to the enemy village Sunagakure, while the leader of the underground organization IBI led a group of ninjas in pursuit. Thus these two groups eventually encountered each other at a small inn named Dragon Gate Inn in the desert of the Land of Wind. The main storyline remains largely unchanged, only the background and character names have been altered. As for who would portray these characters, it should be clear from their names, right? And how Zhou Zhu managed to persuade them to act can only be attributed to the power of money. The ninjas had no resistance to the idea of filming a movie. After all, making money by acting was certainly better than fighting for their lives. Thus, although the ninjas' performances were somewhat awkward, they proceeded in an orderly manner. Moreover, due to the ninja's inherent strength, many action scenes turned out to be quite spectacular, saving him a lot of time. At this rate he estimated that the filming would be completed in about a month. Sai Hongdo, you need to be more alluring. Right now you're so stiff, how can you resemble the charming green bean? Zhou Zhu said sincerely to Hongdo. Beside them Yuhi Kurenai was nearly in stitches watching Hongda's clumsy movements, which were undeniably amusing. Boss, I'm really not good at this. Why don't you find someone else? Hongdo said with a pained expression. Heaven knows what she had been through these past few days to learn how to seduce men like in the brothels. She truly couldn't do it. Well Hongdo, I remember this character's task reward is almost double that of other roles, right? I offered such a high treatment because this character is challenging. You said at the time that you could definitely perform well, right? Your current state is making it very difficult for me. By the way, the penalty for breaching this task can't be cheap, can it? Boss, fine enough already, ill act. Hongdo said with an expression of hopelessness, glancing at the side where Hong was covering her mouth trying not to laugh, and suddenly came up with an idea, pulling her over. Sister Hong, I'm not very good at this. Why don't you teach me? What? I can't do it. Nonsense, you're so charming, how could you not know how? Hong, why don't you help her? After all, we can't keep delaying our progress, right? Okay, let me give it a try. He drove everyone else out of the room, leaving only Hongdo and Hong, partly because he feared the two female ninjas would feel embarrassed to show off their charm in front of others. On the other hand, he hoped Hong could guide Hongdo because the charm that Hong exuded from her very bones was truly captivating. With Hong's guidance, Hongdo became increasingly feminine, and she herself gradually immersed into the role of Jin Xiangyu. By the time they filmed her scenes, the captivating aura she exuded made the male ninjas present gulp in awe. Zhou Zhu could already foresee the surge in popularity that Hongdo would experience once this film was released. Unconsciously, a month had passed and the filming was completed. After treating all the participants to a wrap-up banquet, Zhou Zhu plunged into the monumental task of editing the film. Since he was editing the film solo, he didn't need to hide the fact that he was skilled in ninjutsu, directly activating the multi-shadow clone technique, sending out 5 clones to edit the film together. Here, editing the film literally meant cutting the film reels that were suitable for splicing together to achieve the editing goal. This ancient method was time-consuming and labor-intensive, but with 5 clones working in sync, his editing speed was astonishing. In just a few days the entire film was edited. After watching it several times in his own cinema and feeling that everything was perfect, he called the cinema manager to discuss the film's release arrangements. Finally back. Upon entering the village, Naruto stretched widely and shouted. Hee, this time I owe it to you, Naruto, without you Tsunade wouldn't have returned. Come on, I'm treating you to a meal. Jiraiya happily patted Naruto on the shoulder. Sure, I haven't had ramen in a long time. But when they arrived at the ramen shop, they found it was closed, with a sign hanging out front that read, "Owner is accompanying his daughter to the movies, closed for a day, please bear with us." What? Uncle Ichiraku has never taken a day off for such ridiculous reasons. Naruto said, somewhat disgruntled. Jiraiya, however, was unfazed and suggested. How about we check that cinema? If it can attract Ichiraku to close for a movie, it must be a good film. Mingren and Zilai arrived at the My Cinema astonished to find that although they had only been away from my village for about a month, the cinema had become extremely magnificent, its height rivaling even the Hokage building. What was happening? Looking at the long line of people outside the door, the two exchanged a glance and approached a person in the queue to ask. "Excuse me, what are you doing?" "Buying a ticket, of course. What else? The movie Long Men In has been so popular these days. My daughter insisted I buy a ticket. Look at this long line, how long will it take?" Ignoring the man's complaint, the two turned their gaze to the large poster outside the cinema. It depicted an inn standing amidst wind and sand with the words, "Long Men In," written beside it and a line of small text below. "When order collapses, how will the ninjas choose?" It was said in a vague manner and they didn't know what the movie was about. But seeing the long queue, it seemed the movie must be quite good, right? "What should we do, Erosage? With such a long line we can't watch it, can we?" Mingren said, looking at Zilai. "Ha, Mingren, you underestimate me. Come follow me, let me show you the ability of the Toad Sage." "So Erosage, this is your plan?" Mingren looked at Zilai with disdain. At this moment the two were lying on the cinema's beam, whispering stealthily. Zilai's method was to sneak in. With their strength it was indeed not easy to be discovered. "Haha, no choice. If worst comes to worst, we can buy the tickets later." Zilai had the audacity to peek into women's baths without changing his expression, so he was indeed capable of such ticket-dodging behavior. "Alright, enough talk. The movie has started. Let's see if it's really that good." Seeing that Mingren wanted to say something else, Zilai quickly said. The movie began. When Mingren saw that the director's name was Heike Josu, he was stunned. Was this movie directed by Uncle Josu? As the movie progressed and characters appeared one by one, he became even more astonished. Zhou Zhu my one Kakaksa sensei, how were all these people appearing in the movie? Was this a big team building for my village ninjas? However, as the plot deepened, he was deeply captivated by the story. Zilai was also clearly mesmerized, especially when he saw the seductive fight between Lvdu and Lan and Lvdu's seduction of Kakadong, which made him howl with excitement, wanting to replace that Kakadong. Because the actors were real ninjas, the fight scenes were extremely splendid, completely different from actual combat, pursuing only visual stimulation. Although such techniques were not excellent for normal ninjas purely as a visual enjoyment, it was truly a unique experience. At least for Mingren and Zilai, the movie was very enjoyable. Hey Arrowsage, why aren't these ninjas using ninjutsu? Didn't you hear the explanation? This inn is surrounded by a strong barrier. Within this barrier no one can use ninjutsu or genjutsu, they can only engage in taijutsu duels. Oh, I see. Does such a barrier really exist? Maybe. The plot gradually advanced. Finally, when the group fought against Yabibi in the desert, even with their combined efforts they could not harm him in the slightest. Mingren also became tense. This Yabibi is too powerful. What should we do? Won't Zhou Zhu and the others be wiped out? Suddenly a surge in the yellow sand and a figure shot up. It was the cook of Long Men in Meiteji, who was skilled with a pair of butcher knives. His hands fluttered like butterflies, delivering a flurry of attacks on Yabibi in midair. Facing his onslaught, Yabibi was clearly struggling to defend. After finishing a set of attacks and diving back into the sand, Yabibi had already lost the use of one arm and one leg. Enraged, he directly threw a kunai into the sand, which struck Meiteji's thigh as he was still burrowing, instantly immobilizing him. Kakadong seized this opportunity, using a mother-and-child sword to trick Yabibi and finally killed him with a single thrust. Unfortunately, by then Lan was already on the verge of death, slowly sinking into the quicksand. Finally, against the vast desert scenery, everyone parted ways and the movie ended. The audience was elated, all saying that the movie was really well made, completely different from the previous type of Prince Revenge movies. Obviously the movie's reputation was bound to explode. Seeing the tragic ending, Mingren was already in tears. Being naturally optimistic and cheerful, he clearly couldn't accept such a tragedy. Although Zilai was used to life and death, he was also deeply moved, as if recalling his long-lost comrades who had sacrificed themselves for missions. Hey, you two up there, the movie is over. Come down now. Mingren and his companion were startled. Had they been discovered? Then they looked down and saw Josu smiling at them. In the past few days, Baihui had returned, presumably because the root organization had stabilized and she continued her own tasks. So Josu no longer wasted time at the manga house and focused his energy on the cinema. After the movie was released, it quickly became popular throughout my village and showed signs of gradually spreading outward. Many people watched it 2 or 3 times. Obviously this kind of film deeply attracted the people of the ninja world. And because it was so popular, he had been keeping his attention on the audience, fearing that something unexpected might happen. And indeed he discovered Mingren and the others sneaking onto the cinema's beam. He had originally intended to call them down to watch, but since they had such initiative he let them be. Ah, Uncle Josu, you made this movie. It's so good. The two jumped down from the beam and Mingren said excitedly to Josu. I'm glad you like it. Josu said this sincerely. The fact that the natives of the ninja world could enjoy some works from his previous life gave him a greater sense of belonging. Hehe, I really like it. But what's the deal with the actors in this movie? Why are they all familiar faces? Well, since this film has many fight scenes, having ordinary people act them out would be too troublesome and probably not exciting enough. So I simply issued a mission and recruited a batch of ninjas to perform. Judging from the audience feedback, this mission was well worth it. Josu replied with a smile, then turned to Zilai and teased. However, as the owner of the cinema, I am very opposed to this kind of ticket-dodging behavior. Zhou Zhu's words were mainly aimed at teasing Jiraiya. Jiraiya understood Zhou Zhu's intention and awkwardly chuckled a couple of times, remaining silent. I'm sorry, Uncle Zhou Zhu. Naruto, knowing a bit about shame, lowered his head and sincerely apologized. Zhou Zhu smiled as he ruffled his hair. Alright, little Naruto, I was just joking with you. If you want to watch a movie, you can come to find me. There's no need to sneak in. To be honest, it would be a bit embarrassing if you got caught. In the evening I'll invite Sasuke over to my house for dinner. I haven't received this time's gift yet. He got it, thanks uncle. Knowing that the relationship between the two wasn't very good, Jiraiya didn't say much and led Naruto to the Hokage building to report. They should have reported long ago, but they delayed due to the hassle. Now it seemed better to go earlier to avoid being ridiculed. Jiraiya still felt uneasy about Zhou Zhu. Without mentioning anything else, just his understanding of some confidential information was beyond what an ordinary person could achieve. The only reason they were currently letting him be was that he hadn't done anything that posed a substantial threat to Konoha. For a ninja like Jiraiya, as long as you didn't endanger Konoha, other doubts could be temporarily ignored. After the two left, Zhou Zhu went to the market to buy some vegetables and returned to the comic shop. There were almost no customers in the store now. Those with free time had all gone to the cinema. Although the cinema had been expanded significantly, it was still crowded. Recently he had been negotiating with nearby shops for acquisition in order to further expand the cinema. There was no way around it. Being wealthy means being willful. Bai Hui was leisurely watching the second volume of Naruto at the cash register, appearing utterly idle, indicating there were indeed no customers. Zhou Zhu entered the shop and Bai Hui greeted him but then ignored him. Little did she know her greedy boss was currently plotting how to deduct her wages. If he didn't exploit her every day, he wouldn't feel comfortable. However, it was better to stabilize things for now. The current situation at the root was unclear and it wasn't wise to act hastily. Time passed and Bai Hui finished work and left while Zhou Zhu prepared the meals upstairs. Before long the two returned together just as the food was ready and they began to eat. This dinner was different from the last. Naruto still had that carefree demeanor, but Sasuke seemed troubled. Zhou Zhu knew that at this moment Sasuke likely wanted to leave Konoha, which was also what Zhou Zhu wished to see. After the meal they chatted for a bit and then Zhou Zhu said, "Now back to the point, I've also prepared the gift for you quite well." Then under their expectant gazes he didn't immediately take out the scroll but spoke again, "However, this time I've prepared a bit more, hoping to give you more choices. So now tell me, which would you prefer, strength or potential?" "Huh? What do you mean, Uncle Zhou Zhu? What's the difference between the two?" "Well, for strength it'll give you a very powerful technique that will greatly enhance your abilities. For potential it'll grant you a strong bloodline, giving you more possibilities in the future," Zhou Zhu explained patiently. "So one is for now and the other is for the future," Sasuke said thoughtfully. "Exactly, that's about the gist of it. However, the ninjutsu I provide will also be sufficient for you to use for a long time. To say it has no future would be somewhat biased," Zhou Zhu explained with a smile. After understanding the situation, both fell silent, seemingly deep in thought about what to choose. Seeing them like this, Zhou Zhu couldn't help but laugh. "There's no need to make it so difficult. There will be opportunities in the future. You can completely choose differently the next time. I'll continue to let you choose like this in the future." "I choose strength," Sasuke said firmly. He was going to follow Orochimaru, and in that dangerous place current strength was far more important than future potential. Moreover, he hadn't fully tapped into the potential of his Sharingan, so that alone would keep him busy for a long time. Then he'll choose potential. Naruto didn't have any other thoughts. He just felt that if Sasuke chose strength, then if he chose the same it would feel like he was just following along, and he didn't want that. Did Sasuke choose strength for both? With Zhou Zhu's reminder, Sasuke realized yes, he should have two scrolls. One for the comic book release and one for the movie. Then he'll choose strength for both. What? Seriously, Sasuke is too cunning. "Uncle, I also want to star in your movie in the future," Naruto said somewhat unhappily, like a child whose toy had been snatched away. Zhou Zhu smiled and nodded, then took out 3 scrolls, handing them to Sasuke and Naruto. For Sasuke's 2 strength scrolls, one is the signature ninjutsu of the 4th Hokage, the Rasengan, a powerful technique without hand signs. Hearing that Sasuke's reward was Rasengan, Naruto's eyes lit up as he quickly said, "I know that one, it's a very powerful technique." Zhou Zhu smiled without speaking. To say Naruto's Rasengan was a technique without hand signs was somewhat forced. One major advantage of a technique without hand signs is that it requires no preparation, making enemies think you're merely throwing a punch while in reality your fist contains a Rasengan. Rasengan balanced convenience, concealment and power. Thus, although rated as an A-rank ninjutsu, its threat level rivaled that of Shrank, not to mention it had infinite possibilities. On the other hand, Naruto's Rasengan only had power as a singular advantage. The other 2 aspects were completely absent, making it even more troublesome than ordinary ninjutsu that required hand signs, effectively rendering it a severely weakened version. The second one is even more powerful. You could say that a significant part of the 3rd Hokage's downfall was due to this technique. Amidst the astonished gazes of the 2, Zhou Zhu continued, "Edo Tensei, a forbidden technique developed by the 2nd Hokage, allows you to summon deceased ninjas to fight for you through summoning. Of course the strength of these ninjas is only 20% of what they had in life, but they possess nearly infinite chakra and the ability to revive indefinitely. Except for sealing techniques, there are almost no ways to counter them. Listening to Zhou Zhu's description, both were taken aback. Although they had experienced the Chunin exams, they were unaware of the specific details surrounding the third Hokage's death. They had only seen it in the comics. According to Uncle Zhou Zhu, he had illustrated it based on an account from an Umbu member. At that time they felt this technique was too powerful. Now Uncle was saying that their clan actually had a collection of it and he wanted to give it to Sasuke. Uncle Zhou Zhu, isn't this technique a bit inappropriate? Naruto grew anxious, not out of jealousy that Sasuke could obtain such a powerful jutsu, but because he felt that manipulating the dead was too sinister and using it would make him uncomfortable. I know what you mean, Naruto. Watching Sasuke tighten his grip on the scroll, Zhou Zhu chuckled before explaining to Naruto. Let me explain this to you. Jutsu themselves are neither good nor evil, what matters is the person who uses them. Take this technique for example. Although it manipulates the souls of the dead and appears extremely evil, have you ever considered that if used by a righteous person it could save many more lives? Is it not a different kind of protection for the living to be guarded by the departed? He paused, then spoke with a tone of solemnity. Moreover, many deaths come too abruptly, leaving loved ones without a final farewell. Isn't this jutsu a chance for the living to make up for that regret? He stopped there, saying no more. The dream fulfiller of the ninja world, Mr. Yaoshi Do, resurrected countless deceased ninjas, allowing many living to resolve their regrets and the dead to release their obsessions. Naruto and Sasuke apparently realized the other functions of this technique and were both intrigued. Both were unfortunate children who had never seen their parents' final moments. Their parents were an obsession for them. From this perspective the two were quite alike. Sigh, Sasuke, you're lucky. You'll have a chance to see your parents someday. I don't even know who my parents are. Naruto's bright eyes dimmed again. He wanted to see his parents, but he didn't even know who they were. How could he summon them back? Sasuke looked at Naruto's gloomy expression, his earlier excitement fading. He could feel his comrade's sorrow and loneliness. Then he turned to Zhou Zhu, who possessed such miraculous abilities. Surely Zhou Zhu could find out who Naruto's parents were. Seeing Naruto downcast, Zhou Zhu felt a pang of sympathy and said, Naruto, don't be too sad. Anything is possible. Just because you don't know who your parents are now doesn't mean you won't find out later. I believe that no matter when you find out, Sasuke will help you fulfill your wish. Sasuke nodded deeply. Although his sense of belonging to Konoha was very weak, this comrade had earned his recognition and he was willing to help him resolve his regrets. Haha, you two underestimate me. I, Uzumaki Naruto, have lived well without them until now. Even if I never see them, it's no big deal. Oh uncle, both of Sasuke's abilities are so strong. If you don't give me a good one I won't stand for it. Naruto started laughing again, as if trying not to worry everyone. There was no help for it. The usually carefree Naruto was actually quite gentle, a trait he shared with Sasuke. I know. I won't shortchange you. Zhou Zhu smiled, then pointed at the scroll in Naruto's hand and said. As for this ability of yours, I call it potential because it won't immediately boost your strength, but it will open up more possibilities for your future path as a ninja. It's the ice release by which you encountered before. Huh, that's amazing. Naruto became excited instantly. He had personally experienced the ice release. It was a powerful Kekkei Genkai. If he had a bloodline limit he could learn those powerful techniques, couldn't he? Actually, I initially thought Sasuke would choose the potential option. Because even though he has a Kekkei Genkai, there are no specific techniques and he would have to develop them himself. From this perspective, Sasuke's ability to develop techniques is clearly stronger than yours, Naruto-kun. What are you saying, uncle? Don't underestimate people like that. I'm really strong. Saying that, Naruto glared at Sasuke defiantly while Sasuke turned away with a TSK. Alright, I know you're strong too. Then let's leave it at that. I've given you the gifts and it's getting late. Go back and try them yourselves. As I said, don't let ordinary people know about your affairs. I have quite a few businesses in Konoha now and I don't want to be troubled every other day. Naturally the two nodded in agreement. Then Zhou Zhu saw them to the door and as they walked away he called out. Sasuke, remember you signed a contract with me. When I ask you to come film you can't refuse. Sasuke stumbled noticeably, then quickened his pace. Zhou Zhu watched them deeply. This might be the last time they walked together so harmoniously. After this Sasuke would likely leave Konoha at Orochimaru's invitation. And with his own enhancements the outcome of the battle at Zhongjiagu should not deviate. From then on Naruto would begin his years-long journey of chasing his friend, and the story would enter a 3-year blank period. Fortunately, he had found a way to pass the time, making movies. With 3 years he could build a vast entertainment empire spanning the 5 great shinobi villages. By then wouldn't beautiful kunoichi from every village throw themselves into his arms with just a wave of his hand? Just thinking about it made him a little excited. The popularity of the Konoha cinema was sustained. Recently merchants from all over the Huajigua had flocked in like sharks smelling blood-clutching wads of cash to buy copies of his film. He had no reason to refuse their money. Although the buyout deal made him a small loss in this backward place, demanding a share of the profits was wishful thinking. But he didn't forget his main business. He asked the bosses to add a promotion with a movie ticket stub. Customers could buy the 3rd volume of the upcoming Ming Ren Zhuan from Yujia Man Hua Wu at a 10% discount. The merchants didn't refuse this request as it didn't cost them anything. It must be said that the charm of this wuxia film truly captivated the people of the ninja world. It was said that some ninjas were considering carrying a sword regularly, and the blacksmith sword forging business had greatly increased. And the ninjas who had acted in the film saw their fame skyrocket in Konoha village. Especially the 2 leading actresses, the seductive LV Do and the refined Lan. Their portrayers Hong Do and Shiri Hong had become so famous in Konoha that everyone knew them, and they were already public sweethearts. You might not know who the Hokage is, but if you don't know these 2 ladies' names, then sorry, you must be a spy. The umbu should take you away directly, no trial, just execute. On the streets of Konoha, 2 people wrapped up tightly were hurrying along, occasionally adjusting their scarves to ensure no part of their faces was exposed. Their sneaky demeanor attracted the attention of passers-by. "Ah, this is so annoying, Hongjia. Why do we have to endure this? What can we do?" "Who knew this movie would become such a hit?" replied the other person helplessly. "It's infuriating. We made the movie yet we haven't even seen it ourselves." They had been bothered endlessly by a group of people these past few days. Every time they showed their faces they were bombarded with shouts of "I love you" and "I like you," which was truly disgusting. Even the tasks they were assigned were bizarre. "Yesterday when I went to take on a job I found one that required me to accompany someone to dinner. Can you believe that? I'm a ninja. Alright, stop talking, we might get discovered soon. Let's hurry to the cinema to watch the movie. It's rare that the boss gave us tickets. If we don't go this time, who knows when we'll have the chance again." They quickly arrived at the cinema, and while queuing to enter noticed that there were also a few others dressed similarly in front of them. Wasn't that Kakashi and Ibiki? The group exchanged glances and everything was understood without words. Everyone had it tough. Characters like Kakashi Yuhi Kurinai and Akamichi Karui were fine, they were just being harassed by a bunch of crazy fans. However, Ibiki had deeply felt the world's malice these past few days. No one would sell him vegetables at the market, he was turned away at restaurants, and while walking down the street people threw rotten eggs at him. As the head of Konoha's torture and interrogation department, he had never encountered such hostility from the villagers, even when he found pleasure in tormenting others. Not to mention that there were a few confused ninjas who had even attempted to assassinate him. Hey, was there a misunderstanding? It was just a movie. During the ninja war they never showed such bravery. Already feeling despair towards the world, Ibiki received an invitation from Sho to watch this explosively popular movie. He was also curious to see for himself the magic of this film he had taken on during his leisure time. The group entered in order and found themselves sitting together with very few people around, suggesting that the boss had arranged this. "Hey Kakashi, isn't that guy Aki not coming?" As the lights dimmed in the cinema, the familiar faces from the shoot gathered, but only Aki was missing. Karui asked in confusion. "That guy? Had seen it before, so he's not coming this time," Kakashi said without changing his expression. Of course, as a friend he wouldn't tell them that Aki had left the cinema in tears, or that Aki was currently chopping trees with 2 butcher knives, claiming he wanted to master the knife techniques like Might Guy in the movie. Karui wanted to ask something else, but seeing that the movie had already started she stopped. A vast desert, solitary smoke, a setting sun and yellow sand. I must say, with the special effects of ninjutsu, this film inherently possessed a sense of desolate realism. The group was quickly drawn in. Especially when they saw the 2 leading ladies competing for Kakashi's attention. The scene elicited howls from the audience, causing Karua's face to flush with embarrassment. She secretly scolded Sho, saying he was truly no good. Of course her scolding wasn't entirely unfounded, if the veteran director Sho had indeed increased the scale of related scenes to enhance the film's appeal. This scale was naturally nothing compared to his past life, but for this ninja world it was already quite stimulating. The film gradually approached its conclusion. As Kakashi using the twin swords ultimately killed Ibiki yet lost his beloved forever, the cinema filled with sobs. Clearly everyone was moved by the film's story and the way they looked at Ibiki turned unfriendly. How could they not have noticed how detestable he was during the filming? A bead of cold sweat trickled down Ibiki's cheek. He finally understood why everything had been going wrong for him these days. After watching the movie he himself wanted to take a knife to himself. No, he couldn't go out these days, he couldn't even go to the torture and interrogation department. He'd have to take a leave of absence. It was too dangerous. With such a persuasive ability, who knew which vendor selling eggs on the street might stab him? The movie ended, the lights came up and then Sho with a beaming smile walked onto the stage addressing the audience. Hello everyone, I am Hisaki Sho, the director and producer of Dragon Gate Inn. Did you enjoy the movie? Yes. Thank you everyone. I appreciate that you liked my film. Now which character from the movie did you like the most? The green bean owner. Of course it's Lan, she's my dream girl. Kakashi is the coolest, I love him the most. Listening to the excited shouts of the audience, the front row's Kakashi and the others sensed something ominous. Just as they were planning to slip away unnoticed, they saw the director point towards their seats and say, "Now please welcome the main cast of this film, Hatake Kakashi, Yuhi Kurinai, Akamichi Karui and Marino Ibiki." It's over. The thought involuntarily crossed everyone's minds, especially Ibiki, who felt the piercing gazes behind him and nearly broke into a cold sweat. Hokage-sama, it's bad. The head of the Konoha torture and interrogation department has been beaten up and it's said to be severe, he won't be able to get out of bed for a month. Ino rushed into the Hokage's office to report. At that moment Tsunade was chatting with Jiraiya. Upon hearing this she furrowed her brow and asked inquisitively. What happened? How could he have been beaten? Did he encounter an enemy? It said that it was because he filmed some movie and the character he played was too despicable, so he was blocked at the cinema and beaten up. Tsunade was left speechless, wondering what kind of ridiculous reason this was. The head of the torture and interrogation department beaten up by a bunch of movie fans. And for over a month he wouldn't be able to get out of bed. Could it be any more ridiculous? Of course, how much of this was Ibiki exaggerating to get a leave was unknown. Oh, that movie. I saw it too, it was really good. By the way, that Ibiki was the final villain, right? Honestly, I kind of want to beat him up too. Jiraiya interjected casually. Tsunade looked at Jiraiya in shock. When did this guy develop a movie-watching habit? It wouldn't be one of those films, would it? He in a couple of days I'll buy 2 tickets and we can go watch a movie, Tsunade. No, I refuse. Ah, so heartless. However, Tsunade, to be honest. Jiraiya put away his frivolous demeanor and said seriously. What? That boss, if he hasn't done anything to harm Konoha, then let's not provoke him. Tsunade looked at Jiraiya in surprise, not understanding what he meant. Is he a very strong ninja? I'm not sure, I can't see through him, but he is definitely not an ordinary person. Jiraiya said seriously. After returning from the cinema he pondered alone and realized that although he and Naruto did not deliberately conceal their identities, it was clearly impossible for an ordinary person to discover them. Combined with what the owner of the manga shop said last time, it was enough to prove that this person must possess considerable strength. But on the other hand, how could someone who could perfectly conceal their strength before him, Jiraiya, and whose suspicions were all deliberately revealed, possibly be weak? For someone whose intentions are unclear, it is better to avoid provoking them as much as possible. Is that so? Tsunade pondered. Speaking of which, there was a ninja mission to monitor that boss before the Root organization was disbanded, right? At that time it seemed they said to integrate Root into the Umbu and let them continue the previous mission. Yamato nodded. If this was the decision of the elders before Tsunade officially took office. The information not disclosed to the villagers was that the leader of Root, Danzo, died during the Chunin exams, leaving behind much inconvenient information that couldn't be revealed, so the higher-ups decided to keep this news hidden. Consequently, there was no need for Root to remain, they were directly disbanded and mixed into the Umbu. And the missions they were previously executing would continue. Let that ninja remain undercover and report to me in the future. We cannot ignore a powerful ninja right in front of us, can we? Tsunade decided. Jiraiya nodded and said, be cautious, don't provoke him too much. Then he switched back to his carefree demeanor. So Tsunade, to investigate the information, how about we go to the cinema together? No, I refuse. Ah, you heartless woman. Achoo. Zhou Zhu rubbed his nose. Who is talking about me? Zhou Zhu was writing the script for his next movie. With the success of his previous film, it was natural for him to continue making movies. He was becoming more and more confident in his ambition to become a major entertainer in the ninja world. For him, the excitement of making movies was far greater than drawing manga. After all, drawing manga was work while making movies was life. At this moment he was somewhat stuck. Although he had seen those movies, it was still quite challenging to replicate them exactly. Fortunately, as his chakra increased, especially his mental strength, his memory also improved, and many things he had forgotten gradually came back to him. Since he could no longer write, he set aside his manuscript and took another sheet to start planning. This plan was not for now but for after Sasuke's defection. Since it was known that the plot would stagnate for several years and both protagonists would silently cultivate and improve, wouldn't it be unreasonable not to take this time to rest and prepare? In fact, what he called a plan was just some matters regarding the establishment of chain stores. Waiting for merchants from various countries to buy his manga and movies was too slow for such dissemination. It would be better for him to open a few stores himself, allowing him to release these things immediately, increasing sales and box office. As a preliminary plan, he would first open 5 manga shops and cinemas in the Land of Fire, and then in other countries temporarily just 1 manga store and cinema in each ninja village, initially expanding his entertainment territory across the entire ninja world. Of course, apart from the stores in the Land of Fire, the ninja villages in other countries would likely not allow him to open stores so casually. But that was alright, he could go from village to village, believing that as long as his products could genuinely bring them smiles, they should not refuse him. Of course, he would never mention the possibility of using force to threaten them if things did not go smoothly. "Boss, someone is looking for you." Bai Hui shouted from downstairs. Zhou Zhu put down his paper and pen and went downstairs. "Is this the owner of Konoha Cinema?" Heike. Zhou Zhu. "Nice to meet you. I am the 3rd elder of the Inuzuka clan, Inuzuka O." The person at the counter greeted Zhou Zhu enthusiastically and shook hands with him. At his feet, a ninja dog about half a person tall rubbed against Zhou Zhu's pants. "Oh, so it's the 3rd elder. Nice to meet you. What brings you here?" Zhou Zhu was somewhat puzzled, not knowing what this member of the Inuzuka clan wanted from him. Let's talk upstairs." "Oh, so you want to advertise?" Zhou Zhu appeared to have an epiphany. The 3rd elder of the Inuzuka clan clarified his purpose for coming. In short, their Inuzuka clan's ninja dog business had been somewhat sluggish recently, and they happened to see Zhou Zhu's movie become a huge hit, so they wanted to advertise in his next film. "That can be arranged, but..." Wait a minute." Zhou Zhu was about to discuss the pricing issue with him when a brilliant idea suddenly struck him. The more he thought about it, the more reliable his idea seemed. He graciously poured a cup of tea for Inuzuka O and said with a smile, "Well, 3rd elder, if you want to advertise in the movie, think about it. An advertisement that appears for just a few seconds in that movie, will it really help your ninja dog industry a lot?" Inuzuka O was also a smart person, otherwise he wouldn't have thought of advertising in a movie. He sensed that Zhou Zhu's words had deeper meaning and said, "Oh, so what do you mean, boss? I can directly shoot a movie about ninja dogs, showcasing their excellent qualities in detail and clearly stating that only the Inuzuka clan's ninja dogs are the best in the ninja world. What do you think of this plan?" Inuzuka O's eyes brightened as he listened, then he excitedly slapped the table. "That's great. If the movie you make is as exciting as Dragon Gate Inn, then our Inuzuka clan's ninja dog industry will definitely rejuvenate. Boss, just say how much you need, we can provide all the help as long as you can make such a movie. It's easy to say, but this movie does need some money, mainly for the actors. You should be able to save some money by having your Inuzuka clan issue tasks. Additionally, I need 3 ninja dogs of different ages, similar and clever, and a relatively large shooting location. Boss, don't worry, these are all small matters. As long as you can make such a movie, you'll be a forever friend of our Inuzuka clan." After bidding farewell to Inuzuka Tsum, Zhou Zhu returned and set aside the script he had previously written, unfolding a new sheet of paper to begin writing another script. What he intended to write was naturally the touching film from his past life, Hachi, A Dog's Tale, which is arguably one of the most famous movies about dogs. The story of Hachi waiting at the station for his owner until he died was deeply moving, transcending culture and time, striking at the softest parts of the human heart. It seems that in the world of ninjas, especially in a realm where ninja dogs are companions in battle, it would also be a profoundly moving story. Moreover, the structure of this movie is not complex. It basically divides into 2 parts: the warm moments between the owner and the pet in the early part, and the pet's vigil after the owner's death in the latter part, making it much easier for him to write the script. Many plot points don't even require consideration of compatibility between the 2 worlds, he can simply copy them directly. Just now, when the elder from the Inuzuka clan mentioned dogs, it reminded him of this film. Could there be a more suitable movie? Thus Zhou Zhu temporarily changed his choice for the next film, resolving issues regarding settings and actors while also bringing healing to the vast populace of the ninja world. With a clear idea, Zhou Zhu's speed in writing the script increased significantly, and within just a few days he had completed more than half of it. One day while Zhou Zhu was polishing the next part of the plot, he felt an unusual fluctuation in the village of Konoha. Calculating the time, it was about the time Sasuke was about to escape. Zhou Zhu walked slowly to the balcony, took a sip of tea and felt a bit emotional, not expecting time to pass so quickly. Sasuke was about to defect. Now having the Rasengan and Edo Tensei, what kind of excitement would he experience in this life? It truly is something to look forward to. Sure enough, days later Naruto found Zhou Zhu to explain Sasuke's defection. Seeing him look so downcast, Zhou Zhu didn't know how to comfort him. These two friends would almost end up like Jiraiya and Orochimaru, one always chasing while the other always fleeing. The difference is that Naruto eventually caught up with Sasuke while Jiraiya departed early, leaving a sense of regret. Naruto specifically detailed the events of Sasuke's pursuit and battle. However, since he did not witness the earlier battles, he was unaware of the intricacies. Zhou Zhu had anticipated this. He had thought about sending a few shadow clones to check it out, but then realized that a commoner like him knowing the detailed circumstances could raise suspicions among others. Although he tried not to mind and Jiraiya might have suspected him already, it was still better to keep a low profile. So he asked Naruto to gather those who participated in the mission for a meal and requested them to share what had happened at that time. The few small ones, owing to Naruto's reputation, did not refuse and recounted the events of that day. After Zhou Zhu finished recording, he generously gifted each of them a golden VIP card for his cinema, allowing them to watch movies for free for a year, which they eagerly accepted. Now tickets for the Konoha cinema were truly hard to come by, and having a card that allowed them to watch movies anytime was fantastic. Uncle Zhou Zhu, when will the new manga be released? In a few days it will be released simultaneously with Kishimoto Sensei's work for promotional purposes. Last time when Zhou Zhu released a manga, he gave away a poster for Female Spy saying it would be released soon, but then he got busy filming and forgot about it. In recent days several fans had been coming to his manga store asking about the release date. He thought since it had already been delayed he might as well release both mangas together. I hope it comes out quickly. Jiraiya Sensei said he would take me to train, and I wonder if I can catch it before I leave. I see, then uncle will do his best to finish the manga as soon as possible. Zhou Zhu replied. In fact, he was no longer in a hurry to sell a certain number of copies within a few days. After all, there had been several years of blank space in between, and he could take his time selling. He could submit the task once the next plot began. Thanks uncle. Oh, by the way, Naruto has a gift for you since you're going out to train. It just so happens to help you practice this ability. Saying this, Zhou Zhu handed Naruto a scroll. What is this? Naruto asked, puzzled, holding the scroll. Haha, this ability is no simple matter. You'll know once you acquire it, but don't tell anyone. Practice it secretly. Got it. Although Naruto did not know what Zhou Zhu was selling, he nodded nonetheless. After they parted ways, Zhou Zhu returned home, temporarily halting his script writing to draw manga. Since Naruto wanted to see the third volume of the manga before leaving, he was naturally willing to oblige, and this task was indeed effortless for him. Thus early the next morning a sign announcing the simultaneous release of the two mangas was hung at the entrance of his store. Boss, this is too fast, isn't it? Shikamaru, passing by the manga store, asked in astonishment. He had just inquired about it yesterday and today it was finished. What speed was this? Of course, if I didn't draw quickly could I be called a manga artist? Zhou Zhu said matter-of-factly. Shikamaru thought he was talking nonsense, but he had no evidence. He bought a copy of the manga and began flipping through it in the store. He had bought the previous few volumes and one must say they were indeed good. Depicting Naruto's experiences in manga form was quite thrilling. But boss, Shikamaru said with a frown, looking at Zhou Zhu. Why did you draw me and that woman so ambiguously? Ah, isn't she your girlfriend? Drawing it ambiguously shouldn't be a problem, right? Of course it is a problem. She is not my girlfriend. Oh dear, that was a huge misunderstanding. From your description you sounded so close that I thought you two were a couple, so I drew it that way. But there's nothing to be done if the manga is already completed and cannot be changed. Zhou Zhu looked helpless, as if the manga had indeed been drawn out of misunderstanding. He would never admit he intentionally drew it that way due to his shipper tendencies. Sigh, what a hassle. Shikamaru made his signature bitter melon face, looking dejected as he walked away. As for whether he was truly upset, only he himself knew. The release of the new manga caused little stir. His film was in full swing and the public's attention remained fixed on the movie, which to some extent drew interest away from the comic's launch. As before, Zhou Zhu was in no hurry, there was still time and he saw no need to burden himself with pressure. Mingren left to follow Zilai for training on the third day after the manga's release. Without the boy's constant chatter, Zhou Zhu found himself oddly unaccustomed. Fortunately, Zhou Zhu's screenplay was finished once the cast was assembled. Filming could begin. When speaking of casting, the film hinged on two figures: the male lead and that dog. The dog was the easier matter. The Chuanzhong family possessed many remarkably sentient ninja dogs, so that part posed no problem. The harder task was the male lead, who required the visage of an elderly man. If there were no extra constraints, my village teemed with suitable candidates. Yet Zhou Zhu preferred a familiar face, a personal predilection without any particular reason. That requirement made the search difficult. Zilai might have been ideal in appearance, but he was gone. Even if they wished to have him act, it was impossible. He considered, then went straight to the Chuanzhong clan lands to discuss filming matters. He was received by the third elder Chuanzhong Wei, who led Zhou Zhu on a tour of the prepared shooting locations. Zhou Zhu seemed pleased. Chuanzhong Wei showed him several prepared ninja dogs, intelligent creatures, regrettably not Shiba Inus, but that mattered little. With a shoot date agreed, Zhou Zhu returned. The comic shop remained under Bai Hui's care. The shop was quiet and Bai Hui flipped through manga listlessly. Bai Hui, can I ask you something? Do we have any middle-aged shinobi in Mai who look kindly? Zhou Zhu, unable to envision a lead, asked Bai Hui. Kind-faced middle-aged shinobi. There probably aren't any. Most middle-aged shinobi fought in the wars. If those who have killed, how kindly could they be? Bai Hui pondered before answering. Indeed, after killing, what warmth could remain? Perhaps he had been overthinking. Hey boss, are you heading out later? Bring me some ramen. Bai Hui grinned mischievously, intending to pinch a meal from Zhou Zhu. Ramen, right? Zhou Zhu paused, then slapped his forehead. Of course, how could he have forgotten? Wasn't Detongmu Yao the perfect choice? Not a shinobi perhaps, but in both bearing and renown he fit Zhou Zhu's ideal. Convinced, Zhou Zhu went straight to find Yao. I'll bring you ramen then, but I'll deduct it from your wages, he told him. Stingy boss. Convincing Yao took little effort. He was already a fan, avidly fond of Longmen Kajan, and his daughter was an even greater devotee. On learning her father might appear in the boss' next film, she readily agreed on his behalf. Having secured Yao, Zhou Zhu also recruited Changpu and rewrote the protagonist to mirror Yao's real circumstances. Uncle Earl of the My Ramen shop bought a ninja dog from the Chuanzhong household to guard his home. Each day the animal waited at the street corner when O finished work, awaiting his return. Years passed in this rhythm. Uncle Earl grew older and ultimately died suddenly in his shop. The ninja dog named Xiao Ba kept vigil at the corner until it too died of old age. With the plot now coherent, Zhou Zhu happily returned to the shop with boxed ramen, and amid Bai Hui's reproachful gaze went upstairs to revise the script. A few days later, Zhou Zhu's new film began shooting on the Chuanzhong clan's lands. The picture's production was relatively straightforward. What might have been the hardest part, the dog scenes, were easily solved thanks to the ninja dogs. Yael's acting was fine, or rather he simply played himself. Having a ramen shop owner portray a ramen shop owner in the film could hardly be simpler. Within days Yael wrapped his scenes. Only Xiao Bas remained. One could not understate the Chuanzhong ninja dog's talent. That forlorn, mournful gaze would have stolen hearts in any prior life. Truly, humans paled beside dogs. Notably, during filming, Mingren's circle of friends made cameos as passers-by. One could only wonder what future viewers would think years hence to discover the cameos were filled by my village's luminaries. A few days later, when elderly Xiao Ba died quietly on a tranquil snowy night, the film was complete. In total the shoot had taken no more than half a month. Such breakneck speed rivaled only the swiftest directors of Hong Kong's golden era. After offering his thanks to the Chuanzhong third elder, who had provided great convenience during the shoot, Zhou Zhu returned home to edit the footage. A few more days and the edit was finished. Zhou Zhu invited Chuanzhong Wei to the cinema to view the finished film. Afterward, Chuanzhong Wei, tearful and sniffling, clasped Zhou Zhu's hand. "Boss, I knew you could do it. With this film the Chuanzhong family's ninja dogs will surely be famed across the shinobi world. Tell us what you need from us next, we'll do our utmost to assist." Easy, the film is made, but the follow-up publicity will need much effort from the Chuanzhong family. Mui Cinema still screened Longmen Kajan, but its fervor was abating. Almost every villager had seen it and box office potential was nearly exhausted. If a few small halls continued to show Longmen Kajan while the majority played new releases, there should be no problem. Thus in the days that followed nearly every shop in my displayed advertisements for Zhongquan Bagong a massive publicity push. Villagers learning it was the latest work by the director of Longmen were filled with anticipation. Pre-sale ticket numbers climbed steadily. The film had clearly become a hit even before release. While the film's pre-sales burned bright, Zhou Zhu had already settled the follow-up matters for the comic shop and the cinema. He hired the Zuladi team, loaded a truck with manga volumes and film copies and set off towards Sharon Village. Zhou Zhu yawned, rubbing his eyes as he gazed at the sweltering weather, feeling somewhat helpless. It had been 2 days since they entered the Wind Country. Along the way all he could see was sand, and the initial excitement of witnessing exotic scenery had gradually worn off. Turning his head to glance at the team member Asuma, Zhou Zhu noticed that the guy shot him a displeased glare as soon as he looked over, then turned away to ignore him. "Damn stingy man, I won't save you when the time comes," Zhou Zhu grumbled inwardly. This guy had been wearing a sour face since he first laid eyes on him, as if Zhou owed him a fortune. Could it be because he wrote off his fiancée? Speaking of which, are they engaged now? He didn't even look this grim when his father died. One could only say that he truly lived up to the reputation of being a filial son in the ninja world. "Hey Uncle Zhou Zhu, what is that manga you won't let us see?" Ino asked boldly, her eyes accidentally glancing towards a pile of manga books covered with cloth on a vehicle. Zhou Zhu replied seriously. "Well, it's quite obscure material, still too early for you kids. If you read it, it might influence your worldview and values, so I can't show it to you now." Stingy, who cares?" Ino retorted in a dismissive tone, but her gaze kept drifting towards that direction. Shikamaru looked at Zhou Zhu with disdain. He had long heard that Zhou Zhu's manga shop sold dangerously provocative comics. Last time when his father's generation had a gathering at their home, they had mysteriously shooed him away, giggling as they huddled together over a comic. Even his usually indifferent father was fervent about it. With his intelligence, he had naturally guessed what kind of comic it was. Now, seeing Zhou Zhu's serious demeanor, he could only say that the man truly deserved to run such a shop. His skin was indeed thick. "We should reach Sunagakure today, right? I don't have much stock left, and I wonder if there are any snacks to replenish in a place like Sunagakure." "Should be about right. We've been traveling for several days, and the merchants we've encountered have gradually increased," Shikamaru replied. "By the way, Shikamaru, are you a little excited now that we're nearing Sunagakure?" Zhou Zhu teased, looking at Shikamaru. "Huh? What? I've told you before that we don't have that kind of relationship." Shikamaru, usually calm, stammered. Maybe not now, but when I sell this manga in Sunagakure, the whole village will know about your little flirtation, and then you can't deny it." Zhou Zhu grinned wickedly. "Too really, just do whatever you want." His face turned red. So our wise Shikamaru is actually tsundere. Saying he didn't want it, but his body was quite honest. Indeed, if Shikamaru wasn't so picky with words, how could he have pursued the village flower of Sunagakure? "I'm actually looking forward to Uncle Zhou Zhu's new movie. To be honest, although I participated in the filming, I really can't imagine what a movie about ninja dogs would be like." According to Kiba, he heard from his family's third elder that it would be a film that could elevate their Inuzuka clan. Due to their hasty departure, the 3 kids only had VIP gold cards, but they hadn't seen the latest movie yet. The other 2 nodded in agreement, expressing their anticipation for Zhou Zhu's new film. Asuma turned to Zhou Zhu upon hearing the word movie, and then snorted. "Hey Asuma, don't go too far, be careful not to let your fiancé star in lust. Caution." "No problem, when the cinema in Sunagakure opens I'll let you guys watch the premiere." As dusk approached, Zhou Zhu and the others finally arrived at Sunagakure before sunset. The gatekeeper ninja, knowing that merchants from Konoha were coming to invest in their village, wore a serious expression. One stayed to receive them while the other went back to report. There was no choice. Sunagakure was too poor, so much so that any investment would draw the attention of their entire power structure. "Hey, I was wondering who it was. Turns out it's you guys, Shikamaru. So what is it, a mission this time?" A striking figure approached. It was Temari, the person Zhou Zhu had teased Shikamaru about before. Everyone looked at Shikamaru with strange expressions. Zhou Zhu hadn't said anything before, but now that he had, everyone was reminded. Why was it that among so many people she only greeted him and not anyone else? And they say they don't have any romantic involvement. Shikamaru felt a headache as he answered under the strange gazes of his companions. "We're here to escort the merchants from our village to invest and open a store in Sunagakure. If this matter might need your handling." Upon hearing this, Temari also put away her smile, scanning the team members with a serious expression, then directing her gaze towards Zhou Zhu, the unfamiliar face. "We at Sunagakure welcome merchants from other countries to do business in our village. As long as it complies with regulations, we will offer you great convenience. Please follow me. Zhou Zhu and the others followed Temari's guidance to complete all necessary procedures for opening the store. Although the Sunigakure side expressed doubts about his intention to operate a manga shop during the registration of business items, they didn't raise any objections. As long as the taxes were paid, they didn't care. It is worth mentioning that Gaara had already taken on the role of acting Kazekage, and many procedures were handled directly with him. Seeing this previously extreme kid now so refined and easygoing, one could only say that Naruto's mouth skills were indeed impressive. Gaara was somewhat surprised to see Zhou Zhu opening a store in their village. This guy had previously contemplated killing him during the Chunin exams but had given up due to concerns about his strength. Now seeing this unfathomable person come to their village to open a store, although his subconscious wanted to reject it, he noticed that Konoha's people had no special defenses against him, so he didn't act rashly. He only instructed the ninjas from his village to keep a distant watch, allowing him to proceed unless there was some sinister scheme. After completing all the formalities the next day, Zhou Zhu used his financial clout to acquire the largest building in Sunigakure as the address for his new shop. Then he hired some craftsmen to renovate the building. He decided not to separate the manga shop from the cinema but instead to open them together. His manga shop only sold the comics he drew, and it seemed too extravagant and difficult to manage to buy another premises, so he created a dedicated area in a prominent position of the cinema specifically to sell his comics. With the support of the sand-hidden village, Zhou Zhu's new store opened with remarkable speed. Within half a month the interior was nearly finished. After arranging all the projection equipment brought from the Leaf Village, Zhou Zhu's next consideration was the grand opening. Unlike his casual approach in the Leaf Village, he invested heavily in advertising to establish his new store in the sand-hidden village, simultaneously sending out many premiere tickets to the village's influential figures, a meticulously calculated effort. On the premiere night the audience entered gradually and the invited dignitaries graciously attended. "Yo Shikamaru, you've made quite a scene. Our sand-hidden village hasn't seen such a grand occasion in a long time," Temari remarked with a look of novelty. Shikamaru ignored the gazes of his companions and casually invited Temari to sit beside him. After this prolonged period of interaction, their relationship had gradually warmed, evolving into a state of ambiguity as Zhou Zhu had predicted. Now they could engage in relatively intimate gestures in public. Seriously, this guy manages to find a girlfriend during a mission. What incredible luck he stumbled upon. Ino muttered to herself in annoyance, then fell silent after being glanced at by Temari. "Alright, the movie is about to start. Let's just enjoy the film," Asuma interjected, his face twisting into a bitter expression. He thoroughly despised this man's movies. On the day of his father's recent passing he had entered that cinema intending to watch the film widely praised by the Leaf villagers. Instead he witnessed the woman he loved competing for a man with another woman, ultimately meeting her death. This infuriated him. He wanted to erupt in the theater but was restrained by a jonin present there. To avoid conflict he suppressed his anger. Later he returned to confront Kakashi only to be taught a lesson. Consequently he redirected all his fury toward Zhou Zhu. Honestly, he had also seen that film. Aside from its flashy and somewhat impressive fight scenes, there was nothing remarkable about it. The film began with the story of Earl, the owner of the Leaf Village's ramen shop, who, unable to resist his daughter's pleas, bought a clever puppy from the Inuzuka family's ninja hound store and named it Hachiko. Later, for some reason, the daughter had to move to the distant sand-hidden village to live with her mother. In that sand-swept place, bringing a puppy was unsuitable, so the newly arrived dog changed owners. At first Earl, busy with shop business, kept the puppy by his side. But soon the puppy began to shed fur. Due to hygiene concerns, keeping it in the ramen shop was no longer appropriate. So he left the puppy at home. Bored there, the puppy began waiting for Earl at the street corner every evening when he returned home in rain or shine. During this time the puppy encountered many people, including Kashi, a veteran dog keeper from the Leaf Village, and made friends with his dogs. Tragically, one day at work Earl was assassinated by a ninja from another village, collapsing at his post. When the devastating news arrived, Earl's wife and children returned from the sand-hidden village. After handling all the funeral arrangements, they discovered the puppy named Hachiko. He was now barely alive, clearly having waited for a long time. They nursed him back to health and embarked on the journey back to the sand-hidden village. However, unexpectedly Hachiko remained agitated even after waking. When he recovered sufficiently, he leaped off the convoy and ran away. Nobody knew how the dog had crossed the vast desert. They only knew that a few days later Hachiko returned to the familiar street corner. Seasons changed. The Hokage of the Leaf Village succeeded one after another, and the Earl ramen shop changed owners repeatedly. Yet no matter how the outside world transformed, Hachiko remained at that corner waiting for his master. Finally on a snowy night Hachiko, now too old to move, at last met his master, once more leaping into Earl's arms as he had done as a puppy. Halfway through the film subdued sobbing could be heard throughout the cinema. By the end the entire theater was filled with weeping. Having watched the film many times, Zhou Zhu was no longer deeply moved. Instead he turned his gaze to the surrounding crowd. Temari was crying profusely, burying her face in Shikamaru's chest. So you two are indeed involved, Shikamaru. Though isn't this a bit early for romance? Beware of her brother doing something drastic. Ino naturally was also crying like a tearful kitten. Choji had even forgotten to eat his chips, staring blankly at the screen. Even Asuma, who had always harbored a grudge against Zhou Zhu, shed 2 clear streams of tears thinking of his own father. Once the emotions had subsided slightly, Zhou Zhu went on stage to deliver a few courtesy remarks, mostly urging everyone to frequent his establishment. He also mentioned that his comic store had opened, inviting those interested to visit. Then the crowd dispersed. Boss Zhou Zhu, I have always held a prejudice against you, but after watching your new film I am left with nothing but admiration. I hope you can forgive my past ignorance. Asuma bowed deeply to Zhou Zhu. This humble posture stemmed not only from his past rudeness but also from his recognition of Zhou Zhu's value. Though completely devoid of personal power, Zhou Zhu could elevate an entire clan standing with a mere flick of his hand, a capability no ordinary person possessed. One could imagine the heights the Inuzuka family's ninja hound business would reach after this film's release. It was better to maintain good relations with such a person, as no one could guarantee they wouldn't need his help someday. No worries, Asuma. We've known each other long enough on this journey and I understand you well. I never took it to heart. Zhou Zhu spoke casually. As for whether he truly cared, he was already contemplating directing adult films, planning to cast Kurenai Yuhi, or perhaps directly adapting his comics into live action. How about that? After exchanging a few more pleasantries they parted ways. Zhou Zhu found it somewhat dull watching the young ones chatting with their respective companions. He strolled out of the hall, stopped by a window and gazed outside, lost in thought. Boss Zhou Zhu seems rather bored. Would you mind stepping outside for a chat? Zhou Zhu turned his head and saw that it was acting Kazekage wa Ai Luo. The Kazekage has invited me, I dare not refuse, Zhou Zhu replied. The two walked through the crowd and arrived at a relatively secluded spot. Zhou Zhu looked at wa Ai Luo, waiting for him to speak. Mr. Heichi, what is your purpose in coming to our Sharan village? Wa Ai Luo asked directly. Lord Kazekage, what do you mean? Haven't I already reported my purpose for coming to Sharan village to you? I am not yet the Kazekage, just call me acting Kazekage or simply my name. Wa Ai Luo corrected him. Mr. Heichi previously reported that he would open a cinema and a manga store. To be honest, I find it hard to believe. A person like Mr. Heichi who hides himself so deeply, it's really hard for me to believe such a reason. Do I hide myself deeply? How did the Lord Kazekage reach this conclusion? Zhou Zhu looked at wa Ai Luo with great interest, wondering if it was the power of Shohi or some other reason. It seemed that wa Ai Luo had sensed his extraordinary nature from the very beginning, which puzzled him greatly. Intuition, wa Ai Luo said matter-of-factly. Zhou Zhu rolled his eyes. How was he supposed to respond to such a reason? Could this so-called intuition actually see through the system's disguise? However, he actually had his own reasoning. Perhaps it was because wa Ai Luo was naturally sensitive, coupled with the power of Shohi and the protection of his mother's sand guardian, multiple factors that gave him such intuition. Speaking of which, Mingren should also have similar intuition because the Nine Tails itself has the ability to detect malice. However, Mingren has always trusted himself, so he didn't have much guard against him. No matter what you think, Lord Kazekage, what I told you is the reason I came to Sharan village. You saw today's movie, I filmed it, you know. Do you think an ambitious, malicious person could make a movie like that, or even make a movie at all? Wa Ai Luo was silent. He knew that Zhou Zhu's words made sense. Although the reason was far-fetched, he really couldn't think of any other reason for Zhou Zhu to do this. Is this the only reason the Lord Kazekage summoned me? Then you need not worry so much. Once I've finished arranging things here, I'll go to other villages to open branches. By then I'll be gone. Surely you don't think I still have some conspiracy? And to be honest, your Sharan village really has nothing I covet. Zhou Zhu said disdainfully. Actually, what he said was true. The entire Sharan village, aside from its population which he coveted to convert into manga sales, really had nothing else that caught his interest. That's good. Wa Ai Luo nodded seriously. If Zhou Zhu stayed in their Shaoran village he would indeed be a bit daunted. Although they had never fought, for some reason he felt he couldn't defeat this man. Then if there's nothing else, I'll take my leave. I've been busy all day and I'm quite tired and need to rest early. Zhou Zhu yawned. It wasn't an act. Although his strength was formidable, his daily routine was still the same as before. He got sleepy at a certain time. Wait. Wei Luo called out to Zhou Zhu, asking hesitantly, that guy named Lu Wan, is he really in that kind of relationship with my sister? Pfft. Zhou Zhu almost laughed out loud. So you've noticed, kid? Lu Wan, don't blame your uncle for not speaking up for you. Yes, he's been getting very close to your sister these past 2 days. I've already told him off, but he never listens. I'm always worried that these young people are too young and might do something reckless. Damn it. I should have killed that guy during the Zhongren exam. Wei Luo's veins bulged. Being targeted by this guy. Lu Wan, your uncle can only help you this far. Whether you can win over this brother-in-law is up to you. Things in Shaoran village were going smoothly. He had hired some staff to help run the stores, and after running for a while Zhou Zhu felt he could let go completely. Both movies were released in theaters. Judging from the reception over the past few days, it seemed they would be huge hits, especially the movie Longmen Kujan, Dragon Gate Inn, because its setting was an inn in the desert of the Wind Country and the characters were all citizens of the Wind Country, which gave a strong sense of immersion. It was said that some merchants had already spotted the opportunity and were planning to build an inn in the desert. However, how likely that was they would have to figure out on their own. Manga books were also selling quite fast. In the past few days the sales of the third volume had already exceeded tens of thousands of copies. Perhaps because the appearance of ninjas from their own village was very appealing to them, so they sold quickly. Although there was still a large gap from the 1 million copies needed to complete the mission, at least it was a steady stream. In the past few days Lu Wan had not shown up at all. I don't know if it was because Wei Luo went to find him later or for some other reason. This left his teammates very puzzled, while Zhou Zhu laughed on the side. After staying for a while longer, when they realized Lu Wan still hadn't appeared, everyone sensed something was wrong. Logically, someone as meticulous as Lu Wan would not suddenly disappear without reason during a mission. Clearly something had happened to him. Teacher Asima, is there any news from Shaoran village? Seeing Asima return from outside, Jingyi and Ding Xi quickly asked. No, Zhou Zhu said she hasn't seen Lu Wan since the premiere. Now Shaoran village has sent out ninjas to search. If Lu Wan hasn't left the village, there should be news soon. Although he said that Asima actually knew that Lu Wan might have met with some misfortune, otherwise he wouldn't have disappeared for no reason. How could this happen? Jingyi scratched her head irritably. The disappearance of her teammate kindled a fire of anger in her heart. Zhou Zhu was also silent. He didn't understand why such a thing would happen in this relatively peaceful 3-year period. Previously he thought Lu Wan was deliberately staying out of sight to avoid Wei Luo, but now it seemed not. No matter how hard he thought, he couldn't figure out who would stir up trouble during this time. The Akatsuki organization. But wasn't this supposed to be their period of dormancy? Shouldn't they wait for the Three Tails to resurrect before acting? Was his memory wrong? Zhou Zhu started to panic. Although he had gained power, if his butterfly effect caused Lu Wan to die, that would be a huge joke and he would blame himself to death. News from Sunagakure arrived quickly. No trace of Lu Wan was found within the village. The faces of the Konoha ninja turned grim. Barring the possibility that the Sunan ninja were too incompetent to even know their own village, this almost confirmed that Lu Wan had left the village either voluntarily or by force. Sunagakure has already dispatched ninja to search outside the village. It was inconvenient to do so inside earlier, but this time we will join the search. Asima said to Ding Xi and Jingyi. But be careful. The enemy managed to capture Lu Wan without a sound, which means they are formidable. During this search, no matter what happens, do not act rashly. Report to your superiors first. Understood. Understood. After instructing his team, Asima turned to Zhou Zhu. Mr. Zhou Zhu, I apologize for delaying your journey. It's nothing. I'm partly responsible for Lu Wan's disappearance. I'm worried about his safety too. Asima nodded and left with his team. At this time, who could it be? Zhou Zhu rubbed his temples, feeling a headache coming on. He simply couldn't imagine what kind of ninja could have abducted Lu Wan without a trace. After all, Lu Wan was a genuine elite chunin and had fought evenly with the Sound Four not long ago. The key issue was that although Zhou Zhu possessed astonishing power, he had no expertise in sensory ninjutsu and no better way to find someone. A good man will find his way. Lu Wan, one of the Konoha rookie 12, shouldn't die this early, right? Frustrated and knowing that waiting here would yield nothing, Zhou Zhu left a shadow clone and sneaked out of the village in his true form. Beyond Sunagakure lay a vast desert, an endless expanse of yellow sand. Living in such a place, no wonder Suna was like a wild dog snapping at anything good it saw. After searching around, he unsurprisingly found nothing unusual. He began to regret not including Karen's mind's eye of the Kagura in the Chunin exam arc he had drawn, then he wouldn't be searching for a needle in a haystack now. Wait, Suddenly Zhou Zhu remembered, didn't he have the Byakugan? This Kekei Genkai was used for reconnaissance in Konoha, wasn't it? It wasn't surprising he had forgotten. Whenever he thought of sensory ninjutsu, he recalled learnable techniques like the mind's eye, but completely overlooked the Byakugan, a Kekei Genkai with low presence in his mind. No sooner thought than done. Zhou Zhu's eyes widened instantly, turning pure white, and his vision stretched infinitely into the distance. He scanned his surroundings. Everything within sight was crystal clear, even allowing him to see through objects. No wonder this ability was the dream of Jiraiya. Suddenly Zhou Zhu noticed something buried beneath the yellow sand 30 kilometers east of his position. When he tried to penetrate it with his gaze, something blocked him from going further. Something capable of obstructing Zhou Zhu's Byakugan was certainly not ordinary. Where there was an anomaly, there must be a monster. Lu Wan's disappearance was most likely related to this object. With that thought, he headed toward the location. Hey Jingyi, Lu Wan's mark should lead here, right? But there's nothing here. When Zhou Zhu arrived, he saw Ding Xiai and Jingyi circling that very spot. According to them, they had found Lu Wan's mark. But at a time like this, shouldn't they have called a Sima? The Inoshikacho formation without its brain was indeed prone to foolish moves. The two also noticed the approaching ninja. Since Zhou Zhu had used a transformation jutsu to disguise himself as a Suna grunt, they didn't recognize him. A Suna ninja. Any findings? Ding Xiai asked. You found something too, haven't you? This place is far from ordinary. Now that Zhou Zhu knew where the problem was, nothing else was a problem. He was no longer in a hurry, choosing to observe the two youngsters for now. What? So this place is indeed suspicious. But where exactly? Ding Xiai looked around but still couldn't see anything unusual. It's hard to hide anything on this endless desert surface, Zhou Zhu hinted. The two youngsters immediately lowered their gaze to the sand beneath their feet. Could it be under the yellow sand? Dig. Ding Xiai looked at Jingyi, confused. No need. Let me do it. Another voice rang out, and Wei Luo appeared beside them in an instant. Zhou Zhu was not surprised. He had detected Wei Luo scouting nearby earlier, and it was natural for him to come and investigate when he sensed something amiss. Wei Luo raised his hands, and the sand on the ground began to tremble, slowly rising and splitting to both sides. The two youngsters were astonished by Wei Luo's incredible power. They hadn't expected him to have grown so strong in such a short time. In this desert he might even be at Kage level. After the sand parted, a black iron plate and an iron door were revealed. It seemed to be part of some structure, but only the tip of the iceberg was visible. From what was exposed, it would take a great deal of effort to fully excavate it. Zhou Zhu was amazed. Something so technologically advanced had appeared in the backward ninja world. It seemed the ninja world's technology tree had grown in a very crooked direction. Should we call for help? Jingyi hesitated. I'm enough. You two go find the search ninjas. Wei Luo used his sand to open the iron door, then leaped inside. The two looked at each other, unsure what to do, then turned their gazes to Zhou Zhu. Zhou Zhu shrugged. Don't look at me. I have to protect our Kazekage. If anything happens to him, I'll be held responsible. Then we're going too. Our comrade is inside, we can't just stay out of it with a clear conscience. Jingyi and Ding Xiai said firmly. Zhou Zhu shrugged again, signaling it was up to them. He knew that kids like these were bound to have hero complexes, and sending them back now would be unrealistic. He himself certainly wasn't going back to wait for news. Not only was he unsure if Wei Luo could handle this alone, but the massive structure that clearly exceeded the ninja world's technology had piqued his interest. What could it be? It shouldn't exist in the main story. Was it from a movie, an anime original arc, or Boruto? Upon crossing into the building, a constricted corridor greeted them. To Zhou Zhu it resembled alien technology. Even the edifices of his former life had not seemed so advanced. Could this have been some conveyance of the Datong Mu clan when they came to the Renjia? That notion felt off. had the Datong Mu not already traversed the void with their bodies. The corridor stretched on interminably. The group wound left and right and were soon hopelessly lost. A friend from Sharon village, do you know the way? Can you find your village's wind shadow? Ding Ci asked hesitantly as the others grew more confused. What? Are you joking? I don't know the way, aren't you the ones leading? Zhou Zhu replied with an innocent expression. Silence fell. They exchanged uneasy glances at a loss for words. In truth, Zhou Zhu was helpless. The building's material was extraordinarily impervious even to his Byakugan. The place twisted and turned in maddening ways. What could he do? Then. Let us leave it to fate and keep walking, Ding Ci said with resignation. It was not a fine plan, but they had no other option. They proceeded cautiously when the structure suddenly trembled, making them all start in alarm. Has Lord Wind's shadow engaged an enemy? Jing Yi cried in surprise. Zhou Zhu felt a pang of envy. Indeed, the Wind Shadow's methods of locating others were impressively formidable. We should hurry, they said, exchanging looks before dashing forward. A wall suddenly split open and a black enormous hand seized the trailing Zhou Zhu, dragging him inside. What? The two rushed through the breach only to discover that beyond it lay a vast expanse, a plaza-like chamber that stood in stark contrast to the cramped corridor. In the center of that plaza stood a figure, or rather a humanoid monstrosity. The creature was shrouded in a layer of black substance that flowed like liquid, clinging to every contour and rendering its true form indistinguishable. From its back extended a long vine-like appendage whose tip held Zhou Zhu. Have you two come here to court death? The thing intoned. The monster produced a sound from somewhere unseen, then the vine lashed out and flung Zhou Zhu. He struck the surrounding wall with a heavy thud, rolled limp and lay unmoving. Damn, what is that thing? Jing Yi fall back. Ding Ci took up a defensive stance. The creature seemed no ordinary foe. Had that attack landed on him fully, he would have fared badly. Jing Yi's combat strength was limited and leaned toward support, so she could only stand and absorb the enemy's blows. Pathetic, do you think you can defeat me? The creature sneered. The black matter surged across its body and bulges formed on its surface. They swelled slowly at first, then erupted in an instant, stabbing toward Ding Ci. Ding Ci sprang aside but was still struck in the left leg. A tentacle promptly coiled around it and began dragging him toward the creature. Localized multiplication art. Ding Ci's hands swelled several times their normal size. Riding the acceleration of the pull, he gripped the tentacle, binding his leg with one hand while driving his enlarged fist into the monster with the other. Naive. Childish. Foolish. The black substance heaved again and congealed into a shield that bristled before the creature. Ding Ci tore the tentacle from his leg and slammed his fist into the shield. To his surprise, the shield was soft. It absorbed the blow, adhered to his hand and began to creep over his body. He hastily dispelled the multiplication using the momentary void created by the mass change to slip free of the black matter's clinging, and then retreated. The monster did not pursue. It watched him withdraw and taunted, well then, child, still have the courage to fight me? Heart-body shift technique. Seizing the creature's slack, Jing Yi employed a secret art. The next instant her body collapsed to the ground, yet the monster remained unfazed, chuckling with derision. Want to enter my body? Child, are you too naive? Jing Yi, are you all right? Ding Ci, gritting his teeth against the pain in his leg, looked toward her in concern. They had likely engaged in a brief clash of souls, and given the monster's apparent lack of harm, Jing Yi had been thoroughly defeated. She should be fine, only her soul is wounded. She will probably lie in bed for a week to recover, if she lives that long, the monster sneered. Ding Ci felt a deep helplessness. This was someone he could scarcely hope to best, even with forbidden drugs. A single encounter had injured him, and Jing Yi had been utterly outclassed in spiritual strength. Such a gulf in power left him near despair. He produced a family secret medicine and swallowed a blue and a yellow pill. A burst of chakra erupted and the wound in Ding Ci's leg sealed. Oh. Did you take something to awaken your potential? Do you really think that can defeat me? The monster snickered, utterly dismissive of Ding Ci. Ding Ci offered no words, answering with action. Flesh shell tank. He instantly became a massive ball of flesh and with tremendous momentum hurtled toward the monster. Not bad. The creature again formed its shield and met the assault head-on. This time the shield could not wholly absorb the impact. The tank form shattered it and the devastating force struck the creature's body. The monster was launched far back, crashing into the wall and gouging out a large crater. Ding Ci emerged from tank form without pause and unleashed another secret art. Multiplication art. Now Ding's eye swelled into a giant some 7 or 8 meters tall. With a powerful leap he landed before the crater and began pelting the monster with hundreds of punishing blows. He poured out a frenzied onslaught until his strength was spent. Dispelling the multiplication, he panted heavily, eyes fixed on the center of the crater. He could not be sure whether his attacks had injured the foe, but they had been his absolute all. "Heh, sharp blows indeed, you nearly wounded me," the creature mocked. The monster's voice drifted from the crater light and filled with derision. It was clear Ding's assault had not done it lasting harm. Slowly the creature stepped out from the dust. The black matter still flowed across its form, though perhaps, if Ding's eyes did not deceive him, there was a little less of it than before. Ding's eye watched the enemy and felt his heart sink. The foe appeared unscathed. He produced his last red pill. This time survival would be no small gamble. "Are you going to eat that little fatty? You look so hesitant. It must have a significant side effect on you, even potentially killing you, right?" The monster isn't in a hurry to attack either. In fact, it has only struck once from the beginning until now. Ding's eye turned to look at the unconscious Jing Yi and gradually made up his mind, directly tossing the pill into his mouth. Whoosh! A sound of something piercing through the air erupted, and Ding's red secret medicine was pinned to the ground by a 1,000-handed nail. Ding's eye, don't be impulsive, that thing is not a joke. A familiar voice came and Ding's eye looked over in surprise, indeed finding Asuma squatting next to Jing Yi. He first checked Jing Yi's injuries, noticed they weren't severe, and then turned his gaze to Ding's eye, giving him a reassuring look. "Don't worry, Ding's eye, the teacher is here." "Oh, a remarkable guy showed up. It seems like he is these little brats' teacher. So you must be quite strong, huh?" Asuma didn't respond but charged directly toward the opponent with a chakra blade in hand. The monster sprouted several tentacles, rapidly shooting toward Asuma. However, with just a flick of his hands, Asuma severed all the tentacles aimed at him. "That's interesting." The monster's tone shifted to one of seriousness. Seeing Asuma closing in, it once again employed the same tactic, raising a shield in front of itself. Yet this did not deter Asuma's advance. With a horizontal slash of his left hand he bisected the shield, then with a vertical slash from his right hand he cleaved the monster in two. Although he had defeated his opponent, Asuma did not let his guard down, gazing solemnly at the severed body on the ground. He watched as the body on the ground squirmed and then seamlessly rejoined at the wound, standing up unharmed. "Haha, as expected of a teacher, very impressive. But you should know I am immortal." The monster laughed maniacally. Asuma naturally wouldn't believe such nonsense. How could there be an immortal being in this world? It was merely a strange ninjutsu from the opponent. If physical techniques are ineffective, then I can only resort to ninjutsu. He thought to himself, swiftly forming hand seals and exhaling a plume of high-temperature ash. Fire release, ash accumulation. The ash ignited into a blazing fire upon landing, twisting the monster in the center of the flames, unsure if it was in pain or something else. "Haha, thank you for your gift." Suddenly several fiery tentacles shot out from the flames, undoubtedly more powerful than before. Asuma quickly dodged and severed them with his chakra blade. It seems ninjutsu won't work if this is becoming quite tricky. As the flames subsided, the monster's body still burned, yet it appeared oblivious, even seeming to enjoy it, clearly indicating that the ninjutsu provided it some enhancement. Although Asuma felt it was challenging, he remained calm. He was a ninja skilled in physical techniques. The monster only had a couple of tricks, and after several encounters it posed little threat, but its immortality was troublesome. The monster continued firing tentacles while Asuma, in the midst of evasion, constantly severed these tentacles, leading to a stalemate. "Asuma sensei, the black substance on that monster is likely a consumable. When I used the multiplication technique to hit him earlier, I felt his black substance diminishing." On the side, Ding's Ci had regained some strength, and upon seeing the previous battle between Asuma sensei and the monster, quickly voiced his judgment. This monster may have some resistance to ninjutsu and slashing attacks, but blunt force might be able to deplete it. "You're quite a hindrance, you little fatty. Didn't you just hit me several times without any issues?" "You do have issues. It's just that my attacks aren't strong enough to surpass your limit of endurance," Ding's Ci said with confidence. Asuma received Ding's information and immediately hurled two chakra blades at the monster, piercing its body directly. However, the two holes in the liquid-like monster's body were visibly shrinking and disappearing. Wind release blade dance. The two flying chakra blades unexpectedly turned midair and began to circle around the monster. "What is this?" The monster looked confused at the chakra blade surrounding it and then noticed the thin thread entwined at the end of the chakra blade. Could it be? The chakra blades flew back to Asuma's hands, and with a strong tug the fine thread in the air directly sliced the monster into several segments. "I told you there's nothing." The monster's body was thrown high into the air, yet even so it could still utter sounds. That's not necessarily true. Come forth, thousand-hand kill. Suddenly behind Asuma appeared a thousand-handed Mithraea made of chakra. This Mithraea had a fierce expression and all its thousand hands struck at the monster's airborne segments. Ah! The monster let out a heart-wrenching scream, its voice gradually weakening until it finally disappeared. In the sky its body seemed to be consumed, slowly shrinking until it vanished. Phew! Asuma sighed in relief, dispelling his ninjutsu. This monster indeed had some skills, though not highly offensive. It was quite troublesome. He wondered what it was that made it so hard to deal with. He then turned his gaze toward his two students. Ding Xiai had just taken 2 secret medicines and was currently in a weakened state, while Jing Yi was mentally traumatized and would take some time to recover. It seemed they were not very suitable to explore this hidden place right now. However, when he looked at Ding Xiai, he saw a shocked expression as he shouted at his feet. Asuma-sensei, be careful of the tentacles. Asuma's heart skipped a beat as he recalled the tentacles he had just severed. Could those things also be part of the monster and allow it to resurrect? Indeed, just as he thought to jump away, he felt something tightly ensnare his legs, rendering him immobile. Looking down, he found that the ground was covered with a layer of black gelatinous material and his feet were temporarily bound by the tentacles spreading from the gelatin. He die, you damned creature. From within the black mass a face gradually emerged, resembling that of the monster from before. At this moment it glared at him with a face full of malice, uttering those wicked words, and simultaneously several more tentacles emerged from the black substance, shooting directly toward him. At this moment he had nowhere to escape. Bang! The tentacles were directly blocked by the sand, and then the remaining black substance on the ground was completely enveloped by the sand and annihilated. Wai Luo. It turned out that Wai Luo was now standing beside the broken hole with one hand extended forward in a grasping gesture, clearly having just made that move. Are you all right? Wai Luo jumped in and asked with concern. Ding Xiai finally let out a sigh of relief, then asked with some tension. Lord Wind Shadow, have you found Lu Wan? Wai Luo shook his head, then recounted what had just happened. It turned out that after entering he had traveled along and also encountered such a monster. After a battle he defeated the opponent but got lost. It was only after hearing the sounds of battle here that he rushed over. Asima muttered, so it seems this should be an organization. So close to Shaoran village, I wonder what scheme they have. Ding Xiai said hesitantly, Lord Wind Shadow, the ninjas of your village may. Wai Luo looked at Zhou Zhu, who was lying nearby with a sore back, and frowned. Saying that he went over to confirm and determined that he indeed did not recognize this ninja. Sensing the surrounding ninjas gradually approaching, Zhou Zhu wriggled his body, pretentiously sat up, and then looked at the others with an embarrassed expression. Although he had been thrown just now, he was not injured. He had been playing dead there ever since because he wanted to see how the little cockroaches would respond, or rather to train them. Otherwise, if he had slaughtered his way through this place, it would have been too boring. But now it seemed he had put himself in an awkward position. Just then the entire building suddenly shook, and then the room flashed red lights. Enemy invasion. Enemy invasion. Initiate expulsion mode. The room suddenly lit up. The ceiling had been opened, and then the floor gradually descended. The ground on which they stood became a lattice of iron mesh that had been beneath the floorboards. Looking down, they saw 2 huge fans. The fans slowly began to spin, eventually generating a tremendous gale that lifted everyone into the air. Damn it! Asima cursed, adjusted his posture to hold the unconscious Jing Yi, and then everyone was thrown out of the building. Wai Luo waved his hands and caught them all steadily. The group stopped on the desert and looked up, only to see a huge warship floating in the sky. What is this? Wai Luo said in astonishment. This machine he had never seen before deeply shocked him. The warship slowly rose until it hovered at a great height, then remained still. Wai Luo said, let's go back first, discuss it back there. The others had no other choice at the moment, so they could only return. Ding Xiai suddenly asked, where is that ninja from earlier? Only then did they remember that the suspected ninja from earlier had simply vanished. This is truly a troubled time. Wind Shadow's office. All the high-ranking officials of Shaoran village had arrived. They discussed how to deal with the aerial fortress in the desert. The group was roughly divided into 2 factions. One faction thought that Shaoran village should wait and see, as the aerial fortress might leave after a while, if the other faction believed they should strike first and send ninjas to shoot down the fortress. Both sides had their own reasons and argued heatedly. Wai Luo stopped the discussion. Alright, no more arguments. Don't forget a ninja from Muyi village was taken by the enemy in our village. As allies we must give Muyi village an explanation. So what we need to discuss now is not whether to rescue but how to rescue. Whether to mobilize the entire village to destroy the fortress or to send elite ninjas for a decapitation strike. Wai Luo made the final decision, setting the nature of the meeting, and then everyone began discussing this topic. In the end they decided to form a breakthrough team consisting of a Sima from Muyi village and Wai Luo Maji and several other jonin from Shaoran village to enter the fortress, while the other ninjas of Shaoran village would set up a barrier around the fortress to prevent it from escaping. This operation is named Operation Deer Hunt. So because of the fortress we might have to stay in Shaoran village for a while. Uncle Zhou Zhu, if you're willing to wait you can stay in the village. If you're in a hurry to return, Shaoran village can send a ninja to escort you back. Due to some follow-up matters from the meeting, Sima did not come back to see Zhou Zhu. Instead Ding Xi told Zhou Zhu about their experiences and subsequent arrangements. I don't mind, I can wait for you. But are you sure it's okay? This time 5 of you entered the fortress together, yet you couldn't even see the enemy leader's face and you lost one. Are you sure you can do it? No problem. This time a strike team composed of Shaoran village's jonin is formed. In terms of strength it's enough to fight a war. I think that cowardly guy wouldn't have such great power. Ding Xi said with some confidence. Zhou Zhu however disagreed. After seeing the aerial fortress, Zhou Zhu actually remembered what organization this was. It should be a character from some movie, the leader of something like the Kongren village who controls a huge aerial fortress and a fake-tailed beast that absorbs negative emotions, the Zero Tail. He couldn't remember the specific plot, only that later Naruto and Sasuke killed the person controlling the Zero Tail and destroyed the Zero Tail itself. To be honest, in this ninja world with underdeveloped technology, to be able to build such a huge weapon that even in Zhou Zhu's past life only existed in science fiction novels, that's really something. The ninjas of that village were truly talented. Pity they were destroyed by the barbarians of this ninja world, otherwise the ninja world might have already entered a starfaring civilization. As for the Zero Tail, Zhou Zhu remembered it could resurrect infinitely and regenerate lost limbs. With such a broken ability without the protagonist's halo, he really didn't have much faith in this group. So you're not participating this time, staying here to protect me? Yeah, my strength would only cause trouble, so I won't go. Zhou Zhu leaned in mysteriously and said, Hee, how can you say that? Young man, do you have a dream? Ah, wah. Ding Xi was startled and was about to ask, but then felt a violent shaking and the entire house began to tremble. Ding Xi hurriedly opened the window and looked outside. He saw that the floating fortress in the sky had already reached the center of Sunigakure, and due to the well-known lack of anti-air defenses in the village, the ninjas could only watch helplessly from below. This is truly outrageous. Ding Xi swallowed hard, unable to imagine the shock this scene brought him. Such a massive fortress, even without any offensive capabilities, would still deal irreparable damage to Sunigakure just by crashing down. However, how could such a large fortress lack offensive measures? He noticed a distinct launch port at the bottom of the fortress where a sphere of energy was slowly gathering. Zhou Zhu's pupils constricted. If this level of energy, if truly fired, would likely rival the tailed beast bomb. If it were to strike Sunigakure, it might be comparable to a Super Shinra Tensei with a bag of rice. However, with him there, the village would not be destroyed. After all, there were still plenty of crops ready for harvest and his task completion rate was steadily increasing. Yet when he noticed Gaara and the ninjas from Sunigakure gathering under the cannon preparing their protective barriers, he temporarily halted his intention to intervene. For him it was preferable to refrain from using force if possible. He didn't want to interfere in the ninjas' battle, rather he wanted to witness their own efforts towards peace, though of course if the situation grew dire he wouldn't hesitate to act. Suddenly the energy sphere fluctuated violently and shot out a long beam of energy. The energy beam struck the protective barrier, which was only able to hold for a moment before being directly pierced. This was unavoidable, there was hardly any time to prepare, and managing to hold for even a moment was already quite commendable. As the first line of defense was breached, the Sunigakure ninjas did not panic. Gaara raised his hand and the gourd instantly turned to sand, with a massive quantity of sand blocking the path of the energy beam. The beam struck Gaara's sand defense and was surprisingly held back, exploding along the surface of the sand like flowing water, resulting in a stalemate. While Gaara was holding firm, another wave of ninjas arrived, methodically reinforcing several layers of protective barriers. When Gaara could no longer maintain the sand, the weakened beam was completely blocked by the barrier, gradually diminishing until it vanished. The enemy's actions can be regarded as a declaration of war against our wind country. All ninjas in the village are to enter a state of alert and the sealing team must create as many barriers as possible beneath this fortress. Special operations team move now. Saying this, Gaara waved his hands and a torrent of sand surged into the sky, forming a staircase leading up to the floating fortress. Move. The few people he had previously mentioned did not hesitate and directly stepped onto the sand path. Asuma took his chakra knife and tore open the surface of the fortress, allowing everyone to rush inside. Phew, that was really close. I almost thought I was going to die. Ding Xi patted his chest, looking as if he had just escaped with his life. After all, it is one of the 5 great shinobi villages. It would be strange if it could be easily destroyed, Zhou Zhu said, seemingly completely forgetting about Konoha, which would later be reduced to ruins. That's true. If they have no air superiority at all, then Sunigakure is pretty useless. If someone targets that weakness, wouldn't it be utterly miserable? Ding Xi looked as if it were a matter of course, while a certain future clay-using kid silently gave him a thumbs up. By the way, Ding Xi, I feel like your family's secret technique is quite powerful. Is there a limit to that body multiplication? Zhou Zhu suddenly asked. This was something he had wanted to ask for a long time. Speaking of which, the Akimichi clan's secret technique, multiplication technique, was quite similar to Hokage's secret technique, and he wondered if Kishimoto had referenced it when creating this technique. If this technique is a ninja version of Hokage's secret technique, then it's somewhat disappointing. Theoretically, it should be a powerful skill that rivals Susanoo. This made Zhou Zhu wonder whether the limitation was with the technique itself or if the Akimichi clan was simply underwhelming. Well, you see. Ding Xi organized his thoughts and continued, theoretically this ninjutsu has no limit. As long as the body has enough energy, then increasing one's height to several hundred meters is not impossible. Of course, that's all theoretical. In reality, this technique can only be mastered by our Akimichi clan. While our clan's members are generally stronger in energy than others, there are still limits. We can only increase energy by gaining weight, so being able to grow 10 meters is already the maximum. It was once speculated by an elder of the clan that if the first Hokage could master this ninjutsu, it would undoubtedly produce terrifying results. Unfortunately, this ninjutsu can only be practiced by our clan. Zhou Zhu nodded, which resolved one of his questions. As for Ding Xi's hopes regarding the technique's maximum potential, he could only say that if given the chance, he would let Ding Xi see a version that could reach several hundred meters, comparable to a complete Susanoo or even surpassing it with the super multiplication technique. After all, his current body energy was no longer just unbeatable in the entire ninja world. If he had to quantify it, it could be described as several Hashirama. Hey Uncle Zhou Zhu, are you so interested in our family's secret technique for some reason? Ding Xi asked with some confusion after he finished. Well, it's because I need to draw manga. I can only create a more authentic representation if I fully understand the true nature of your clan's techniques. If I draw an Akimichi ninja using the multiplication technique and suddenly soaring to 20 meters, wouldn't that be ridiculous? Zhou Zhu casually fabricated an excuse. I see, Ding Xi thought for a moment, feeling that this made a lot of sense, and then he shared more details about the clan's secret techniques. As the time passed second by second, Zhou Zhu and Ding Xi fell silent. The atmosphere felt slightly oppressive. The current situation was that the longer they stayed in the floating fortress, the more dangerous it became. Suddenly the fortress, which had been stable, began to shake. Then a large hole suddenly appeared in the fortress and a gigantic yellow raccoon cat squeezed through the opening, followed by a black eel-like monster that charged out. Damn you, big black snake. I'll cut you into pieces and eat you. Shikaku stood on the outer shell of the sky fortress and launched an attack at the black monster. Ha, one tail. Once I absorb you completely, I'll advance even further. The monster was sliced into several pieces by One Tail's claws, but then fully regenerated as if nothing had happened. The two fought fiercely on the fortress, wreaking havoc as if it were the end of the world. That's One Tail Shikaku, Lord Kazekage. What kind of monster can go toe-a-toe with Shikaku? The ninjas of Sunigakure below were shocked. To them, Shikaku was already an invincible existence, a monster that had once brought them endless suffering. And what kind of being could match him, even gradually suppressing Shikaku? Resign yourself, Shikaku. You will only become my food. The black monster laughed and coiled itself around Shikaku's body. Then Shikaku suddenly collapsed and muttered weakly. I have no strength left. You can absorb chakra. Haha, isn't it a bit too late to notice now? I am the Zero Tail, standing above all other tailed beasts. I will drain your chakra and let you know the price of angering me. The monster laughed heartily, clearly believing the battle was decided. I don't know where you came from, I never saw you even back in the days of the old man sage of 6 paths. But there's one thing you said that I can agree with. The number of tails has nothing to do with power, in fact fewer tails might mean greater strength. But you underestimated me, a tailed beast, too much. Since you want chakra, I'll give you all of it. As he spoke, a brilliant yellow light blazed from one tail's body and a vast amount of chakra was continuously drawn out. Haha, have you given up because you can't break free? Don't worry, I'll take all your chakra and then give you. Wait, the chakra is a bit too much, I can't consume it all. Stop. The monster initially thought smugly that One Tail had given up resistance, but the next moment he realized that because the quality of One Tail's chakra was too high he couldn't digest it in time. When he realized this and tried to pull away, he was already firmly grasped by Shikaku. Don't be in such a hurry to leave. There's still plenty of chakra, he'll give it all to you. Shikaku had noticed earlier that although this creature seemed immortal and could absorb chakra, its own chakra was extremely chaotic and it was only a strange balance within its body that maintained order. And as long as enough chakra poured in, that balance would inevitably be broken. Arg! The monster screamed repeatedly and finally exploded into countless fragments. A person fell out of the monster's body and was caught by Asula, who arrived just in time. That person was Shikamaru. That was really something. Although Shikaku's chakra was vast, it was clearly not infinite. After having so much drained away, he collapsed in exhaustion and his body turned into sand. Inside, Gaara fell out and was caught by Baki. Boom! A thunderous roar sounded. The sky fortress hovering above Sunagakure seemed to lose its power and began to fall at an unimaginable speed. Damn, is the enemy trying to take us down with them? With an impact like this, our Sunagakure. A ninja from the ceiling squad below said in despair. Such a massive object crashing down, the protective barrier they had just set up was as fragile as paper and was pierced through directly. This disaster was something they simply could not stop. Just as the ninjas were resigned to their fate, a person walked out slowly, a faint smile on his lips, and murmured. After all, this is a fine place to harvest resources. It would be a pity to let it be destroyed. Wood-style tree world birth. On the ground of Sunagakure, which was originally covered in yellow sand, suddenly towering trees with lush branches sprouted out. These trees grew rapidly to nearly 100 meters and directly propped up the falling sky fortress. What is that? The Sunagakure ninjas stared in terror at the sudden towering trees, unable to comprehend such a divine-like spectacle. Wood style? How is that possible? Choji stared at the suddenly appearing colossal trees and instantly thought of the person who had pacified the chaos of the ninja world, blurting out involuntarily. How can wood style appear? And at this level, isn't it too exaggerated? Even the first Hokage might not achieve this degree. Zhou Zhu could only think that the young man was too naive, his vision limited his imagination. If the first Hokage were here, he could definitely do something even more exaggerated. He might even summon the 1,000-armed Buddha with the top of the Buddha technique and toss the sky fortress away like a frisbee. Wood style, huh? That legendary bloodline limit only mastered by the first Hokage. But didn't the first Hokage pass away long ago? Who cast this technique? Of course he knew who had cast it, it was himself. When the sky fortress was hovering above Sunagakure, he had already sent a shadow clone to the spot directly below just to be safe. Now it seemed all this was necessary. As for what others might speculate about this incident, what did it have to do with him? He was just an ordinary owner of a cinema and manga shop. That's true too. Who could have this bloodline limit? Choji also looked puzzled. He was never a strategist, so it was obviously impossible for him to figure out the key point. Could it be that ninja from before, he speculated. And to be fair, his guess was actually the truth, they were indeed the same person, but the speculation was useless. Uncle Zhou Zhu, I'd like to go take a look over there. Choji looked at him a bit embarrassed. After all, his mission was to protect Zhou Zhu. Now wanting to leave his charge to check on his teammates clearly went against ninja protocols. Oh, no problem. Let's go together. I'm also curious about what's going on inside, Zhou Zhu said. But Choji hesitated, that the situation outside was still unclear and he feared he might not be able to protect him in time. It's fine. Sunagakure's strongest forces are all there. If there's danger there, then I'm not safe here either. Choji thought for a moment and nodded. So the two set off together toward the place where the towering trees stood. The ninjas infiltrating the fortress descended one by one from the towering trees. Lord Maki, is Lord Fueying all right? Asuma Sensei, what about Shikamaru? Seeing them come down, Choji and a group of ninjas from Sunigakure rushed over, anxiously inquiring about the situation of their concerned ones. Everyone quiet down, let's discuss this after returning. Asuma-sensei, we from Sunigakure need to hold a high-level meeting, please forgive any lack of hospitality on our part. But I believe you all have your own matters to attend to. Asuma nodded, gesturing to Choji, and the group from Konohagakure returned to Zhou Zhu's shop. Asuma-sensei, what exactly is going on? After laying Shikamaru, who was unconscious flat, Choji asked in a worried tone. We don't have much time, quickly pack your things, we need to leave Sunigakure immediately. Otherwise once they react it might be difficult for us to depart. Asuma said while gathering his belongings. What? What happened, Asuma-sensei? Aren't we allies with Sunigakure? Why do we need to escape? Don't ask Choji. Zhou Zhu interrupted Choji's questioning. We can discuss any issues later, let's execute the order. I'll go to the hospital to pick up Ino, you all wait for me at the village entrance. No, I'll go get Ino. Choji, you ensure the safety of Mr. Zhou Zhu and Shikamaru. Let's regroup at the village entrance. At the entrance of Sunigakure, after waiting for a while, Choji and the others saw Asuma rushing over with Ino on his back. Is everyone alright? Let's leave the village. The group hurried toward the village exit. Wait, everyone from Konohagakure, Lord Maki has stated that Sunigakure is under martial law at the moment and entry and exit are temporarily prohibited. Please return. Our mission. Everyone please turn back. The guarding ninja was unusually adamant, leaving no room for negotiation. Then there's no choice. Asuma said helplessly, but instead of turning back he swiftly knocked out the two guarding ninjas in a flash. What? Choji was taken aback, unsure of what had made Asuma so anxious to leave the village. But he did not linger, instead rushing out of Sunigakure with Zhou Zhu and the unconscious Shikamaru. Lord Maki, Asuma from Konoha has taken the Konoha ninja from the hospital and left the village directly. What? Didn't we say to keep an eye on them and not let them leave the village? Maki exclaimed in anger. Lord Maki, their actions were too swift, we hadn't even reacted before they knocked out the guarding ninjas and left. What? Are those guys from Konoha so unreasonable? Maki, take people to bring them back. An elder present said angrily. Maki looked at this elder as if he were an idiot. Our side in Sunigakure can only restrict their exit from the village, we cannot retrieve them, and this is a fundamental difference, especially since we have just signed a peace agreement with Konoha. We cannot dispatch people to bring them back now. Maki spoke through gritted teeth. These elders, who are more harmful than helpful, had just missed the best opportunity he had outlined to temporarily detain the people from Konoha, thus completely missing the chance for Sunigakure's rise. However, it was comforting to note that the airborne fortress atop the giant tree still remained in Sunigakure, and with such technology surpassing the ninja world, it would undoubtedly propel Sunigakure's strength forward significantly. Yet thinking of the airborne fortress, he also recalled the towering giant tree supporting it. That must be Mokutan, right? At this moment, with Konoha's people pinned down here, it inevitably caused him to ponder deeply. Alright, we should be far enough now. As long as those guys from Sunigakure are not complete fools, they shouldn't pursue us any further. Let's first head to the town ahead to replenish our supplies, then we can slowly return to the village. After a long journey, Asuma and the others slowed their pace, estimating they had already moved far from Sunigakure. They arrived at the nearest town, rented a few rooms and gathered in one of the rooms. What exactly happened, Asuma-sensei? Choji finally voiced the questions he had been holding back during the journey. Asuma pondered for a moment before recounting the events that unfolded after they entered. Upon entering the fortress, they initially had no idea which direction to go. It was Gaara who spread sand in the air, gradually filling all the paths and mapping out the routes inside, leading them toward what appeared to be the control room. Along the way they encountered some of those immortal monsters, but they were all easily dispatched by the group. When they reached the control room, they found Shikamaru placed in a cultivation vessel, and standing in front of it was a person. This person slowly explained the background of the situation. It turned out he was Shinong, the leader of the Sky Ninja Village. Long ago the Sky Ninja Village was destroyed by Konoha, and he was the only one who escaped. Seeking revenge, he hid in this desolate desert with the Zero-Tail seed, which had been passed down through generations in the Sky Ninja Village, along with the most advanced airborne fortress. The Zero-Tail is a mysterious creature that absorbs negative emotions from people to produce a large amount of dark chakra. However, this creature needs a suitable host to grow. Moreover, the Sky Ninja Village's strongest weapon, the airborne fortress, also requires dark chakra to provide energy. Thus he could only complete his revenge by finding a suitable host. However, this host took him a decade to find. Just when he was in despair he unexpectedly encountered Shikamaru, who was wandering after watching a movie in Sunagakure, and he happened to fit the role of the Zero Tails host perfectly. Thus a series of events followed. The earlier monsters were actually peculiar beings formed from the dark chakra released when Shikamaru was merging with the Zero Tails seed. Knowing that the other party intended to use Shikamaru to exact revenge on Konoha, the group naturally would not agree. However, it was too late. Shikamaru successfully merged with the Zero Tail seed, transforming into the Zero Tail, and was directly controlled by that guy attacking them. The Zero Tail, as expected of a tailed beast, injured everyone as soon as it made contact, leaving them without the power to fight back. This creature can regenerate infinitely and absorb everyone's chakra for its own use. How could they fight such an opponent? Fortunately, at a critical moment, Gaara directly unsealed the One-Tail's seal, allowing these two monsters to battle. During the battle, rather unfortunately, the leader of the Sky Ninja village was caught in the aftermath and perished, and these two monsters also fought their way out of the fortress. What happened afterward is what Zhou Zhu and the others witnessed. Then why are we in such a hurry to flee? After understanding the whole story, Choji still didn't quite grasp it. It must be because of that Zero Tails seed, right? Zhou Zhu interjected. Although that Zero Tails was defeated in today's battle, it seemed more like its chakra was dispersed. Since it's called a seed, theoretically it should be able to regenerate, shouldn't it? In other words, this monster absorbs human negative emotions to produce dark chakra. So can we infer that if the seed inside Shikamaru continues to absorb negative emotions and generate dark chakra, it could revive? Yes, that's exactly what I mean. Asuma nodded in agreement. That's what I've been considering. Since we know so little about this so-called Zero Tails, for now we can't rule out that possibility. And with power comparable to a tailed beast, it's hard to say that the people of Sunagakure wouldn't be tempted. Besides, we're on their turf. It would be all too easy for them to temporarily detain us. Plus, that fortress is in Sunagakure. It's hard to say whether there aren't any relevant materials there. If they find a way to extract the seed, that would be disastrous. So our only option is to leave first. Choji nodded, indicating he understood. Then, looking at Shikamaru lying on the bed, he sighed. I never expected that on a simple mission Shikamaru would gain such immense power. This is hardly a good thing. Zhou Zhu chimed in. Shikamaru's situation is more like that of a Jinchuriki, but one with an even more unstable state. Given how our village treats Jinchuriki, unless Shikamaru's clan is influential enough, he'll likely be under constant surveillance from now on, won't he? Everyone fell silent. They all knew the attitude of Konoha, and the entire ninja world, toward Jinchuriki. After returning, besides receiving treatment, Shikamaru would likely face all sorts of research and surveillance. That's a matter for later. For now, returning to Konoha is our only option. Besides, Shikamaru is the next head of the Nara clan. If the village won't go too far. Everyone go get some rest. We'll head back to Konoha tomorrow. Asuma said. Zhou Zhu curled his lip in disdain. Wasn't Naruto the son of the fourth Hokage? Yet he was still schemed against from all sides. To put it bluntly, it all depends on whether you have someone to protect you. If no one has your back, even the son of the emperor is nothing but trash. The group dispersed. Zhou Zhu returned to his room, picked up a pen, and began recording the day's events. Honestly, I didn't expect this crisis to be resolved so quickly. I thought we'd have to stay in Sunagakure for a few more days. But it makes sense. In the original story, wasn't this arc supposed to be completed by Team 7 alone? A dungeon that a few jonin could clear. It was bold of this enemy to even cause trouble in Sunagakure. If it weren't for the fortress collapsing at the end, this incident would have had almost no impact on the village. After recording today's events, he wondered if he should release a spin-off manga or something. After all, a 3-year hiatus would cool down the series' popularity too quickly. He'll sell it at the manga shop in Konoha. Consider it a Konoha limited edition. Zhou Zhu made up his mind. Just as he was about to continue planning the plot of his next movie, he suddenly sensed a peculiar aura. Is this a knockout drug? And it seems to be of very high quality. He thought for a moment, then deliberately feigned drowsiness, returned to his bed, and soon began to snore. Creak. The door slid open and a figure crept in, silently holding a sharp kunai in hand. The figure approached Zhou Zhu's bed, saw that he was fast asleep, raised the kunai, and then thrust it viciously toward his neck. Clang. The kunai was deflected, and in the next instant a sharp blade sliced across the intruder's neck, sending his head tumbling to the floor. Asuma appeared instantly at Zhou Zhu's bedside, checked on him, and then fed him a small pill. Zhou Zhu guessed it was an antidote, but he wasn't in the habit of taking unknown pills. He pretended to swallow the pill but actually wrapped it in chakra and hid it under his tongue. Then he feigned grogginess and slowly woke up. "Ah, Mr. Asuma, what's wrong?" Asuma's face was grim. "We've been targeted, Mr. Zhou Zhu. We need to leave immediately." Zhou Zhu understood the gravity of the situation and said nothing more, following Asuma out of the room. "Asuma-sensei." Choji called out from the corridor. He was carrying Ino and Shikamaru on his back waiting. "Let's go. I'll explain outside." The group made their way out of the inn without encountering a single person along the way. Walking through the streets of the town, they felt an eerie sensation. The entire street was completely deserted with only them hurrying along. "What's going on?" Choji's voice was tense. "We might have been set up. The whole town could be a trap. But how is that possible? When we arrived, the streets were bustling with people. The one I encountered in Mr. Zhou Zhu's room earlier was actually a puppet." "A puppet?" Choji was shocked. "So does that mean all the people we saw in this town were puppets? How many puppeteers would that take? Did Sunagakure do this?" "Unlikely. They have no reason to. It's probably some other organization that set this trap. We just don't know if we're the target," Asuma said, then suddenly stopped drawing his chakra blade and scanning the surroundings warily. From the buildings, wooden puppets began to emerge slowly. These puppets were exquisitely crafted. One could hardly tell them apart from real people without close inspection. They were fully armed, clearly hostile. "Choji, protect Mr. Zhou Zhu, Shikamaru and Ino." Asuma's expression was grave. With this many puppets, he wasn't sure he could protect everyone. A wave of regret washed over him. He shouldn't have impulsively led everyone away. If they had stayed in Sunagakure, they might have been placed under house arrest, but at least their lives would have been safe. But now, dwelling on it was useless. He could never have imagined that such a force would be deployed against them. A formation like this would be more than enough to take on 3 Jonin, wouldn't it? Boom! Asuma charged forward. Amidst the intertwining figures, Asuma had already engaged with the puppets. Essentially, the strength of the puppets indirectly reflected the prowess of the puppet master. A Chunin puppet master controls puppets of approximately the same strength. At this moment, Asuma realized that the puppets he was facing possessed the physical prowess of Jonin. Although they had just barely reached the threshold of Jonin, they were indeed genuine Jonin. Asuma found himself unable to eliminate so many puppets at once, causing a heaviness in his heart as he watched the puppets gradually approaching Dingji and the others. He clenched his teeth, knowing he had to break the deadlock. "Come forth, 1,000 hands, kill." The 1,000-handed Avalokiteshvara appeared again, then at a speed imperceptible to the naked eye unleashed several punches towards the surrounding puppets. Bang! 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 The surrounding puppets were instantly sent flying and destroyed, while the remaining puppets surged forward towards Asuma. Moments later, only their small team remained on the street, surrounded by heaps of shattered puppet parts. Asuma supported himself on the ground, breathing heavily. The earlier explosion of energy had rapidly drained his chakra, and now his fighting strength was no longer at its peak. However, having destroyed all the puppets, the hidden puppet master should also have suffered significant losses. Facing a puppet master without any puppets, Asuma was confident he could wreak havoc. After all, he was one of Konoha's most skilled taijutsu ninjas. Whoosh! Asuma instinctively turned his head aside as a tiny hidden weapon grazed his cheek, leaving a thin line of blood. Following the sound, he saw a figure in a linen robe standing quietly at the entrance of the small town, behind which was a mass of black substance. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be fine iron sand. Is this magnet release? Asuma stared at the iron sand behind the person, his mind racing with countless possibilities. Magnet release is a bloodline limit uniquely passed down in Sunagakure. The known users of magnet release, the 3rd and 4th Kazekage, have already passed away. Who could this ninja before him be? Dingji wait for the right moment and prepare to escape. Asuma felt cold sweat bead on his forehead, knowing that there might still be a hidden puppet master nearby. Encountering such an enemy already felt problematic. The ninja opposite him did not give him a moment's respite, and a torrent of iron sand surged directly towards them. Asuma swiftly dodged, then hurled his chakra knife at the opponent. This was his signature move. Regardless of whether the opponent could evade, he could use wind chakra and the thread tied to the chakra knife to alter its trajectory, catching the opponent off guard. However, the opposing ninja seemed to not see it coming, allowing the chakra knife to reach him. To his astonishment, just as the chakra knife was about to pierce him, it abruptly halted before him, unable to advance even a fraction. Then with a single wave of his hand the thread attached to the chakra knife was instantly severed, sending it flying off into the distance. Damn it, I forgot about magnet release. Asuma wanted to slap himself, and knowing full well he was up against a magnet release ninja, how could he still use metal-based attacks? Wasn't that just asking for trouble? Just as he was shocked, the sand beneath him suddenly surged upwards and a massive amount of iron sand erupted from the ground, wrapping around him tightly. Asuma-sensei! Dingji shouted, wanting to rush forward but was pulled back by Zhou Zhu. Are you trying to charge to your death, kid? Your teacher can't even defeat him, what can you do? Zhou Zhu said, not overly serious. Seeing this ninja who could use magnet release, he had a pretty good idea of who was attacking them and could roughly speculate that he would have to take action today. Based on this, he felt there was no need to pretend to be weak anymore. But I can't just stand by and watch my teacher die. Don't look down on your teacher too much. Just as Zhou Zhu's words fell, the iron sand enveloping Asuma was violently dispersed, revealing Asuma inside along with the furious Reeded Vajra behind him. He did not pause in place and with a leap propelled himself forward directly to the opposing ninja, while the Vajra behind him unleashed a flurry of punches like raindrops. Meanwhile, the magnet release ninja also gathered a dark figure behind him, also clenching his fists to engage. The scene turned into Asuma, aura 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 aura. Magnet release ninja, muda 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 muda. Zhou Zhu rolled his eyes in disbelief, silently exclaiming in horror, are these two making a mistake? This strong sense of déjà vu, are they about to say za warudo? If it weren't for the fact that their art style hadn't shifted in a strange direction, he might have really suspected that he had crossed not into the world of Naruto but into some other comic universe. Let's go, Dingji. Zhou Zhu couldn't bear to watch any longer and called for Dingji to leave. Huh? What? Aren't we waiting for Asuma-sensei? Wait for him for what? Can you help him here? If he wins, he will naturally catch up to us. If he loses, can you assist him? Do you have that strength? Zhou Zhu's words pierced Dingji's heart. However, they were also the truth. Moreover, if they left, Asuma might be safer. Although Dingji was reluctant to leave, he felt that Zhou Zhu was right, so he could only helplessly head in another direction with Shikamaru and Ino. Dingji, don't let your guard down. Our departure may not go smoothly, we might still encounter enemies. Zhou Zhu gave him a warning. Don't worry, Uncle Zhou Zhu. In the name of the Akimichi clan, I will definitely protect you guys. Enough. I feel like I'm in the wrong story again. The direction they were heading was towards Sunigakure. Given the situation, returning to Sunigakure was clearly the best solution. Although they might be placed under house arrest later, at least there would be no life-threatening danger. However, just as Zhou Zhu predicted, there was a very short figure blocking their path. Well, there's indeed an enemy. Zhou Zhu appeared unfazed. Don't worry, Uncle Zhou Zhu. This guy looks like a total weakling, I can take care of him in no time. Haha, kid, if your eyes are really blind, Uncle can get you a pair of Uchihas. This enemy could wipe out your entire team. How do you see him as a weakling? Zhou Zhu couldn't help but roll his eyes. There's no choice but to take him out. Uncle Zhou Zhu, please take care of Lu Wan and Jing Yi for me. With that, Ding Xi handed over the two people he had been carrying to Zhou Zhu. Hey, wait a minute, young man. I'm afraid you'll be dead the moment you face him. Zhou Zhu was already planning to take action and naturally had no intention of letting Ding Xi risk his life. What if he couldn't rescue him in time and something happened? Don't worry, Uncle Zhou Zhu. I still have one pill left. Ding Xi deliberately spoke lightly, but Zhou Zhu knew that he had already sustained some injuries in that fortress and had taken the clan's secret medicine. He was currently in a weakened state with almost no combat power. Moreover, the remaining pill was likely the red one that required a life as the price. Alright, young man, take good care of these two. Leave the rest to me. Zhou Zhu said, and in response Ding Xi gave him a look of distrust. Uncle, I know you're worried about me, but you. Don't worry, I possess the strongest bloodline limit in the ninja world, the Talk no Jutsu. Zhou Zhu smiled confidently, then turned to the ninja blocking their path and said, do you have a name to declare? The atmosphere suddenly fell silent. Both the opponent and Ding Xi were speechless, staring at Zhou Zhu, who was striking a majestic pose, momentarily at a loss for words. Seeing no response, Zhou Zhu awkwardly scratched his head, then looked at the man with a serious expression. Even if you don't say it, I know. You're the rogue ninja from Sunigakure Chi Sha Ji Xie, right? At his words, Ding Xi showed no reaction, but the opposing ninja was stunned. Then a hoarse voice came. Who are you? How do you know me? Who I am is not important. What matters is I know who you are and why you're here. Not willing to talk. It doesn't matter. Soon you'll be begging to speak. Hey, wait. I still have some things to say about life and ideals. However, Xia had no intention of listening further. A huge iron tail extended from behind him and shot toward them with a whoosh. Watch out! Ding Xi shouted, pulling Zhou Zhu back repeatedly. Hey, don't pull me, Ding Xi. He was almost yanked off balance by Ding Xi shooting him a reproachful glance while inwardly feeling frustrated. Wasn't the talk no jutsu supposed to be the strongest technique? Why had he been ganked right after opening his mouth? He had planned to start from life and death and discuss the systems of the various ninja villages, pinning Xia's tragedy on the entire system of the ninja world, thereby moving Qisha Ji Xia to tears. He had even thought of how to comfort him in his arms at that moment, but why didn't he follow the script? However, it was understandable. Ming Taizi only used the talk no jutsu after defeating the enemy when the opponent had lost the ability to resist, naturally unable to interrupt his spell casting. Speaking of which, this method of first destroying the enemy's body and then crushing their soul was a bit too evil, wasn't it? Indeed, the most terrifying thing in all of Naruto is Uniluchuo. Uncle, this man is no ordinary foe. Don't court death. Ding Xi said reproachfully, clearly regarding Zhou Zhu's actions as suicidal. As expected, if you keep playing the fool, people will eventually treat you like one. Zhou Zhu cracked his wrists. Little Ding Xi, I originally wanted to get along with you as an ordinary person, but I was met with cold stares and misunderstandings. I'm not pretending anymore. I'm coming clean. Actually, I'm your ancestor. Ding Xi looked at Zhou Zhu strangely. Had this uncle cracked under pressure? Was there any point in claiming such a cheap advantage at a time like this? Watch closely, young man. Zhou Zhu glanced at Ding Xi and stepped forward again. This is the ultimate secret technique of the Chodao clan, lost for 100 years. Heaven and earth transformation. Then, to the astonishment of Ding Xi and Xie, Zhou Zhu's body rapidly grew larger, increasing in size at a visible rate. 5 meters. 10 meters. 20 meters. 50 meters. 100 meters. Until he reached about 150 meters in height, his growth finally stopped. At that moment his figure was as majestic as a mountain, making Ding Xi and Xia appear as tiny as ants in his eyes. I feel a bit dizzy. It seems I'm slightly acrophobic. Zhou Zhu rubbed his head. After growing so large, he realized he had a mild fear of heights. Like a certain Ultraman. But it wasn't serious, so it didn't matter much. The ground of the ninja world was indeed solid. Even though his weight had increased so much, it showed no signs of collapsing. It seemed the world level of the entire ninja world was quite high. After testing his movements, he slowly crouched down, staring at Xie, who was like an ant, and said, "What do you think, little brother? Do you have the mood to listen to me now?" Damn it. Xie's face twisted in fury and countless firing ports opened all over his body, shooting countless senbon at Zhou Zhu's face. But Zhou Zhu simply raised a hand to block, and all the senbon bounced off without leaving even a scratch on his reinforced palm. Then he turned his palm into a finger and pressed down toward Xie. This act of crushing him like an ant thoroughly enraged Xie. He immediately threw out several scrolls, which transformed into various puppets with a bang, along with the scorpion tail from his main body, all charging at Zhou Zhu's descending finger. However, a body capable of supporting a height of 100 meters could not be affected by such attacks. The puppets shattered upon contact with his overwhelming strength, and the scorpion tail, though made of different materials and not instantly destroyed, was also broken into several pieces, losing its offensive capability. With Xie's despairing roar, Zhou Zhu's finger pressed down directly. He ran quite fast. Zhou Zhu lifted his finger only to find that although the ground was crushed and dented, there was no trace of Xie. Barring the possibility that Xie had been reduced to atoms, the bastard must have dug a tunnel and escaped. Since the enemy had retreated, Zhou Zhu had no need to maintain this form, so he disbanded the jutsu and his body quickly shrank back to its original size. Having just shrunk, he felt a bit unaccustomed to it, as his perspective and mentality had changed from looking down upon all beings. No wonder Uchiha Madara looked down on all ninjas except Hashirama. The difference in perspective was simply too great. At that moment Ding Xi ran to Zhou Zhu's side and said seriously, "Ancestor, are you alright?" Zhou Zhu looked at Ding Xi, who was shamelessly approaching him with exasperation. He didn't expect this seemingly simple-minded little chubby guy to be so adept at climbing the social ladder. Let's go check on your teacher first. The enemies should have retreated by now. The two hurried back only to find Asuma lying on the ground covered in wounds, unconscious and unresponsive. Teacher Asuma. Ding Xi rushed over and after a quick examination sighed in relief. It seemed he had merely fainted from exhaustion and for some reason the enemies had not dealt a fatal blow. Don't relax too soon, he looks like he might be poisoned. Zhou Zhu approached glancing at Asuma quickly noticing something was amiss. What should we do, ancestor? Ding Xi's question nearly choked Zhou Zhu. This kid wasn't planning to change his address, was he? It's fine, find a cart and load these unconscious people. Well, discuss things as we go. Upon reflection, when they had arrived everyone was in high spirits and perfectly fine, yet now 3 of them were lying down. This situation was unexpected for Zhou Zhu. Yet even with his foresight abilities, how could he have predicted that Zero Tail and the Scorpion of the Red Sand would appear at such a critical moment? He truly had no ulterior motives for coming to the Sand Ninja Village, he was merely there to open a shop. Returning to the subject, because the village was nearly deserted, Ding Xi easily found a cart and a horse. After placing several people onto the cart, Zhou Zhu took out a pill and fed it to Asuma. Gradually the bruises on Asuma's face began to fade and color returned. Alright, after taking the medicine he should be fine. A day of rest should restore his strength and he will wake up soon. With everything arranged, Ding Xi eagerly asked, Ancestor, what exactly is your strength? And are we really related in that way? Related in that way? Ding Xi, make yourself clear. Zhou Zhu always acted with integrity and had never engaged in anything indecent. Ahem, Ding Xi, please speak properly. I do have a certain connection with your Qiu Dao clan. If you want to know, I can explain it to you slowly. Zhou Zhu organized his words a bit, then slowly began to recount as Ding Xi looked on with anticipation. To put it simply, I can indeed be considered the ancestor of your Qiu Dao clan. Do you know how old I am? Ding Xi shook his head in confusion, unsure of what this meant. Zhou Zhu raised a finger pretending to sound profound. I can't recall the exact age, but at the very least it should be in the thousands. Ding Xi felt as if someone had grabbed him by the throat, unable to process this information. Such absurd claims would have been unbelievable if he hadn't witnessed Zhou Zhu's previous display of power. I know you don't believe what I'm saying, but I'm not trying to explain anything, I'm merely stating some facts. Thousands of years ago there were no ninjas in this world and people fought with iron weapons. Later a goddess from beyond the heavens planted a tree on Takamagara which bore a fruit. After she ate that fruit she generated an immense amount of chakra. Initially this goddess generously shared her chakra with the people of the ninja world and they all referred to her as the progenitor of chakra. Eventually the goddess' mindset changed, she seemed to fear something and sought to reclaim the chakra she had given, even attempting to enslave the people of the ninja world. Naturally the people began to rebel and the leaders of this resistance were the goddess' 2 sons. In the end the 2 sons triumphed, sealing the goddess on the moon, while chakra has been passed down to this day. Zhou Zhu slowly recounted his fantastical version of ninja history. But it seems there's nothing about your ancestor in this history, is there? Ding Xi, though astonished by Zhou Zhu's account of ninja history, realized that there seemed to be no mention of Zhou Zhu himself. I at that time obtained the seed of the chakra fruit that the goddess had eaten, refined it into a pill and consumed it. As a result I gained the ability to live forever, and over the long ages I met a woman of the Qiu Dao clan, had a child with her, passed on a bloodline secret technique which has been inherited to this day. Zhou Zhu casually dropped this earth-shattering revelation, leaving Ding Xi gaping in disbelief. This is a joke, right? It's just too outrageous. As I've said, I'm merely stating facts and not trying to explain anything because that would be pointless. Zhou Zhu shrugged, indicating that it was up to Ding Xi whether to believe him. However, Ding Xi had no choice but to believe. Zhou Zhu had already demonstrated his terrifying power, and from the effects alone it indeed resembled the Qiu Dao clan's multiplication technique. One must admit, once a person hopes for something to be true they will find various justifications to prove it. Ding Xi wished he had such a powerful ancestor, so even though Zhou Zhu's reasoning seemed far-fetched he still conjured up the plausibility in his mind. So, esteemed ancestor. Just call me uncle, I'm not used to being called ancestor. Okay, uncle. Since you are the progenitor of the Qiu Dao clan, why is your technique so different from the clan's secret technique? Is it truly just a matter of physical energy disparity? Yes, it is a simple matter of physical energy disparity. Although Zhou Zhu wanted to say this, he knew that wouldn't suffice. The original was already absurdly powerful, and his own physical energy, being dozens of times greater than that of the original, surely exceeded what any biological entity could possess, even the tailed beasts. Yes, this is also one of my puzzles, which is why I asked you some questions about the multiplication technique earlier. After thinking it over, I believe that during the process of inheritance there were certain deficiencies in the cultivation method of the multiplication technique which led to the noticeable flaws in what you all have been practicing. Now Uncle Zhou, do you have a complete cultivation scroll? This is really important for the family. Ding Ci asked somewhat anxiously. No Ding Ci, one must learn to be content in life. Where would I find a complete cultivation scroll? The one I practiced is the same as that of the Qiu Dao clan. However, I still couldn't let my prestige drop. To be fair, is your clan's secret technique really not strong? Or is it just not strong enough? Perhaps the Qiu Dao clan doesn't really need this complete technique but rather a stronger one. If that is the case, then I cannot grant your wish. Ding Ci lowered his head. Having indeed seen Zhou Zhu's divine-like physique, he was truly tempted. But as Zhou Zhu said, if it were merely for the sake of becoming stronger, then that reason was indeed too far-fetched. However, Zhou Zhu changed his tone and said teasingly, "If it's just about enhancing your strength, I can still offer some help." Ding Ci's eyes lit up again and he looked at Zhou Zhu with a hint of flattery. "Don't look at me like that." Zhou Zhu's face showed disgust. "Forget about modifying your clan's secret techniques, but I can help you enhance your physical energy, which is a roundabout way to improve your clan's secret arts. Remember the ninja you encountered during the Sasuke retrieval mission?" Ding Ci nodded. That ninja who had fought him to the death had indeed left a deep impression. "I suppose you still remember his transformation ability, right? Later, through my research, that should be a method for rapidly increasing physical energy adapted by Orochimaru from a lost part of the Aikido clan's secret arts. It serves as a supplement to the Aikido clan's techniques. If you learn that ability, your strength will definitely rise several levels." Zhou Zhu of course knew that was Orochimaru's twisted version of Sage Mode, but since Orochimaru wasn't around, he unceremoniously attributed this thing to the Aikido clan. "What? That was actually a lost secret art of our Aikido clan. Father never told me." Ding Ci exclaimed in surprise. "Of course it might have been lost at some point and your father probably doesn't know either. Anyway, don't interrupt. What I want to teach you is that secret art, or rather that ability." As he spoke, Zhou Zhu took out a scroll. If Naruto and Sasuke saw it, they would surely exclaim in surprise, because it was the skill scroll they had always dreamed of. Zhou Zhu made this scroll using the cursed seal ability that Sasuke obtained during the Chunin exam, of course a more stable version. Although this state of the cursed seal is prone to berserk, at least the enhancement to a ninja is real. Imagine a berserker nearly 10 meters tall. What kind of combat power would that be? This thing is a scroll I researched over thousands of years, capable of directly inheriting a skill. As long as you open this scroll, you can directly obtain that ability. Ding Ci took the scroll, still feeling dizzy. This tiny scroll, just opening it gives you that ability. Thinking so, he opened the scroll. Then a beam of light shot from the scroll into Ding Ci's body. Ding Ci felt something burrow into his body, and suddenly many unfamiliar things emerged in his mind. He instantly understood how to activate that transformation state and the details of its different stages. He looked at Zhou Zhu in astonishment, but Zhou Zhu smiled and said, "The ability is given to you. Train hard in the future and your potential is limitless." He paused, glanced at the three lying in the carriage, then spoke to Ding Ci with some seriousness. "Also, I hope you keep everything about me a secret, even from your closest family. It's best not to show this ability easily in front of others. After all, I'm an old monster who has lived for thousands of years. If word gets out, some old fellows might take risks to probe the secret of immortality. I'm not afraid of such things, but I really don't want to be disturbed. I've witnessed thousands of years of fighting and killing. I'm tired and just want to find a quiet place to stay for a while." As he said this, Zhou Zhu put on a world-weary expression. After hearing this, Ding Ci instantly imagined a ninja who had experienced many vicissitudes, witnessed the changes of the world, and finally only wanted a peaceful life. He then said solemnly, "Don't worry, Uncle Zhou Zhu. I swear on my life that I will never reveal a single bit of your information." Good boy. Let's go return to Konoha as soon as possible." In a pitch-black cave, several figures flickered in and out of sight. How did your investigation of the air fortress secrets in the Sand Village go?" The air fortress was a war weapon of the former Sky Village. Combined with their Zero Tails, it possesses tremendous power. However, the leader of the Sky Village is dead and the fortress is currently in the Sand Village. The Jinchuriki of the Zero Tails is Nara Shikamaru of Konoha. Zero Tails. There shouldn't be such a tailed beast, right? It's probably the Sky Village's far-fetched claim, but that monster does have the ability to absorb chakra. It seems quite powerful. Oh. Then why didn't you capture it? There was a strong expert in that Konoha team. I had no power to resist in front of him. What? You're too pathetic. Shut up, AO. What kind of ninja was it? After a long silence. A terrifying ninja. In front of him I felt my own insignificance. Perhaps only the word God could describe him. God. There is only one God, and that is me. Zhu, is there such a ninja in Konoha? Not sure, at least before I left the village there was no such person. This person is a variable for our organization. We must find out his background. Xian, I leave this task to you. Yes. By the way, there's another thing. A ninja suspected of using wood release has appeared in the Sand Village, and he seems to be quite strong. Wood release. I see. Dismissed. Zhou Zhu leaned against the carriage, closing his eyes to rest, but in reality he was trying out the ninjutsu editor function in his mind. Regarding this ability, aside from the initial brainstorm when he first obtained it, he hadn't explored it more deeply. Now was the perfect time during the journey. He could use this leisurely time to try it out. Let's make a genjutsu. First, base it on the hell viewing technique. Remove the effect of showing the opponent terrifying things, just pull the opponent's mind into the genjutsu. The specific content of the genjutsu is consistent with reality, extremely realistic, and the opponent absolutely cannot detect it. After adding these favorable conditions, unfavorable conditions must also be added. The duration of the technique is very short. Even if the target spends a long time in the illusion, the real time is only an instant. Then add that after the target breaks free from the illusion, they completely forget they were under a genjutsu. With these additions and subtractions, a brand new genjutsu was completed. It could be considered an extremely low-end version of Tsukuyomi. Compared to Tsukuyomi, the caster and the target are in the same state in the illusion, and the target won't have memories of the illusion. This genjutsu feels quite useless, doesn't it? However, Zhou Zhu didn't think so. This could be considered a divination technique, right? Pull the opponent into an illusion, and since they don't notice, what they do in the illusion is what they will do later. After breaking free from the illusion, since they have no memory of it, their actions should be consistent with those in the illusion. Although it can't achieve 100 prediction, and 90 accuracy rate should be fine, right? Not just fortune telling, but even in battles later, doesn't this equate to predicting the opponent's subsequent actions? However, with his strength he didn't need such trouble. This ninjutsu has boundless potential. But speaking of it, with alchemy and divination, it seems he truly fits the immortal cultivation mode. After traveling for about a day, Asuma gradually regained consciousness. So you're saying that ninja later retreated on his own and didn't do anything else? Asuma asked with some surprise. Yes, after we left we didn't find anyone pursuing us, so we went back to check and found you lying on the ground, but the enemy had already left. Choji said very naturally. Asuma was a bit disoriented. If anyone else had said this, he would have thought they were deceiving him, but the person speaking was Choji, who had absolutely no reason to lie to him. But this situation was too absurd. Asuma-sensei, I know this situation is strange, but that's the truth. Whether something happened while we were away, I really don't know. Choji continued to deceive his instructor. Then the poison I was hit with. Asuma still remembered that during the fierce battle he suddenly realized he seemed to have been poisoned, probably from the initial scratch on his cheek. Later the poison grew worse until he collapsed from exhaustion and poison and fainted. When we arrived you were just unconscious, not poisoned at all. Thus, after being thoroughly spun a tale by the only two conscious people, Asuma finally believed the lie they had concocted, repeatedly exclaiming how incredible it was. On the return journey the trip was very smooth with no more ambushes. So a few days later everyone finally returned to Konoha village. Finally back. Choji stretched his arms wide. This mission had been very smooth at the beginning but extremely arduous later on. It could be called quite a turbulent experience. Fortunately their team returned intact and a few of them had gained some interesting things. Choji takes Shikamaru and Ino to the hospital. He'll go to the Hokage's office to report the mission. And the Hokage might need to check on these two as well. With that Asuma vanished. Choji turned back to glance at Zhou Zhu, and upon receiving his, "You go ahead," look, he also left as instructed. Zhou Zhu first went to the Konoha cinema. Seeing that even after so much time the cinema was still as popular as ever, he returned to his manga shop with satisfaction. Bai Hui was still dutifully watching the shop. When she saw the boss return she didn't show any particular reaction. She felt that if she weren't a ninja and had a mission at this shop she would probably stay in this position until she died like a salted fish. The manga shop's business was indeed not as hot as before. After all, a movie can be watched multiple times, but it's hard to get people to buy multiple copies of a manga. After such a long time, those who wanted to buy manga had basically bought them and the potential was nearly exhausted. Zhou Zhu and Baihui chatted about the recent situation in the village. According to Baihui's account, after Zhou Zhu and the others left, Konoha experienced a new wave of movie-watching craze. People flocked into the cinema, fervently came out with tears and snot streaming, bought tickets again and went back in, repeating the cycle. Now in the entire Konoha village, if you hadn't watched the new movie more than twice, you would be considered an outcast. Subsequently, the Inuzuka clan's ninja dogs became hot sellers. Both official ninja and ordinary villagers placed orders for ninja dogs from the Inuzuka clan. The Inuzuka clan had already put up a "sold out" sign, and now they were eager to expand their ninja dog breeding scale, a happy kind of trouble. As for Uncle Ichiraku, he had already suspended business for many days. There was no choice, as long as he dared to open, the fervent fans would dare to overfill his ramen shop. Now he was said to have taken his daughter on a trip to the capital of the Land of Fire. However, given the movie's popularity, it was only a matter of time before it was screened across the Land of Fire, so whether Ichiraku could return safely was still a big question mark. Just as Baihui was telling Zhou Zhu about recent events, an Umbun ninja appeared in front of the manga shop. "Excuse me, mister. Zhou Zhu the Hokage-sama requests your presence." "Oh." Zhou Zhu paused in confusion, then quickly figured out the whole story. It was likely that Jiraiya had reported about his strength to Tsunade earlier, and since this mission had many suspicious points, she had called him over. Troublesome. He was probably going to have to reveal his strength. But it wouldn't have much impact. He truly had no sinister schemes, and with his strength he wasn't afraid of anyone's covetousness. Arriving at the Hokage's office, Asuma was still standing to the side, and seated at the desk was the fifth Hokage of Konoha, Senju Tsunade. At that moment she was resting her chin on her hand, looking at the newly arrived Zhou Zhu with a thoughtful expression. "Asuma, you can go back first. As for Shikamaru and Ino, I'll go see them later." Asuma nodded, glanced at Zhou Zhu, then turned and left. When the door was closed, leaving only the two of them in the room, Tsunade spoke. "Lord Zhou Zhu, I believe you have something to tell me. As a ninja with formidable strength, why would you be content to be just a small manga shop owner? Sai can't hide it anymore." Zhou Zhu put on a helpless expression, then said, "Then I'll have to tell you about myself." Then he repeated the same story he had told Choji earlier. By the time he finished, Tsunade's veins were already bulging. "So Mr. Zhou Zhu, do you think him a fool? An alchemist who refined an elixir of immortality and has lived for thousands of years up to the present. I knew you wouldn't believe me. But I have a way to prove my claim." Zhou Zhu was prepared, so he took a pill out of his pocket and tossed it to Tsunade. "This is a modified version of a longevity pill I made, which can slightly extend one's lifespan. I think if you acknowledge the effect of this pill, you'll believe what I said." Tsunade carefully examined the pill in her hand. After confirming it wasn't poison, she swallowed it directly. The moment it went down, the pill dissolved in her mouth and then permeated throughout her limbs and bones. Suddenly she opened her eyes in shock, staring intently at Zhou Zhu, who had a knowing smile. Because she herself had the creation rebirth technique that consumed life force, she was very sensitive to vitality. Just now she had indeed felt a significant increase in her life force. Although she didn't know the exact amount, living 7 or 8 more years at least wouldn't be a problem. With such a miraculous pill, the claim that this person was an ancient who had lived for thousands of years didn't seem so unacceptable. Although it was hard to believe, the credibility of his identity had skyrocketed. So if that's the case... Returning to her senses, Tsunade suddenly recalled a question and asked, "Was that ninja who used would release also you?" "Ah, indeed it was," Zhou Zhu said seriously. "As everyone knows, I consumed the core of a chakra fruit, so naturally I inherited a part of the ninjutsu which includes wood release." "Then what is your relationship with our Senju clan?" I feel ashamed to say, but you know I have lived for thousands of years, so in such a long time I naturally did some things to alleviate my loneliness. And perhaps one time things got a bit out of hand, leading to your Senju clan. So if we really talk about it, I might still be your ancestor." Tsunade twitched her mouth. Earlier he claimed to be an ancestor of the Akimichi clan, and now he says he's of the Senju clan. Just how many descendants did this guy have over these thousands of years? Could it be that some major clans in the ninja world have blood ties with him? From your expression I seem to see doubt. But there's nothing I can do about it if the truth is always so hard to believe. Zhou Zhu shrugged, looking nonchalant. Taking a deep breath, Tsunade gradually calmed her emotions and said with a serious expression. Regardless of whether your claims are true or false, as long as you mean no harm to Konoha, I won't delve into your origin. On the contrary, if I sense even a hint of malice towards Konoha, then even if you are truly my ancestor, I will still uphold justice and eliminate you. Alright, I absolutely believe what you said. After all, it is the ninja world where speaking of upholding justice and eliminating kin is all too common, right? What do you? Don't worry, I won't do anything bad to Konoha, as I still have my interests here. Zhou Zhu assured. And to be honest, even if I had malicious intent, you wouldn't be able to stop me anyway. The atmosphere in the office slightly tensed. Tsunade squinted her eyes. She could tell that this was Zhou Zhu's threat. Although they hadn't fought, the intelligence passed on by Asuma indicated that the opponent likely possessed such strength. I hope you remember what you said today, no sending off. He clearly backing down yet still saying such formalities. You guys really care about your pride. You this guy. Alright, I got it, I'll go back to my shop now. Saying this, Zhou Zhu turned and left the Hokage office. After Zhou Zhu left, Tsunade slowly opened her palm. In her palm a layer of fine sweat beads had formed. Just now, when she was about to unleash her anger, a terrible pressure suddenly emanated from him. This pressure was unlike anything she had ever encountered, overwhelming her mind and leaving her speechless. This person was too terrifying, even her great-grandfather would he have such a level of pressure. This person should be avoided if possible. Zhou Zhu exited the Hokage building. After today's meeting, the surveillance from the upper echelons of the village should decrease, right? He should also give serious thought to the selection of his next film. Suddenly he felt a killing intent approaching from behind. Could it be that Tsunade regretted it and wanted to eliminate him now? He quickly turned around only to see a resentful Ibiki staring at him. Zhou Zhu awkwardly smiled. If anyone in Konoha had wronged, it must be this Ibiki. Not only did he make him play a villain that everyone hated, ruining his reputation in Konoha, but he also tricked him into attending a fan meeting where the fans were so enthusiastic that it terrified him. So it's Ibiki. Is there something you want since you're looking at me like that? He pretended to be clueless. Boss Zhou Zhu, you've caused such a huge impact on me, do you have nothing to say? What do I need to say? Aren't we all just doing our jobs? Boss, playing dumb is pointless. Right now I'm being hunted by everyone in the village. I don't ask you to make me great or righteous, but at least let me live normally, okay? Hey Ibiki, you might be mistaken. The reason everyone is after you is your own fault. What does that have to do with me? Shing. Ibiki suddenly drew out his kunai. What are you doing? Ibiki, I advise you to think carefully. This is right outside the Hokage building. If you take me out, you won't escape either. Ibiki sneered, pressing the kunai against his own neck. Boss, if you don't restore my reputation, I'll commit suicide right now and splash blood on you, and then let's see how you do business in Konoha. Damn, this person is ruthless. Zhou Zhu thought to himself. I commend you for this bold maneuver. Of course, he originally just wanted to find a way to resolve this issue, so whether Ibiki posed a threat to him was really not important. Hey Ibiki, calm down. Don't worry, I will definitely find a way to help you restore your reputation. Just put down the kunai. First tell me how you'll help me restore my reputation, and then I'll put it down. Oh, it's too crowded here, it's not convenient. Just put that down and come with me to the comic shop, I'll explain it in detail to you. Is that true? True. Then what are we waiting for? Let's hurry. So are we still going to film? Ibiki was a bit conflicted. He was truly afraid of films and did not want to get involved with that again. Of course you have to get back up from where you fell. Since your reputation was ruined because of the movie, we need to film a new one to regain your image. Zhou Zhu said naturally. Then, what kind of movie should we film? Ibiki asked. Well, it should be a story about a fierce uncle turning over a new leaf, which suits your temperament quite well. Zhou Zhu had already thought of a suitable story in his mind, but he just hadn't written it down yet. Then I'll leave it to you, boss. If you can help me restore my reputation, I will be immensely grateful. Saying this, Ibiki left with a heavy heart while Zhou Zhu took out his notebook and began to write and draw. The following days were quite peaceful without any unexpected events, and he was content to write his script. During this time Ibiki had sought him out many times, but since the script was not yet polished he had no way to proceed. While Zhou Zhu was focused on revising the script, a pair of eyes in a dark corner of his room was curiously watching him. Is this person really the terrifying ninja mentioned by the scorpion? He doesn't look the part at all. The shadow in the darkness was Zetsu, who possessed the strongest concealment technique in the ninja world. Even Zhou Zhu could not detect him. It was no wonder he was so surprised. After several days of observation, he was astonished to find that this supposedly powerful ninja spent his days doing mundane tasks like managing a shop, checking accounts, and writing, completely unrelated to his formidable strength. Could it be that he was watching the wrong person? Zetsu unwittingly fell into self-doubt. However, even so, he was a very patient person, as evidenced by his plans for thousands of years just to save his mother. To ensure the success of the Akatsuki organization's plans, he decided to remain hidden for a while longer. A few days later, Zhou Zhu's script was nearly finished, and the next step was to find actors. However, at this stage he encountered another problem. For the male lead he already had a candidate, which was Ibiki. But for the female lead he had not yet thought of a suitable candidate. But this was not urgent if the preparations for the film crew would not be completed right away. He sent someone to organize the film crew while he searched in Konoha for a suitable female lead. "Sigh, Uncle Zhou Zhu, what are you doing?" Zhou Zhu ran into Choji on the street. The boy was holding 2 bouquets of flowers and looked excited to see Zhou Zhu. In the past few days he had tried the technique Zhou Zhu taught him, and the results were remarkable. Let's just say, in terms of family secret techniques, he could already match his father in an arm wrestling match, and that was even with his abilities not fully developed. If he were to dig deeper into this ability, he could definitely wreak havoc in his family. Of course, he wasn't an Uchiha and had no penchant for exterminating his own clan. "Oh, Choji, I'm just wandering around." "What about you?" Zhou Zhu asked, slightly puzzled. "Shikamaru and Ino woke up yesterday, so I'm going to the hospital to see them." "Oh, those 2 kids, I forgot to go see them after being back for so long." "Let's go together." Zhou Zhu thought he had nothing to do, and since he had spent so much time with those 2 little guys, it wouldn't be right not to visit them, especially since they got injured while escorting him. "Alright, Uncle Zhou Zhu, let's go together." "Hey Choji, are you tired of holding those 2 bouquets? Let me help you carry them." "I'm fine, Uncle, I'm not tired." "Come on, why be polite with me? Give them to me." "Oh, thank you, Uncle." "How are you doing, little ones?" In the hospital room, Shikamaru and Ino were already able to sit up and talk. As soon as Zhou Zhu entered, he greeted them warmly, placing 2 bouquets of flowers he held in front of their beds. "Oh, Uncle Zhou Zhu, you came. But why bring flowers?" Ino said with a beaming smile. Well. Okay." Dingji wanted to say something but hesitated and held back. "It's fine, I'm here to see you, and it wouldn't be good to come empty-handed." Zhou Zhu chuckled lightly and patted Dingji on the shoulder, then sobered up and asked, "How are your injuries?" "We're alright, neither of us has any external injuries. Ino has exhausted her mental energy, while my situation is a bit more complex. The sealing team came by earlier and sealed the zero-tail seed inside me. Although I am still absorbing negative emotions, fortunately it won't have any adverse effects on me now." Shikamaru briefly explained his situation. "Oh really? Then aren't you just like Naruto? Usually quiet but can explode at critical moments." "Haha, that still depends on the specific situation, I really don't know what will happen." "Congratulations Shikamaru, you've become the ninja with the largest chakra reserve in the Nara clan." Just as Zhou Zhu finished speaking, the door to the hospital room was pushed open and a group of 4 entered, the team led by Yuhi Kurinai, consisting of Kiba, Hinata Shino and Hinata's sister, who entered in a line carrying a fruit basket for visiting the patients. "Hey Shikamaru, it's been a few days since I last saw you," Kiba said with his usual unrefined manner, placing the fruit basket beside the hospital bed. "Hinata, why are you all here?" Ino asked, taking the fruit basket with a puzzled expression. "Well, we just returned from a mission yesterday and heard that you got injured, so we came to check on you," Hinata said shyly. "By the way, how did you get hurt so badly? I heard that you were unconscious for several days." Shikamaru sighed and smiled bitterly, unsure of where to start. At that moment Dingji took over and briefly recounted their squad's encounters in Suna. "Wow, that sounds incredibly dangerous." Kiba exclaimed, shocked that his friends almost didn't make it out of the desert. "Hey uncle, why are you staring at me? You aren't thinking anything weird, are you?" A suddenly clear and strong voice cut in, revealing it was Hanabi, who had never spoken before. She was bored at home, so she followed her sister to see her friend. But to her surprise, there was a perverted uncle in the hospital room staring at her, which was utterly unreasonable. Seeing everyone turn their gaze towards him, Zhou Zhu awkwardly rubbed his nose. If the experience of being regarded as a pervert was truly unpleasant. Everyone please don't misunderstand. Facing their strange looks, Zhou Zhu quickly explained, I just thought this little girl would be perfect for the lead role in my new movie, so I was wondering if she would be interested in participating. Are you kidding me? Uncle, that's such a lame excuse. How could someone like you make a movie? Hanabi said with disbelief. Dingji, knowing that Zhou Zhu couldn't possibly be a pervert, quickly defended him. Hanabi, this Mr. Zhou Zhu is really not a bad person, he is indeed a movie director. The currently showing Hachi A Dog's Tale and the previous Dragon Inn were both directed by him. Ah, so you are Mr. Zhou Zhu. No wonder you look so familiar. My dad said you are a forever friend of the Inuzuka clan. Kiba looked at Zhou Zhu with excitement. The Inuzuka clan had recently been in the spotlight, having sold all their current nin dogs and with orders for excellent breeds lined up for 2 years ahead. In fact, the wealth they earned in just a month equaled several years of production. All of this was due to a movie directed by the man before them. Therefore the head of the Inuzuka clan personally decreed that Zhou Zhu would always be a friend of their clan. Really? So both movies were directed by this uncle. Hanabi seemed intrigued. She had seen both movies and loved the characters and plots within. Especially in Dragon Inn, the makeup of Teacher Hong and Sister Hongdo amazed her for a long time and made her envious. So would you be willing to star in my new movie? Seeing Hanabi's eager expression, Zhou Zhu quickly seized the opportunity to ask. The little girl pondered for a moment, then glanced at her sister. Hinata had no suggestions and gestured for her to decide. After thinking for a moment, she replied, I'm sorry, even though I would love to act in a movie, I am a Hyuga after all, and some things aren't solely up to me, so I apologize. Zhou Zhu was somewhat surprised. He didn't expect this little girl to consider her family's issues at such a young age. However, this problem was actually manageable. Since the movie was to restore the reputation of Ibiki, he could communicate directly with the Hyuga clan. I see, then let's discuss this later. I will find someone to talk to your father. As long as you are willing, I believe your father won't be too rigid. They made a simple agreement, and Zhou Zhu decided not to stay any longer, greeting everyone before leaving. Then we won't linger, take care and recover well. So the few of them left the hospital together. Hey, by the way, how many people did we come with at first? After exiting the hospital, Kiba suddenly stopped, asking Hinata with confusion. It was me, you and Hanabi, just the 3 of us. Hinata counted seriously, then replied. Oh, then I must have remembered it wrong. Kiba replied. Meanwhile, in the hospital room, Shikamaru looked at Shino, who stood still, feeling somewhat helpless. Shino, I think your teammates must have something on their minds, which is why they forgot about you. Shino, standing in the corner with a fruit basket in hand, looked dazed and on the verge of tears. Zhou Zhu returned to the manga studio and called Ibiki, explaining everything that had happened, stating that as long as the lead actress role was secured, the movie could begin production. Naturally, Ibiki wanted to complete the movie quickly, so he went directly to the Hyuga clan to find Hyuga Hayashi. It was unclear what kind of deal they made, but in the end Hayashi agreed to the request. Everything was ready, and 3 days later Zhou Zhu's third movie, This Ninja Is Not Too Cold, officially began filming. This film was also a classic in Zhou Zhu's past life, arguably the pioneer of the Lolita and older man genre, wasn't it? Although some of the romantic views within it were not entirely acceptable, there was no denying that the relationship between the male and female leads, mutual reliance and mutual redemption, was truly enviable. However, when it came time to actually shoot, Zhou Zhu experienced a pressure he had never felt since he started acting. The female lead in the film was a very rebellious character, which added a lot of charm to her and also explained why she later fell in love with the older man. To portray this role well, the actress needed to smoke during filming. However, as a member of the Hyuga clan's main family, she was unwilling to do anything that would damage their family's image. There was no choice. Having this young lady show up to act in the film was already a rare favor. Asking her to do something improper would be forcing the issue. Helpless Zhou Zhu could only have the plot changed to the heroine smoking alone in a dark corner after being hit by her father, and then used a stunt double to shoot that scene. To be honest, Zhou Zhu somewhat regretted having this young lady act in the film. She wouldn't shoot this, wouldn't shoot that. He was used to being the one calling the shots, but now he had to treat someone like a boss. With this issue resolved, another problem arose with Ibiki. Kudo, such a great opportunity to act in a film. Last time you said you wanted a role, but now that the chance is here, you're backing out. Ibiki looked utterly distressed. The ninja opposite him, with a bitter expression, replied sadly, Director Ibiki, it's not that I don't want to act, it's this role. I've seen how you've been these days. If I take this role, won't I end up like you? And I don't have your strength, I'd probably get assassinated on the spot. Hey, talking about you, why bring me into it? Don't you have any sense of sacrifice for art? Director, how about we swap roles? This character is quite complex. I'm afraid I can't handle it. Ha, you're dreaming, swapping the villain for my lead role. While Ibiki was bickering with his subordinate, Zhou Zhu approached. Ibiki explained the situation and Zhou Zhu suddenly realized he had overlooked the main antagonist. When selecting actors he had focused mostly on the male and female leads, forgetting that the antagonist in this film was also a crucial and brilliant role. In his past life, Sirius Black had played that twisted yet elegant villain to perfection, greatly enhancing the film, but the current ninja's image. Frankly, it was quite different from the elegant psychopath he had imagined. If he had to pick a suitable candidate, the first person that came to mind was Orochimaru. Wait, Orochimaru? Zhou Zhu's mind suddenly sparked with a brilliant idea. So you want to act but are afraid to show your face, right? Though it was embarrassing for a ninja to admit fear, the ninja nodded, clearly impressed by Ibiki's precedent. Can you use the transformation technique? Would it be a problem to play the role while disguised as someone else? The ninja's eyes lit up but then dimmed. But wouldn't that cause trouble for others? Don't worry, the person I want you to transform into is no longer a Konoha ninja, not even from another village. Under their curious gazes, Zhou Zhu slowly uttered the name. Orochimaru. Both of them were startled. Transforming into that person wouldn't cause trouble for their own people, but wasn't it a bit too reckless? But... The ninja hesitated, but Ibiki interrupted him. Alright Kudo, you're too indecisive. Just say whether you'll do it or not. If not, he'll find someone else right now. It's all just a transformation so anyone can play the role. Those words seemed to give the ninja courage. He made up his mind. What was he afraid of? Orochimaru was just a missing nin. If they met on a mission there'd be no peace anyway, so why not just act the part? Having made up his mind, the ninja assured Zhou Zhu that he would portray the role well. Zhou Zhu nodded in satisfaction, suddenly realizing that in the ninja world making a film might not be a problem in terms of personnel. With miraculous ninjutsu, special effects could be shot practically and actors could be handled with shadow clones and transformation techniques. In extreme cases, one person could use clones and transformations to film an entire movie. If he didn't care about the feelings of the transformed person, he could even shoot something spicy, like transforming into the Uchiha Laughing Four to film Brokeback Mountain, Happy Together or Lanyu, but that's a discussion for another time. With all the problems solved, the filming suddenly went smoothly. Although there were moments when Hanabi complained that Ibiki was too ugly to get into character, Zhou Zhu managed to resolve them all. Especially the actor who transformed into Orochimaru, he seemed to have completely let go, playing the role with both madness and elegance, perversion and reason. He truly made the most of Orochimaru's appearance. It seemed he had fully immersed himself in the role, unafraid of Orochimaru's revenge. Zhou Zhu even broke a sweat for him. Finally, after more than a month of intense shooting, the film was efficiently completed. Zhou Zhu treated everyone to a barbecue feast. During the meal, Ibiki got completely drunk, grabbing Zhou Zhu's hand and tearfully recounting the hardships he had endured over the past few months. He desperately hoped Zhou Zhu could restore his reputation, and eventually passed out at the table, carried home by his subordinate. Seeing this, Zhou Zhu felt a twinge of pity. It was not his intention to cause such an innocent person to suffer because of his film. So he made a decision: from now on, whenever filming movies with extremely detestable villains, the villain actors would use the transformation technique as much as possible, taking on the appearance of ninjas from other villages or miscellaneous to avoid harming innocent people. As for whom to target, he thought the members of the Akatsuki organization had decent looks and great potential as villains. He could exploit that resource. After all, villains had no rights, so why not use them? In the blink of an eye, 2 years had passed and Zhou Zhu's life gradually returned to a routine, running back and forth between the cinema and the comic store every day. During these 2 years, aside from filming a movie with Ibiki, Zhou Zhu had not done much else. Speaking of that movie, it truly caused a stir in the Hidden Leaf Village. Although people scoffed at the views on love portrayed in the film, many watched it repeatedly, its popularity even surpassing the previous 2 films, as the allure of the Lolita and uncle trope was far more captivating. Consequently, Yabiki's popularity soared at a visible pace, and the negative impact from the past had basically vanished. In contrast, now when Yabiki walked down the street, he was surrounded by adoring fans, and it seemed he was getting cozy with a civilian girl, possibly on the verge of entering a relationship. Bai Hui, who originally managed the comic store, was sent to open a branch store in another ninja village. After the experience in the Sand Ninja Village, he did not plan to personally open the store. Although Bai Hui appeared delicate, she was a genuine Konoha ninja adept at handling emergencies. Initially, when Zhou Zhu informed her of his plans, she actually refused. However, when Zhou Zhu threatened her with dismissal, she ultimately yielded. After all, a boss who holds their employees' secrets can be quite unreasonable. On the other hand, after multiple seals were reinforced, Shikamaru and Ino had been discharged from the hospital. As a key observation subject in Konoha, Shikamaru would not leave the village for missions until he understood the capabilities of the Zero Tails and whether it could erode the seals, and he was also not allowed to engage in strenuous training. Bored, he gradually became fascinated with movies, spending several hours almost every day at the Konoha cinema. Although the quality of the films might not match those shot by Zhou Zhu, it was better than nothing. As for Choji, due to his teammates' connections, he did not need to leave the village for missions, which he was pleased about, secretly training his cursed seal abilities and family secret techniques in the Konoha forest every day. Zhou Zhu estimated that this guy's hidden strength might rival that of his father. After all, that was a power level comparable to an elite Jonin or even a near Kage. Unexpectedly, this guy had such a knack for survival. Indeed, chubby people often appear kind-hearted but are cunning. However, his cursed seal abilities had basically been fully explored, and the significance of continuing to refine the family secret techniques was diminishing. If he wanted to improve at such a rapid pace, it might be quite impossible. It seemed this guy understood this point as well, running to him repeatedly these past few days, affectionately calling him ancestor, clearly hoping to extract something more from this ancestor. However, to balance the power dynamics, Zhou Zhu did not enhance his abilities any further, often saying things like the time has not come, which left Choji somewhat frustrated. But of course it wasn't directed at Zhou Zhu, he dared not, it was merely his frustration from being unable to improve. Speaking of which, I wonder how Naruto and Sasuke are doing. With the gifts he provided, they should now be much stronger than in the original story. I wonder how far Naruto has developed his Sharingan and how many graves Sasuke has dug. To be honest, I am quite looking forward to their return. As for Tsunade, although she still couldn't accept the fact that she was the ancestor of someone else, she had not caused him any trouble lately, seemingly wanting to avoid provoking him. Moreover, Zhou Zhu estimated that the village should have guessed he was the one who took down Danzo. However, even so, they did not come to trouble him, likely truly fearing they could not subdue him. It seemed his previous threats had been effective. Overall, these 2 years had been quite stable, and Zhou Zhu had grown somewhat fond of such comfort until recently, when the system's task notification sound awakened him from this lazy atmosphere. 1,000,000 copies, that's no easy feat. Zhou Zhu reflected on this task that had taken 3 years. About a year ago he had instructed Bai Hui to open comic stores and cinemas across the ninja world, and now his enterprises had almost spread throughout the entire ninja realm. However, even so, the sale of 1,000,000 copies had only recently been completed, highlighting the high difficulty of this task. Thus he did not intend to delay any longer and settled the task directly. Upon reviewing the task rewards, aside from the basic improvements in drawing skills and strength, there were no additional rewards, which left him somewhat disappointed. Tasks completed while barely meeting the minimum standards typically offered poor rewards. However, it was still acceptable. His strength had increased once again, and with the functional rewards provided by the system, what more could he ask for? However, for the next task he still needed to sell over 1,000,000 copies of the comic book. Given the time taken to complete this task, it was likely the next task would coincide with the end of the ninja war. This was somewhat awkward. Although his strength was sufficient, it was not as if his tasks should be delayed until the time of Boruto. Zhou Zhu suddenly felt troubled, hoping for some changes later to significantly boost the sales of his comic books. In a dark cavern, the surrounding rock walls were devastated with traces of various cuts and burns scattered throughout. Orochimaru lay on the ground injured, gazing in shock at the few individuals standing before him. How is this possible, Sasuke? How do you possess this technique? In front of him, Sasuke held a long blade, coldly looking at Orochimaru, and slowly spoke. For a dying person, there's no need to know this. With that, Sasuke swiftly swung his blade, decapitating Orochimaru without giving him a chance to speak. Brother, it's been 3 years and I should be looking for you soon. Sasuke thought for a moment. Although he had experienced a qualitative improvement in strength and could even instantaneously kill Orochimaru, the latter was in a severely injured state and had also been defeated by Itachi, so seeking out Itachi now was indeed not very prudent. It would be better to return to Konoha and seek help from Uncle Zhou Zhu to enhance his strength, as that would increase his chances of success. Thinking of this, Sasuke quickly packed his belongings and headed straight for Konoha. Hey perverted sage, let's return to Konoha. It's already been 3 years. Oh, has it been 3 years? Then it's about time to head back. At this moment, another pair of master and disciple were also heading towards Konoha. Zhou Zhu let out a big yawn and opened the shop door as usual. 2 years of uneventful life had made him lazy. If it weren't for the lingering mission, he wouldn't even want to keep the shop open. He had the mentality of a decadent middle-aged man lying flat. Of course, his lying flat was based on the fact that he had almost become the entire Konoha village, which was vastly different from most people's lying flat. Long time no see, Uncle Zhou Zhu. Naruto stood in front of Zhou Zhu's shop smiling brightly. Hey Naruto, you're back. Come, let me have a look. Zhou Zhu was first surprised, then delighted. He walked up to him in a few steps and ruffled his hair as he used to. Not bad, kid. Haven't seen you in years, you've grown so tall. He measured their heights and found that Naruto had reached his eye level, almost 1.7 meters tall, right? Indeed, Naruto had potential. With better food and drink his height naturally increased. Hee, I have grown a bit. Naruto touched his head, still as honest and simple as ever. Let's go, let's talk inside. Since Naruto had returned, Zhou Zhu directly hung up a closed sign outside. No business today, what can you do? As the boss, he could be capricious. Inside the room, Naruto told Zhou Zhu about his experiences on the journey and his training results. It was evident that he had been very happy these years and Jiraiya had been really good to him. Hee uncle, let me tell you, I'm really strong. I know, have you forgotten? The ice release and the Sharingan. Zhou Zhu winked at him, everything unspoken. He was actually looking forward to Naruto's current strength. With the ice release supported by massive chakra, what brilliant performance would it show in this ninja world? It shouldn't be worse than someone's ice age, right? Thinking about it, I'm really looking forward to it. According to the plot, which member of the Akatsuki will encounter him first? Then uncle him off. Since Naruto had just returned and came to find Zhou Zhu first, he needed to report to the Hokage's office as soon as possible. So after catching up, he was about to leave. Go ahead. Since you're back, stay a while longer. If anything comes up, feel free to find me. I'm not leaving Konoha anyway. Zhou Zhu patted Naruto's shoulder and saw him out of the shop. Watching Naruto walk away, Zhou Zhu was about to turn back and take a nap when a person appeared at his shop door. Boss, I'd like to talk with you too. Oh. A rare guest. Come have some tea. Zhou Zhu placed a cup of tea in front of the visitor. The man took a sip of tea, then asked somewhat seriously. Mr. Zhou Zhu, I'll skip the pleasantries. Tsunade has already told me about your situation. The two of us discussed it, and we still hope you can explain your intentions in Konoha village. Seeing Jiraiya's serious expression, Zhou Zhu chuckled lightly and then spoke slowly. Are you saying this now because you're back and Tsunade thinks that with two of the Sannin you can handle me more steadily? Absolutely not. Jiraiya quickly explained. No need to explain. Whatever you think, I don't care. Zhou Zhu waved his hand, stopping Jiraiya from further explanation. I made it clear last time. As someone who has lived for thousands of years, I really don't care about the intrigues among you ninjas. I just want to find a place to live peacefully for a while. But isn't this reason too absurd? Jiraiya smiled bitterly. Hearing what Tsunade had told him, his first thought was that she was joking. How could there be someone who had lived for thousands of years and claiming to be the ancestor of the Senju and Akimichi clans? That sounds like a lie at first glance. However, seeing that Tsunade seemed to have some resemblance, Jiraiya became confused. Was there some hidden truth he didn't know? I've said it many times. I'm not explaining anything to you, I'm just stating facts. If you're unwilling to believe, then I can't help it. Zhou Zhu looked relaxed, as if just stating something very simple. Moreover, there are many things in this world beyond your cognition. Just because you don't acknowledge them doesn't mean they don't exist. For example. As he spoke, Zhou Zhu paused. Then under Jiraiya's astonished gaze, a layer of tender grass slowly grew on the tatami mats of the entire room, and the table in front of them seemed to come to life, gradually transforming into a half-tall tree. This. Jiraiya was shocked. This obvious characteristic already showed that Zhou Zhu indeed could use wood release. Moreover, although the other party was right in front of him, he couldn't feel any chakra fluctuation at all. Such strength was just too exaggerated, wasn't it? Already surprised? Don't rush, there's more. As he spoke, Zhou Zhu's eyes slowly changed. Under Jiraiya's shocked expression, one eye turned into a 3-demo Sharingan, the other eye turned into a Byakugan, and at the same time a few simple patterns were interwoven on his forehead. Esit Sharingan, Byakugan, and the Een seal. Jiraiya couldn't understand what kind of ninja could possess so many top-tier bloodline limits and secret techniques at the same time. Could it be that, as he said, he was truly a figure from thousands of years ago, inextricably connected to the progenitor of chakra? Is this enough to prove my identity? Perhaps I need to show you the Akimichi clan's secret technique, but let's agree that technique has tremendous destructive power. If it causes any damage in the village, I won't be responsible. Zhou Zhu said jokingly. Jiraiya shook his head repeatedly. No need, Mr. Zhou Zhu. I've understood your situation. As long as you don't do anything harmful to Konoha in the future, we will definitely not do anything to you. You can even cooperate with the village. Cooperation is unnecessary. Tsunade said the same thing before, but it doesn't seem to have been very effective. I hope this time you can keep your word. Otherwise I wouldn't mind doing something a bit more extreme. Absolutely not. As long as you don't threaten Konoha, Konoha will definitely not do anything to you. Jiraiya guaranteed, patting his chest. Good heavens, a ninja with so many bloodline limits, if he actually did something in the village it would be a disaster. I hope you all keep your word. Zhou Zhu said ambiguously as the odd atmosphere in the room gradually faded and his eyes returned to their normal color. The atmosphere became somewhat awkward and Jiraiya knew that staying any longer would not yield any substantial progress, so after a brief greeting he left. Zhou Zhu did not stop him, watching Jiraiya's departing figure with contemplation. It must be near the time for him to head to the Rain Ninja village, right? Back in his room, Zhou Zhu reminisced while doodling on paper, recalling the plot of the Shippuden series. Due to the passage of time, most of the content had faded from his memory, leaving only vague impressions. It seemed that Scorpion and Deidara were the ones who stirred things up first, right? They captured that guy Gaara, then there was the immortal duo, followed by the internal conflict between Sasuke and Itachi. Speaking of Sasuke, he has been away from the village for over 3 years, hasn't he? He hasn't returned even once. He still has a 20-year contract signed with me. Now that he has been missing for 3 years, it seems I'll need to ask him for some compensation. Time flew by, and as the sky darkened, Zhou Zhu was no longer at the table recalling the plot, but rather indulging himself at a ramen shop. After dinner, Zhou Zhu took a stroll around the village before heading back to the manga shop. Uncle Zhou Zhu, it's nice to see you again. A slightly deep voice emerged from the shadows, startling Zhou Zhu. He turned to look only to find Sasuke standing there. Oh. Sasuke, you're back. When did this happen? Come on, let's talk upstairs. It truly is a case of speaking of the devil. I just mentioned Sasuke this morning and now he has returned. It must be fate. The two ascended the stairs and sat at that small table again. Zhou Zhu said with some enthusiasm, how have the past 3 years treated you? Did you learn anything from Orochimaru? Yes, I learned a lot and made good use of the techniques you taught me. Now that Orochimaru is dead, I hope to receive your help again. Sasuke's voice remained low. Zhou Zhu did not inquire how Orochimaru met his demise. With Sasuke possessing such advanced techniques as Edo Tensei and Rasengan, it was indeed difficult for him to survive. Zhou Zhu even suspected whether Orochimaru's death was a planned fake death or if he was voluntarily eliminated due to Sasuke's overwhelming strength. However, those matters were not important to Zhou Zhu. He put on a troubled expression and looked at Sasuke. Sasuke-kun, you are putting me in a difficult position. I remember we signed a contract before you left. You were my contracted actor for 20 years, but now you have been gone for 3 years. Do you know how do you know how many films I shot in these 3 years? And because of you, how much effort and cost I expended to find other actors. You even disrupted my plans to train you as an idol. Zhou Zhu enumerated the losses caused by Sasuke's departure from the village, leaving Sasuke stunned. In Orochimaru's base, due to countless daily training sessions, he had completely forgotten about the contract. But is that the point? He had defected. Should he come back during his defection to shoot films? Uncle Zhou Zhu, can we discuss this later? I'm back this time to discuss later. Sasuke, you are being a bit unreasonable. What I am talking about now is your breach of contract, which is currently the most important matter. How can we discuss it later? Then Uncle Zhou Zhu, what do you suggest we do? Sasuke said helplessly. How did the conversation take such a turn? Zhou Zhu held up 5 fingers and waved them in front of Sasuke, then said, 5 years. You need to serve me for an additional 5 years on top of the original 20. The 3 years are what you owed me before and the 2 years are for compensation. Sasuke nodded in agreement immediately. He didn't want to waste time on such matters, he had more important things to discuss. Zhou Zhu then pulled out another contract which was originally prepared for Naruto, but unexpectedly it was first used for Sasuke. He wrote down the supplementary terms and duration, then handed it to Sasuke for him to sign, and Sasuke generously signed his name. To be honest, he didn't care much about this contract. He never intended to fulfill the obligations within it. When it was time for revenge, he could just hide anywhere. How would this uncle find him? Zhou Zhu took the contract and felt a surge of joy. This kid signed the contract so generously, probably without any intention of fulfilling any obligations. But that's fine. If the time comes when he needs Sasuke and Sasuke refuses, he will make sure Sasuke knows he can become the ancestor of many clans in Konoha and that he isn't just a name. Now let's get down to business. Sasuke, what do you want to say? Sasuke appeared somewhat dazed. What was he about to say? Having been interrupted by Zhou Zhu, he almost forgot why he came here. However, fortunately the daze was temporary. Once he organized his thoughts, he slowly said, Uncle Zhou Zhu, I feel that my training is nearly complete, so I want to find that person for revenge. But after all these years I don't know how strong that person has become. Therefore I want to ask you for a definitive ninjutsu to increase my chances of success. Zhou Zhu waited for a while. Seeing that Sasuke had fallen silent, he curiously asked, is that all? Yes, that's all. Sasuke replied. Zhou Zhu rolled his eyes, implying that he wanted a free ride. Sasuke-kun, you are a full-fledged rogue ninja from the village, yet you engage in such shameless behavior. Oh, you want help without paying anything. Why should I just give you benefits? Sasuke's face turned from blue to white and he hesitated to speak. He knew he was in the wrong, so he could only suppress his frustration. So wanting benefits from me isn't impossible, but you at least need to put something in right. Then Uncle Zhou Zhu, what do you want? Sasuke didn't know what he could offer to exchange for those precious ninjutsu, so he could only helplessly ask Zhou Zhu, looking at your face full of poverty, you probably can't offer anything useful. How about this? If you agree to one of my requests, I can temporarily lend you a ninjutsu. Later when you have something to exchange, or if you have made a film, it can offset the debt. Zhou Zhu looked Sasuke up and down, grinning wickedly. Zhou Zhu felt a chill run down his spine as he saw Zhou Zhu looking at him. He instinctively tightened his clothes, swallowed hard and asked weakly. Uncle Zhou Zhu, what do you mean? What do I mean? You'll find out soon enough. He. After an unknown amount of time, Zhou Zhu stumbled out of Zhou Zhu's room looking utterly exhausted, clutching his clothes tightly as if he had suffered some terrible injury. Yet despite this his eyes blazed with determination and he gritted his teeth and said, I've sacrificed so much to defeat you. How can you possibly win against me? On the other side, Zhou Zhu looked at the photo of Zhou Zhu in female attire and chuckled to himself. You finally got what you deserved. With this leverage you'll never escape my grasp. You'll work for me until you drop. Knowing that Zhou Zhu was going to fight you, Zhou Zhu realized he would be busy again. Although he didn't have high hopes for Zhou Zhu's side, and despite having already strengthened him significantly in this world, Uchiha Yu was still an enigma. It wasn't that he was overwhelmingly powerful, but in every fight he seemed to have the upper hand. In his few battles in the manga he dominated Kakashi, outmatched Dashawan, overwhelmed Zhou Zhu, surpassed Nagato and even bested Yakushi Kabuto. You would realize that his strength dynamically shifted much like Kakashi's. Especially in the two battles against Nagato and Kabuto, facing two of the strongest opponents aside from Madara, he managed to save two people from the former and later teamed up with Zhou Zhu to defeat Sage Kabuto, stealing the spotlight. Moreover, judging from his performance in the final battle, if not for fulfilling Zhou Zhu's wish to fight alongside his brother, he might have single-handedly taken down Sage Kabuto. And remember, at that time Zhou Zhu had the eternal Mangekyo. So Zhou Zhu estimated that the result of the battle between Zhou Zhu and you would still be a lesson from his older brother. However, with the cheat he had given Zhou Zhu, you would likely have to fight a hard battle. If you suddenly died in the middle of the fight, that would be interesting. Because of the spoilers Zhou Zhu had given, Zhou Zhu wanted to defeat you, not kill him. Especially since Zhou Zhu had obtained the medicine for curing diseases from him. If you died, wouldn't it all be in vain? But those were not his concerns. He never really cared much about you anyway, his life or death was irrelevant. He would leave those problems for Zhou Zhu to figure out. Good morning, Uncle Zhou Zhu. Early in the morning Choji arrived at the manga shop. Choji. What happened? You don't look well. Zhou Zhu, standing behind the counter, looked at Choji's unhappy expression and asked with some confusion. Sai Shikamaru and Asuma Sensei went on a mission without me. I feel so frustrated. I'm obviously stronger than them. Shoo. Zhou Zhu made a silencing gesture and asked with some doubt, has something happened recently? Usually doesn't your team go together? Yeah, normally the Inoshikacho trio should go together. Choji replied. But recently the abbot of the fire temple Chiriku was killed. He was a friend of Asuma Sensei, so Asuma Sensei is investigating the case. Since Chiriku himself was very powerful, the mission mostly involved Jonin. Shikamaru was included because he's a strategist. I thought logically I should be able to join, but they didn't ask me. Zhou Zhu's heart stirred. Chiriku was dead, meaning Kakuzu and Haiden were about to appear. Asuma's death, Naruto learning the Raisin Shuriken. He thought for a moment and then said to Choji, "Choji, do you trust your old ancestor?" Seeing Zhou Zhu so serious, Choji put away his own expression and said solemnly, "Of course I trust you, old ancestor. Is there something you want to tell me?" "It's nothing big. Just that your teacher might bite the dust." Choji was shocked. How could the old ancestor say such a shocking thing in such a calm tone? Asuma Sensei would die in this mission. That old ancestor, what exactly is going on? Why would Asuma Sensei die in this mission? Do you know something? He asked urgently. I have indeed heard some rumors. I have some information about the two ninjas who killed Chiriku. From a purely combat power standpoint, if your teacher's squad encounters them, they might be in danger of being wiped out. Zhou Zhu wasn't exaggerating. Given their current combat strength, without knowing the enemy's intel, they would struggle against those two. Even if Shikamaru could use the Zero Tails cheat, would Shikamaru still be Shikamaru without his intelligence? What exactly is the intel? Choji asked anxiously. Sorry Choji, I can't really tell you. It involves many mysterious things. It's better for you not to know than to know. Zhou Zhu continued to speak cryptically. Now that he was a generation above everyone, they would fill in the gaps for him anyway. The only thing I can guarantee is that my combat assessment is accurate. If they don't meet, fine. But if they do, the best case scenario is the loss of an elite jonin. And even if you report this to the village, they won't believe it. My sources are indeed unverifiable. How can this be? Choji was incredulous, but soon his eyes grew resolute. He said, then I'll go myself. Even if it's dangerous, I can't just stand by and watch Asuma Sensei die. Besides, I'm not necessarily weaker than them now. Good child. Zhou Zhu praised him. I agree with the latter part. With the initial version of the curse mark and your secret techniques, you can indeed put up a fight against those two. Especially since your abilities can counter them to some extent. Zhou Zhu wasn't just talking. With the secret techniques and the curse mark, Choji's skin would be as hard as rock. Haiden's scythe might not even be able to break through. Alright, I'm leaving. Choji started to leave. Wait. Zhou Zhu used a clone technique, leaving a clone to watch the shop while he transformed into someone else and walked up to Choji saying, I'll go with you this time. Ding Ci looked at the humanoid form that Zhou Zhu had transformed into, feeling somewhat speechless. Ancestor, isn't this a bit excessive? It turned out that Zhou Zhu had taken on the appearance of his father. What are you talking about? If I don't transform into someone impressive, will they let you leave the village? I can go report it first. Yes, you go report it first, go through the process, and then once we find your master Asuma, you can directly help him collect the body. But it's a huge issue for ninjas to leave the village without reporting. If serious, they could be treated as rogue ninjas. Hey kid, what are you afraid of? As a well-known second-generation elite of Konoha village, what could they possibly do to you? Not acting like a spoiled rich kid is already giving Konoha face. What's the big deal about leaving the village? Do you think your family is the Uchiha? Alright, Uncle Zhou Zhu, I understand, stop talking. Ding Ci was drenched in cold sweat, fearing that if this ancestor continued talking, their Akimichi clan would become a ruthless gang. The two hurried out of the village. The guarding ninja, seeing Ding Zhuo, a jonin, leaving with his son, did not stop them. It's better to have a bit of awareness when doing a job, especially as a gatekeeper. Uncle, where do we go to find them? After running along the road for a while, they asked. Zhou Zhu suddenly stopped in his tracks as if he had forgotten something very important. Where was that underground currency exchange located? Ding Ci looked at Zhou Zhu's expression, a sense of foreboding washing over him. Could it be that this person didn't know the location? Do you know where the underground currency exchange is? Ding Ci naturally didn't know the location of the underground currency exchange. Regardless of his strength, due to his age, he had indeed experienced less. Thus the two returned to the village entrance and inquired about the address from the guarding ninja. After learning the address, they hurriedly headed to the location. The two guarding ninjas, however, sensed something unusual and reported the situation at the village entrance to the Hokage. Ding Zhuo took his son to the underground currency exchange. And he doesn't even know the location of the exchange. Tsunade felt a sense of absurdity upon hearing the ninja's report. She remembered that Ding Zhuo didn't have any missions today, right? Moreover, Konoha's management of these elite jonin was quite strict. Although leaving the village wasn't prohibited, reporting was mandatory. But it seemed he hadn't reported, had he? Just as she was contemplating this, there was a sudden knock on the door and then a tall figure walked into the room. Hokage-sama, I have some matters to report to you. Ding Zhou had a simple and honest look on his face. He came to report on some family matters today, but seeing the two people in the room staring blankly at him, he suddenly felt a bit awkward. What's the matter, ha ha ha. He scratched his head and smiled awkwardly. Tsunade. Guarding ninja. Meanwhile, Zhou Zhu and Ding Ci arrived at the currency exchange, discovering that two groups were already engaged in battle. However, the scene didn't seem particularly intense, it should have just begun. Phew, luckily we made it in time. Ding Ci looked at the battlefield ahead and breathed a sigh of relief. He was genuinely afraid that as soon as he arrived at this place he would have to collect his teacher's body. Saying this, he charged directly into the fray. Zhou Zhu did not stop him, he was here to help anyway, so there was no need to hide anything. Of course he wouldn't join in, he was here to watch the show. At this moment one of the immortal duo was being suppressed and Feiden's head had already been severed. However, Zhou Zhu knew that the Konoha ninjas, unaware of the intelligence, were about to suffer a major setback. Sure enough, when Kakuzu used Earth Grudge Fear to reattach Feiden's head, everyone was shocked. And Feiden took advantage of this moment to slash at Asuma. Although Asuma dodged in time, he was still grazed by the scythe. Ahahaha, here it comes, here comes the offering for Lord Jashin. Feiden laughed maniacally, scribbling on the ground with the blood flowing from his wounds. However, just as he was about to finish drawing the ritual formation, a loud shout suddenly came from behind him. Battle Body activate. Super doubling technique activate. Pooh. Zhou Zhu nearly choked on his own saliva. What was this scene filled with such a sense of déjà vu? Ding Ci looked simple and honest but was still quite the middle schooler. And what on earth was this so-called battle body giving a nickname to the cursed seal state? Setting aside Zhou Zhu's complaints, the ninjas in front were all dumbfounded. They were not surprised by Ding Ci's middle schooler's speech, but rather by his body suddenly towering over 15 meters, covered in black patterns with eyes slightly red, clearly indicating a lack of rationality. Is this Ding Ci? Shikamaru was taken aback. He had just noticed Feiden's unusual movements and wanted to use shadow imitation technique to control him, but unexpectedly Ding Ci appeared as an unforeseen variable. And judging by his appearance, it was somewhat terrifying. Just as he thought this, the transformed Ding Ci, resembling a giant, took 2 steps and was right in front of Feiden, slapping down with a hand. Feiden was horrified and hurriedly jumped aside. However, he had been stunned for a moment, so his jump was already too late, and Ding Ci's attack was also very fast. In this increase and decrease he couldn't fully dodge. Ding Ci grabbed his left foot and lifted him upside down. Ding Ci, that guy is immortal, it's best to trap him first. Shikamaru quickly reminded him. Immortal. Ding Ci chuckled wickedly, then ignoring Feiden's struggles he grasped his entire body, leaving only his head exposed, while the other hand directly squeezed his head. Let's see if you can still be immortal like this. As he spoke, a horrifying sound of cracking bones echoed and Feiden's head was crushed, resembling a burst watermelon, causing everyone present to instinctively avert their gaze. To be honest, they had all killed before, but crushing an enemy's head in such a cruel manner was too strong of an impact for them, especially since the one doing it was a familiar friend. This was indeed. After doing this, Ding Ci let go, allowing Feiden to fall freely. Feiden rolled on the ground, convulsed once and then stopped moving. So can he still be immortal? Looking at Feiden's shattered head, the group from Konoha unconsciously turned to Kakuzu, who was also standing by in a daze, their eyes seemingly asking, "Why don't you try sewing it back together?" Kakuzu looked at the gazes of the crowd as if he understood the meaning behind their eyes and nearly vomited out his over 90-year-old experience. "Why are they all staring at me? With everything blown to pieces, how can I stitch it back together? Relying on me to fix it is worse than hoping for it to grow back on its own." However, with Haiden's abilities it was clearly impossible for him to regrow a head directly. If he had that power, he wouldn't have been dismembered and buried alive by Shikamaru. Now that his head was reduced to wreckage, even if he were immortal he would likely still perish. This surprised Zhou Zhu, who was watching from the side. Although Haiden's overall strength was average, his exceptional taijutsu and the advantage of being immortal made him slightly stronger than some elite jounin. Yet such a character was crushed to death by a single encounter with Choji. It must be said that everything has its nemesis. Speaking of Haiden's immortality, it seemed impressive at first glance, but it had many limitations. For example, while his immortal body might have strong regenerative abilities, it was far from being able to regenerate severed limbs. Therefore, if you were to cut off his head and hide it, it would be almost equivalent to being dead. Not to mention that there are methods like Choji's that can physically crush everything. If he could recover from that, it would truly be a miracle. On the other side, in his cursed seal state, Choji had just eliminated Haiden, but his bloodthirsty feeling had not diminished at all. Instead, he directed his gaze towards Kakuzu, his expression unfriendly. Kakuzu looked at the giant standing over 10 meters tall along with his teammate whose head had exploded nearby. He instinctively swallowed hard. This pressure reminded him of decades ago when he was still a 30-something child facing the strongest ninja in the entire ninja world. Though the ninja before him was obviously not as powerful as that legendary ninja, the pressure was undeniably real. Without a second thought, he scattered all of his hearts and fled in different directions. With so many people in front of him, he did not want to stay behind and wait for death. What is that? Everyone was momentarily stunned as Kakuzu's technique, resembling a shadow clone technique, was completely unfamiliar to them, but they soon realized he was trying to escape. Already a doomed lamb, the group naturally did not let him leave unpursued, and they each chased after him. To be honest, Kakuzu was indeed quite strong. Each heart had the capability of an elite jounin, and he could even use combination ninjutsu. He was essentially a counterfeit version of the third Hokage. However, facing the righteous onslaught of the Konoha shinobi, he had no choice but to adopt a strategy of greatly weakening his own strength to effectively ensure his survival by fleeing in a scattered manner. After a while, a head emerged from the sand, glancing at the hearts that the others were pursuing. He sighed in relief. He had used this tactic many times before, first sending out hearts to attract attention, then leaving one heart hidden behind. This way, regardless of whether the enemy chased or not, he would have a chance to escape. It was just a pity for his few hearts, which he would have to find a way to replenish later. With that thought, he crawled out of the dirt and ran in a specific direction. However, just as he entered the jungle, he saw a figure standing directly in front of him. Squinting, he recognized Zhou Zhu. Zhou Zhu was also somewhat bewildered. With his strength, he had naturally detected Kakuzu hiding underground. However, he had no intention of intervening as there was no need. Yet although he didn't want to get involved, Kakuzu just happened to be fleeing in his direction. What could he do about it? On the other side, Kakuzu was also in despair. He recognized the person before him, Konoha's elite jounin Akimichi Choji, whose strength was undoubtedly top tier in the ninja world. Such a figure, even at full strength, required him to take seriously, yet now he only had one heart left. My life is over. The two exchanged glances for a while, remaining silent for a long time. Then the Choji in front of him slowly turned sideways and nonchalantly whistled, pretending not to see him. Kakuzu was completely stunned. He could not imagine why the ninja before him would adopt such a posture. Was he letting him go? However, that made no sense. After hesitating briefly, he ran directly past him, not forgetting to say something before leaving. Thank you. Zhou Zhu awkwardly scratched his nose. He indeed did not want to just eliminate Kakuzu, as it held no significance. It was better for the Akatsuki members to be dealt with by the major ninja villages. He preferred to be an observer. Thus he chose to let Kakuzu go. Unexpectedly, Kakuzu thanked him as he left. That was truly too polite. After some time, the Konoha ninjas returned to the original location, each carrying a heart clone of Kakuzu, tossing them into a pile. Choji had also returned to his normal size, looking no different from the others except for the clone in his hand, which, how should one put it? It was a bit smashed. Everyone saw the pit left on the ground and immediately understood that Kakuzu had indeed escaped. However, this was already the best outcome. Had Choji not appeared suddenly, they would not know what kind of losses they might have suffered. By the way, Choji, what was that transformation you just did? It looked so much like Sasuke's cursed seal state from before. Asuma suddenly seemed to remember something and looked at Choji earnestly. It is indeed a cursed seal. Though Choji thought this in his heart, he clearly could not just tell Asuma, so he fabricated a lie. It does have some relation to that cursed seal. I encountered it during a battle with enemy ninjas while trying to retrieve Sasuke, and I thought this technique was quite compatible with our Akimichi clan, so I spent the past few years developing it and finally completed it recently. When it comes to lying, one like Choji with his honest appearance is indeed more credible. After listening to his explanation, though everyone still had some doubts, ultimately it was his secret and pressing further would be inappropriate, so they did not pursue the matter. These two ninjas are quite strange. According to them, they are from the Akatsuki organization led by Uchiha Itachi. This is very important intelligence, and we should return to Konoha as soon as possible. Also take these corpses with us. Let's see if the research department in Konoha can extract anything useful from these two. With that said, everyone hoisted the corpses and headed back to Konoha. Before leaving, Choji glanced in the direction of Zhou Zhu, nodded slightly and followed suit. They returned to my village, laid the corpses to rest with care, and then made their way together to the Huiying building to report the situation. So you mean the one who killed Dilu was a member of the mercenary band called the Shao organization, and his motive was to claim a bounty? Gangzhou rubbed her temples, looking thoroughly vexed. For some reason she felt that ever since Zielai's return matters had only multiplied. She waved them away. After they left, Zielai knocked and walked in, flopping down with his usual boisterous air. Gangzhou recounted the events to Zielai. He folded away his grin, grew serious, and spoke in a solemn tone. There had been word from the shinobi of Shanin village yesterday. Shanin village was attacked by the rogue from Tunan village Didala. The man was shot down by Shannon's ground-to-air defense system, developed from their aerial fortress, and were it not for a comrade of exceptional prowess he would likely have been captured alive. Zielai gave a brief account of what had occurred the previous day, then continued. Although the Shao organization failed to achieve its aim this time, their willingness to confront a shinobi village directly bespeaks grand designs, most likely the recovery of the tailed beasts. Moreover, from current intelligence it seems they may already have succeeded on many occasions. Recover the tailed beasts? Gangzhou repeated under her breath. With such strength yet seeking to collect the tailed beasts, their ambitions must be considerable. Frankly though, the great villages all regard the tailed beasts as ultimate weapons. Each possesses countermeasures. Coupled with the lack of a reliable means to control them, all villages save Lenin view the beasts with a complicated mixture of covetousness and fear. They lust after the beast's power yet dread their uncontrollability. Therefore, to discover the true purpose of the Shao organization, I intend to infiltrate Yunnan village to gather intelligence. No. Gangzhou cut him off decisively. The Shao organization's strength is unknown. If you go rashly, what if something goes wrong? How could that be? That kid Dingxi can one-shot their members. I have no problem either. Besides, my infiltration arts are strong. No. I refuse. Even if you insist on going, it should be only after we have gathered sufficient intelligence and assembled at least a squad of shinobi. You alone would leave too many blind spots. What are you saying, Gangzhou? If we all go together, is that still called infiltration? If we simply eliminate anyone who spots us, isn't that infiltration? Good heavens, so that is what infiltrate means. What on earth has Gangzhou been doing to my village in the years I've been gone? Zielai scoffed, but for the time being abandoned the idea of going to Yunnan alone. The present situation was not dire for there was no need to rush. Elsewhere, after Luan and Dingxi had clarified the events, Luan pulled Dingxi aside. What's the matter, Dingxi? What is that jutsu of yours? Others were reluctant to ask, but because the Zhuludai family share fortunes and losses and the two were close, he asked plainly. Dingxi neither wished to deceive him nor to expose Zhou Zhu, so he laughed it off awkwardly. Luan, don't ask, it's not something I can easily tell you. Dingxi, forgive my prying, but your technique does resemble Zhou Zhu's curse mark. That is the work of Dashyuan. If you do not explain it, it will be hard to account for, to the village and to your family. Dingxi was silent for a moment. He understood Luan was right. If his jutsu remained hidden, all was well. Once exposed, an explanation would be demanded. Then promise me, Luan, don't tell outsiders. I need to ask the ancestor whether it may be revealed. Dingxi had made up his mind. If the ancestor refused, then no matter the pressure from the village, he would not betray him. Dingxi led Luan to the comic shop where Zhou Zhu idly watched passers-by behind the counter. Uncle Zhou Zhu, are you back? The question was odd, but Zhou Zhu understood he was asking whether this was his true form. Rest assured, this is me. He glanced at Luan as if a thought had occurred and smiled. It's your jutsu that hasn't been explained, isn't it? It doesn't matter, just tell the truth. The Huiying and the others already know about me. What, uncle, the Huiying knows about you? Dingxi was surprised. If the Huiying knew, why had there been no reaction? Luan was even more astonished. The ancestor. What kind of title was that? Was Dingxi being irreverent? Oh, they know. They have even consulted me before. Thus my affairs are no longer a secret among Mui's upper echelons. Any trouble can be laid at my feet. Zhou Zhu wore a nonchalant air. To be honest, keeping everything cloaked had grown tiresome. He might as well commit to a single lie wholeheartedly. From now on he would be proclaimed the progenitor of all renowned ninja clans in the shinobi world, no objections permitted. Dingxi nodded. With that his dilemma was eased and his worries diminished. Yet while Dingxi's problem was solved, Luan found himself with even more questions. Uncle Zhou Zhu, Dingxi, what do you mean? What kind of ancestor identity is this? I don't understand at all. Dingxi looked to Zhou Zhu and with his consent began to recount candidly and in full certain matters concerning Zhou Zhu. As he spoke, Luan's face registered utter bewilderment, as if to say, "Are you making fun of me? The progenitor of the Chiodao family. Do you believe that?" "I believe it," Dingxi said earnestly. "Even if you believe, would the village accept it?" "The village already does. The fifth Huying and Zealai both believe it," Zhou Zhu said solemnly. Luan felt as though the entire village were playing a prank on him. Could anyone truly accept such absurdity? But even if you know the Chiodao clan's secret arts, that doesn't prove everything, right? The shinobi world is vast. Someone could simply appear with odd abilities, couldn't they? "Hey, say that and you insult him, Luan," Zhou Zhu said, slightly offended. "Indeed, Luan, you're being rather impolite." Dingxi nodded in agreement, nearly taking Luan aback with his fervent concurrence. Moreover, Uncle Zuzu's mastery is far more than mere clan techniques. He wields something far stronger than our Beihuashu, a power that moves heaven and earth. Even the giant I once transformed into is insignificant before him. Seeing that Shikamaru still refused to believe him, this doubt undoubtedly complicated his path to becoming the founding ancestor of the Nara clan, so he seized the opportunity with mischievous delight and spoke in a hushed, enigmatic tone. And there's something else I must tell you, Shikamaru. I am in fact the founding ancestor of your Nara clan." "What?" Shikamaru recoiled in shock, while Choji let out an odd, startled cry. Shikamaru paid no mind to Choji's awestruck expression. Instead, his dull, lifeless eyes locked unblinkingly onto Zhou Zhu, awaiting his next words. "Ahem. It was on a moonlit, poetic night. I was strolling across the vast Nara wilderness when I chanced upon a young woman bearing the Nara name. I was still quite young then, only several hundred years old, and the spark between us ignited like dry kindling in a gale. Passion flared, boundaries blurred, and events unfolded swiftly, well, you understand. Afterward the young woman conceived a child, so I gifted her a scroll. Through that very scroll my offspring founded a shinobi clan, one whose legacy endures to this day." Zhou Zhu recounted this falsehood with serene composure. By now such fabrications rolled effortlessly off his tongue, his heart long since tarnished bore no trace of hesitation. This is truly... Shikamaru nearly choked on his breath. Was he being spun a tall tale? Such an outlandish story defied all credence. "Oh, I see. No wonder, elder ancestor. After all, you were so young back then." Choji nodded earnestly, as if absolving Zhou Zhu of any wrongdoing, and even offering gentle reassurance. Well, here stood one genuine fool who believed every word, and not only believed it but thrilled at it. Noting Shikamaru's skepticism, Zhou Zhu had anticipated this all along, and smiled as ever with quiet amusement. "I know you don't believe me, Shikamaru, but while I may deceive you, your clan's secret techniques surely will not." "Secret techniques? You mean, you know ours too?" Shikamaru asked, astonished. It was common knowledge that secret techniques earned their name not merely from guarded training methods, but also from stringent bloodline requirements. Otherwise rival villages would have long since extracted these arts from captured clan members. Earlier, when Shikamaru mentioned mutation, he'd speculated that Zhou Zhu's body might have undergone some anomaly, coincidentally granting him access to the technique's cultivation method. Though improbable in its own right, this theory remained far more plausible than the preposterous claim of ancestral lineage. Yet, if Zhou Zhu truly mastered their clan's secret art, everything changed. Zhou Zhu smiled faintly, slowly raised his right hand, and snapped his fingers. To their stunned disbelief, his shadow detached itself from the ground, rose upright, and waved amiably at the two young men. "Allow me to introduce you to my shadow art, stand user." The stand user resembles the shadow clone technique, but being composed entirely of shadow, it cannot be harmed or suppressed by sealing jutsu or other restrictive arts. Anyone who touches the stand instantly falls under the shadow imitation technique. The stand itself becomes the imitator. Moreover, the stand may wield any shadow-based ninjutsu without limitation. Zhou Zhu calmly elucidated the stand's capabilities. This technique was of course a deliberate modification crafted through his editor, its constituent elements long forgotten, though he had consciously modeled it after concepts from another manga. The result, judging by appearances, proved remarkably effective. This is rather... Shikamaru faltered, speechless. Before him stood a vivid autonomous shadow. No mere boast, for such pretense would serve no purpose. Yet if it wasn't bluff, wasn't this ability absurdly overpowered? And could he truly be a figure from millennia past? Well then, Shikamaru, convinced at last. Would an elder ancestor ever lie to you? Tell me, does anyone in your own clan possess a technique this magnificent? Choji swelled with vicarious pride, his smug grin so insufferable that Shikamaru half imagined delivering him a thunderous slap. Uncle Zhou Zhu may indeed share some connection with our clan, but whether he is our progenitor remains for now beyond my acceptance. Shikamaru's thoughts churned in disarray, yet reason whispered that something here remained deeply amiss. Ah, elder ancestor. I just recalled, can you still use this technique while employing the heaven-defying giant form? Or, when activated, does the stand size scale proportionally with your enlarged form? Choji clapped his forehead, suddenly animated by what he perceived as a brilliant combo, and asked with eager anticipation. Oh, you're quite perceptive, Choji, Zhou Zhu remarked, mildly surprised. Had he truly discerned the synergy behind his technique? While in the heaven-defying giant form I retain full command of this art, and the stand assumes precisely my current scale. Ah, just as I thought. Choji wore the triumphant air of one who'd seen through the veil, having already reasoned that impressive as the stand was, it paled beside the sheer magnitude of the heaven-defying giant form. Yet combined, the two formed a terrifyingly potent synergy. Indeed, the three secret arts of your Inoshikacho alliance in my view constitute a seamless tripartite skill set. Zhou Zhu launched once more into flamboyant improvisation. Ideally, I begin by expanding into the heaven-defying giant form, then summon my stand user. Most adversaries fall before this stage alone. Should I face a more tenacious foe, or one whose nature intrigues me, I may seize control of their shadow via possession, a technique akin to the Yamanaka clan's mind-body switch technique, erasing their consciousness outright and puppeteering their body through its own shadow. Given my will, I could even command an entire shinobi legion. Choji burned with exhilaration, already envisioning Zhou Zhu's awe-inspiring dominance, never once doubting the truth of his words. Shikamaru, however, caught the subtle implication, and pressed further. Uncle Zhou Zhu, earlier you referenced the Yamanaka clan's secret art. Do you master that technique as well? And are you connected to the Yamanaka clan too? Zhou Zhu responded with a mysterious smile, then feigned deep recollection, pausing in theatrical silence before speaking. Sigh, so it cannot remain hidden. Very well, I shall confess. This too occurred thousands of years ago, when I was but a youth of 120, utterly naive and inexperienced. One day, wandering the mountains, I encountered a young woman surnamed Yamanaka. Two youths, sparks flying, passions igniting, forces colliding. Shikamaru. Choji. Choji and Shikamaru left their minds filled with question marks. Zhou Zhu watched the two, whose worldviews seemed to have crumbled, and let out a mischievous smirk. The two had racked their brains but never imagined that their three clans shared the same ancestor. Truly red flowers, white lotus, green lotus leaves, the three tribes were originally one family. Whether they would inform their family elders or the Yamanaka clan was no longer his concern. Several days passed and Zhou Zhu's little shop remained calm. The village seemed to have sent no one to inquire. Perhaps Choji hadn't told them, or the village already knew but chose to remain silent. But these matters were not worth his worry. What concerned him now was the direction of the manga. Previously, since he had hardly participated in the plot, he could simply draw based on facts. Now, however, with his involvement, Choji, Shikamaru and others had gained unusual improvements in strength. These enhancements were inexplicable without including him in the story, or even if he was included they might remain unclear. Though he wasn't afraid of being scrutinized by the masses, he feared that if his true power was exposed too much, the schemers lurking in the shadows would cease their machinations. If that happened, wouldn't the subsequent plot never unfold? Thus, regarding his strength, it was best not to reveal it in the manga, at least. To maintain narrative coherence, drawing the original plot was undoubtedly the best choice. However, the problem circled back to the beginning. He had almost forgotten the detailed plot of Shippuden. Crafting a story on his own was beyond his ability, as since his transmigration he had merely been a copycat with no creative talent. Forget it. Even if the plot turns out mediocre, at worst he'll organize more events. After much deliberation, Zhou Zhu decided to draw based on what he remembered of the story. Though there might be many omissions leading to a drop in sales, he could always run promotional activities. Speaking of promotions, Zhou Zhu suddenly recalled a certain brand of instant noodles from his childhood and the cherished set of 108 generals he once collected. Right, he could adopt that sales method too. He could draw a series of exquisite cards and include them with the manga. Those with a hoarding instinct would naturally buy multiple copies to collect the cards. As for what to depict on the cards, he had a preliminary idea: draw the Kage of each village and legendary ninjas, preferably with levels attack power, defense power and even effects. Once enough were collected, they could form a deck, and then he could host a Ninja World Duel tournament selling a rare card for 87 million. He was getting a bit off track. Turning them into game cards would be more trouble than it's worth, as he'd have to think up effects for each. It was unnecessary. Better to simply run a card collection redemption program. The prizes could be his own ninjutsu scrolls. Even if the manga's plot was terrible, the reward alone would spark a frenzy across the ninja world. However, the people of the ninja world clearly had no experience with such card collection schemes. He would make them taste the terror of being dominated by the diligent blessing. Acting on the thought, Zhou Zhu took out a sheet of cardboard and swiftly drew the portrait of the 5th Hokage of Konoha. With his now transcendent drawing skills, each card was incredibly lifelike, featuring each character's signature jutsu exquisitely crafted and highly collectible. Not only that, but due to his improved artistry, if he infused chakra into the drawings, the depicted figures would move, like transforming a JPG into a GIF. Take the card of the first Hokage. When chakra was channeled into it, Hashirama Senju would form a hand seal, and suddenly countless massive trees would burst from the ground as if about to break out of the card. His would release Tree World. Zhou Zhu was thoroughly satisfied with these exquisite cards. Even if one didn't read the manga, just collecting the cards was well worth it. While he was still smug about his cleverness, Naruto suddenly appeared at his shop. "Uncle Zhou Zhu, what are you grinning about? You look so happy." Zhou Zhu glanced at Naruto, his breath catching slightly. "Wait, what date was it today?" He quickly flipped through the calendar on the counter and saw a clear circle drawn on today's date with a small note beside it. Sasuke vs. Itachi, the appointed duel. Zhou Zhu nearly choked. How could he have forgotten this? The last time Sasuke came, he had told him about this day, the day they had agreed to fight. The kid had even said he hoped Zhou Zhu would be there so after winning he could explain the whole story of what happened back then. Although Zhou Zhu suspected Sasuke had called him to save him. He took a deep breath, then slowly exhaled. Rising, he closed up the shop, looked at the bewildered Naruto and said after a moment's thought. "Naruto, I'm going out of the village for a while. Want to come?" Sorry uncle, I'm training in chakra nature transformation, can't get away. It's about Sasuke. Please take me with you, Uncle Zhou Zhu. Though Naruto strongly suggested bringing Sakura along, Zhou Zhu flatly refused. First, he didn't know that girl well. Second, such a serious occasion was no place for a lovesick airhead fangirl, it would ruin the atmosphere. Zhou Zhu and Naruto rushed at full speed and finally arrived at the appointed site. But the place was already a wreck littered with rubble. Sasuke stood atop a broken building laughing wildly. Ha 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 ha. Arrogant as a fool. His brother Uchiha Itachi stood on the ground below, simply watching his younger brother without any action, his thoughts unknown. Itachi, look. This is the grandest funeral I've prepared for you. Perish under this majestic heavenly wrath. As he spoke, Sasuke pointed one hand to the sky. In the dark clouds, a blinding flash of lightning suddenly struck down, enveloping his entire body. Yet Sasuke continued laughing as if he felt nothing. But in the next instant his gaze sharpened and his raised right hand pointed at the ground, at Itachi, as he roared. "Lightning, release Kirin." As the voice fell, a thunderous Kirin suddenly burst forth from the dark clouds, roaring as it charged towards Itachi below. Itachi, seemingly mesmerized by Sasuke's jutsu, did not evade, or perhaps he simply could not. It has appeared Sasuke's most astonishing jutsu, lightning release Kirin. Zhou Zhu wore a joyful expression, having finally caught up with such a spectacular scene. Lightning release Kirin, Sasuke's most impressive self-created jutsu during his mid-stage, possessed high levels of prestige, special effects and lethality. Even after Sasuke unlocked the Mangekyo Sharingan, Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan and Rinnegan, none evoked the same awe as this technique. Unfortunately, Sasuke had only used this technique once. After its initial display he never used it again, leaving countless Naruto fans lamenting. Of course, while this jutsu exuded great prestige, it was unfortunate that its target was another greater power, the Uchiha Itachi. The Kirin charged directly at Itachi, striking him with a blinding beam of light that shot up into the sky, parting the thick clouds and revealing the bright sunlight that had been hidden. With a thud, Sasuke jumped down from the building. Seeing the electric light gradually dissipating, he walked slowly towards the fallen Uchiha Itachi. After only a few steps he stopped again. Suddenly orange chakra enveloped Itachi's body, which then began to rise and grow, transforming into a towering orange skeleton. Itachi slowly stood up and the giant enveloping him gradually took shape, growing muscles and armor. By the time he fully stood, he had transformed into a terrifying warrior over 10 meters tall, clad in armor. Sasuke was shocked and looked up at the towering giant, suddenly feeling a pain in his neck that caused him to kneel on one knee. Then several white giant serpent heads erupted from his neck, also towering several dozen meters high. What followed was a series of iconic moments such as Orochimaru's performance, and that's not how you fought Sasuke just now. In summary, Itachi Susanoo decapitated the head of the 8-headed serpent, sealing Orochimaru's soul, thus paving the way for his brother. Exhausted, Sasuke stared nervously at his brother as he walked towards him step by step while the giant slowly faded away. He retreated several steps but ultimately found himself with no way out. Finally Itachi reached Sasuke's side. At that moment he could no longer see, but he wished to gently tap his brother's forehead as if to give his tragic life a proper conclusion. However, just as he was about to raise his hand, Sasuke suddenly transformed into white mist and disappeared with a loud bang. A clone. Though he was on the verge of death, the unexpected turn left him unprepared. When did this happen? Indeed, Uncle Zhou Zhu's technique is truly effective. Without that jutsu I wouldn't have known your plans and wouldn't have held back in the recent battle. Naruto, watching from the side, looked at Zhou Zhu with confusion. Zhou Zhu shrugged and replied, "Well, before the battle Sasuke came to me asking for a powerful jutsu. I pondered for a long time and gave him a scroll that suited him well. You can simply understand it as being able to foresee events that will occur in the near future. I call it the path of sincerity, the foreseer." Sasuke spoke from the other side. "From the moment we first met I used this technique on you, foreseeing all your subsequent plans. Thus, to conserve some chakra for what comes next and to prevent you from exhausting yourself too quickly, I deliberately feigned weakness during the battle, leading you to misjudge my strength. So now you are essentially meat on the chopping block." Although Sasuke spoke coldly, tears unconsciously streamed from the corners of his eyes. He knew that if his brother truly wished to kill him, no amount of foresight would matter. In essence, his victory was built upon his brother's protection. This conclusion was clearly unacceptable to Sasuke. "Hey, is that so? Impressive, Sasuke, even deceiving your brother." At this moment Itachi was nearing his end, leaning against the wall facing the direction of Sasuke's voice. Though he could not see his figure, Itachi's image had long been etched deeply in his mind. "You have won, my life now belongs to you. But alas, I am on the verge of death, and the only thing of value I have left may be these eyes." Even in his final moments he still thought of his brother. "To die like this. I'm sorry, but I cannot permit that until you atone for the sins of our clan." Sasuke hurriedly approached Itachi, pulling 2 pills from his pocket and promptly feeding them all to him. Cough, cough, cough. "What did you give me?" "Useless, I know my own body best, even if." Itachi still thought that Sasuke's actions were futile. However, in the next moment he felt a warm current coursing through his lungs, gradually healing the injuries within his body, even quietly curing his terminal illness. "What is this?" Although he could still not see, he widened his eyes in disbelief, trying to comprehend what miraculous medicine Sasuke had given him. Watching his brother slowly recover, Sasuke quietly breathed a sigh of relief, thinking that his sacrifice was indeed worth it if the 2 pills given by Uncle Zhou Zhu were truly effective. However, recalling the price he paid for this, he looked at Itachi's gradually healing body, his teeth clenched in frustration. He released his grip on his brother, stepping back 2 paces without answering Itachi's question, and formed hand seals, slamming his hands on the ground, causing 2 coffins to rise from beneath. Reanimation Jutsu. Though Itachi could not see, he sensed that his brother was performing a jutsu, which only deepened his confusion about Sasuke's intentions. The 2 summoned coffins fell to the ground, from which 2 figures slowly emerged. Once their minds cleared, they looked at Sasuke and Itachi with astonishment, speaking in unison. "Sasuke. Itachi. What are you 2 doing here? This is..." Pfft. Zhou Zhu almost choked on his own saliva. Zhou Zhu couldn't help but want to applaud. The Uchiha clan was truly fortunate to have this pair of hidden talents. His brother's mind was clouded, fooled into slaughtering the entire clan. Initially Zhou Zhu thought Sasuke would be a rational person, but now it seemed that Sasuke, who desecrated his family's grave, might not be clear-headed either. Indeed, the parents summoned by Sasuke through Edo Tensei were his own mother and father, and the first step to calling upon them was to dig up his own grave. One could only say that the Uchiha clan's leader and his wife were tragically betrayed by this pair of brothers, both in life and death. On the other side, after Sasuke summoned his parents, he spoke with a cold expression laced with nostalgia, saying, "I think it would be better if Dad and Mom decide your matters." Suddenly Itachi's expression changed drastically. Even facing death just moments ago did not impact him as much as this moment. If there was anyone he least wanted to see right now, it would probably be his parents. Guilt, panic and regret surged within him, leaving him at a loss. The reincarnated Uchiha Fugaku and Uchiha Mikoto, however, could see the brothers' predicament. After a moment of silence, Fugaku looked at Sasuke with a hint of appreciation, saying, "Sasuke, have you really reached such a level?" He then surveyed the surroundings and continued. "Although I did not witness the battle, judging from the level of destruction on this battlefield, Sasuke, you have become a capable ninja, and Dad is very proud. As for your brother's actions, I hope you do not harbor resentment against him. The situation back then was very complex. His decisions were made with our consent and were the best outcome for the Uchiha at that time. Fugaku lied. He did not actually consent to the massacre of the clan. He was a typical fence-sitter lacking a firm stance, which indirectly contributed to the severe division and eventual destruction of the Uchiha clan. He said this now simply because he did not wish for his two children to turn against each other. You must have suffered greatly over the years, Itachi. Mikoto stepped forward and placed her hand on Itachi's head, gently caressing him. Feeling the familiar presence of his mother after many years and recalling his past actions, Itachi couldn't help but waver. Was what he had done back then truly right? Lost in thought, tears streamed down his face. Just as the scene was becoming quite heartwarming, a sudden loud slap rang out. Mikoto had unexpectedly given Itachi a big smack. Itachi. Fugaku. Everyone looked at Mikoto, who had suddenly become aggressive, momentarily stunned. What was happening? She had just appeared to be a caring mother. How could she suddenly strike him? Mikoto wore a shocked expression and seemed at a loss for words. No, it wasn't me. I couldn't control myself. That's right, it was me. At this moment Sasuke stepped forward. I'm sorry, but I cannot accept that this person is forgiven without doing anything. This was not only an apology to the deceased clan members but also to himself for the years of hatred he harbored towards Itachi. So Dad and Mom, please bear with it a little longer. With that, Sasuke formed a hand seal and Fugaku and Mikoto lost control of their bodies, eagerly moving toward Uchiha Itachi. Uchiha Itachi. What followed was a brutal combination attack from the parents. Indeed, the Uchiha are truly evil. Zhou Zhu stood with his arms crossed, appearing to have seen through everything. Naruto stood nearby, astonished by the fatherly love and sonly affection before him, feeling he was unable to keep up with Sasuke's rhythm. He had dug up his parents' graves just to let his brother experience the iron fist of their parents. One had to admit this was quite the maneuver. After a chaotic flurry of slaps, Sasuke stopped the technique and returned control of his body to his parents. Fugaku and Mikoto said little, merely looking on with pride at their two children. After so many years apart, being able to see their children grown up was already enough to satisfy them. During this time the family shared many conversations. Sensing that it was time, Sasuke and Itachi, feeling weak, agreed to let Sasuke send them back. Though reluctant, Sasuke understood that they could not stay in the living world forever. Moreover, if anything significant happened in the future or if he missed them, he could summon them again, so it wasn't a true parting. He directly used the release technique. Sasuke, do not be consumed by hatred. The Uchiha clan no longer exists. You do not need to bear such heavy burdens of vengeance. Find a virtuous wife and live a happy and stable life. Itachi, you too. Do not cling to the past. You have spent the first half of your life working for the village and your family. For the remainder of your life, live for yourself. As their voices gradually faded, the two began to slowly disappear. Thud. Thud. Seeing their parents had already departed, Sasuke and Itachi collapsed to the ground simultaneously, both utterly exhausted and unable to move. However, the atmosphere was no longer as tense as before. After the parents' mediation, Sasuke's hatred towards Itachi had softened. Although he still harbored some lingering resentment, he was now able to temporarily reconcile with him. The scene fell into a moment of silence. Zhou Zhu rubbed his chin, glanced at the battlefield ahead, then turned back to look at Naruto beside him and suddenly grinned mischievously. Hehe, Naruto, those two should be at an impasse, right? What are you talking about, old man? Naruto replied, somewhat dissatisfied. Those two are exhausted and have no fighting strength left. Saying they are at an impasse sounds too harsh. Alright, old man knows you don't like to hear bad things about your boyfriend. What I meant was, look, doesn't Sasuke have no strength left now? Zhou Zhu said with a hint of implication. Yeah, so what? Naruto asked, confused about Zhou Zhu's intentions. Think about it, 3 years have passed since Sasuke beat you in battle. Don't you want to go up and take your revenge? Right now he can't resist at all. You could easily give him a couple of slaps, poke his eyes, twist his ears, and then take him back to the village. Not only would you avenge yourself, but you'd also fulfill your promise to Sakura. Zhou Zhu, what are you talking about? Naruto said earnestly. I, Uzumaki Naruto, as a strong contender for the 6th Hokage, always do things honorably. How could I take advantage of someone in distress? Let alone asking me to take personal revenge. Such despicable deeds I would never do. Zhou Zhu watched as Naruto spoke such righteous words while accelerating towards Sasuke. He even wore an excited expression along the way, rubbing his fists and waving his hand into the air as if rehearsing something. He said he wouldn't, but his body was quite honest. Sasuke lay flat on his back, breathing heavily. He truly had not a shred of strength left. Footsteps echoed. He jolted in alarm. Both he and his elder brother were utterly defenseless. Should anyone arrive now, they would be at the mercy of fate. Straining his neck, he twisted his head toward the sound, and relaxed only upon recognizing Naruto. Yet the moment he saw Naruto's mischievous, knowing grin, a chill ran through his spine. That expression, it was uncannily like his. "What are you doing here, Naruto? What do you want?" Sasuke asked, voice edged with unease. "Huh? What am I doing here? There lie two rogue shinobi of Konoha, so as a leading contender for the next Hokage, isn't it only natural that I apprehend, or even execute, you on the spot?" Naruto wore an expression of genuine bewilderment, as if the question itself were absurd. Sasuke trusted Naruto absolutely. He knew Naruto would never kill him, but returning him to Konoha was all too plausible. Yet he could not return, not yet. Not until Danzo, the shadowy mastermind behind the Uchiha massacre, had met his end. "Naruto, if you still consider me your friend, let me go this once. I swear once my mission is fulfilled I will return to the village of my own accord. Do with me then as you wish, kill me, imprison me, it makes no difference." In the original timeline, Sasuke would never have spoken so humbly to Naruto. But in this world their bond ran deeper, and having long known the truth behind his clan's destruction, Sasuke had never succumbed to darkness. It was precisely because of these reasons that he could utter words so close to supplication. I'll need to think carefully, whether you can truly quell the fury I've carried for 3 years. Naruto's smile remained enigmatic as he stepped forward and flipped Sasuke over onto his stomach. "Wait, Naruto, wait. Calm down." Seeing Naruto's gleeful predatory gaze, Sasuke panicked and shouted desperately. 3 years gone, and you even punched me before leaving. You've got some nerve, Sasuke, now bear the full weight of my accumulated wrath. Konoha Ultimate Taijutsu Secret Art, 1000 Years of Death, Consecutive Thrust. With hands forming the tiger seal, Naruto aimed and struck. Wait, Naruto, no. Yamete. Thrust. 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 Itachi swallowed hard. Though blind, his ears caught his younger brother's agonized cries, raw, piercing, heartbreaking. He tore 2 strips from his clothing and stuffed them into his ears. Some things were better left unheard. After a while Sasuke's screams faded into silence. Naruto elegantly wiped his hands on Sasuke's shirt, then rose, ignoring Sasuke's involuntary twitches. "Sasuke, there is one thing I cannot grant you. Before you commit any act threatening Konoha, I will bring you back. Lady Tsunade won't harm you, I trust her judgment." Dishonorable, utterly dishonorable. Sasuke stammered, voice trembling. No one could fathom the infernal ordeal he'd just endured. "As for your brother, I'll spare him for your sake," Naruto added. "Big talk for a brat. Do you honestly think you could haul him back? Do you possess the strength?" A deep voice resonated. A towering shinobi with shark-like features approached slowly, a colossal sword slung across his back. Naruto's expression hardened. He recognized this man. "Long time no see, brat, still remember me?" The man spoke casually, as if dismissing Naruto's vigilance entirely. "Of course I remember, you nearly killed me back then." Naruto bared his teeth grimly. "You look serious." Then he turned toward Itachi. "Mr. Itachi, what happened to you? With your strength, defeating that boy shouldn't have been so taxing." Itachi remained silent, words held no meaning in his current state. "Fair enough, fighting your own brother must make restraint inevitable. This outcome is understandable. Still, retrieving the Nine Tails makes the journey worthwhile." With that he lunged forward, swinging Samehada in a devastating arc. Naruto clenched his fist midair, and conjured a crystalline blade of ice, meeting Kisame Hiden. Clang! Metal rang against metal. Naruto had parried Kisame's strike with sheer icy resolve. Kisame's pupils contracted sharply and he murmured involuntarily. "Ice release." He knew this Kekii Genkai well, the Hayaton of the Yuki clan of Kirigakure. But how could the Ninetails brat wield it? Hadn't the Yuki been eradicated? He dismissed the question. Whatever the cause, capturing the boy would unravel every mystery. Though formidable, the ice blade paled beside Samehada's raw power. Kisame whirled Samehada overhead and Naruto summoned a second ice blade and engaged in furious dual-wielding combat. Their figures blurred across the battlefield. Naruto's ice blades grew shorter by the second, some shattered under Samahada's blows, others devoured whole. With a sharp whoosh, Naruto leapt backward 10 meters, creating distance. His sword was now a jagged broken remnant. He discarded the shards, coiled his legs and vaulted skyward, hands flashing through seals as he roared, Hayaton Needle Graveyard. Countless water droplets froze into razor-sharp ice needles, surging toward Kisame like a silver storm. Excellent! Kisame bellowed, sealing with both hands and exhaling a torrential wave. Sudden exploding water shockwave. The deluge slammed into the ice barrage, halting its advance before surging upward, engulfing Naruto midair. The flood swallowed him whole. For a mere child, I must commend you, you lasted far longer than expected. Kisame stood atop the water, shaking his stiff frostbitten hand. Their clash had taken its toll, each contact with Naruto's Hayaton had seared his flesh with biting cold. Is that so? Then I truly underestimated you, using Suiton against an ice release user. How utterly foolish. Hayaton Ice Age. Kisame was taken aback as he saw the water surface before him rapidly freezing over. Sharp ice spikes suddenly emerged from the frozen expanse and began spreading toward him. He retreated repeatedly, but because of his earlier water release technique, the area had already turned into a marshland, leaving him no room to escape. Left with no choice, he leaped high into the air. The moment he jumped, the water beneath his feet had already frozen solid and a rigid ice pillar burst forth, hurtling toward him. Ha! Kisame roared, delivering a powerful downward strike with Samahada shattering the ice pillar that had grown over a dozen meters long. Yet amidst the shattered ice, Naruto suddenly burst out, thrusting a Rasengan directly at Kisame with his right hand. Kisame could not dodge in time and could only block with Samahada. The Rasengan struck Samahada's blade, visibly shrinking until it disappeared completely. Taking advantage, Kisame kicked out, sending Naruto flying. The moment Naruto touched the ice, he seemed to merge into it, vanishing without a trace. Plop! Kisame landed on the ice, eyeing the frozen surface beneath him warily. That Ninetales brat was unexpectedly troublesome, he would need to go all out. Meanwhile, long before the battle began, Zhou Zhu had pulled Sasuke and his brother aside, removing them from the battlefield. Sasuke watched Naruto's impressive performance on the field and murmured, "So this is Naruto's ice release. It seems Naruto hasn't stagnated these 3 years. His progress is clearly visible. Then can he win? Hard to say. Based on the strength he's shown so far, it's difficult. However, I did give him something good before he left the village. I wonder how well he's mastered it." Zhou Zhu said casually. He no longer cared about the original plot. He never expected that merely giving Naruto the ice release cheat would allow him 3 years later to go toe-a-toe with Kisame, and this was without Naruto even using Sage Mode. With Shikamaru as the Zero-Tails, Jinchuriki Choji as the Curse Mark Berserker, and Sasuke wielding Edo Tensei, he couldn't imagine how the Akatsuki would ever manage to collect all the tailed beasts. Itachi leaned quietly against a tree, listening to their exchange, astonishment surging within him. That child from 3 years ago had already grown to a level where he could contend with Kisame. It seemed the ninja of this generation in Konoha were truly outstanding. On the battlefield, Kisame was on guard against Naruto's surprise attacks, but slowly a mist began to rise from the ice. Fog rising from ice was normal, but in the midst of battle this situation was likely unusual. Though he didn't know what Naruto was planning, as long as he didn't let him succeed it would be fine. He swung his massive blade and a fierce gale suddenly whipped around him, drawing all the white mist toward it, which was then devoured by Samahada. "Kid, I admit you're strong, but how much chakra can you afford to waste?" Kisame roared with arrogance, hoping to provoke Naruto into revealing himself. However, to his surprise, it was he who could not hold out first. Cough, cough, cough. Samahada twisted and trembled, emitting a human-like coughing sound. Kisame was startled, halting his movements. Staring at the still quivering Samahada in his hand, he suddenly realized he had fallen into a trap. Ha ha. Naruto emerged from the ice, his tone mocking. "Enjoyed the feast? Even a person gets a stomachache from eating too much ice, let alone that sword of yours. I thought I'd need some time to infiltrate your sword with ice mist, but I never expected you to cooperate so willingly, actively absorbing it." In truth, from the very first exchange, Naruto had noticed that his ice release affected Samahada. So he feigned weakness throughout the subsequent battle, all for this moment, to temporarily seal Samahada's abilities and neutralize one of Kisame's greatest assets. Gazing at Samahada, which had clearly eaten too much, Kisame's expression flickered, but eventually he broke into a smile. "I never expected you to push me this far, kid. I can't help but praise you. But this is where it ends. With that, Kisame directly merged with Samehada, transforming into a monstrous shark-like creature. The monster grinned, then lashed its tail against the ice. In an instant all the solid ice across the battlefield shattered into fragments. Kid can't water release beat ice release. Try this. Kisame formed hand seals and a massive surge of water erupted from his body, spreading outward. Water release great exploding water collision wave. As the torrential flood bore down on him, Naruto was awestruck. What an immense amount of chakra. What an earth-shattering technique. Nevertheless, he would not sit idly. He stretched his hands forward, palms facing the oncoming wave. The surging water froze into ice just a meter in front of him. However, due to the overwhelming volume, Naruto's ice barrier did not hold for long. It shattered and he was swept into the current. Beneath the surface, Kisame in his Sharkman form spotted Naruto falling through the water and shot toward him like an arrow. Uncle Zhou Zhu, Naruto is. Sasuke, witnessing Kisame's overwhelming jutsu, grew worried again. He looked at Zhou Zhu, hesitating to speak. Zhou Zhu's expression was equally grave. In a blind spot unseen by Sasuke, he had already activated his Byakugan, his gaze piercing through the water to observe the situation beneath. After a while, Zhou Zhu withdrew his Byakugan and said to Sasuke, "Don't worry, Naruto can still handle it." The moment he finished speaking, a figure burst out from under the water. It was Kisame. His face was full of shock and disbelief. The next moment an ice crystal giant emerged from beneath the water. At first only its head appeared, then its torso, and finally its legs. It stood directly in the newly formed lake. The giant was tens of meters tall, clad in white armor, and wielded a long ice sword. It bore a striking resemblance to Itachi Uchiha Susanoo. This Naruto, his knockoff abilities are second to none. Zhou Zhu remarked. The giant was clearly inspired by the Susanoo. He had seen Itachi Uchiha use a technique he had improvised on the spot. Normally, to create such a massive and agile giant without the proper training method, one would have to forcibly condense chakra, requiring an enormous amount of chakra. However, Naruto was not lacking in chakra at the moment, so he had the confidence to waste it. The giant gazed at Kisame in the sky, gathered power in its hand, and swung its sword directly at him. As he watched the giant sword slashing towards him, Guejiao quickly formed a seal with his hands, and a watercraft shark emerged swimming in the sky to devour Guejiao, narrowly avoiding the incoming strike. With a whoosh, he fell back into the water. In the next moment, the once calm surface of the water suddenly erupted into towering waves, and amidst the crest of the wave, Guejiao swiftly summoned a massive shark with a flurry of hand movements. Water release great shark bomb technique. The shark, engulfed in the immense waves, charged towards Naruto. Naruto commanded the ice giant wielding his sword to cleave the shark in two. However, at the moment the shark was severed, it healed and restored itself, and the sword that had struck the shark began to dissolve as its chakra was directly absorbed by the shark. Crack, crack, crack. In an instant the shark was already before the giant, gnashing its jaws at the ice giant. Although the ice giant kept trying to defend itself, every time it came into contact with the shark it would lose chakra, being devoured. Thus, through this ebb and flow, the battered ice giant finally shattered, and the large chunks of ice fell into the water. Huff! After using such an extensive ninjutsu, Guejiao could no longer maintain his combined form and separated. He exhaled deeply and began to walk towards the place where Naruto had fallen. He was confident in his recent ninjutsu. At this moment Naruto definitely had no chakra left, and even if he did, it wouldn't affect him in any way. That said, this nine-tailed brat was unexpectedly powerful. If it weren't for his last ninjutsu's innate restraint against these chakra-heavy ninjas, he might have truly found himself in a dire situation. Bang! Naruto's figure suddenly shot out from the water, startling Guejiao, who was then astonished. How could this Jinchuriki still have chakra? Clearly, having taken the full brunt of his great shark bomb technique, Naruto should have been drained of chakra. As Naruto landed on the water's surface, green steam enveloped him and his eyes transformed into a pair of three-tomo Sharingan. Open injury gate. The green light around Naruto surged and he charged forward. Guejiao, caught off guard, hurriedly prepared to defend. However, as soon as they clashed, he felt that Naruto's physical techniques were entirely different from before. Both his strength and reaction far exceeded his own. Bang! Guejiao, unable to defend, was kicked in the stomach by Naruto and sent flying far away. Zhou Zhu praised, impressed by the strategy of combining Naruto's 8 gates with the Sharingan. When he handed the scroll of the 8 gates to Naruto, he had thought about how Naruto's reflexes would adapt to the terrifying speed granted by the 8 gates. While Shaoli and Kai relied on years of training and their exceptional talents, Naruto clearly could not undergo the same rigorous training, as it would be counterproductive. Looking at it now with the dynamic vision provided by the Sharingan, Naruto might actually be stronger than Shaoli at the same level. Guijiao was originally supposed to be stronger than Naruto in the four-gate state, but having just unleashed a great technique, his chakra was nearly depleted. In terms of physical techniques, how many in the ninja world could surpass the enhancement of the 8 gates and Sharingan? In this back-and-forth struggle, Guijiao naturally found himself at a disadvantage. He coughed up a mouthful of blood watching as Naruto charged at him once more, feeling a surge of anger. This nine-tailed brat, how can he still have such energy at a time like this? Is his chakra infinite? Is his stamina boundless? However, at this moment pondering such things was meaningless. Clenching his weapon, he forcibly extracted a large wave of chakra and quickly began forming seals. Water release 5 shark technique. 5 sharks emerged from his fingertips, charging towards Naruto. Naruto swiftly smashed several of the sharks, but just as he was about to advance, the sharks reformed. Helpless, he could only continue to battle these sharks. By the time he completely defeated them, he looked towards Guijiao only to find that he had already vanished. After searching around for a moment and confirming that Guijiao had indeed retreated, he cancelled the 8 gates and collapsed exhausted onto the water's surface, gradually sinking beneath the waves. In the next moment, a water column rose, carrying the unconscious Naruto directly to Zhou Zhu and the others. As Naruto was caught by Zhou Zhu, the water column dispersed. Ah, this really is something. I've seen 2 great shows but ended up with 3 patients, Zhou Zhu remarked, feeling regret for Guijiao, wondering if he could have held on for just one more minute. If he had held on a little longer, he would have seen that Naruto was actually all bark and no bite. The outcome of the battle could have flipped completely. However, discussing such things was pointless. In any case, the man had escaped and this round could be considered a slight victory for Naruto. So what are your plans? Zhou Zhu turned to Sasuke and the others. I'm taking Naruto back. I can't return to Konoha for now, I have some matters to attend to, Sasuke replied, shaking his head, indicating he didn't want to go back to the village yet. That matter you mentioned, it wouldn't be about taking down Danzo, would it? Zhou Zhu asked, a peculiar expression on his face. Well, that's true. The matter of annihilating the clan was something you discussed with me. Indeed, I want to kill him, Sasuke replied candidly. Sasuke, you don't have to. Itachi tried to say something, but Zhou Zhu interrupted him. By the way, I haven't told you something. That guy Danzo died during Orochimaru's attack on Konoha. Yes, I accidentally did it, Zhou Zhu said flatly, as if discussing something trivial. Both Sasuke and Itachi were shocked, not understanding why this behind the scenes boss would have died so early. Since that person died so soon, what should they do next? For a moment both of them fell into confusion. If you really have no one to kill, you might consider the other 2 elders of Konoha. Those 2 old geezers aren't anything good either. Killing them would be like removing a tumor from Konoha, Zhou Zhu said matter-of-factly. Sasuke, just stay outside for a while. You can join your brother's organization, and when the opportunity arises you can return to the village and take out those 2 guys. By then I guarantee you can return to the village in style. Zhou Zhu added, now come back with me to the village. Since you've already gone blind, I have a way to help you recover, of course it will come at a price. Seeing that the 2 were silent, Zhou Zhu arranged things for himself. He then turned to look at the empty space beside him. Hey, you've been watching the show for long enough, you can come out now. Sasuke is temporarily in your care. Several people turned their gaze toward the empty space, yet no matter how they looked it seemed there was no one there. I must warn you, if I have to take action it will be a fight to the death. Think carefully about it, Zhou Zhu said in a slightly threatening tone. Moments later a figure slowly emerged from behind a large tree, awkwardly stepping out from the trunk. The person had a face half black and half white, quite eerie. They looked at Zhou Zhu with slight surprise, remaining silent. Indeed, Zhou was very surprised. He couldn't understand how this person had discovered him. His concealment technique was unparalleled in the ninja world, and he had previously monitored him without being detected. This was something Zhou Zhu had predicted based on the plot. Although his memories were hazy, he recalled that after the battle Sasuke had joined the Akatsuki organization. Therefore it was impossible for this battle not to attract someone to monitor it. Thus when he first arrived at this place, he secretly used wood release to gradually attach his chakra to the surrounding trees, ultimately locating Zhou, who was spying in the shadows. It could be considered an unexpected delight. I will let Sasuke join your Akatsuki. You have no objections, right? Zhou Zhu stated in an irrefutable tone. Zhou was at a loss for words. He had come here to recruit Sasuke. But now why did it feel like a joke? Helpless, he could only nod. It wasn't out of fear of this person, but this decision was indeed more beneficial for his plan. Now about your Mangekyo issue, he then looked at Sasuke. Because your brother is not dead, you haven't awakened your eyes, which is problematic. Your strength will be significantly inferior and you won't be able to achieve the eternal Mangekyo. So give this scroll a try. He handed Sasuke a scroll. This was a method he had devised after careful consideration specifically for him to awaken his Mangekyo. He had tested it with his Sharingan and the results were promising. Simply put, the principle behind awakening the Mangekyo is that the individual undergoes significant mental stimulation resulting in a sharp increase in mental energy that prompts a change in the eyes. For someone like him who already possessed vast amounts of mental energy and could bestow it upon others, couldn't he bypass the mental stimulation step and directly enhance the mental energy instead? Thus what he provided to Sasuke was a large mass of mental energy, or rather a considerable amount of Yin attribute chakra. Sasuke took the scroll, his hands trembling slightly. He completely believed Zhou Zhu's words that by simply opening this scroll he could awaken his eyes. Thinking this, he no longer hesitated and directly opened the scroll. Immediately he felt a strange energy surge into his mind. Before he could react, he sensed that his eyes seemed to be changing. He was filled with joy, wanting to feel his eyes, but was lightly tapped on the back of his head by Zhou Zhu. What are you being vain about? Put it away and practice on your own later. Sasuke choked up, awkwardly cancelling the Mangekyo. And then there's your brother, Zhou Zhu said, walking in front of Itachi, squatting down to talk to him. I assume you no longer need these useless eyes, right? I will give them to your brother. Do you have any objections? Uchiha Itachi was somewhat speechless. How could this person say such things so casually? However, these eyes were indeed prepared for Sasuke, so he nodded. Actually, before Itachi nodded, Zhou Zhu had already reached for his eyes. Sasuke, who was standing by, wanted to say something but hesitated. He didn't want to enhance his strength by taking his brother's eyes. But seeing his brother nod in agreement, he knew that Zhou Zhu definitely had a way to restore his brother's sight, so he remained silent. Zhou Zhu's medical skills were inherited from Tsunade, and he was even more skilled than her. Therefore, when he took the eyes, he didn't let Itachi feel a hint of pain. He placed the eyes into a small vial and handed it to Sasuke. Keep this safe. Once you have adapted to your own eyes, you can perform the surgery to transplant your brother's eyes. He then turned to look at Zhou, who was standing there dumbfounded. Your Akatsuki organization should have relevant operations, right? Zhou was still stunned by Zhou Zhu helping Sasuke awaken his eyes. Suddenly being asked this, he instinctively nodded. Well, he agrees, so it's settled. Sasuke, you follow him. I will take your brother back to the village. Zhou Zhu had everything arranged and was ready to leave. Uncle Zhou Zhu, Sasuke said hesitantly. About my brother's eyes. He was still worried about his brother. About that, Zhou Zhu intentionally paused. I do have a way to restore your brother's eyes, but Sasuke, what is the price? I can't just do this for free, can I? Hearing this familiar phrase, Sasuke inexplicably felt a hint of joy, because this time the price to pay didn't seem to be his. He just say it, Uncle Zhou Zhu. What price do you need? No matter how outrageous the demand, I will agree on behalf of my brother. Ah, Sasuke, what are you? Brother, you are already seriously injured, so don't talk anymore. Focus on recovering your strength. Sasuke quickly covered Itachi's mouth with an expression of, I'm doing this for your own good. So will it be to sign a 20-year contract or something like a photo collection? I can decide on behalf of my brother. Looking at the two brothers' affectionate demeanor, Zhou Zhu was momentarily at a loss for words. If this really was a pitfall for the brother, without any discussion. Then let's sign a 20-year acting contract first. Zhou Zhu tentatively suggested. 20 years for a pair of eyes. I feel like you are at a loss, uncle. Why not shoot another set of photos? Goodness, he was going to have his brother experience everything he had gone through. The Uchiha clan people were truly terrifying. However, Zhou Zhu naturally had no reason to refuse. With the kind of photos from these two brothers, he wasn't worried they wouldn't comply. Alright, it's settled then. When the time comes, Sasuke, make sure to work hard to enhance your strength and eliminate those two bastards from Konoha as soon as possible. Sasuke nodded seriously, then looked at Zhou beside him. Let's go. Why are you just standing there? You're not very observant at all. Zhou nearly spat out blood. Why did everything feel so bizarre today? Although the objectives were all achieved, it still felt like something was off. However, Sasuke joining the Akatsuki was indeed beneficial to his plans, so despite feeling uneasy, he still led Sasuke away. Alright, let's go then. Zhou Zhu created a shadow clone carrying Naruto and Itachi, and together they headed towards Konoha. Zhou Zhu brought Naruto and Uchiha Itachi back to the shop. Naruto still hadn't regained consciousness, evidently having exhausted his chakra and physical strength. Moreover, he had never undergone the hellish training that Rock Lee endured, so his adaptability to the 8 gates was far inferior. However, thanks to the Uzumaki clan's constitution and the Nine-Tails chakra within him, Naruto's recovery would be swift. It was estimated that he would wake before nightfall. As for Uchiha Itachi, he remained silent throughout the journey, as still as a corpse. Zhou Zhu understood what was going through his mind. Faced with such an abruptly emerging powerhouse who could forcibly awaken Sasuke's Sharingan and knew the secret of the eternal Mangekyo, the safest course for Itachi was to keep a low profile and gather intelligence on Zhou Zhu. So, after settling Naruto, Zhou Zhu turned to Itachi. "Now it's time to deal with your matters, Mr. Itachi." He sat down before Itachi, producing a stack of papers from somewhere and placing them in front of him. "Perhaps Sasuke didn't explain things clearly to you earlier, so let me elaborate. I'm fairly confident I can heal your eyes. Of course the Mangekyo might be a bit challenging, but restoring a pair of 3 Tomo Sharingan is no problem. However, I can't just help you for nothing, right? As Sasuke mentioned, you'll need to sign a contract. During the contract period you must work for me, legally and legitimately of course. But in return you cannot refuse any task I assign. Do you understand?" Uchiha Itachi nodded, then spoke. Mr. Zhou Zhu, could I possibly decline? Actually, I think being blind suits me just fine. Of course, I'm not the kind of merchant who forces a sale," Zhou Zhu said casually. But before Itachi could breathe a sigh of relief, Zhou Zhu's tone shifted. "However, if you don't accept the deal, you won't be my customer. In that case, I can't really keep you in the shop. You'll have to fight your way out of the village yourself. After all, you're still a rogue ninja, aren't you?" Zhou Zhu spoke lightly, but Itachi broke out in a cold sweat. Such a threat wouldn't have bothered him before. He had a terminal illness and was long indifferent to life and death. However, now that his illness was cured, his relationship with Sasuke had improved, and his conversations with his resurrected parents via the impure world reincarnation had given him a new perspective. With all these factors, he no longer wished to die. He wanted to see this shinobi world again, to witness how far his younger brother could go. Thus Zhou Zhu's threat carried considerable weight. "Oh, and you don't need to think you're signing an indenture. As my employee, the benefits are quite generous, not only a handsome salary but also occasional special pills as rewards. The 2 pills your brother gave you came from me." Zhou Zhu naturally knew the tactic of the carrot and the stick. After the threat, he immediately presented the benefits. With this incentive, Uchiha Itachi made up his mind. He had personally experienced the miraculous effects of that pill. If he had the chance to obtain such pills, it would be wonderful, not for himself but for his brother. He wanted to save some. "All right, boss. I agree," Uchiha Itachi replied. Zhou Zhu chuckled and pushed the contract forward. "Then sign the contract." Itachi hesitated. "Mr. Zhou Zhu, could you restore my eyes first? I can't see the contract's contents." "Well, that's a bit tricky." Zhou Zhu put on a troubled expression. "It's always been my policy, sign first, benefits later. What if I restore your eyes and you back out? Besides, don't you trust me? Just ask anyone in the village. My reputation as the honest Mr. Zhou is well known." Uchiha Itachi's face darkened. He could see that this boss was utterly shameless. That someone so unscrupulous possessed such power was a cruel joke of fate. Helpless, he had no choice but to sign the contract. After all, it was a seller's market. Zhou Zhu picked up the contract, examined it, then carefully placed it together with Sasuke's contract before turning to Itachi. "All right, nearly done. Now I'll restore your eyes. But I'll give you 3 options." Zhou Zhu pondered for a moment, then continued. "First, a pair of ordinary eyes with no special abilities. Second, a pair of Sharingan, essentially the same as your original eyes, though your vision might deteriorate. Third, I happen to have some Byakugan in stock. I can swap them for you so you can experience the bloodline limit of Konoha's premier clan." Itachi was astonished once more. The first 2 options were understandable, but the Hyuga clan's eyes. Had they only ever lost one eye in all these years? After a moment of thought, he didn't choose to try the Byakugan. Instead, he opted for the first option. In his words, those eyes had become a burden to him. He no longer wished to possess such eyes. It was a form of redemption for himself. "Fair enough." Zhou Zhu produced a scroll and handed it to Itachi. "Though they're ordinary eyes, who knows? Your Uchiha bloodline might awaken them into Sharingan. Then I could take them out and give you another pair. Who knows, we might even start a Sharingan production line. Itachi's hand reaching for the scroll froze. Was this man a demon? Could he really conceive of such an exploit? Had he no humanity? For the first time in his life Itachi prayed that his clan's bloodline wouldn't be so powerful. He unrolled the scroll and light shone into his empty eye sockets, causing a pair of eyes to materialize directly. He paused for a moment, rubbed his eyes, then slowly opened them. His clear eyes held a trace of astonishment. He had expected surgery or something, but merely opening a scroll restored his sight. This man's power was likely far greater than he had imagined. Zhou Zhu gave him a brief overview of his business, explaining that for now Itachi would manage the manga shop. If needed he might be asked to star in a film, but that was a matter for later. As for the rogue ninja issue, Itachi needn't worry. Zhou Zhu would explain the situation to the Hokage later. He had some influence among the higher-ups. Zhou Zhu explained what had happened earlier at the Hokage building, leaving a bottle of elixir behind as he departed, while Tsunade looked on in shock and confusion. Tsunade remained in the Hokage building for a long time, contemplating the true truth behind the Uchiha clan's annihilation that Zhou Zhu had shared with her along with the news of Itachi. She couldn't help but feel a sense of overwhelm, realizing that there were so many things she was unaware of in this village. Then she picked up the bottle of elixir. To be honest, if what Zhou Zhu said was true, she didn't care whether Uchiha Itachi was working in his shop. With his suppression there was no fear of anything going wrong. However, this bottle of elixir was what truly mattered to her. A whole bottle of life-extending elixirs could potentially bring unimaginable benefits to the village if utilized properly, which was why she allowed Zhou Zhu to run rampant in the village. Naruto indeed woke up that night, and seeing that Sasuke had still not returned, he left Zhou Zhu's place in a gloomy mood. Itachi had nowhere to go, or rather, even if he had a place to go, he didn't dare to go there for the moment. If he accidentally encountered a ninja who recognized him, he wouldn't be able to explain his situation, so he could only stay temporarily at Zhou Zhu's home. Naturally, Zhou Zhu deducted part of his monthly salary as rent. In his words, not taking all of his salary like his predecessors was already a concession for Sasuke's sake. The days in Konoha village proceeded as usual, without any chaotic organizations attempting to execute bizarre plans. However, amidst the tranquility, another unsettling matter spread through the village like a storm. Hey, have you heard? The next volume of Zhou Zhu's comic is about to be released. Huh, what? What's this one about another beautiful female ninja? Hold on. It's that Naruto Chronicles, the next volume is going to be published. Oh, that. Not much to see. I still prefer reading Teacher Kishimoto's comics. That female ninja, heh. Enough, I know you're a lecher. But I heard that buying this comic will come with ninja cards, and collecting a certain number of them will earn you a grand prize. What ninja cards? Are there female ninjas? Scram. The enthusiasm for purchasing comics in Konoha village was once again ignited, with many who had been following the comics as well as those uninterested in comics making purchases. Not for anything else but for the card that came with the comic. Logically speaking, although these cards were exquisite, they wouldn't have incited such fervent purchases. What truly motivated the villagers was the rewards offered by Zhou Zhu. Collecting any complete set of cards would yield substantial monetary rewards and a ninjutsu scroll. For ordinary people, the monetary reward was quite appealing. And for those ninjas, a ninjutsu scroll was even more enticing, not to mention that this was personally guaranteed by the 5th Hokage. Thus, in the past couple of days, Zhou Zhu's comic shop was once again packed. Even though some complained that this volume's storyline was a bit disjointed, it was still thrilling yet felt somewhat fragmented. However, despite such criticisms, and even with the depiction of Asuma's death being rather grim, people were still buying multiple volumes, showing no decrease in their enthusiasm. Of course, this was a comic and not instant noodles, so it wasn't feasible for people to buy dozens or hundreds of them. Therefore, the card sets designed by Zhou Zhu only contained a few cards featuring well-known figures like the legendary 3 ninjas, the 7 ninja swordsmen, and the various Hokages throughout the ages. Of course, each series had a limited number of cards produced. For example, Tsunade had only printed 1 card, while Orochimaru and Jiraiya had numbers in the 5-digit range. In summary, thanks to Zhou Zhu's overwhelming marketing strategy, the new comic book became a sensation across the villages, with sales skyrocketing, and it seemed that they were on the verge of reaching 100,000 copies sold. Sai Kakashi, can I have my dad's card? I haven't seen him in so long and I miss him. Asuma looked at Kakashi with some melancholy, speaking with a hint of pleading. Kakashi's brow twitched and he pointed out Asuma's scheme without hesitation. Don't give me that. I know you're just missing the 1st and 3rd Hokage cards to complete the set of all Hokages. Isn't it a bit childish to say you miss your dad? How can you think that of me? I really miss my father. Then trade me the 4th Hokage card. No way, the rarity of the 4th Hokage card far exceeds that of the 3rd. You're dreaming. But didn't you say that trading cards was about missing your father? Sorry, we're not that close, don't misunderstand. Recently such events occurred all over Konoha village, with various ninjas and villagers employing all sorts of methods just to obtain a rare card from others, truly a nationwide craze. Itachi, do you really not have a character card of yourself? Naruto looked at Uchiha Itachi, who was at the counter checking out customers, with a pitiful expression and asked hopefully. Itachi handed the packaged comic books to the customer, somewhat helplessly replying, Naruto, although the character card bears my image, I truly do not possess that card. Moreover, if you want to collect a complete set, I advise you to trade for a different set of cards. I heard the boss mention that the series of the 4 Madmen is the hardest to collect. Is that so? Naruto pulled out the Sasuke card and the one for that ninja named Uchiha Madara from his pocket, feeling a bit regretful as he was only 2 cards away from completing the set. Hey Naruto, want my master's card? I can give it to you for free. Jiraiya approached, first nodding at Itachi to acknowledge him, then addressing Naruto. He already knew about Itachi's situation, although having such a powerful ninja in the village was quite dangerous. Since he was in Zhou Zhu's shop, he figured there wouldn't be any major issues. Absolutely not. Naruto exclaimed with a look of disdain, casually pulling out a handful of cards from his pocket, which turned out to be all images of Jiraiya. The card that comes most with the comics is your perverted sage card. In our card community you've become a plague. Reportedly even the legendary 3 Ninja card series has suffered poor reviews because of you. Now even if your cards are given away for free on the street, nobody wants them as they take up too much space. Damn it, I've been set up. That Zhou Zhu is truly detestable, daring to treat me with such disdain. He deserves 1,000 deaths. Jiraiya gnashed his teeth. Could it be that the boss intends to make you famous throughout the village? After all, with such frequency, almost everyone who has bought a comic must have seen it by now. Infamous, you mean? I want no part of such a reputation. Jiraiya remained indignant, about to further disparage Zhou Zhu, when he saw the man descending the stairs, swallowing the words he was about to speak. Zhou Zhu approached the counter, smiling at Jiraiya as he spoke. A rare visitor, Lord Jiraiya. What brings you to my humble shop? Surely not just to badmouth me. Jiraiya gave an awkward chuckle, then his expression turned serious. Boss, regarding the matter of the Akatsuki, I have some questions I'd like to ask. Hearing this, Zhou Zhu quickly realized the situation. This must be around the time Jiraiya had discovered that the Rain Village was the base of the Akatsuki and was about to infiltrate it, right? In other words, Jiraiya was about to meet his demise. Well, if he counted this time, due to his own interference, only one immortal member of the Akatsuki Haiden had died. So if Jiraiya were unlucky, he wouldn't just face Nagato and Konan, but also Kisame, Kakuzu, Daidara, Sasori, Obito, Zetsu and Sasuke. Basically he could start shopping for a coffin. The matter of the Akatsuki, why come to ask me? Zhou Zhu inquired. Jiraiya pulled out the newly released comic and said, Boss, in this comic of yours there's plenty of intelligence about that organization. After some verification, many key pieces of information appear to be accurate. I imagine you have your own sources. Konoha is quite interested in this. Meanwhile, at the Akatsuki headquarters, a group of ninjas clad in black robes with red clouds each held a comic book, reading in silence, creating an inexplicably eerie atmosphere. Sasuke among the crowd looked at the comic before him, comparing it to the people present, and couldn't help but feel a renewed admiration for Boss Zhou Zhu. Although the stories within had never happened, the ninjas depicted in the comic all had counterparts in the Akatsuki. Even as a member of the organization, he was not fully aware of these people's details. Truly, Boss Zhou Zhu possessed remarkable abilities. Zetsu, what is this person all about? After a long silence, Nagato couldn't help but ask Zetsu. Zetsu did not answer immediately, but pondered for a while, carefully recalling the years of monitoring Zhou Zhu and their last encounter. Then he shook his head. I can't see through him. On the surface he seems utterly devoid of strength, just a typical shopkeeper going about his daily business. But when he gets serious, he instills an unprecedented sense of dread. Zetsu left another thought unsaid. He felt that Zhou Zhu had the power to kill him outright. It might seem like an insignificant remark, but he knew just how terrifying an entity that could evoke such a feeling truly was. Theoretically, even the Sage of Six Paths could not kill him, only seal him away. And Zhou Zhu, who might be capable of killing him, was likely on the same level of existence as his mother, a terrifying thought indeed. Yes, Sasori interjected. 3 years ago I fought him. Though I wasn't at my peak and he might not have exerted his full strength judging from the power he displayed. If he hadn't been indifferent to me I might have perished right there. In recent years Sasori seemed to have grown increasingly lax in his research of the forbidden human puppet technique, instead developing a fondness for large-scale puppets, perhaps due to some unknown influence. The group fell silent. A person of formidable strength and detailed intelligence was clearly a troublesome adversary. And now this troublesome individual, for reasons unknown, had exposed their intelligence, even including methods to counter them. The situation was undoubtedly dire for the Akatsuki. In truth, based on the current intelligence, this Zhou Zhu might not harbor deep malice toward the Akatsuki, nor is he necessarily aligned with Konoha. Zetsu cast a meaningful glance at Sasuke before continuing. Although he has depicted our information from the comic's perspective, the Akatsuki is not portrayed as utterly evil. Moreover, he hasn't directly confronted our members. Perhaps he is just a wandering sage of the ninja world. I suggest we ignore him and proceed with our plan. Or I could pay him a visit myself and let him witness the power of a god, said Nagato, or rather the current pain, still as arrogant as ever. Absolutely unnecessary, Zetsu said, nearly breaking into a cold sweat. Was this man devoid of sense, all brawn? Why prove himself when conflict was avoidable? Our current goal is to gather the 9-tailed beasts. Everything else can wait. Pain remained silent, perhaps conceding the point. After a moment he spoke again. Our pace of collecting tailed beasts is too slow, we've even had mission failures. From now on all members will act together to accelerate the collection. Yes. Regarding the Akatsuki, I actually don't know much more than what I've drawn in the comic, Zhou Zhu said, slowly looking at Jiraiya. In fact, I think my intelligence is already sufficient. I've outlined their general members and objectives. What more do you need to know? Indeed, the intelligence is now quite comprehensive, Jiraiya replied. But we still need more. We've received information that the Rain Village is likely the Akatsuki's headquarters. If we have enough intel, we may contact other villages to completely eradicate the organization. Zhou Zhu thought for a moment, then asked, "You're not planning to infiltrate it yourself first, are you?" Jiraiya's silence was a telltale sign that Zhou Zhu had seen through his intention. Look, I won't call you arrogant, but considering the characters I've drawn in the comic, though they died in the story, they're still alive in reality. How many do you think you can take on at once? Zhou Zhu was puzzled. What gave Jiraiya such confidence? Did he truly believe mastering the Sage Mode made him invincible? Jiraiya was equally puzzled. Why would I need to fight them? My main goal is to infiltrate and gather intelligence. If I got caught, it would be a mission failure. Damn, that Assassin's Creed mentality is deadly. Jiraiya left, taking with him the advice given by Zhou Zhu. Zhou Zhu had clearly told him not to investigate intelligence alone. Entering the enemy's territory was tantamount to seeking death, especially considering that the opposing leader was a ninja with the Rinnegan. This was something that had never appeared in the ninja world. Who knew what abilities he possessed? As for whether Jiraiya would heed his words, Zhou Zhu was unconcerned. The advice had already been given. A good word is hard to persuade a dying ghost. If he insisted on going, Zhou Zhu wouldn't make any effort to save his life. After all, given the current strength of the Akatsuki and Konoha, trying to save him would likely be beyond the capabilities of all the Jonin in Konoha unless Guy opened the 8 gates or acted himself. But what right did he have? Yet out of some obsession from his past life, Zhou Zhu still instructed Naruto to keep a close eye on Jiraiya and not let him run off. Of course, with Naruto's reconnaissance abilities he couldn't possibly do anything against Jiraiya's determined resolve, but at the very least it would serve as a caution for him personally. Having done what he needed to do, Zhou Zhu no longer thought about this matter, nodded at Itachi and went back to his own affairs. After some uneventful days, it had been over a month since the manga was released, yet in all this time no one had managed to collect even a series of cards, which raised suspicions. Could it be that the boss hadn't printed them all? Of course Zhou Zhu would never admit to such baseless accusations. After all, this was simply unjustly tarnishing someone's reputation. Just when these rumors were rampant, a delegation from Sunigakure arrived in Konoha. "Hey, have you heard? Those guys from Sunigakure have collected all the Kazekage cards from past generations and are now exchanging rewards at the boss manga shop." "What? Is it really possible to collect that card? Didn't they say that the boss prints 2 cards fewer for each set?" "That's been the rumor lately, but the people from Sunigakure have indeed collected them. Could it be that those card merchants spread false news to cheaply acquire those rare cards?" "Ah, how infuriating. I really sold all my cards for a cheap price. I lost out big time. Let's go, let's see what kind of rewards those Sunigakure guys have obtained." Soon after, the front of Zhou Zhu's small shop was packed with people, and Itachi had no choice but to step out from behind the counter to maintain order. Inside the shop, Temari and Kankuro were also quite excited, as they had learned that they were the first to collect the cards and could thus receive more rewards and stronger ninjutsu, both of which were currently in short supply in Sunigakure. The only downside was that being the first to win, the boss said he would hold a small award ceremony for them. This was originally no big deal, but looking at the crowd outside, they couldn't help but swallow hard. After all, they were from Sunigakure, coming to Konoha to ask for money and ninjutsu. Would they not be subjected to a righteous beating by these people? After a while, Zhou Zhu came out and called the two to join him outside. The crowd stepped back slightly, giving them some space. Apologies for the hasty award ceremony without a proper setting, I hope you gentlemen understand. Zhou Zhu explained to the two before directly pulling out a large box under the gaze of the crowd. When the box was opened, it was filled to the brim with cash. Since you are the first batch to collect the cards, your reward is the grand prize, 35 million ryo. As soon as he finished speaking, the crowd erupted in astonishment, as no one expected such a generous reward, even for the entire village. This was not a small sum. Temari and Kankuro felt a wave of dizziness. They knew the reward should be high, but never anticipated it would be this substantial. With such a financial boost, the village's finances should improve somewhat, right? This 3 million ryo is just to show everyone that the remaining money can be picked up at my shop later. Zhou Zhu added before continuing. Now for the ninjutsu reward. Since friends from Sunigakure have received this reward, I will naturally provide a ninjutsu related to sand. After a brief pause to heighten the anticipation, Zhou Zhu took out a scroll. Puppet technique, I believe you should be quite familiar with it. Hearing this, both Sunigakure ninjas felt disappointed. Did Konoha really provide them with the secret scroll for the puppet technique? That seemed a bit absurd. Yes, I know what you're thinking, but what I want to say is that your puppet technique from Sunigakure is in my eyes nothing but trash. Zhou Zhu spoke without mercy, causing both to feel a surge of anger. After all, the puppet technique from Sunigakure was not merely a secret technique, it represented countless ninjas avoiding death because of it. Such a battle-honored secret technique, how could they allow others to slander it? I know you don't believe me. Seeing the two about to explode, Zhou Zhu remained unfazed and pulled out another scroll. With a loud bang, a wooden puppet appeared right in front of everyone. Looking at this somewhat rudimentary puppet, Kankuro couldn't help but look down on it. Just as he was about to make a mocking remark, he saw Zhou Zhu form another seal, and with that seal, the puppet before them actually began to move. Kankuro's pupils constricted. If he wasn't mistaken, this person hadn't used any chakra strings, right? Without chakra strings, how was he controlling the puppet? While he was pondering this question, the puppet actually turned around and faced him, saying, "What's wrong? You don't accept being called trash? Have you ever seen a puppet as flamboyant as me?" Kankuro was so shocked that he could hardly speak if the puppet was talking. Wasn't this just a shadow clone? Actually, Kankuro had guessed part of it correctly, if this ninjutsu was indeed Zhou Zhu's adaptation of the shadow clone and puppet technique. The puppet technique was already quite similar to the shadow clone technique, except for differences in attack power, chakra consumption, and resilience. Moreover, the greatest difference between the puppet technique and the shadow clone technique was that the puppets had to be controlled by someone, which distracted the caster, while the shadow clone technique didn't have that problem. Given this, he directly combined the two techniques, enhancing each to create a rather unique puppet technique. In simple terms, it was like putting a central processing unit in the puppet, allowing it to act on its own, akin to the spirit of a tool from fantasy novels. Thus he named this technique Spirit Attachment. Of course, it was impossible to give them the full power of such a potent technique. He only provided them with a method to attach spirits to puppets of fixed sizes. Kenjio Lang eagerly wanted to touch the puppet, but it was swiftly pushed away by him. "What are you doing, kid? What do you want to do to the master? Be careful or he'll kill you." He awkwardly withdrew his hand and then looked at Zhou Zhu with some eagerness. Zhou Zhu smiled and handed him the scroll. "My type of puppet technique can endow specific puppets with a certain level of intelligence, and they can extract natural energy on their own, so energy isn't an issue. In other words, this is a form of artificial life," Zhou Zhu explained further. Kenjio Lang was somewhat impatient and directly opened the scroll. In the next moment, a beam of light shot out from the scroll and struck his face, causing him to stagger back several steps. "Are you okay, Kenjio Lang?" "I'm fine." Shoju stepped forward with some concern while also warily looking at Zhou Zhu. Kenjio Lang organized some sudden knowledge that popped up in his mind, first feeling joy, but then he asked with some confusion. Mr. Zhou Zhu, I can feel that I've learned this puppet technique, but I don't understand why it seems that if I want to pass it on, the part of my memory related to it would disappear." Zhou Zhu nodded. Of course the rewarded skill is limited to one person. It's not like I can give you a ninjutsu and you can directly pass it down as an inheritance right. Then this ninjutsu would be too cheap, wouldn't it? Kenjio Lang glanced at the previously mentioned scroll, which was indeed completely blank. Although it felt a bit regrettable, it was indeed unbelievable to offer such a high-quality ninjutsu as part of a comic book activity. However, this way is actually quite good. With the strength of their Sand Ninja village, they could completely organize a puppet army and their village's strength would surely receive a significant boost. However, this boss is also not simple. He can directly teach someone a certain secret technique, and such a capability is quite exaggerated. Zhou Zhu didn't know what Kenjio Lang was thinking. If he did, he might call Kenjio Lang reckless. Have you heard of the AI crisis? His ninjutsu, which is somewhat akin to an artificial intelligence combined with a robot, lacks any means of control. Otherwise, why wouldn't he let these puppets serve in his shop? If the Sand Ninja village recklessly organized such a puppet army, they could only wish them good luck. Alright everyone, as you all can see, my boss Joe keeps his word. If he promises ninjutsu for money, he will definitely deliver. Therefore, those who still want to participate in this event should hurry up, if the series of cards available for exchange are becoming increasingly scarce. At this moment, Zhou Zhu did not forget to promote. The crowd had already been stimulated by the bounty of 35 million taels, and hearing the boss' enticing words made them even more eager to rush into the comic shop to buy. You two come with me to collect the bounty. Zhou Zhu called out to the two and was about to head upstairs to get the prize. However, at that moment a Sand Ninja suddenly appeared and said to the two, "Gentlemen, something has happened in Sand Ninja village." The two were startled and glanced back at Zhou Zhu. Zhou Zhu nodded at them, indicating they could retrieve the bounty afterward. Thus the three of them ran together towards the Hokage tower. Zhou Zhu thought for a moment, then his shadow detached from his body and followed the three. To be honest, he was also quite curious about what had happened in Sand Ninja village during this period. The delegation from Sand Ninja village was certainly not here just to redeem a prize. In fact, they were here for a rather serious diplomatic mission. Previously, a ninja from the Akatsuki organization had provoked the Sand Ninja village. Although they were repelled, it still caused some damage to the village. After Zhou Zhu's comics were released, the people of Sand Ninja village realized just how much they would have suffered at the hands of those ninjas if they had not obtained that aerial fortress. They also saw the powerful foundation of the Akatsuki organization. It can be said without exaggeration that if this organization sent a few more members, their village would absolutely be unable to withstand it. It is precisely for these reasons that the Sand Ninja village sent a delegation to Konoha. They wanted to inquire about some intelligence regarding the Akatsuki organization and to deepen their cooperative relationship with Konoha. The Sand Ninja village was even prepared to exchange their research results on that aerial fortress from the past years with Konoha. However, just now news came from the Sand Ninja village that not long ago the Akatsuki organization once again attacked Sand Ninja village. Moreover, this time the opponent was clearly well prepared. First, a very strong puppet master infiltrated the aerial fortress and quickly took control of it and somehow activated the fortress. On the other hand, the ninja who had previously used clay bombs attacked again, causing explosions throughout the village. Lord Wind's shadow arrived shortly after, but was directly ambushed by a hidden ninja, knocked unconscious and taken away. Although advisors like Chio and Kaizoku chased after them desperately, they ultimately failed. The message from Sand Ninja village indicated that they hoped Konoha could send someone to help rescue their Wind shadow, just as it was written in the comics, as the two villages were indeed in an allied relationship. After Shoju learned the news, they hurriedly looked at Tsunade, who was seated in the main position. The capture of the Wind shadow, as can be seen from the comic, was for the Shikaku inside him. So now would Konoha send someone to act as written in the book? Tsunade furrowed her brows tightly, staring intently at the intelligence, contemplating the gains and losses. After pondering for a long time, she seemed to finally make up her mind and called the Umbu to summon Shikamaru's team guys, Team Sakura, Jiraiya, Naruto and Kakashi. When everyone had gathered, she briefly explained the background and consequences of the situation, then said, "This matter is not like the usual. If the Akatsuki organization, a powerful group, is a common enemy of all major ninja villages. Therefore this time our Konoha will also participate in the operation. It is important to note that based on the intelligence we currently possess, the rogue ninjas of the Akatsuki organization are very powerful, with each possessing nearly shadow-level strength. Therefore our task this time is to rescue Wind Shadow and avoid entangling with those people. If we really cannot escape, it is best to eliminate the enemy together. Do you understand?" "Understood," everyone responded solemnly. These ninjas were the best of Konoha, so sending them was also a show of respect towards the Sand Ninja village. The overall commander of this mission is Jiraiya. You will follow the Sand Ninja delegation to meet with their people. Yes. The group gathered with the ninjas from the Sand Village and set off together in pursuit of the direction where Gaara had been taken. Hey old woman, are those ninjas really as described in the intelligence? Jiraiya asked Chio, though he had intended to inquire if they were as depicted in the manga, but he figured someone of her advanced age might not have read such comics. Though his tone carried a hint of impoliteness, Chio replied as if she hadn't noticed. We haven't engaged them much, but judging solely from the abilities they've displayed, it's roughly accurate. After a moment's thought she added, moreover, according to your manga, if that puppeteer is indeed my grandson, then he has already obtained the flying fortress. Though I don't know what he uses as its energy source, he has genuinely taken it away. Jiraiya felt a sense of unease. Logically speaking, given the strength displayed by the Akatsuki organization, their group should be a tier above the enemy, especially with their complete intelligence leak. Countering them would be easy. But the leader's intelligence had never been disclosed to be able to subdue these ninjas. Their leader could not be an ordinary person. If it came down to a battle of generals against generals, he might not necessarily be able to defeat the opponent. However, thinking of his sage mode, Jiraiya regained a bit of confidence. Just as he was pondering, he suddenly noticed a ninja blocking the path ahead, and the group instinctively halted. Sasori. Chio asked tentatively, for the ninja bore a striking resemblance to the image of Sasori in the manga. The opposing ninja did not respond to her words, but instead cast off his cloak, revealing the puppet body beneath. Since their intelligence had already been exposed, there was no need for concealment. He produced 3 scrolls from behind his back and unfurled them all at once. Then a towering colossal puppet appeared before the group. The puppet stood dozens of meters tall, its silent presence alone exuding an overwhelming sense of oppression. Sasori leaped up and directly entered the gap in the puppet's chest, seamlessly merging with it. This road is closed. A dull, heavy voice resonated from the puppet's mouth. The group grew solemn. This ninja clearly differed from the one in the intelligence. Controlling such a massive puppet indicated a level of strength far beyond ordinary. Chio was equally astonished. She had only seen descriptions of controlling such a gigantic puppet in the manuscripts left by Shaman. Now it seemed Sasori was truly a prodigy among puppeteers, his abilities surpassing even her own and exceeding those of Shaman, the creator of the puppet's secret technique. Everyone go on ahead. Leave this one to me. Choji stared at the enormous puppet with a grave expression, calculating in his mind the odds of defeating this giant with his expansion technique. Yes, the moment he laid eyes on this colossal being, he knew he was the one destined to face it. Only he stood the greatest chance of victory in this matchup. The others looked at Choji and felt it was only natural. They were aware of his abilities, and having him take on this ninja seemed the most appropriate course of action. In that case, Jiraiya considered it the best option and was about to agree when Naruto interrupted him. Why do you have to stay behind? The group turned to Naruto, assuming he hadn't grasped the intricacies of the situation. They were about to explain when he continued. Why not just all of us gang up on him together? No matter how strong he is, can he beat all of us? The group was speechless. His words seemed flawed yet somehow made sense. Naruto, oblivious to their expressions, went on, besides, for an evil ninja like him there's no need to adhere to chivalrous codes. A righteous group beating is the way to go. This way we also minimize our losses. Admittedly, after spending so much time with Zhou Zhu, he had picked up some of his shamelessness, or rather strategic tactics. No one had anything to say. It did seem to make sense. Then they turned their gaze toward the towering puppet. When they first saw the puppet it felt oppressive, but now it looked like it was made of wood, didn't it? Dismantling it seemed easy enough. Alone it might be tough, but as a group. Their thoughts gradually turned devious. Sasori, looking at the malicious glint in the eyes of the people below, felt cold sweat form on his regeneration core. This wasn't going as he had imagined. Shouldn't they have sent one person to fight him unknown while the others continued the pursuit? Now they were all staring at him. Were they planning to swarm him? He wanted to tell these youngsters to watch their manners and not be so unscrupulous as to bully an old man. But it turned out the naive one was Sasori himself. Trying to stop a whole group single-handedly was far too optimistic. Choji expanded, locking the giant puppet in a bear hug. Jiraiya and Kakashi climbed onto the puppet's chest, broke through its defenses and pulled out Sasori's regeneration core. Chio followed up using a secret technique to seal the core. The entire process took less than half a minute, and one of the Akatsuki's major combatants was captured without any resistance. Chio stored the regeneration core, feeling a long-held obsession dissolve. She thanked the Konoha ninjas for, compared to sealing him, killing Sasori, since his intelligence was already known, would have been far easier. The others were indifferent. Having all read the manga, they knew Sasori was a tragic figure, and within their power sparing his life was acceptable. After dealing with Sasori, the group resumed their journey without delay. Wait! You there, stop! Zetsu sped through the earth and directly confronted the individuals ahead. These people were none other than almost all the members of the Akatsuki. They paused briefly, looking at Zetsu, uncertain of his intentions. Which genius came up with the stupid idea of splitting up to intercept? Zetsu finally caught up, and seeing that the group seemed intent on leaving Deidara alone to block the pursuit, his anger flared. He demanded of them. The group exchanged glances. Pain stepped forward and said, "It was my strategy." What of it? Zhu was filled with rage at that moment. Having lived for thousands of years, he had never encountered such a foolish person. Just moments ago the Scorpion of the Red Sands had been defeated and captured by over 10 burly men, all within less than 10 seconds. The members of the Akatsuki felt a tightness in their chests, wondering how it was possible for the ninjas of Konoha to be so unreasonable now. Surely such a group assault could not be the work of an upright ninja. Ah, right, they are ninjas. What does uprightness mean to them? Achieving their goals by any means necessary is the creed of these individuals, isn't it? Pain also realized the folly of his arrangement, but as a god he certainly would not admit to it so easily. This was something I naturally anticipated. I merely wanted to test them a little. One must admit, a dead duck's mouth is truly hard. Although Zhu was grinding his teeth in frustration, he couldn't show any outward signs of it. He calmed himself and asked Pain, "So what should we do next?" Clearly it is unrealistic to have people blocking them one by one. However, if we do not stop them, they will quickly catch up to us. Everyone fell silent. While they all had their own pride, they weren't arrogant enough to think they could single-handedly take on a group of elite Konoha ninjas, especially considering one of their own had been captured in an instant. Pain felt a bit of a headache. Although he wasn't afraid of those people, if he got entangled it would be difficult for him to achieve a quick victory. If the others were taken out, he would be in great danger. Moreover, they had even more tailed beasts to collect. With their numbers reduced now, was he expected to personally search for them village by village? Even if his strength allowed it, his body could not handle such a task. As he pondered, he took out a scroll and opened it directly. Suddenly a massive aerial fortress appeared in the open space ahead. After modifications by him and the Scorpion of the Red Sands, it was now usable as an aerial stronghold. While it had lost its previous offensive capabilities, its defensive power had significantly increased. Let us handle the one-tailed Jinchuriki here for the time being. If they come, I will use the mechanisms inside to scatter them, and then we can defeat them one by one. Pain said. The reason they didn't all rush in was that this group of people couldn't stand each other. One or two individuals might be manageable, but if they fought together they wouldn't be able to unleash their collective strength. Thus a unknown approach was preferable. If we had this thing, why didn't we take it out sooner? Zhu asked, puzzled. Pain coughed twice but did not respond. Could he say that he had just thought of this method? Certainly not, he still needed to maintain a bit of his godly prestige. The few of them entered the aerial fortress, and after a short while the fortress began to rise and flew in a certain direction. Before long the people from Konoha village and Sunagakure arrived, and at first glance they saw the hovering fortress in the sky. Asuma's team looked at the fortress feeling dazed. It was because of this thing that they had nearly been wiped out, and Shikamaru had even become the so-called Zero Tails Jinchuriki. So they had complex feelings about this thing. What do we do about this? Is there a way to bring it down, or should we go up there? Kakashi was somewhat at a loss. In this ninja world there were indeed very few ninjas capable of flight. Generally, when encountering targets in the sky like this, they were mostly at a loss. They looked at one another, and it seemed that none of them had any solutions. This fortress is a bit too high. If it were lower I might be able to reach it after multiplying my size. Inoichi had no plan either. His multiplication could only reach a few dozen meters at most, but this fortress was flying at least 100 meters high, he simply couldn't reach it. As everyone was in a dilemma, Naruto stepped forward. I can give it a try. Everyone turned their eyes toward him. Naruto, do you have a way? Jiraiya was somewhat skeptical. Having spent over 3 years with Naruto, he wondered why he didn't know that Naruto had means to attack from the air. Let's give it a try then. Naruto stepped forward quickly, forming hand seals, then shouted, Ice Release Armor of Heaven. Suddenly Naruto's body was covered in a layer of solid ice which slowly morphed into the shape of armor. Behind him a pair of gigantic ice wings, each over 3 meters long, extended outward. This is Ice Release. How could you possibly have Ice Release, Naruto? Everyone was astonished, especially Jiraiya, who gasped. How could Naruto possess this bloodline limit? Wasn't it the signature bloodline limit of the Mizuki clan? Could it be Kushina? No, that couldn't be. Naruto's hair was clearly yellow just like Minato's. If that were the case, did the issue lie with Minato? Who would have thought that his honest and straightforward disciple would pull off something like this? Jiraiya pondered a chaotic mix of thoughts, but Inoichi seemed to have realized something. He roughly understood where Naruto's bloodline limit came from and felt a deep longing for his ancestor, thinking that maybe he should visit him more often, perhaps he could gain some benefits from him. Let's talk about this later. Him heading out now. Naruto didn't intend to explain this matter immediately. Although Uncle Zhou Zhu had already said that there was no need to hide his affairs, he still felt it was better to remain silent. With a flap of his wings he soared into the sky like a blue ice bird. His speed was swift, and in no time he caught up to the fortress, landing directly on its top. Once he landed firmly on top, Naruto pressed both hands against the surface of the fortress. Then the solid ice began to spread from his palms, directly expanding over the fortress' outer surface. Before long the fortress was encased in a thick layer of solid ice, as if it had been wrapped up like a dumpling. Without any propulsion it rapidly descended and ultimately crashed to the ground with a loud bang. Naruto watched the dust rise from where the fortress fell, waiting a moment for the smoke to clear before flying down. At this point the others had also arrived at the landing site. Seeing the aerial fortress encased in thick solid ice, everyone's first reaction was disbelief. When had Naruto's strength reached such a level? However, pondering these things now was somewhat out of place. Naruto stepped forward and pressed his hand against the solid ice once more, and the ice visibly vanished. He then looked at Jiraiya, waiting for his next instruction. Jiraiya pondered for a moment before deciding, since the enemy is right inside this fortress, we should charge directly in. However, we must be cautious. Since the enemy dares to boldly leave in such a massive fortress, they must have made some preparations. When we advance, let's try not to split up so we can look out for each other. Everyone nodded. Having reached the enemy's fortress, there was no reason not to enter. This time it was Choji who interrupted the group. When everyone turned to look at him, he continued, since we know there are traps, why must we go in? But if we don't go in, how can we rescue the Kazekage? Jiraiya replied matter-of-factly, and the others nodded in agreement. Although Shikamaru did not nod in agreement, he couldn't think of how they could accomplish their mission without entering. Choji gestured towards the fortress and said, why don't we just demolish the fortress from the outside? Although the fortress was large, we have a lot of people. We can use our various ninjutsu to attack the fortress. I believe it won't be long before the entire fortress is reduced to rubble. In that case we can force the ninjas inside to come out, thus avoiding the traps they set for us, right? The group fell silent. This plan seemed feasible. But isn't there a risk of injuring the Kazekage? Chio hesitated. While this plan might indeed force the enemy out, since the Kazekage was also inside, if he were accidentally harmed it could complicate matters. That shouldn't happen. Shikamaru clarified his thoughts, looking at his companions in surprise. He never expected Choji to be so clever at times. This was a method to break out of conventional thinking, something he couldn't come up with himself. Seeing Kyo's inquiry, he added, to extract a tailed beast the Jinchuriki must survive, therefore as long as they aim to extract the tailed beast they will ensure the safety of Lord Kazekage. That makes sense, Chio responded, realizing that the Akatsuki members probably wished for the Kazekage's survival even more than they did. Having made up their minds, the group briefly discussed before unleashing their ninjutsu against the massive fortress. Boom 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 boom. Countless explosions erupted, accompanied by the sounds of two giants smashing the fortress, which could barely withstand the assault before being reduced to tatters. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. A series of piercing sounds rang out as the Akatsuki members burst forth from the fortress, each wearing expressions of shock, confusion, and a hint of embarrassment. They had been comfortably inside the fortress, even setting traps to ensnare the Konoha ninjas, but they never expected this group to break the mold and demolish their fortress. Was this something an ordinary person could accomplish? Both sides exchanged glances and an awkward atmosphere permeated the air. I didn't expect the Konoha ninjas to be so shameless, Pain remarked. As for how they had been shameless, he did not elaborate. After all, both sides were in a state of hostility and any actions taken could not be deemed excessive. TCH, isn't that something we should be saying? Quickly release Gaara. Naruto, having dispelled the ice giant state, angrily addressed the people before him. Pain scanned the faces of the group and realized that escaping at this point was unrealistic. They could only fight. He then performed the summoning technique, placing one hand on the ground to summon 5 other puppets. Enough small talk. If you want a person, let's have a battle. At this moment Konoha village was visited by an unexpected guest. I haven't seen you in a few days, I missed you. Sasuke walked through the streets of Konoha feeling a sense of nostalgia despite not having been away long. "Brother, are you well?" Unconsciously Sasuke arrived at the location of the manga shop watching Itachi diligently package manga for customers. At that moment he felt a sense of tranquil nostalgia, realizing that perhaps this was a good way to live quietly and steadily through the days ahead. Unfortunately, every time he thought of living in peace he would remember his tragically deceased clan members and the ambitious individuals in Konoha's higher-ups who orchestrated it all. Whenever he thought of these people, Sasuke would suddenly awaken to his reality. He understood that he no longer lived for himself. Especially after implanting his brother's Sharingan, he would carry his brother's burdens as well. Itachi had naturally noticed his brother. Although he had lost his Sharingan, his ninja qualities remained intact. The moment Sasuke stood there observing him, he recognized him. He nodded at Sasuke, choosing not to say anything more. This brother whom he had once understood clearly was now finally capable of spreading his wings and flying solo. He would no longer interfere with his choices. Seeing the encouraging look in his brother's eyes, Sasuke finally made up his mind and strode confidently in a direction. He knew that taking this step might make it difficult to turn back. Unless a significant change occurred in Konoha village, he would likely never have the chance to return. However, he did not regret making this decision and taking this step, because it was something he needed to do. On that day a towering giant suddenly invaded Konoha village. This giant was clad in heavy armor and surrounded by unquenchable black flames, slaughtering throughout the village, annihilating 3 ninja clans and causing the deaths of Konoha's 2 elders. It was not until the 5th Hokage arrived that the giant was driven back, but the areas ravaged by it continued to burn with black flames, ceaselessly casting a glow that obscured the sins being consumed. From that day forth, Konoha village issued a new bounty for a rogue ninja, labeling his danger level as unprecedentedly high at SSS, even surpassing Orochimaru's level, who had previously caused great harm to the village. And from that day on there were no longer any Uchiha ninjas in Konoha. This clan, one of the 2 founding clans of Konoha, completely exited the historical stage of the village. On that day it was said that a handsome newcomer at a manga shop stood behind the counter gazing at the blazing fire in the sky for a long time, only to be teased by villagers as a coward. On that day Zhou Zhu watched Sasuke wielding Susanoo to avenge his clan, and the obsession that had stemmed from his past life quietly dissipated. In a vast desert, numerous pits of varying sizes have erupted, making the entire scene resemble a battlefield ravaged by cannon fire. The extent of the destruction could easily suggest that a fierce battle involving thousands of ninjas had taken place. Yet who would have thought that such devastation was caused by merely a dozen ninjas? At this moment, aside from Nagato, the others from the Akatsuki organization such as Kisame and Kakuzu either fled directly or were subdued, like Deidara and Kakuzu. Now only Nagato remained on the battlefield, his puppets all destroyed. Meanwhile, Konoha had suffered almost no losses. Due to the intelligence leaks regarding the enemy's key combat powers, the few had already devised countermeasures targeting their weaknesses, allowing them to gain control before their strengths could even manifest. Although there was no intelligence on the 6 paths of pain, the abilities of the puppets were largely revealed during the battle. After Shikamaru's analysis, targeted strategies were proposed and immediately implemented. The 6 paths of pain, though powerful, were ultimately overwhelmed, as one could not fight against many, being picked off one by one without even a chance for resurrection. Nagato looked at the Konoha ninjas before him, though in disarray, still capable of fighting. He could not help but feel a pang of sorrow. All his years of effort were obliterated in a single day. How could this not enrage him? Surrender, pain, you have no way out now. Jiraiya's face showed signs of fatigue. He had just used Sage Mode and was currently in a weakened state. Nevertheless, he was confident that he could continue to engage in battle with the person before him, not to mention that he had a large number of ninjas behind him. No way out. Is it over? Ha ha ha. Pain laughed maniacally. The next moment he slowly ascended, spreading his arms wide, forming a big shape. The crowd did not understand his intentions. Naruto summoned an ice bow. With a swift motion raised it, drew the bowstring, aimed and released in one fluid motion. Whoosh! The arrow, shimmering with blue light, shot straight towards the ascending Pain. Bang! Pain completely disregarded the arrow, deflecting it 3 meters away from him. Is it that technique again? It feels somewhat unsolvable. Seeing his arrow fail, Naruto scratched his head in embarrassment and made a sarcastic remark. Seeing that Pain's surrounding repulsion field was still quite strong, they had no way to stop him, only able to watch as he took flight. He ascended to a certain height but stopped rising, looking down at the crowd below with indifference in his tone. You think you are the protagonists of this world and believe yourself far from death. You are too immersed in peace and quite shallow. As long as you kill, you too will be killed. Hatred intertwines these 2 destinies. War brings casualties and suffering to both sides. You must feel pain, contemplate pain, accept pain and understand pain. Those who do not comprehend pain cannot truly grasp peace. Let this world feel pain. Shinra Tensei. A tremendous force radiated from him at an unfathomable speed. Watching this world-destroying power, both the Konoha and Sand ninjas felt a moment of helplessness. However, none of them were the type to simply wait for death. Ice Release Super Ice Shield. Ninja Art Needle of the Earth. Come forth, thousand hands kill. Earth Release Earth Flow Wall. Boom. 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 One after another defensive jutsu were cast only to be shattered by the overwhelming Shinra Tensei. Seeing the shockwave about to strike them, Choji steeled himself, activating his cursed seal and expansion technique, transforming into a giant several dozen meters tall. Typically, facing such a massive ninjutsu, enlarging oneself would be unwise, but he could not care less if it meant protecting his comrades. He embraced everyone, tightly curling his body, intending to absorb the damage on behalf of his comrades. Though they had already endured numerous barriers, the shockwave was still too powerful for mere mortals, even with Choji's enhanced physique. While everyone was reluctant to let Choji take such damage alone, clearly this was not a time to hesitate. If they could only silently pray that he would be alright. Even Chiyo thought that if their Kazekage remained unscathed while Choji died, she would willingly trade her life to resurrect this strong ninja. Naruto had also exhausted much chakra previously, and he had very little left. However, he did not want his comrade to die just to protect him, so he forcibly mobilized his chakra, even using a portion of the Nine Tails chakra to cast Ice Release, enveloping Choji in a suit of icy armor with hints of red. Bang! Almost the moment the armor formed, the shockwave struck Choji. He was sent flying as if he were a ball propelled far away by the immense force. Bang bang bang. Choji bounced several times on the desert ground before finally coming to a stop. His icy armor shattered into pieces and his body rapidly shrank back to normal size like a deflated balloon. The others hurriedly approached to check on him. Fortunately, Choji had only suffered some concussive injuries, and while a small portion of his internal organs might have been affected, it was not severe, likely due to his thick fat and the soft sand cushioning the impact. Once they confirmed he was alright, they turned to look at the battlefield. By now it had been churned into a massive crater spanning several dozen kilometers. Such terrifying power, if they hadn't worked together to withstand it, they would have long since been reduced to nothing but bone. As for Pain, who unleashed this jutsu, he had long since vanished from sight. After executing such a terrifying technique, he must have expended a tremendous amount of energy. At this moment, Pain could no longer maintain his flight. After using Shinra Tensei, he dared not even ascertain the status of the others before he fled, fearing that even this lone puppet might be destroyed. However, at this time the puppet in his hand held a mass of earth-colored chakra. This was part of the chakra extracted from the One Tail. Though he did not capture the Jinchuriki of the One Tail with this chakra, he could be considered to have achieved his goal, albeit barely. Cough cough cough. A series of relentless coughs echoed in the dim cave as a frail figure with numerous black rods protruding from his back coughed up blood. Beside him, a beautiful female ninja looked at him with concern. "Are you alright, Nagato?" Nagato shook his head, a hint of confusion flickering in his terrifying Rinnegan. After years of planning, everything was lost in an instant. Given the current comparison of strength, it seemed beyond his capability to retrieve the tailed beasts. Even if he could extract only a portion of their chakra, he found it impossible to handle the Nine Tails. How could an ultimately unachievable plan not lead to his frustration? Konan hesitated, knowing how devastating this failure was for Nagato. Yet she couldn't say anything. Even though she had her doubts about the plan, she was still willing to walk this path for her comrades. "Let's leave it at that for now. I'm a bit tired today, we can discuss the plans tomorrow." After a moment of silence, Nagato spoke. "Wait a moment, it's better if we clarify the plan first." Suddenly a voice echoed through the cave. Nagato and Konan's expressions changed as they turned to look in the direction of the voice. They saw a person wearing a vortex-patterned mask emerging from the earth, staring intently at Nagato. Uchiha Madara. The people from Konoha handed Gaara over to the ninjas of Sunigakure. Although everyone sustained some injuries during this mission, fortunately no one lost their life, and they captured several members of the Akatsuki organization. With these individuals in custody, the Akatsuki's secrets will no longer remain hidden from the village. The Sunigakure ninjas, eager to return with their unconscious Kazekage, did not linger and headed straight back to their village. Meanwhile, the Konoha group escorted the Akatsuki members back to Konoha. However, when they caught sight of Konoha from a distance, they were shocked to see thick black smoke rising from the village. A fire had broken out. What happened? The group was alarmed. Although it seemed they had been gone for a long time, it had only been a few hours, not even a full day. But how could the village have changed so drastically in such a short time? Had they been attacked? They hurriedly quickened their pace, revealing their identities to the gatekeeper ninjas before heading straight for the Hokage building. What? Sasuke has returned. Naruto was taken aback. After his encounter with Hoshigaki Kisame, he had woken up at Shuji's home only to find that Sasuke had already left. Uncle Shuji had said that Sasuke had departed to join the Akatsuki. When chasing after the Akatsuki members, he had hoped to see Sasuke, but to his disappointment there was no sign of him among the Akatsuki. At that time he had felt a bit disappointed, but he never expected that Sasuke had taken the opportunity to return to the village and had killed so many people. Tsunade nodded solemnly. Sasuke has committed mass slaughter in the territories of the Uchiha Mito and Yamanaka clans, and he has brutally killed 2 elders who arrived later. Now, aside from a few who were on duty in the Umbu at the time, these 3 clans have essentially been exterminated. The others exchanged glances, shocked that Sasuke had done something so drastic. Does Sasuke know about what happened back then? Jiraiya remarked, clearly aware of the circumstances surrounding the Uchiha massacre. Now that Sasuke had returned to Konoha, he did not target any other ninja clans, he only slaughtered the families of the elders who had been behind the scenes back then, and his intentions were evident. As for why the Sarutobi clan was not exterminated, perhaps Sasuke simply ran out of time. Of course, in this act of vengeance the role Shuji played and how he stopped Sasuke from annihilating the Sarutobi clan remains unknown to outsiders. Regardless of what he knows, this act of slaughtering thousands is absolutely unforgivable, Tsunade concluded. Though she also held a poor impression of the 2 elders from Konoha and despised the despicable things they had done, those were still the lives of thousands. How could she not care? Of course, she did not take into account how these few had conspired against the entire Uchiha clan or what kind of protection their families had received. One must admit, double standards are indeed an eternal trait of humanity. According to the intelligence, Sasuke has already joined the Akatsuki. This attack is likely a conspiracy by the Akatsuki. Tsunade shifted her tone and continued, as it stands, the Akatsuki has become a tangible threat to the peace of the ninja world, not to mention their plan to collect the tailed beasts. I have dispatched people to other ninja villages to organize a 5 Kage summit to discuss the matter of combating the Akatsuki. As soon as she finished speaking, the expressions of those present changed, as if they had something to say but held back. What's wrong? Tsunade noticed their unusual expressions and asked curiously. The Akatsuki is probably about to disband, right? Jiraiya stammered awkwardly. What? Tsunade was shocked, not understanding what they had experienced while retrieving the Kazekage. Then Jiraiya recounted in detail everything that had happened since they left the village, leaving Tsunade in a state of shock. One person single-handedly taking on the Akatsuki of Konoha and escaping while others were captured. That seemed a bit too unreal. He then glanced at Naruto and Choji. During this battle both of them had contributed significantly. Moreover, these 2 just happened to have a close relationship with that Shuji. From the intel received from the Umbu, it seemed that Shuji possessed an ability to directly impart ninjutsu to others, which likely explained Naruto's ice release and Choji's cursed seal state. Possessing such a terrifying ability and being powerful himself, it was uncertain whether having someone like him in Konoha was a blessing or a curse. Nonetheless, Tsunade recalled her thoughts and continued, isn't the leader of the Akatsuki still at large? Moreover, according to you, this leader possesses the legendary Rinnegan, and his one jutsu requires all of you to work together to withstand it. If such terrifying destructive power were unleashed within Konoha, what kind of devastation would it cause? Therefore this 5 Kage summit is indeed necessary. The others nodded in agreement, recalling the horror of that overwhelming ninjutsu. Zhou Zhu watched as Naruto spat out words with fervor, feigning surprise on his face, yet he was well aware of their previous encounters, for his shadow had merged with Naruto's. At that moment, if those people had not managed to withstand the colossal Shinra Tensei, he would have intervened to aid in stopping it. However, he did not anticipate that the people of Konohagakure would be so formidable, overwhelming the members of the Akatsuki organization with sheer force, especially Naruto and Choji, who transformed into giants and relentlessly pursued their foes, creating a scene of utter carnage. This made Zhou Zhu realize that his influence on this world might be even greater than he initially thought. For instance, when he began to teach Naruto the ice release, he only intended to provide him with an additional attack method so he wouldn't be limited to just using Rasengan, yet he never expected Naruto to unleash such creativity with it. His performance was almost on par with would release. Soon Naruto mentioned the 5 Kage summit, and Zhou Zhu reflected on his memories, noting it seemed to be happening ahead of schedule. But that made sense. If this meeting did not occur soon, the Akatsuki organization would likely dissolve, right? Upon further thought it seemed that the Akatsuki in this world was rather pitiable as nothing went smoothly after his interference. Before long Naruto departed. Zhou Zhu yawned noticing that the bright moon hung high in the sky. He had witnessed quite a bit of drama that day, leaving him feeling quite fatigued. It seemed that the Fourth Great Ninja War would soon commence. Unconsciously the plot was advancing towards its latter stages, but would Obito be able to gather all the tailed beasts this time to summon the Ten Tails? It felt somewhat challenging. After pondering for a moment he decided not to dwell on it any longer and went straight to sleep. As the night deepened Zhou Zhu fell into a heavy slumber. At a certain moment a ninja suddenly burst forth from the shadows, grabbing Zhou Zhu by the shoulder, and in the next instant Zhou Zhu's form was drawn into the person's eye like a whirlpool. Bang! Uchiha Itachi forcefully kicked open Zhou Zhu's door only to find an increasingly fading silhouette. Gazing at the empty room, Itachi's expression turned grave as a name that was both familiar and foreign emerged in his mind. Uchiha Madara. Swish. 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 Obito appeared outside Konohagakure and quickly sped away. I didn't expect this person to be so careless and be captured so easily by you. A white Zetsu emerged from his body, his expression still one of disbelief, clearly struggling to comprehend how a ninja rated almost on par with Senju Hashirama could be so lax, sleeping so deeply that even when Obito brought him into a different space he remained fast asleep. Obito snorted and then continued, this person has clearly grown too accustomed to a comfortable life, forgetting the basic vigilance required of a ninja. Such a person, even if possessing the strength of the Sage of Six Paths, will eventually be outmaneuvered and meet their demise. White Zetsu felt that Obito was somewhat arrogant at this moment, yet he understood that Zhou Zhu had indeed been outsmarted. Obito's Kamui ability allows him to create a separate dimension, the coordinates of which only he knows. It is possible he himself might not even know, only his eyes do. Those drawn into his alternate space, no matter how powerful they are to potentially break free from it, will only become lost in the endless spatial turbulence. And if they lack such power they will simply starve to death in that space. After all, in this ninja world only the Otsutsuki clan practices cultivation, and they are likely the only ones capable of fasting. Since this person has already been captured, the variables on the Konoha side have essentially vanished. Now we have gathered all the intelligence regarding the entire ninja world. When the 5 Kage summit occurs we can directly declare war on them. At this point Obito paused, then added, let's go meet that Yakushi Kabuto, I've heard he has something interesting to show me. He, another grand schemer. This little ninja world truly is full of surprises. Zhou Zhu opened his bleary eyes, sitting up in confusion and looking around at the empty space. Rubbing his eyes he found it hard to comprehend where he was. How could the surroundings have changed so drastically after a nap? Could it be that he had really slept through the collapse of the universe? Unable to ascertain his current situation he summoned his stand-in. What happened, you old six? Wasn't I supposed to be protected while sleeping? Why am I in this place now? In truth Zhou Zhu did not lack for precautions. Even with his current soul strength he could survive the destruction of his physical body solely on his mental power. At that point, finding a suitable vessel he could seize it to be reborn. Given the soul strength of people in the ninja world none could obstruct his possession. After all, why do you think Zhou Zhu keeps Uchiha Itachi around? That's for a backup body. Ahem, I may have digressed slightly. In any case, while Zhou Zhu could be considered immortal in spirit he had no intention of giving up his physical body, so he had his stand-in guard him while he rested. Honestly, in this ninja world even if Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara teamed up they could not defeat his stand-in. However, given the current situation it seemed his stand-in had fallen short. The stand-in probably explained the previous situation and then, somewhat aggrieved, said, you clearly told me to only act when someone wanted to harm you to avoid harming others. But that person had no intention of hurting you, or rather lacked the ability. He merely moved you to another place to sleep, so I thought it would be unnecessary to intervene. Zhou Zhu was at a loss for words. How could his stand-in be so inflexible? Yet since the situation had developed to this point blaming him would be futile and he could only send him back. Afterward Zhou Zhu felt the essence of this space. He had already realized that the one who ensnared him should be Uchiha Obito, and this place was likely the Kamui dimension. That brat must have intended to starve him to death, but he could never have anticipated that he was actually a cultivator. Saying this he fished out a porcelain bottle from his body, poured out a pill and swallowed it whole. Zhou Zhu's special fasting pill, one that lasts a month. Zhou Zhu glanced over his supplies and roughly calculated the time. By the time the Fourth Great War ended even his Baigu Dan, his fasting pills, would not be exhausted. With that thought he was instantly at ease. Even if he could not escape this place he would not starve to death. He might even find himself watching Kakashi and Dai 2 duel one-on-one while Ban barged in to seize the Lunhuian, content to sit on the sidelines and crack sunflower seeds as a spectator. Zhou Zhu rose stretched and strolled through the empty space. Apart from the enormous stone pillars he was standing upon, he found nothing else. Not quite, there were some leftover boxed meals and food scraps. It seemed Dai 2 had eaten here often and paid little heed to cleanliness. After circling the area, he returned to his original spot and lay down again out of sheer boredom. At that moment a chime sounded in his mind. His task reward had arrived. He glanced through the rewards at the same old items. To be honest, given Zhou Zhu's current strength, these rewards would offer little improvement beyond some practical ninjutsu. After all, with his cultivation-like prowess, even if that fellow on the moon descended, he would likely end up taking a couple of heavy blows. Suddenly Zhou Zhu sat up. He waved his hands through the air as if having discovered something, and a smile creased his lips. This space astonishingly is composed of chakra. Generally speaking, chakra is formed from the fusion of bodily energy and mental energy. When the Datongmu progenitor distributed chakra to the people, he merely used his vast reservoir to alter the genes of the ninja world so that its inhabitants could achieve that fusion. Thus chakra is fundamentally different from the spiritual energy found in Xianxia tales. Chakra does not exist inherently within space. Space contains only natural energy. Daitu's alternate dimension was different. It was saturated with chakra, as if the entire realm had been carved out and governed by chakra itself. Zhou Zhu rubbed his jaw and then understood the purpose of such a vast chakra reserve. Although this was an independent pocket, it had been opened by Shenwei. If Dai 2 wished to teleport to any point in this space at will, he would have to leave sufficient chakra anchors throughout the realm to serve as coordinates and gateways. Such operations were likely beyond Dai Tu's conscious control. They were performed by the Wanhuatong Xiaolunyan black box. Precisely because of that mechanism, an opportunity presented itself to Zhou Zhu. He chuckled softly. Little brother must have overlooked that Mokutan has the property of absorbing chakra. Zhou Zhu smiled, pressed his palms together and struck the ground. Mokutan Chao Tree Realm Descent. Meanwhile elsewhere, Dai 2 had met with Yaoshi Do and had agreed to let him join this war. Even now he remained surprised by Yaoshi Do's reserves. If he so chose, that man might well possess the capacity to annihilate an entire ninja village on his own, even Mu Yi Cun at its strongest. At that moment Dai 2 stood in a cave watching 100,000 Sherwan Baijua gradually revive before him, his feelings mixed. He wondered how many lives would be lost because of him this time. Unwittingly he had become an executioner whose hands were stained with innocent blood. Perhaps the former Dai 2 died the moment Yi Yuan Lin perished. What remained alive was a demon who could slay his master without remorse and unleash a ninja war. Lost in thought, he was suddenly struck by an intense pain in his eyes. He dropped to one knee, clutching them as cold sweat dripped heavily onto the earth. "What is it, Dai 2? Hei Ju asked, startled. "I don't know." My eyes suddenly hurt as if they might explode. "How could that be? Are you all right?" Hei Ju grew anxious. This was the critical moment. If Dai 2 faltered now, it could mean missing the best opportunity in millennia to unseal his mother. If they missed this chance, he did not know when another would arise. "I'm fine," Dai 2 said. After a while he felt his eyes recover and rose to his feet. He examined his eyes, nothing seemed amiss, and Shenwei could still be used as usual. He reflected briefly, then snorted. "It must be that Zhou Zhu has been meddling in my space. He is capable, this has never happened before. But everything is normal now, his attempt must have failed." Despite saying so, Dai 2 did not dare inspect the Shenwei space directly. To be caught unawares by that person would, given his strength, leave Dai 2 immobilized in an instant. To be cautious, he decided to let Zhou Zhu starve inside Shenwei space for a few days, and in the meantime he would stir trouble at the Wuing Dahue. "By the way, how is Zhou Zhu doing?" Dai 2 asked, drawing his thoughts back. Ever since that brat returned from Mu Yi Cun, he has shown little interest in the organization's missions, saying he must pursue the truth of certain matters. "Leave him be for now," Dai 2 said. "When he uncovers everything about Yujibo, he will surely take part in our plan. Come, we should attend the Wuing Dahue. Let us see what schemes these self-righteous men can devise." In the conference chamber of the Taiji Gua, the 5 Kage, each the pinnacle of military might in the ninja world, sat together, 2 guarding shinobi standing behind each of them. The atmosphere in the room was extremely grave. A minor quarrel had just erupted at the wooden tabletop before laying bore a great dent, and several faces were ill at ease. "My terms remain unchanged," Tu Ying said, casting his gaze about. "So far the Shao Zuji has only struck at your Mu Yi Cun and Shaoran Cun. Yenren Cun has no obligation to become entangled. If you want us to contribute men and strength, you must grant us land and missions, otherwise there is nothing to discuss. Laying and Shuaying said nothing, but their expressions suggested the same intent. Each sought to carve off a piece from Muyi Cun and Shaoran Cun in this affair. Gang Shou tightened her fists, watching those who cared only for immediate gain with a mixture of anger and helplessness. Perhaps convening the Wuing Dahue now was a mistake. It might have been better to wait until all the villages had been attacked by Xiao Zuji so that the avaricious would learn restraint. I hope everyone understands one thing. After another stretch of silence, Wai Luo spoke. The Akatsuki's target is not just one village but all the tailed beasts. You may act indifferent now, but when they come knocking at your doors and take your Jinchuriki, do not regret the decision you make. What are you implying, brat? Do you think our village is as fragile as yours? Earth Shadow de Yimu, though small in stature, had a fiery temper. He slammed the table and demanded directly at Wai Luo. Whether fragile or not, the results of the 3 ninja wars are the best proof. Fire Shadow Gang Shou was not one to hold back either. Hearing De Yimu's words, she shot back immediately. You! De Yimu glared with tiger-like eyes, about to flare up, when suddenly a head emerged from the table before them. It was Heiju. Heiju glanced around at everyone, then let out a snicker. Hee greetings to all the shadows of the villages. I suppose none of you know me. Let me introduce myself. I am Heiju, a member of the Akatsuki. As for the purpose of my visit, I am here to inform you that our leader wishes to meet. Boom. Before he could finish, the lightning shadow appeared on the table in an instant and punched down at his head. The table shattered and a large hole was smashed into the floor. Sanchuan, standing nearby, twitched his mouth slightly. Would the lightning shadow reimburse for the table and floor? The lightning shadow raised his hand, frowning slightly. Although he hadn't used his full strength, he had put in about 70 to 80% of his power. Yet the dark figure was not defeated, which surprised him. When had such a ninja emerged in the ninja world? Oh Lord, Lightning Shadow still has such a hot temper. Since the floor is broken, why not come down and meet? The voice came from the floor below. The Lightning Shadow didn't hesitate and jumped down through the hole he had made. The other shadows exchanged glances and followed suit. After landing, they found Heiju and Dai Tu standing in the center of the hall. Seeing that everyone had gathered, Dai Tu finally spoke. I believe you all know the purpose of the Akatsuki, since today's meeting is about this matter. So I won't waste words. Now I give you 2 choices. 1, hand over the tailed beasts of your villages and we can coexist peacefully. The other, war. Dai Tu paused here, deliberately observing the expressions of everyone. Apart from the serious faces of Gang Shou and Wai Luo, the others looked utterly disdainful. Seeing this, Dai Tu knew what to expect. These people were each harboring their own agendas, which only increased his chances of success. A mere child dares to utter such arrogant words. De Yimu snorted coldly, thinking the man before him was beyond audacious. Oh, so you choose war. Enough talk. The Lightning Shadow interrupted impatiently. I have no interest in your childish games. Surrender now while you can, or you'll suffer the consequences. Since you are so stubborn. Dai Tu deliberately paused. I declare the 4th Great Ninja War begin. Whoosh. The Lightning Shadow shot out like a bolt of lightning, throwing a punch at Dai Tu, but it passed straight through his body. For the Lightning Shadow too. Dai Tu sneered, about to mock him, when his expression suddenly changed. A hand burst out from his own chest, pressed against his mask, and then he spun around and vanished. Silence. The scene fell into an eerie stillness. Everyone looked at each other, baffled by what had just happened. The Lightning Shadow especially stared at his own fist in confusion. What was this? Had he unknowingly achieved the realm of shattering the void with a punch? He even swung his fist a couple of times but felt no difference. Heiju, standing nearby, was also dumbfounded. Was this karma for showing off? How did he just vanish? Recalling the sudden hand and the earlier incident of Zhou Zhu being sent into the Kamui dimension, Heiju connected the dots and made a rough judgment. Cold sweat broke out on his pitch-black face. This unexpected turn of events was something he had never anticipated. Ahem, our leader has given you his ultimatum and has already left. You can just go back and await your doom. Heiju said a few perfunctory words, then merged into the ground and disappeared. The 5 shadows looked at each other, and Fire Shadow Gang Shou spoke first. The power of the Akatsuki is obvious. It poses a great threat to any single ninja village. Therefore I propose we form a shinobi alliance to counter the threat of the Akatsuki. Ridiculous. The lightning shadow waved his hand. Fighting such small fry doesn't require an alliance. Don't joke around. If you want to be cowards, don't drag our lightning village into it. Let the so-called Akatsuki come. It'll show them that our lightning village is not like some other villages that can be easily manipulated. Having said that, the lightning shadow turned and left. Little gang show, it seems the Leaf Village is really going downhill. Is such a rabble worth convening the 5 Kage summit? If you can't defend yourselves, our Earth Village would be happy to take over some of your Leaf Village's territory. Yimu chuckled maliciously, then left, rubbing his back. Water Shadow Zhao Meiming said nothing but gave a contemptuous glance at Gang Shou and Wei Luo before leaving with a sneer. These arrogant fools. Gang Shou gritted her teeth, clenching her fists tightly, visibly suppressing her rage. Wei Luo, the reformed delinquent, kept a calmer mind. He understood that these high and mighty shadows would not agree to unite until they witnessed the true power of the Akatsuki. It's fine, Lady Hokage. The Akatsuki won't let those villages off either. After I settle matters in my village, I will bring my ninjas directly to the Leaf Village and we can discuss cooperation then. Gang Shou thought it over and had to agree. Gathering the Jinchuriki together might increase the danger, but it also strengthened defensive capabilities. The pros and cons were for them to weigh. Hey you brat, you hide that shuriken well, bring it out. Now lift your left foot for me, hop on one leg. Left hand on your right chest. Right hand on your left chest. Rub hard for me. Daitus Shinwei space now resembled a vast primeval forest full of towering trees. At this moment Dai too was completely bound by the creeping vines. Those vines were not thick, at any other time a slight exertion would have torn them apart. But because they absorbed chakra, he presently lacked the strength to break free. His face was mottled blue and purple, swollen like a boar's snout. Even Zhu Jian's formidable regenerative cells could not restore him at once. Earlier Zhou Zhu had used wood release to siphon all the chakra from that world and replace it with his own. In other words, the Shinwei space now belonged to him. As for why Dai Tu could still enter this space at will, it was because Zhou Zhu had deliberately left him a small patch. As had been said, although Zhou Zhu could control the space, he lacked the world's coordinates and therefore had no way to return permanently. He purposely left a backdoor to lure Dai Tu in and let him obtain the Renjia world's coordinates. Judging by events, his plan had succeeded. Looking down at the dazed Dai Tu, Zhou Zhu felt a measure of satisfaction and sneered, "Hey you brat, will you dare ambush your father again in the future?" Dai Tu glanced at Zhou Zhu weakly and said nothing. He had realized that his control over the Shinwei space was gone. In other words, the space no longer belonged to him. Having understood that, he had already grown weary of struggling. Based on previous intelligence, a heated clash offered him no chance of victory. With the opponent having seized control of the Shinwei space, this was now the other's domain. Non-violent non-cooperation. I'd advise you to answer me honestly. Otherwise, as Renjia's most notorious erotic illustrator and its foremost director, I make no promises about what sort of works I might make you star in. Zhou Zhu spoke with a malicious grin. Dai Tu heard the threat but did not let it faze him. He had crawled out of hell, had seen hell with his own eyes. How could he possibly yield to this man's petty intimidation? After all, what standing did Jibo Dai Tu hold? Fine, you have nerve. In terms of gall, I Zhou Zhu will call you the strongest. Wait here, they'll fetch some props and we'll shoot a grand scene right here. With that, he simply left the space. Dai Tu recalled the sinister look in Zhou Zhu's eyes as he departed and felt an inexplicable chill. Did that man truly have some bizarre trick up his sleeve? Before long, Zhou Zhu returned carrying an unconscious monkey. Zhou Zhu tossed the monkey at Dai Tu's feet, produced a small bottle from his cloak, toyed with it for a moment and smiled broadly. Little Dai Tu, want to know what is in this little vial? Dai Tu swallowed and on instinct nodded. This is the pinnacle of my alchemy. Its name is Wei Tiao Chai. Men who take it cannot be with women, women who take it cannot be with men, both together the bed cannot withstand it. He glanced deliberately at the sprawled monkey. Of course, if you take it, the monkey won't withstand it either. To put it plainly, it's an aphrodisiac. Dai Tu's eyes widened. He looked at the monkey and then at the vial in Zhou Zhu's hand, suddenly understanding and staring at Zhou Zhu in disbelief. How did this man conceive such inhuman schemes? No need to rush. You can spend some time bonding with this monkey. After all, you'll be acting opposite each other. He'll set up the equipment, you keep busy. As he spoke, Zhou Zhu produced a full kit of filming equipment out of nowhere. He found suitable positions for the lights and then adjusted the cameras. When everything was ready he took the bottle and walked toward Dai Tu step by deliberate step. Fear rose in Dai Tu's chest. He tried to retreat but the bound trees behind him barred his way, there was nowhere left to go. Come on, obediently swallow this pill, don't cause trouble for either of us. Saying so, Zhou Zhu forced a pill into Dai Tu's mouth. No, I surrender. Once a stalwart man of iron will in Renjia, he had become a trembling thing if fate it seemed had a cruel sense of humor. Heiju returned to their base and finding Dai Tu absent was thrown into indecision. They had just declared war and now the leader was taken, what on earth had happened? Worse, the Luanhui eyes were in Dai Tu's possession if the plans to command the outer path constructs and resurrect Yujibo depended on those eyes. With the eyes gone along with Dai Tu, how could they proceed? While Heiju fretted, Dai Tu suddenly appeared from the void and stumbling collapsed to the ground. Dai Tu, you're back, what happened? Heiju breathed a sigh of relief at his return but his suspicion remained. He wanted to know what Dai Tu had endured. It's fine. That Zhou Zhu caused trouble in the Shenwei space, it's been dealt with. Dai Tu gave a short laugh and then pretended to faint. He produced a sealed scroll from his person. When unsealed, a pair of Luanhui eyes lay within. He removed his own eyes and replaced them with the Luanhui eyes. Is it not too soon to don those eyes? Heiju asked, puzzled. Not too soon, just the right moment, Dai Tu replied tersely. He rose to his feet and told Heiju, let's go unseal by Ju. We have a great battle ahead. A monkey dropped with a chitter and a soft thud. Dai Tu glanced at it and then departed. Heiju looked bewildered at the monkey whose head had been smashed. He could not shake the impression that Dai Tu's expression had shown both a streak of ferocity and an awkward embarrassment. Hey brother, how did the Five Shadows conference go? Laying AI was met with a curious question as soon as he returned to the village. Nothing much to say, just a bunch of cowardly rats. They actually had the audacity to organize a ninja alliance because of that mysterious Akatsuki. It's truly laughable. AI remained impatient, snorting before taking a seat. However, Darui's expression was somewhat grave as he spoke to AI. Regarding the ninja alliance, I believe Lord Rakage should consider it carefully. I know. AI waved his hand to interrupt him. That Akatsuki is indeed not simple. Among the major ninja villages only Konoha and Suna have encountered them. Given the serious attitude of those two villages, Akatsuki definitely possesses the strength to challenge a single ninja village. Then why? Having that strength is one thing, being able to act on it is another. AI surprisingly showed patience and explained to them. From my estimation, while Akatsuki has some strength, having the strength of one ninja village is already the limit. They absolutely cannot contend with the 5 great ninja villages. Thus this alliance is basically a guaranteed win. On this basis, securing the position of the alliance commander becomes quite important. Whichever village's leader occupies that position will significantly enhance their reputation, which will greatly influence the division of benefits and distribution of tasks later on. From the current situation, whether it's the weakest Suna or the highest ranked Konoha, they are both the most likely targets of Akatsuki. So those two villages should be the most eager regarding the formation of this alliance. So, Darui began to understand. It's not that we won't form this alliance, but rather we need to take the initiative in its formation. AI nodded and said. The two from Mist Village and Rock Village also seem to have this intention. The ninja alliance can be formed, but the choice of leader must first exclude people from Konoha and Suna. Bai on the side was a bit confused, not understanding why these people were so convoluted. But he didn't care, whatever his big brother told him to do he would do it. But if that's the case, Darui still had some concerns. What if Akatsuki targets us instead of those two villages? It's not that urgent. AI appeared to be completely in control of the situation. After all, this is war, it won't start that quickly. Moreover, considering the time needed to mobilize troops, it might not even begin within a month, and the longer it drags on, the more anxious Suna will become. I estimate that in a few days that brat from Suna will convene the 5 Shadows conference again. By then the power to speak will be on our side. Darui thought about it and realized this made sense. After all, it was war, how could it start so quickly? Besides, Akatsuki initially targeted Suna and Konoha, it seemed unlikely they would suddenly change targets. Moreover, Ace's eyes lit up, revealing a menacing gleam. The strength of our Cloud Village is now completely on par with Konoha, if not surpassing it. If Konoha can repel Akatsuki, what do we have to fear? Ace's words were not exaggerated. Since the Third Great Ninja War, Konoha has been busy with internal strife. Many outstanding ninjas have either been embroiled in power struggles, fallen victim to conspiracies, or have left the village to become rogue ninjas. In contrast to Konoha's disarray, our Cloud Village has been incredibly united, with everyone working together to bolster our military might, greatly enhancing our overall strength compared to the Third Great War. Not to mention, our village possesses the perfect Jinchuriki, a formidable weapon. As long as Akatsuki decides to cause trouble in our village, I'm confident that they won't return. Boom. 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 A series of explosive sounds erupted, startling everyone inside the house, who rushed out. To their shock, a group of white monsters had surged into the village at some point. These monsters moved in an orderly fashion, killing any ninja they encountered with extreme cruelty. What is this? AI was somewhat stunned, not by the strength of these white monsters, but because he saw that the mountains surrounding their Cloud Village were densely packed with these creatures, roughly estimating their number to be in the tens of thousands. What are the scouting ninjas outside doing? AI gritted his teeth and quickly issued combat orders to Darui. Go find the wooden man. The enemies are targeting you too. We should gather together for now, which will give us more room to deal with these matters. Even at this moment, AI still felt a degree of confidence. He believed that compared to the upper-level forces, their Cloud Village still held an advantage. Furthermore, due to the presence of the tailed beasts, the Sea of People tactic would be ineffective against them. As long as they evacuated the civilians from the village, they had nothing to fear. Just then, everyone suddenly saw a figure hurtling down. A few instinctively dodged, and the next moment that person dove down, creating a deep pit where they had just been standing. Who is it? AI squinted carefully, observing the figure amidst the dust. The next moment his expression changed drastically, revealing disbelief as he stammered. You are, Father. Standing amidst the dust was a person who looked remarkably similar to AI, the former Hokage, known as the strongest spear and strongest shield, the third Hokage. Hokage. A figure floated in the sky, looking down at Hokage and the others. The person's appearance was indistinguishable from Obito, but their eyes bore the concentric ripples, the legendary Rinnegan, the leader of Akatsuki. Flames erupted in Ace's eyes. How could he not realize that all of this was orchestrated by him? Arrogance has filled your heart, leading you toward destruction. At this moment, accept the punishment from our organization. Stop with the nonsense. Do you really think you've won? It'll make you understand the foolishness of your choice. In the next moment, AI activated his lightning release chakra mode and charged toward the figure in the sky. What? Tsunade shot upright, her expression one of utter disbelief. The Cloud Village has been annihilated. The shinobi delivering this shocking news solemnly nodded. Though he himself had struggled to accept the report upon first hearing it, the surviving Cloud Village shinobi had already fled to Konoha, making the intelligence virtually irrefutable unless one assumed they were staging a false flag operation to provoke all-out war. Hokage-sama, the surviving shinobi from the Cloud Village. Tsunade waved her hand dismissively. Arrange temporary lodgings for them outside the village. After a moment's pause she added, also summon their lead shinobi, and all surviving Cloud Village elders, to this office. I demand a full account of how their village fell. The shinobi bowed and departed. Shortly thereafter, Konoha's senior officials began arriving one by one at the Hokage's office. Having already gathered fragments of intelligence en route, their faces were grave, each aware that today's meeting would be far from routine. Moments later, Darui arrived, late, battered and bearing a deep gash across his face. The wound appeared fresh, though hastily treated by medical shinobi its severity remained alarming. Yet he showed no sign of pain. Bowing deeply before Tsunade, the Hokage seated at the head of the table, he spoke with raw, pleading urgency. Hokage-sama, avenge the Cloud Village. His voice cracked like torn flesh, thick with anguish, fury and a haunting helplessness. Darui, calm yourself. Sit, and tell us what truly transpired. The Akatsuki are our enemies too. This confrontation was inevitable. Darui nodded, took a seat nearby, steadied his breath and began recounting, slowly, deliberately, the fall of his homeland. The Akatsuki somehow bypassed every hidden sentry and barrier, striking directly into the heart of the Cloud Village. Ordinary foes might have been manageable, but the invaders included several Kage long since deceased, resurrected through unknown means. Seeing those fallen leaders reawaken, the Hokage realized resistance was futile. He ordered Darui to evacuate civilians while he and the elite held the line against the Akatsuki onslaught. Strangely, the enemy seemed indifferent to their group, deliberately avoiding civilians as if fearful of harming innocents. It defied all logic. Thus they withdrew unimpeded, save for minor injuries sustained from collateral shockwaves all survivable. Only once beyond the valley did they turn back, and behold the colossal Gyuki and Nikomata roaring in desperate fury within the Cloud Village canyon. Yet moments later both beasts rose unnaturally into the air, and shrouded by levitating sand and stone compressed into two titanic earthen spheres. Their fate was almost certainly sealed. Darui fell silent. Though his duty had been civilian protection, fleeing while the wreckage perished within the village struck at the very core of Cloud Village honor, a betrayal nearly unthinkable among such fiercely unified shinobi. The assembled leaders exchanged stunned glances. None could fathom it, one of the 5 great shinobi countries, gone just like that. Tsunade pondered in silence for a long while, then declared, "Send urgent summons to all other Kage. I am convening the 5 Kage summit, again. Hey Uncle Shusuke, did you hear? The Cloud Village got wiped out by that Akatsuki group." Naruto leaned in conspiratorially inside Shusuke's manga shop. "Oh, that? Yeah, sure. Look." Shusuke jerked his chin toward the counter where a woman handled customer payments, while Itachi had long since been dispatched to assist at the cinema. Naruto furrowed his brow, then asked hesitantly, Uncle Shusuke, who is she? A new clerk?" Shusuke paused, then burst into laughter. "Right. She hasn't appeared in dozens of chapters. No wonder you've forgotten her entirely. She's Yae, the shop's original employee, later reassigned to manage our branch stores." Naruto smacked his palm triumphantly, eyes wide with sudden recognition. "Oh, Yae-chan. Honestly, it has been ages. I thought the author had erased her from existence." "Exactly. With such low presence, being forgotten is practically inevitable." "Yae. These two, could they please stop dissecting her relevance so openly? She was standing right there, for heaven's sake." "So?" Naruto steered the conversation back. "Yae-chan used to live in the Cloud Village." Shusuke nodded. "Yes. Yae returned with the Cloud Village refugees. According to her, enemies swarmed the village. Conservatively, each possessed chakra reserves rivaling Achunan's. Curiously, none of them targeted civilians, not even incidentally. Some even veered aside deliberately to avoid contact. Eventually the evacuees were escorted safely to Konoha. So, the Cloud Village really is lost. Naruto felt little personal grief. He'd never known anyone there, but the involvement of the Akatsuki, and Sasuke, sharpened his attention. Shusuke affirmed with a quiet nod. In truth, he'd foreseen the Cloud Village's annihilation before anyone else. It was his own suggestion to Obito. He'd always held the Cloud Village in low regard, and strongly favored Obito's plan to revive the Ten Tails and unleash Kagaya Otsutsuki. Eliminating the Cloud Village made strategic sense. Among the 5 great villages, it ranked high in strength yet low in his estimation, making it the optimal first strike. As for sparing civilians, that too was his directive. After all, his manga still needed readers. Better not harvest the entire crop. Now Cloud Village refugees dwelled in Konoha. Though integration would take time, merchants like him stood to benefit immensely. Since the 5 shinobi, or rather the 4 shinobi summit was convened, the atmosphere in the shinobi world suddenly became much more serious. Recently the streets of Konoha have seen a surge in the number of ninjas. Every passerby seemed to be in a hurry, as if preparing for something significant. Under the influence of this oppressive atmosphere, even the commoners grew tense. It seemed everyone realized that war was likely imminent, even though they did not know against whom. Zhou Zhu's business had also become quite desolate, which made him a little regretful. If he had known, he would have preferred to eliminate the treacherous scoundrel who betrayed his own master. The current oppressive atmosphere was making him somewhat restless. Indeed, a person like him should just charge ahead rather than engage in conspiracies and schemes which he was not adept at. Amidst his boredom, a member of the Umbu appeared before him, stating that the Hokage wished to see him. To be honest, at this moment Zhou Zhu could easily guess why Tsunade was looking for him. It was most likely for his pills and that ninja technique scroll. However, since he had nothing else to do, he might as well go and entertain them. He walked straight to the Hokage's office without knocking, boldly pushing the door open. "Mr. Zhou Zhu, you're here," Tsunade greeted him quickly, standing up to welcome him, while Jiraiya also rose somewhat flatteringly. "Alright, enough with the pleasantries. Little one, just say what you need to say directly," Zhou Zhu said as he sat down on a chair, getting straight to the point. Tsunade and Jiraiya awkwardly sat down, but soon regained their composure and said with serious expressions, "Since you are so straightforward, we won't beat around the bush either. The reason we called you here is that we hope you can provide some assistance to our shinobi coalition. Tsunade then briefly outlined the current situation. It turned out that through the information provided by the escapees from the Cloud Village they had roughly estimated the strength of the Akatsuki organization. And it was precisely because of the comparison in strength that Tsunade and the other Kages felt a sense of dread. They faced the reanimated bodies of past cage-level figures and thousands of white monsters comparable to Chunin wielding the wood release. In terms of both high-end and mid-tier combat power, their combined forces from several villages were still inferior. If the Cloud Village were still around it would be fine, but now that the Cloud Village has been destroyed their combat power comparison is simply too lopsided. While they were at a loss, Tsunade suddenly thought of the man in their village who claimed to be the ancestor of all shinobi. News had come long ago that this man seemed capable of bestowing various powers upon others ranging from ninjutsu secret techniques to bloodline limits. The known recipients of his abilities included Naruto Choji and Kenkuro from the Sand Village. It could be said that their strengths had made terrifying advancements. Not to mention that man possessed incredible alchemy skills capable of extending others' lifespans which alone could rival the Kages. Based on the above considerations, Tsunade had summoned Zhou Zhu hoping he could provide them with some assistance. So you want to take something from me without offering anything in return, a common practice known as freeloading. Zhou Zhu crossed his arms wearing an expression of disbelief. As the wealthiest man in Konoha, a renowned director, manga artist and businessman in the shinobi world, would he really allow himself to be taken advantage of? Ahem. Tsunade and Jiraiya coughed awkwardly, their faces slightly flushed. They knew they were being a bit shameless. Seeing Zhou Zhu's indifferent demeanor, it seemed unlikely he would be swayed by the so-called will of fire. As for what they could offer to attract him in exchange, to be honest, they really did not know what they had that would be worth his interest. How about this, Mr. Zhou Zhu? You could pick a few of our Konoha's forbidden techniques. Tsunade thought for a moment if this was perhaps the only thing that might pique his interest. The ninjutsu in that scroll were not something just anyone could learn, otherwise she wouldn't need to ask Zhou Zhu for quick learning techniques. Thus offering this in exchange could be seen as trading ninjutsu for time. However, Zhou Zhu seemed somewhat unconvinced. What would I do with that? You can't possibly think I still need to learn ninjutsu to increase my strength, right? No way, no way. Hearing Zhou Zhu's infuriating tones, Tsunade gritted her teeth in frustration. If she hadn't known she couldn't defeat him and that he likely wouldn't be as lenient with her as Jiraiya, she would have already snapped. Calm down, Jiraiya said softly beside Tsunade, urging her to keep her cool. After all, if they angered him, neither of them would be a match for him. Once Tsunade's anger was quelled, Jiraiya asked Zhou Zhu somewhat ingratiatingly, "So Mr. Zhou Zhu, how can you help us? Since we've laid everything out, there's no need for guessing, let's just speak frankly." Well. Zhou Zhu stroked his chin in thought. In fact, he had already decided to help Konoha, otherwise the Akatsuki's overwhelming strength would contradict his plans. However, this help could not come without compensation, he certainly had to gain something from it. 3 requests, Zhou Zhu stated. First, as you all know, I am the #1 manga artist in the shinobi world. However, lately my manga sales have been too slow, which does not align with my title and is somewhat embarrassing. Therefore, from now on, whenever I release a manga, Konoha must purchase at least 100,000 copies. Only such sales would be worthy of my name. Without hesitation, the two quickly agreed to his request. Compared to the crisis facing Konoha, this expense was indeed negligible. Seeing them agree, Zhou Zhu felt relieved. With this, his tasks in the future would be completely untroubled, thus relieving him of any pressure. Second, I will provide you with some ninjutsu, but the specific recipients will need to be determined by me. That is only reasonable, the two quickly agreed once more. In their eyes, as long as the ninjutsu was given to Konoha's ninjas who it was bestowed upon didn't really matter. Third, Zhou Zhu paused for a moment before cheerfully saying, I hope you two can become partners after the shinobi war. Tsunade and Jiraiya seemed to have their throats clamped, unable to utter a word. No matter how wildly their imaginations ran, they could never fathom why Zhou Zhu would make such a request. They could not possibly imagine that Zhou Zhu had read the original manga in its entirety. To him, the most regrettable events besides the fourth Hokage's death were the tragic demise of the ill-fated Jiraiya. Especially during their last meeting, Jiraiya never got to hear Tsunade's acknowledgement and acceptance, even if Tsunade's feelings for him at that time might have been more familial and friendly than romantic. Thus, to remedy this regret, chiefly to satisfy a certain inner longing, he proposed this condition. Ah, you bastard! How could you make such an outrageous demand? There's no way I'd agree. Jiraiya said in a righteous tone, all the while covertly gesturing and signaling to Zhou Zhu as if to say, brother, turn up the heat. Tsunade after her initial shock grew somewhat indignant and said in a low voice, Mr. Zhou Zhu, I'm afraid such personal matters are not suitable as bargaining chips, are they? Zhou Zhu shrugged and replied, I'm just stating my terms. Whether you accept them is your problem. I'm not forcing you, am I? And to be honest, this deal is a loss for me. If you refuse, I'd be just as happy. After all, the Akatsuki can't kill me. Hearing this, Tsunade fell silent for a long time. Her fists clenched and unclenched, her mind flashing through the myriad aspects of Konoha, its people, its places, the great expectations her grandfather and granduncle had for the village. She finally let out a sigh, loosened her grip weakly and spoke in a feeble voice. All right, I accept. I'm sorry, Mr. Zhou Zhu, but I must decline. Jiraiya's voice cut in abruptly, startling Tsunade as she turned to look at him. Jiraiya nodded to her, then addressed Zhou Zhu, pure village-level exchanges of interests are acceptable to us, but when it comes to personal emotions, I'm sorry, we cannot agree to such a request. The purpose of a village is to protect those who yearn for peace, to grant those under its shelter the right to make their own choices. Tsunade is not only the Hokage of the village but also a person under its protection. She should have the right to choose freely, not sacrifice that choice to fulfill some condition. That would go against the very founding principles of the village. Jiraiya's words rang with conviction. Initially, upon hearing Zhou Zhu's condition, his heart had leaped, thinking his chance had come. But seeing Tsunade's conflicted expression, he suddenly realized, was this taking advantage of her vulnerability really what a man should do? Could he truly stoop to any means for the woman he loved, disregarding her feelings? How was that any different from a rapist? With this realization, Jiraiya understood. Sometimes he could joke with her, tell risque stories, or even get handsy, but certain lines could not be crossed. Otherwise he might never be able to face Tsunade again. Meanwhile, Tsunade, watching Jiraiya's manly declaration, felt a deer bumping in her chest, her heart thumping while, in her mind, she recalled every moment spent with Jiraiya, especially during the low points of her life. Looking back, it seemed Jiraiya had always been there for her, hadn't he? He might be absent-minded and unreliable at times, but undeniably he was a man worth trusting. At that thought, Tsunade's eyes grew misty and her cheeks flushed. Observing the two, Zhou Zhu silently praised Jiraiya. Truly, Jiraiya was just as he had imagined. He had proposed this condition not to force them into immediate marriage. When their feelings weren't ripe, such a move would only ruin both of them. His real purpose was to break the barrier between them, allowing them to be truly honest with each other and recognize their own hearts. And he knew that Jiraiya, despite his lecherous and unreliable nature, was perfectly clear on major issues. He would never take the easy way out and marry her just to get what he wanted. And indeed, Jiraiya did not disappoint him. Seeing Tsunade's rosy cheeks, Zhou Zhu guessed that things between them were likely settled. But to see it through, he smiled and said, haha, after all, I'm the ancestor of this little girl. Seeing her still unmarried in her 50s, I can't help but feel anxious. Zhou Zhu once again played the role of the old ancestor. Anyway, my conditions are right here. If you agree, then the deal is done. If not, that's fine too. No hard feelings. I can guarantee that no enemy ninja will breach the boundaries of Konoha. Consider it my repayment to this village. With that, Zhou Zhu stood up, stretched, and said, think it over. I've said all I have to say. I have things to do at the shop. I'll take my leave now. See you all. He turned and walked out of the Hokage's office, leaving them ample space to talk. He didn't want to be a third wheel. These two 50-something virgins might just get carried away and combust like dry tinder, turning into a famous adult plot. That was a bit too much for him, a nominal 1,000-year-old but actually only 20-something virgin. Such things were indeed a bit premature for him. Speaking of which, he had been transmigrated for years, had reached the pinnacle of power, yet why hadn't he shed his virginity? Not to mention he was a famous director in the ninja world with a bevy of beautiful actresses at his disposal. Why couldn't he just make up his mind and use his power? He supposed it was mainly his past lives mindset. Facing the famous beauties of Konoha, he either knew who they would end up marrying and didn't want to be a cuckolder, or he knew how their bodies would later deteriorate and he couldn't help but project that image onto them. This was really... Zhou Zhu could only console himself that he was a law-abiding, respectful citizen who honored the elderly and cherished the young. Wait, hasn't that girl Momo ever appeared in the main story? Speaking of which, she's quite pretty, isn't she? Shop owner and clerk. This plot seems familiar. Zhou Zhu returned to the comic shop not long ago when Jiraiya and Tsunade arrived together. Unlike before, the two now appeared much closer, as if they had finally broken through some barrier. It seems that Jiraiya indeed seized the opportunity and successfully won Tsunade over. However, the dark circles under his eyes suggest that this process was certainly not easy. Nevertheless, Jiraiya looked extremely happy, continuously winking at Zhou Zhu as if to say, "Old ancestor, well done." However, Tsunade caught his little antics and out of embarrassment and anger she pinched the soft flesh at Jiraiya's waist. Hiss. Zhou Zhu could hardly bear to watch. The pain was truly palpable, especially considering Tsunade's immense strength and violent tendencies. Jiraiya's face turned a deep shade of purple, yet he forced a smile, looking extremely strained. You two, I just got back, so how come?" Zhou Zhu deliberately elongated his words, causing both of them to feel more embarrassed, and visibly Tsunade's grip on Jiraiya tightened. That. Jiraiya stammered, trembling slightly. Tsunade's grip was truly formidable. His future married life might not be as wonderful after all. "Mr. Zhou Zhu, we have agreed to your 3 conditions. "Oh." Zhou Zhu pretended to be surprised. "Didn't you say you wouldn't accept such conditions? You claimed that the village protects everyone including your Hokage, so why the sudden change of heart?" Jiraiya shifted his body, escaping Tsunade's grasp, and then awkwardly smiled at Zhou Zhu. "Well, we thought about it and felt that the village comes first. For the sake of the village, sacrificing a bit on our part isn't a big deal." Seeing Jiraiya's shameless demeanor, Zhou Zhu couldn't help but chuckle, feeling a sense of relief as a long-held obsession in his heart was once again released. In a good mood, he had no other thoughts and waved his hand at the two, saying, "All right then, our deal is settled. I won't rush you, just make sure you don't forget when the time comes." The two nodded repeatedly, assuring him they would keep their word. Then they hesitated to speak again. Zhou Zhu knew what they were thinking, chuckling lightly as he directly said, "Rest assured, do you not trust my thousands of years of credibility? Call Naruto, Rock Lee, Neji, Choji, Shikamaru and Ino over here. I'll teach them ninjutsu first. Oh, and add Hinata as well, bring her over." Though the two were somewhat disappointed that Zhou Zhu only chose these young ninjas, they knew they were the backbone of Konoha and would likely bring substantial improvement to their village, so they quickly left. Zhou Zhu was seriously contemplating what kind of ninjutsu to give these few people, aiming for something that would be suitable and provide a substantial power boost. Aside from Hinata and Rock Lee, the ninjas he chose were all familiar to him. Crafting tailored ninjutsu for these individuals was relatively simple. With his current ninjutsu repertoire, it would merely involve mixing a few techniques. Choosing Hinata and Rock Lee was perhaps due to his personal inclinations. Hinata, out of regard for Naruto, was a girl willing to sacrifice her life for love, and he felt she deserved some help to keep pace with the one she admired. As for Rock Lee, Zhou Zhu personally admired him. This hard-working genius, after his own enhancement, would surely have some astonishing performance, and he was quite eager to see it. Before long, Tsunade called over the individuals Zhou Zhu had selected. Among them were those who knew Zhou Zhu, like Naruto and Choji, who greeted him warmly. There were also those who didn't know him, such as Rock Lee and Neji, who looked at him with some nervousness. Before coming, Lady Tsunade had already informed them that this was a chance that could catapult them to great heights, so how could they not feel nervous and excited? Zhou Zhu looked at these familiar yet unfamiliar young ninjas before him, feeling a bit dazed. How much time had passed for them to grow so much? Soon they would participate in the ninja war, and some might even perish in battle. Truly, the whims of fate are unpredictable. He snapped back to reality, waved his hand to call Naruto over, and affectionately ruffled his hair, saying, "In the blink of an eye you've all grown so much." Naruto still wore his signature bright smile. After messing up Naruto's hair, he pulled out a scroll from behind and with a smile handed it to him, while Naruto's eyes sparkled. "Take this, kid, but you must become the ninja you aspire to be." Naruto took the scroll and patted his chest, assuring him, "Don't worry, Uncle Zhou Zhu, I will definitely become the 6th Hokage, I swear it in the name of Uzumaki Naruto." Zhou Zhu glanced at Kakashi, who had just come over to watch the excitement, thinking that young people should be more grounded, especially with the future 6th Hokage standing right beside them. "Open it and take a look. This is something I prepared especially for you." Naruto nodded eagerly and excitedly opened the scroll. After a familiar flash of light, Naruto closed his eyes to feel the new skills he had just received. Then, in front of his friend's eager gazes, he opened his eyes wide with surprise, looking at Zhou Zhu. "Uncle, this ability is incredible." Zhou Zhu smiled silently. Watching Naruto's delighted expression, his companions were filled with curiosity. Choji took the lead, moving closer to Naruto and asking, "Hey Naruto, what ninjutsu did the old ancestor give you? Don't keep it to yourself, let us see." Naruto grinned widely, looking at his friends, and said, "Well, it's a really powerful ninjutsu. Do you want to see it?" Everyone unconsciously nodded. Without hesitation Naruto reached out to Choji saying, "Come give me your hand." Choji was puzzled but still placed his hand in Naruto's. The next moment he felt a wave of weakness wash over him and unconsciously fell down. Naruto promptly supported Choji and then released the ninjutsu. Once Choji regained his strength he looked at Naruto with amazement and curiously asked, "What ninjutsu was that?" He. Naruto chuckled and then replied, "It's the ninja art star absorption technique." Everyone trembled at such a domineering name, looking expectantly at Naruto waiting for his explanation. Naruto glanced at Sasuke and following his cue began to explain his new jutsu. This jutsu in simple terms allows me to selectively absorb the chakra, stamina or life force of any person or object I touch. The absorption speed depends on the strength gap between the two, but if the gap isn't too large the effect is similar to what just happened, draining the opponent in a very short time. Oh, awesome! The companions all showed sparkling eyes. Naruto's new jutsu was simply too incredible, wasn't it? Shikamaru pondered for a moment then asked with some doubt, "Can you only absorb the opponent's energy through physical contact? That might be quite limiting." Shikamaru's point was simple: physical contact between ninjas mostly occurs during taijutsu exchanges, which is only a part of ninja combat, and most contacts are fleeting. So this ability might seem unstoppable, but if one is prepared for it the jutsu becomes rather useless. Naruto smiled without speaking, offering no further explanation. He had said enough. Actually, although his jutsu required contact to absorb energy, the contact could be indirect through some intermediary. For example, if two people were holding the same wooden stick he could use the jutsu. Though this seemed like a minor addition, it greatly enhanced the jutsu's effectiveness. Not to mention he could also attach this jutsu to other techniques such as a great fireball that could endlessly absorb the opponent's chakra. Anyone who tried to block it with a jutsu would directly fuel its energy. Of course, as everyone knows, the great fireball can't kill people and ninjas usually just dodge it, leaving him no chance to farm up. With Naruto's jutsu presented, Sasuke directly waved at Hinata, signaling her to come over. Although Hinata had become less introverted over the years, seeing Naruto still beaming with joy beside Sasuke she still felt a bit shy. After hesitating for a moment as if she had made up her mind, she slowly moved to stand in front of Sasuke. Sasuke smiled gently and glanced at the still grinning Naruto beside him. This silly kid still has no feelings for Hinata. That won't do. Fortunately he wasn't some lecherous old man. If it were some other shameless transmigrator they would have made the first move already, wasting little Naruto's blonde hair. Thinking that in the original story it was Hinata who made the first move, Sasuke decided to help her out. "Here, take this. I hope you can find your own happiness." Sasuke handed Hinata a scroll. Hinata hesitated, thanked him softly and then timidly took it and opened the scroll. After the light effect faded, Hinata opened her eyes, which were now sparkling as if she had encountered something extremely joyful. She stole a glance at Naruto then quickly looked away as if shocked, her index fingers tapping together, looking extremely cute. "What is it, Hinata? What jutsu did you get? Tell us about it." Naruto was still so carefree with no sense of boundaries. Perhaps it was precisely this personality that allowed him to unconsciously win over the Byakugan princess of the Hyuga clan. "Well, my jutsu is called 3 Lifetimes 3 Worlds Eternal Union Curse." As she spoke her cheeks were already flushed. "Ah, what a strange name. What does it do?" Naruto was still oblivious. But Hinata was stammering, unable to say a word. "Let me explain." Seeing Hinata's timid demeanor, Sasuke reluctantly took over. If he didn't help, Hinata might be pressured by Naruto into fainting on the spot. This ability is more like a formation than a jutsu. To use it you choose one person, only one, and link the caster with that person. From then on the caster's chakra, life force and other abilities will automatically become equal to the other person's. And if one is injured or even dies, the other will also be injured or die. In short, the two will be equal in strength and share life and death. After the explanation everyone showed a contemplative expression. This jutsu was undoubtedly powerful. If bound to a strong person one's strength could jump several levels. But the shared life and death aspect always felt a bit unsettling. They couldn't quite pinpoint why, but if they were to choose because of this trait they would be reluctant to link with the famous veterans of the ninja world. "So little Hinata, have you chosen a person to link with?" Sasuke asked meaningfully while glancing toward Naruto as if hinting at something. Hinata's cheeks flushed. She took a deep breath then walked in front of Naruto and with a courageous look in his puzzled eyes said, "Naruto-kun, would you be willing to link with me?" Naruto was stunned. "Hinata wants to link with me. But you could link with someone stronger like Granny Tsunade or the perverted sage. As he spoke, Naruto seemed to have a sudden realization. Oh, I get it, so that's what you mean, Hinata. Hinata's face grew even redder. You think Granny Tsunade is too old and it would be a loss to share death with her, right? Silence. Everyone present was speechless. Naruto's emotional intelligence was truly unmatched. Everyone present, whether they knew Hinata or not, must have seen through her feelings, right? Perhaps only the man himself was blind to it. Tsunade, watching from the side, gritted her teeth audibly while Jiraiya held her back firmly. What did that brat just say about me? Too old. Going to die soon. I think it's been too long since he experienced my iron fist. I'll show him today who dies first. Alright, I agree. Unaware that he had unknowingly angered the most powerful and violent person in Konoha, Naruto directly agreed to Hinata's request. Hinata let out a sigh of relief, then formed a hand seal. After a moment of hesitation, she mustered her courage and took Naruto's hand. The two maintained this for a while, and then a faint connection linked them. Hinata's chakra visibly increased, while at the same time Naruto's eyes gradually turned white, though they returned to normal after a moment. In the eyes of everyone present, Naruto and Hinata had merely held hands for a brief moment, yet Hinata's chakra visibly surged. Unable to help themselves, they marveled in astonishment, amazed that such a miraculous ninjutsu existed in this world. After a while, both of them opened their eyes simultaneously. They gazed at each other for a moment, and surprisingly their cheeks flushed red at the same time. Even so, their hands remained tightly clasped together, refusing to let go. Zhou Zhu chuckled inwardly at their behavior. He hadn't fully disclosed the capabilities of this ability. Aside from the features he had mentioned earlier, there was another aspect: the emotions of the two individuals would influence each other to a certain degree. This influence was generally minimal, but if one person developed feelings for the other and the other reciprocated, the affection between them would rapidly intensify, eventually leading to a state like Naruto and Hinata were in now, where everything was understood without words. From this it seemed that Naruto at least had some fondness for Hinata. Who would have thought? Naruto, with those thick eyebrows and big eyes, turned out to be a secretly passionate guy. At that moment Choji squeezed in front of Zhou Zhu, wearing a flattering expression. Hee, great ancestor, since you've given them such amazing ninjutsu, what good things do you have in store for your obedient descendant like me? Looking at the shameless little fatty who had come up to him, Zhou Zhu couldn't help but find it amusing. How had this once honest kid turned out like this? Could it be that this guy had always been like this? A hidden depth. I know I haven't forgotten you. I've prepared 2 gifts for you. With that he handed 2 scrolls to Choji, but he cautioned, don't demonstrate these here, it's not suitable in the village. Let me briefly explain their abilities. The first scroll enhances your transformation ability. From now on, the transformation won't have the side effects of emotional agitation or loss of consciousness, and it also grants you the power of flight. The second is a supplementary ability. When activated, it will equip you with an extremely sturdy armor tough enough that ordinary ninjutsu cannot penetrate it. At the same time, it will provide you with a sword. This blade is both sharp and durable, serving as a formidable weapon for your attacks. Listening to Zhou Zhu's description, Choji was extremely excited. However, knowing that his size-enhancing ability was unsuitable for display in the village, he restrained his eagerness, looking forward to exploring it thoroughly when he was alone. After dealing with Choji, Zhou Zhu looked at the remaining few and felt that explaining each one individually would be too troublesome. So he took out all the scrolls at once, handed them one by one, and told them to study them on their own. The young ones, having obtained what they wanted, earnestly thanked Zhou Zhu and then happily departed to study their new abilities. Tsunade, still curious about the abilities of a few others that hadn't been revealed, felt an itch of curiosity. After bidding Zhou Zhu farewell, she followed the group. Such boundless energy. Zhou Zhu stretched lazily, then turned his gaze to Itachi Uchiha, who had been quietly watching from behind the counter. With interest he asked. So Itachi, how about I give you a few interesting abilities? After all, Konoha is in a precarious state. Don't you want to do something more for the village? Itachi pondered seriously, then replied in his usual calm tone, I'll pass. I've already sacrificed the first half of my life for the village. For the rest of my life I'd prefer to live in peace. If possible, I hope you can help Sasuke. From what I've seen of Konoha's current strength, the Akatsuki might prove to be a serious threat. He wasn't speaking idly. He had witnessed the abilities Zhou Zhu had granted to the younger ones, and even with his keen perception he found them astonishing. Each technique was extraordinary, no less powerful than the abilities granted by the Mangekyo Sharingan. And there were over a dozen such techniques. If the Akatsuki failed to respond properly, they might very well be completely defeated by these few ninjas. So now more than Konoha, he was worried about Sasuke's safety. Don't worry, I have my own plans for Sasuke. Zhou Zhu looked at Itachi, thought for a moment, and then said with a grin. But Itachi, I've noticed you've been spacing out a lot lately. Is it because returning to Konoha stirs up memories of the past? Itachi paused in surprise, then gave a bitter smile. As expected, I can't hide anything from you, boss. He gazed into the distance, speaking with a hint of melancholy. No matter the reason, I slaughtered my entire clan, people I loved and people who loved me. I am a sinner. And I, the sinner, am the one who survived. To be honest, every day I feel tormented, always wondering if I had thought things through more carefully back then, if I had found another way, would the outcome have been different? Looking at Itachi's dejected expression, Zhou Zhu, though not particularly fond of the man, believed that since the dead were gone, the living should strive to live well. I have a way for you to atone for your clan. Zhou Zhu said mysteriously. Itachi looked at him curiously, wondering what this way could be. It's simple. You marry a few young ladies, have many children, and rebuild the clan from scratch. That way, even though you destroyed the Uchiha clan, you'd also be creating a new Uchiha clan, wouldn't you? One deed for another, doesn't that cancel out? Itachi's forehead was covered with black lines. He hadn't expected that while he was repenting, Zhou Zhu would come up with such an absurd idea. Zhou Zhu, however, seemed oblivious and continued casually. I've been observing these past 2 days. Those young ladies who come to the shop to buy manga, they look at you with sparkling eyes as if they want to devour you. I bet if you just crooked your finger, those girls would. Hey, I haven't finished yet, where are you going? As Zhou Zhu was getting into his speech, he saw Itachi Uchiha walk out from behind the counter with a dark expression, heading toward the street. Boss, I'm going to check on the movie theater. Miss Momoi said she needed to talk to me about something. Itachi replied without looking back. You brat, is that how you talk to your boss? I'm docking half a month's pay. Zhou Zhu shouted after him in frustration. Itachi paid no heed and walked away on his own. As he walked, he couldn't help but think about what the boss had said earlier. Watching the young attractive girls on the street whose eyes lit up the moment they saw him, he wondered, maybe the boss had a point. War has arrived. As the Akatsuki's 10,000 white Zetsu surged onto the battlefield, the Shinobi Alliance stood ready. On the surface their forces appeared evenly matched. I never imagined that this Akatsuki organization, long overlooked, possessed the power to obliterate the entire shinobi world. Sasuke pounded his aging lower back as he gazed solemnly toward the Akatsuki ranks gathered not far ahead. Truly unforeseen, to witness once more the legendary shinobi of past generations long departed from this world. Is this a trial set by our forebears to test their successors? And is the fate of the shinobi world itself the wager? Sukigami Mei looked upon the dozens of renowned long-deceased shinobi standing at the forefront of the enemy formation, attempting, though feebly, to lighten the mood with wry levity. Yet her tone betrayed profound unease. Meanwhile Kazekage Gaara remained silent, his gaze fixed unflinchingly upon one shinobi among that spectral host, the one who manipulated golden sand. That man had once been his dearest kin, and also the source of his deepest hatred. Elsewhere among the ranks, other shinobi likewise recognized former comrades now arrayed against them. All felt torn, astonished that former allies had become adversaries. Regardless, Tsunade declared aloud, her eyes falling upon Dan Kato standing among the enemy. A wave of memory surged within her. Yet she knew, as one of the Alliance's supreme commanders, this was no moment for sentiment, nor did her station permit. Our enemies manipulate those we cherished most, our loved ones, our closest friends, to turn us against one another. Such treachery is despicable and vile. And I trust deeply that these shinobi, who once sacrificed everything for their villages, would never wish to see those very villages shattered by their own hands. So then, O living ones, grant peace to your fallen kin, your lost comrades, your beloved departed. Yura. The shinobi below roared in unison. Their eyes shimmered with nostalgia, remorse, and emotions too intricate for words, foretelling that each would fight with every ounce of strength they possessed, confronting those who had once stood shoulder to shoulder beside them. For they had sworn, oath-bound, to protect with their very lives the villages they held most dear. Charge! The four Kage shouted as one. Instantly the shinobi surged forward, clashing headlong with their spectral adversaries. Niji, are you truly capable of subduing Kurama and bending him to your will? Naruto stared at Niji's skepticism plain upon his face. Niji's gaze flickered as he watched Naruto still holding Hinata's hand, his brow twitching involuntarily. Since their chakra had merged during their last battle, the barrier between them had dissolved entirely, and now they clung to each other constantly. To Neji, watching them felt like witnessing a father observing his daughter's courtship, growing ever more disapproving of Naruto by the day. What he wondered was the clan head thinking. Why hadn't he intervened? At this rate the Hyuga clan's esteemed heiress would be claimed by this brash blonde-haired boy. Yet there was no choice. Every means to strengthen Konoha must be employed, even if it meant relying on Naruto, whom Neji currently found insufferable. He gave a curt grunt before replying. Master Shursui granted me mastery over sealing techniques. Every seal before me crumbles like parchment, and I may freely reshape its structure and function. As he spoke, he removed his forehead protector, revealing that the cursed cage bird seal once etched indelibly upon his brow had vanished entirely. Naruto gasped, pointing. Neji, your cage bird mark. I have unbound it. Neji offered a faint knowing smile. Master Shursui must have known my history, thus he bestowed this ability upon me. With it the cage bird seal holds no power over me, not even the slightest restraint. Indeed, I can now invert its mechanism, turning its curse back upon those who sought to torment or slay me through it. Neji had become a bird freed from its cage, soaring unbounded beneath an infinite sky, unshackled forever. Ennejiniazan, congratulations on finally attaining freedom, Hinata murmured sincerely, her heart swelling with joy for her brother's liberation. Neji gazed upon Hinata with tender warmth. Only for you, Lady Hinata, even having broken free, I would willingly give my life. For that is my father's. Hey. Naruto abruptly inserted himself between them. None of that intimacy, Neji, ethically unacceptable. Get that straight. Besides, Hinata is my girlfriend now. At his words Hinata flushed crimson and buried her face against Naruto's back. Neji's brow twitched again. Had Naruto truly spoken so crudely? He wasn't some deviant, he'd simply chosen to honor his father's dying wish, to protect his elder brother's daughter. How could Naruto twist such devotion into something grotesque? Will you do it, or shall I head straight to the front lines? Let me remind you, Shikamaru has already undergone my sealing modification, he now commands the vast majority of Zero Tail's chakra. Neji feigned turning away. Wait, Neji. I agree. Seeing Neji's resolve, Naruto ceased jesting and stepped forward, submitting himself without resistance. Without hesitation Neji formed hand seals, pure chakra coalesced in his palms, then pressed his hands firmly around Naruto's navel, precisely where the 8 trigram seal resided. Within Naruto's inner seal space, Kurama lounged listlessly inside his colossal prison, a state of dull inertia stretching across countless years. He no longer harbored hope of corroding this Jinchuriki's chakra or seizing his body to break free. He had observed Naruto's journey closely, every triumph, every transformation. By Kurama's reckoning, though Naruto fell short of Hashirama Senju or Madara Uchiha, he had undeniably ascended to cage-level power. Such strength rendered Kurama powerless to control him, and recently Naruto had even mastered a technique akin to a soul-siphoning art, enabling him to absorb others' chakra without restraint. Truth be told, Kurama felt a tremor of fear. With such prowess, might this boy actually rival the first Hokage, or even Madara? Better to remain caged than risk a humiliating thrashing. After all, his immortality was absolute, he could simply await Naruto's natural death and revive anew. Then, suddenly, Kurama sensed 2 figures materialize outside his prison. The Nine-Tails squinted at the 2 individuals in front of him, realizing that one of them was indeed his Jinchuriki, someone he had met before. As for the other boy with white eyes, he was unfamiliar to him, but he had seen this person through Naruto's gaze. He must be some kind of companion, right? Though he didn't know how the 2 had arrived here, he didn't care. After so many years, time had dulled his temper, he generally wouldn't lose his cool. Smack. The Nine-Tails slapped his paw against the cage, imprisoning him, growling fiercely, "You little brat, are you going to let this great lord out or not? I'll tear you to pieces, Seeing the howling Nine-Tails, the 2 exchanged glances, both bewildered by the situation. Is this guy always this neurotic? Naruto shook his head, indicating that he wasn't very familiar with him. Ahem. After venting, the Nine-Tails calmed down, lying on the ground with an air of indifference. What should we do? Seeing that the Nine-Tails had stopped making a fuss, Naruto turned to Neji and asked. Neji stepped forward a few paces, looking at the sealing rune stuck on the cage. No rush, let me take a look first. He examined it carefully for a while and then strangely pulled out some paper and a pen to draw and write. Finally, when Naruto was getting bored, Neji announced that he had figured it out. Almost done, I have a rough idea of how to alter this seal. Naruto, come here. Naruto walked over to Niji, who tossed the grass paper he had just used into the air, and it disappeared automatically. Then he clapped his hands and pointed at a prominent ceiling symbol on the cage. "Alright, my work here is done. You just need to tear off that ceiling symbol now." The Ninetales, who had been pretending to sleep with his eyes closed, suddenly perked up his ears. Could these two fools accidentally destroy his seal? If that were the case, it would be quite the spectacle. Naruto looked at Niji with wide eyes as if to say, "Are you kidding me?" Although he didn't know any sealing techniques, it seemed obvious that this thing was key to the seal, right? If it was torn off, wouldn't the Ninetales come out directly? This uncle wouldn't really look down on him and want to get him killed, would he? Niji nodded seriously, indicating that he meant, "Trust me, just tear it off." Naruto hesitated for a moment, deciding to trust him. He took a couple of steps forward but suddenly turned back to Niji and said, "Niji, I'm warning you not to harm me. I've done everything with Hinata. If you get me killed, just wait for her to remain a widow." Saying this, Naruto jumped up. "You little brat." Niji gritted his teeth in frustration, regretting not making his sealing technique malicious. Naruto leaped to the sealing paper, grabbing the sealing symbol with one hand, intending to rip it off forcefully. But suddenly his peripheral vision caught sight of a golden figure, causing him to startle. In his sealing space, besides himself, Niji, and the Ninetales, how could there be someone else? He didn't have time to think further and kicked sideways. The person caught off guard by Naruto's counterattack was sent flying by the kick. With this unexpected change, Naruto naturally lost interest in tearing off the sealing symbol and landed looking at the person who had been kicked away. Niji was equally puzzled, unable to figure out who this sudden appearance was. Ha 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 ha, Naruto, that kick was really fierce. I didn't expect you to be this strong now." The person on the ground convulsed for a moment, then struggled to stand up, looking at Naruto with a pained but smiling expression. As the two looked over, they saw a young man around 20 years old with golden hair and a handsome face. Most strikingly, he wore the Hokage ceremonial robe from the Hidden Leaf Village, clearly emblazoned with the character 4. "You are the fourth Hokage?" Seeing the attire, Niji asked with some confusion. The fourth Hokage of Konoha was indeed a legendary figure, sealing the Ninetales that ravaged the village at the cost of his own life, becoming the hero of the village. If this were the case, then it wasn't so hard to understand why the fourth Hokage, as the one who performed the sealing technique, appeared here. On Naruto's side, upon seeing the fourth Hokage, he fell silent, recalling the story that Uncle Jozo had told him about his origins. "Ah, is there anyone else?" "Hello, I am indeed the fourth Hokage of Konoha, but I prefer you to call me the father of Uzumaki, Naruto." Niji's heart jolted at the fourth Hokage is Naruto's father. But how could that be? If Naruto was really his son, how could he have faced so much rejection and hatred in his childhood? Niji suddenly realized he might have stumbled upon something significant. "Stop joking!" Naruto suddenly yelled at the fourth. "I won't recognize a parent who abandons their child." Upon hearing this, Minato felt a pang of pain and quickly stepped forward to place a hand on Naruto's shoulder, but he dodged away. Minato could only sigh helplessly and began recounting the events of the past. Niji listened to the story from back, then weighing in his heart whether the fourth Hokage's decisions were appropriate. He did indeed save the entire village, but he also turned his son into a monster spurned by the village, allowing Naruto's childhood to pass in endless darkness and hatred. Had it not been for Naruto's good nature, he might have ended up like Sasuke, right? But then again, could this be blamed on the fourth? What he wanted back then was for his son to live on as a hero of the Hidden Leaf Village. He thought his son would grow up amidst the villagers' admiration and affection, entrusting the future of the village to him. But what happened later was completely different from what he had envisioned. The upper echelons of the Hidden Leaf Village, for reasons unknown, concealed the fact that Naruto was the fourth Hokage's son, yet exposed his identity as a Jinchuriki. Faced with the overwhelming malice from the villagers towards Naruto, the higher-ups not only did nothing in response but seemed to let things slide. Were they truly unafraid of Naruto rebelling? Or perhaps they were hoping for his rebellion so they could then have legitimate control over him, the Ninetales Jinchuriki. To be honest, the fall of the Hidden Leaf Village from the undisputed strongest village in the shinobi world to its current state of disrepute is undeniably the responsibility of these despicable power struggles among the upper echelons. He thought of his father again, who allowed enemies to kidnap people from their village and upon discovery still demanded an explanation from them. Such an unbelievable thing could probably only be done by them. Ah, how despicable. It's you, the fourth. The Ninetales, who had just been feigning sleep, suddenly stood up and slammed its claws down on the prison cage, its eyes filled with unfathomable hatred. This person is none other than the one who sealed himself into the body of this Jinchuriki, and also the husband of the previous Jinchuriki. He could be considered the enemy of both of his lives. Now when enemies meet, how could their eyes not turn red with fury? Shut up. At that moment, however, there was someone with eyes even redder than his. Naruto glared at the Ninetales with a face full of hostility, startling it into a shiver. After a moment of silence, he retracted his claws, calming down significantly. But don't get the wrong idea, the Ninetales was not frightened by Naruto, it merely thought that interrupting a father-son reunion like this was rather impolite. Yes, that's it. Naruto turned to look at Minato, letting out a mocking sneer, then spoke up, "Is your story finished? Then why not listen to my story?" With that, Naruto recounted his experiences over the years to Minato, his words calm and steady as if recounting someone else's tale. Yet from his story emerged a child who grew up loathed and derided in a world filled with disdain and mockery. This child had asked himself countless times what he had done to deserve such hatred from so many. Where were his parents? Why could others grow up strong under their parents' protection while he could not? You say. Naruto chuckled self-deprecatingly. Isn't this child rather ridiculous? Minato remained silent. He naturally knew that the child Naruto spoke of was himself. Within Naruto's body he had also felt Naruto's loneliness and despair. To be honest, this was contrary to his initial thoughts. He had believed that Naruto should have grown up amidst flowers and applause, yet he had not anticipated. Indeed, there's no point in discussing these trivial matters as they have long since passed and that child has moved on. However, there's one thing that has always puzzled that child and troubled him for a long time, and he hopes you can help him find clarity. Upon hearing Naruto's question, Minato instinctively nodded. Naruto stared into Minato's eyes as if trying to see right through him and spoke deliberately, "Tell me, if that child's father had to make that choice again, would he still abandon his child without hesitation?" Silence, an oppressive silence. Everyone present could not help but fall quiet, not even the Ninetales made a sound. They all realized that this question was the very thing Naruto had been entangled with for over a decade. The answer to this matter would directly influence the course of events ahead. Minato did not answer immediately, instead visions of various scenes flashed through his mind from when he attended the Ninja Academy to his first mission to training with Jiraiya and to the time he neglected, isolated and even scolded his son, a child who should have been a hero but became known as the so-called Demon Fox child. Finally he let out a long breath as if having made an important decision and looked at Naruto seriously, saying, "If he could choose again, I believe this time he would be a bit more selfish." Upon hearing this, Naruto's expression softened and he took a couple of steps forward, embracing Minato, tears unconsciously streaming down his cheeks. Tch, how boring. The Ninetales, witnessing the two who had seemed ready to fight moments ago now hugging and crying, suddenly felt a sense of disinterest. Recalling his somewhat cowardly behavior, he felt even more embarrassed and shouted at the two, "Hey, you two are so loud." Startled by the Ninetales' shout, the two finally snapped back to reality from their moment of joy, wiping away the tears that had just flowed with some embarrassment. "By the way, Naruto," Minato suddenly remembered the serious matter and said to Naruto with a somewhat solemn tone, "this sealing symbol cannot be torn casually. Once it's torn, the seal on the Ninetales will lose control in an instant and it will be extremely difficult to stop it afterward." Hearing Minato's words, Naruto glanced back at Neji. Neji understood that it was his turn to explain, so he stepped forward and addressed Minato, saying, "Fourth Hokage, I have altered the rules of this sealing space, so even if this sealing cage is opened it won't cause the Ninetales to rampage." A child from the Hyuga clan, huh? I remember the Hyuga clan doesn't seem to have much research on sealing techniques, right? Moreover, this sealing space. Before Minato could finish speaking, he sensed that this space indeed felt somewhat different. He closed his eyes and carefully sensed it, then looked at Neji in shock, incredulously saying, "Did you modify this?" Neji nodded. "This is really genius. I didn't expect you to have such a profound understanding of sealing techniques. You might be more knowledgeable than me in this aspect. Perhaps there's no one in the current ninja world more proficient in sealing techniques than you. This is truly incredible considering you're just in your teens, right?" Minato exclaimed. Naruto then told Minato about Uncle Zhou's background. After listening to Naruto's account, Minato pondered for a moment. "The owner of the Konoha general store, huh? I seem to have bought something from his shop back in the day. He was just a child of around 10 then. I didn't expect he had such a mysterious background. So that child back then was probably a disguise of his, right? Then Naruto, you should listen to Neji. I believe the seal he modified should be fine." Naruto nodded, leaped up again, and with no one to stop him this time he tore the sealing symbol apart. "Fahaha. I never thought you guys would be so foolish as to believe a wet Behinthirs kid. With his method developed in just a few minutes he thinks he can trap me. I will make you all pay the price." As the Nine Tails watched Naruto truly tear apart the ceiling symbol, it was overjoyed, letting out a few mocking taunts. Its chakra erupted and then it ruthlessly tore apart the cage that had imprisoned it, leaving no barriers between it and Naruto. Staring down at the few people before it like ants, the Nine Tails cruelly smiled and hissed, "Tell me, how do you little brats want to die?" Gazing at the colossal nine-tailed fox, Naruto swallowed nervously, his eyes darting toward Neji, uncertain of what the latter was contemplating. Aware of Naruto's confusion, Neji began to explain. "After I modified this barrier, the rules have changed. In simple terms, you are now the absolute deity within this space, possessing the ability to manifest your thoughts into reality. You can create or transform into anything you can imagine and even alter the appearances of those here as you wish." Naruto blinked, a glimmer of understanding dawning upon him. The formidable nine-tailed fox before him no longer seemed so terrifying. The fox, catching the ominous glint in their eyes, involuntarily swallowed, its bravado waning. "Hey kid, don't bluff. How could such a thing exist in this world?" As the Nine Tails spoke, its body began to shrink rapidly like a deflating balloon. Before it could finish its sentence, it had already been reduced to the size of a plush toy. The Nine Tails stared at its tiny paws and tail, utterly bewildered. Was this a joke? Were they serious? Meow. Naruto, amazed, grabbed the now minuscule fox, ignoring its struggles as he continuously rubbed its fluffy fur. "It's true. The moment I had the thought, the Nine Tails shrank instantly." Neji nodded with satisfaction, evidently pleased with his handiwork. "From now on, Naruto, you can use your chakra-absorbing technique to directly extract the Nine Tails chakra for your own use. Though it appears weak now, its chakra reserves remain substantial." The Nine Tails stared at the Byakugan user in horror. "Are you a demon? It's already been reduced to this state and you still covet my chakra. How can you bully such a cute little fox?" a female voice chimed in indignantly. They turned to see a woman with fiery red hair glaring at them with evident displeasure. "And who might this be?" Neji was at a loss. "Isn't this Naruto's seal space? How did it become a marketplace with so many people entering?" "She's Naruto's mother, Kushina." "Oh, so she's my mother. I was wondering who it was." An awkward silence descended. Naruto and his father, who had been so composed moments ago, both turned to stare at Kushina. Minato muttered, "Kushina. Oh. Right. When we sealed the Nine Tails, it was said that a portion of Kushina's chakra would remain to see Naruto grow up. I got so caught up in the moment that I forgot. I hope she doesn't hit me." Naruto exclaimed, "What? My mother? I actually have a mother. Wait, she's been in my seal space all along. Both of them have been inside my body but never came out to see me. That's too much. I shouldn't forgive them so easily." Kushina stepped forward, snatching the tiny Nine Tails from Naruto's hands. She rubbed it affectionately while casting a reproachful glance at Minato. "Honestly, Minato, the Nine Tails is so pitiful. Why must you bully it?" Naruto and Minato watched as the fox seemed to be suffocating in Kushina's grip, unsure of what to say. Kushina, this is our son, little Naruto." Minato patted Naruto's shoulder, introducing him. Kushina continued kneading the fox's chubby face, feigning indifference. "I know. How could I not recognize my own son? Over the years I've watched little Naruto's life." Her voice grew softer, fading into stifled sob. Then she let go of all restraint, rushing over to embrace Naruto, crying as she spoke. "You've grown so big, you little rascal. Mom has missed you so much. Every time I saw you being bullied, I wished I could go out and beat those bastards to a pulp. That wretched third Hokage, I should have killed him back then." Kushina rambled on, her words disjointed, revealing her overwhelming emotions. Listening to his mother's words, Naruto's heart, which had harbored a few grudges, gradually softened and he truly accepted his mother. Witnessing the scene, Minato sighed with emotion, stepping forward to embrace the reunited mother and son. Neji, observing the family reunion, was happy for Naruto. He knew how much Naruto had longed for this moment. Yet a faint ache crept into his own heart. He thought of his father, whom he hadn't seen in over a decade. He wondered how he was doing in the Pure Land, whether he had reunited with his mother and was living a happy, peaceful life. Meanwhile, Naruto and his parents gradually calmed their emotions and separated. Kushina glanced at Minato and let out a displeased hum. "Good thing you answered the way you did, or I would have had to cleanse the family." Minato chuckled nervously, wiping imaginary sweat from his brow. Naruto grinned foolishly. He had fantasized about this scene countless times, and now it had finally come true. How could he not be overjoyed? Ha! Ha! Help! I can't. Breathe. A faint cry for help came from the shrunken Ninetales in Kushina's hand. Its neck had been caught and its fur drooped as if it were about to suffocate. Kushina shrieked, quickly loosening her grip and cradling it in her palm. Little Ninetales, why are you so naughty? Are you trying to kill yourself by shoving your neck into my hand? The Ninetales was practically fuming. Trying to kill myself. Do you have any idea how strong your grip is? Here son, I heard you want to absorb this little one's chakra. Go ahead, don't be shy. He has plenty of chakra. Kushina generously handed the Ninetales to Naruto. Naruto took it, pondered for a moment, then said with a grin. How could I? The Ninetales and I have been best friends for over a decade. If I ask him for chakra, he'll give it to me. I don't even need to absorb it. The Ninetales snorted, about to retort scornfully, but Naruto waved his hand and in the corner of the space a myriad of strange instruments appeared. Oh, by the way, that old man once told me about the 10 great tortures of the Manchu Qing dynasty. With this ability to manifest thoughts, he'll conjure them up to have a look. Don't misunderstand, this isn't for you. The Ninetales swallowed hard, then grew indignant. What, threatening me? I, the Nine-tailed Fox, have seen it all. Do you think he'll be intimidated by these bizarre instruments? You've got the wrong idea, brat. Alright, I have nothing but chakra in abundance. Whenever you want some, just let me know. The Ninetales said obediently. Witnessing the Nine-tailed Fox so readily acceding to Mingren's request, the onlookers regarded it with contempt, never imagining that the creature could be so brazenly shameless. The Nine-tailed Fox, seeing them staring at it like that, curled its lips disdainfully. What a joke. You're so noble, but those torture devices weren't aimed at you, were they? Well, Mingren, seeing you grow into such a powerful ninja, your mother and I can rest assured and leave peacefully. Minato Shuei Men looked at his increasingly transparent hands and said helplessly. Mingren, seeing his parents about to disappear, felt a pang of anxiety and quickly asked. What? What is this? After all, it's just a mass of chakra, it can't last forever. Mingren, don't be sad. Your father and mother are already very happy to see you like this. Kushina Jioshin-nai comforted Mingren with words, but the tears streaming down her face betrayed her. How can this be? Mingren felt pained. They had only just reunited, why must they part so soon? As he was grieving, he noticed the little Nine-tailed Fox secretly covering its mouth and snickering. Anger surged in his heart. He grabbed its hind leg and lifted it upside down, then said fiercely. You little. Before he could finish, Mingren seemed to suddenly think of something. He looked at the Nine-tailed Fox, then at his parents, then back at the fox, lost in thought. If it's just chakra. Mingren muttered to himself, then said to the Nine-tailed Fox, can you give some of your chakra to my parents? The Nine-tailed Fox instinctively wanted to refuse. What a joke. Why would it give chakra to its enemies? But seeing Mingren's slightly threatening gaze, it decisively chose to obey its heart. It fumbled on its body, somehow producing 2 clusters of crimson chakra, then tossed one to Minato Shuei Men and one to Kushina Jioshin-nai. After the 2 received the chakra, their originally illusory bodies gradually solidified and finally stabilized. Seeing the change in his parents, Mingren felt a surge of joy. He kissed the Nine-tailed Fox in his arms fiercely, then said to his parents. Great. Mom, Dad, with this guy around you won't have to disappear anymore. The 2 exchanged a glance, smiled wryly and said to Mingren. So we're like a different kind of seal. Don't worry, Mom and Dad. Mingren still looked happy. You won't be stuck in my seal space forever. He'll ask Uncle Zhou Zhu for a jutsu that can revive you, and then you can be resurrected directly. Minato Shuei Men and Kushina Jioshin-nai initially wanted to say Mingren was fantasizing, but thinking of the mysterious man he described, a glimmer of hope arose in their hearts. It's about time, Mingren. The war is still going on outside, we need to go. Ningxi spoke up at this moment. Mingren naturally understood the urgency. After bidding farewell to his parents, he left the seal space with Ningxi. Outside, the consciousness of both Mingren and Ningxi returned simultaneously. Although it seemed like a long time had passed inside the seal space, in the outside world only an instant had elapsed, Mingren sensed the changes in his body. Suddenly he clenched his right fist and instantly an orange-yellow chakra cloak enveloped his entire body. I feel. I've become much stronger. Mingren said. Beside him, Chu Tian looked at his cool appearance, almost seeing stars in her white eyes. Chu Tian, you try too. Logically you should be able to do it. Chu Tian nodded, felt the changes in her body, and then a similar cloak erupted around her. Wow, amazing. Now we can fight together. Mingren happily took Chutian's hand and planted a kiss on her cheek, making her face turn bright red. Ningxi's eyebrow twitched. This guy was taking advantage of Chutian again. He almost regretted helping him. Hey Chutian, why do your eyes seem a bit blue? Mingren looked at Chutian's eyes, which seemed different from before, so he leaned in closer. Chutian shrank her neck slightly, looking a bit embarrassed. Alright, let's hurry. The battlefield still needs us. Don't dawdle. Ningxi grabbed Mingren and pulled him away. What blue eyes? He probably just wanted to get closer to Chutian. Who would have thought, Mingren, you were such an honest little brat? How did you suddenly learn such womanizer behavior? Hey, wait for me. Chutian quickly followed. On the moon inside a magnificent building, several elders suddenly opened their eyes. Staring at the giant eyeball that had once again calmed their hearts were uneasy. Why did the Tensigan stir? Did something happen? Could it be something with Sharon? Probably not. Nothing unusual has happened with Sharon recently. Moreover, the disturbance seems not to originate from the moon. Then did something happen in the shinobi world? Could it be that those clansmen on the earth created a Tensigan? Not sure. The shinobi world is at war now and everything is hazy and unclear. Then it must be those people in the shinobi world who caused this. We cannot wait idly. The Tensigan is crucial to our plans for years. We cannot afford any mistakes. Any potential threat must be eliminated. Third brother, go down to the mortal world and find out the truth. Yes. In the shinobi world, the fourth great ninja war was still raging fiercely. However, overall the allied shinobi forces had the advantage because several powerful ninjas had emerged from Muya village Konoha. On the eastern battlefield there was a green-clad ninja chanting, "Great mighty heavenly dragon," and kicked Goeijiao Kisame, a former member of the Seven Swordsmen of the Mist and now a rogue ninja holder of the Samahata, right in the kidneys, shattering them. It was said the scene was extremely brutal. After kicking him down, the green-clad ninja said, "Demon, do you want me to help you cultivate?" And the already barely breathing Goeijiao was literally angered to death. Truly a cruel and extreme act. On the western battlefield there was a towering giant clad in dark hard armor confronting the legendary ninja of Yunren village Kumogakure, the third Reikage Sandai Leiying. This ninja, known as the one with the strongest spear and the strongest shield, used his signature jutsu, one-finger stabbing technique, to stab the giant, but his finger bones were visibly shattered and bent. Then the giant cleaved him with a huge sword, reducing him to ashes. Even the regeneration ability of Impure World Reincarnation could not restore him. The scene was once again extremely brutal. On the southern battlefield a black monster dozens of meters tall reaped the lives of the white creatures like mowing grass. With each breath he took, dozens of white creatures fell to the ground, an astonishingly efficient slaughter. On the northern battlefield talents shone even brighter. A young man from the Rishiang clan wielded a terrifying sealing technique. All that met his gaze fell under its influence. Unless one's strength far surpassed his, a single glare would seal them, stripping them of any power to resist. Two ninjas clad in blazing orange chakra coats stood out strikingly. With overwhelming speed and attack power they danced across the field, reaping the white monster's lives. The once arrogant brothers Jinjiao and Injiao were utterly crushed by the couple's combined assault. The central battlefield, where the Kages of each village led the ninjas in the main fight, was now locked in a tense stalemate. The former Kages of various villages clashed with the current Kages. Though no major damage had been inflicted, yet the prolonged skirmish had inevitably caused unavoidable losses. On a hilltop Obito silently watched the battlefield, his expression utterly indifferent. The brutal scene seemed incapable of stirring the faintest ripple in his heart. Heijue emerged from the earth clutching a mass of crimson chakra and spoke in a low voice. The other four battlefields are faring poorly. Konoha village has somehow produced a group of extremely powerful ninjas. Defeat is now only a matter of time. It doesn't matter. Obito took the chakra mass and said calmly. With this chakra our puzzle is finally complete. Heijue hesitated, then asked, but will the ten-tail summoned this way really be effective? We have gathered the chakra of all the tailed beasts, but the one-tail and nine-tails only contributed partial chakra and in very small amounts. That means the ten-tails will be missing a huge portion of its chakra. Hearing Haiju's words, Obito involuntarily recalled that man and the terror of being dominated by that camera. His body trembled slightly, then he forced a composed demeanor and said. The ten-tails is merely a tool. As long as its chakra reaches a certain threshold, a little more or less makes no difference. What matters is our plan. With that he tucked the chakra mass into his sleeve. Let's go. It's time to summon the ten-tails. But what about this battlefield? From the current situation the White Zetsu army will be annihilated before long. Heijue hesitated, for the allied shinobi forces had displayed overwhelming strength. It doesn't matter. Yakushi Kabuto sent me word earlier, he has summoned that man. At this moment on an unnamed hill the second Tsuchikage wrapped in bandages appeared. He formed hand seals and summoned a coffin. The coffin lid fell, revealing a middle-aged man with black hair clad in armor. Suddenly the man opened his eyes, a pair of strange patterned eyes spun rapidly around pitch-black pupils. Shinobi world, I have returned. Shinobi world, I am coming. An old man who looked 70 or 80 emerged from a cave shouting imposingly, exuding a somewhat senile Shinibu aura. However, seeing that the surroundings were nothing but forests, the old man felt a bit embarrassed. He rubbed his nose, then strode into the dense woods. After a while the old man returned to the same spot. Lines of frustration appeared on his forehead and his mouth twitched, clearly unable to accept the situation. Did this old man actually get lost? As the third elder of the mighty Otsutsuki clan, a direct descendant of Otsutsuki Himura sage, how could I get lost? The old man fell into self-doubt. Just then a middle-aged traveler emerged from the forest, dusty and carrying a huge travel pack and a drawing board. He muttered to himself, such an exciting event, how could I not come and see it? As he spoke he noticed the silent old man by the cave entrance. Old sir, what are you doing in this wilderness? At first the old man was a bit dazed seeing the traveler. Then, as if realizing something, his wrinkled face bloomed like a chrysanthemum. He grinned and stepped forward, grabbing the traveler's arm. Oh, this old man got lost in the forest while taking a walk. Young man, could you take me to a village or town? The traveler tried to shake off the old man's grip but failed, so he said helplessly, Grandpa, don't worry, I won't run away. I'll definitely take you to someplace with people. You don't have to hold me so tight, it's a bit uncomfortable. The old man realized his behavior was odd and sheepishly let go. The traveler shook his arm, then asked curiously, by the way Grandpa, I forgot to ask earlier, why are your eyes white? Are you from the Rishion clan of Konoha village? Although the old man was a bit muddled, he knew that pretending to be from the Rishion clan would be too easily exposed. Moreover, his strength was far from enough to dominate the shinobi world. You being unmasked would likely make him a target. So after a moment's thought he said, these eyes. They're not Byakugan, they're just cataracts that happen to look like Byakugan. Really? The traveler looked unconvinced and asked further, then what is your name, old sir? Me. This old man is called Otsu. I'm called Otori Mizuhayato, from a small insignificant place. The old man answered, then saw the traveler about to ask more questions. Afraid of having his secrets dug out, he quickly asked first, little brother, you look travel-worn, what are you doing in this deep mountain? Me. I'm out gathering inspiration. Gathering inspiration? Yeah, I'm a manga artist, I've drawn many popular manga. Recently I've been on vacation traveling across the shinobi world to collect material. Oh right. The traveler suddenly remembered something and pulled a manga book from his bag, handing it to the old man. Mr. Hayato, this is one of my previous works. You can take a look. Hayato took the manga, and seeing the somewhat bold cover illustration he instinctively felt that this book was far from ordinary. He looked up at the traveler and asked, may I ask your name, sir? Oh, my surname is Kishimoto. Just call me Mr. Kishimoto. I said, Junior, do you really know the way? Don't worry, old man, I've walked this road so many times and quite familiar with it. But why do I feel like we've been here before? How could that be possible? Let me tell you, many people feel an inexplicable sense of familiarity when they enter the forest, so even if they are on the right path they mistakenly believe they are lost and end up taking the wrong route. So just follow me. Is that really how it is? Yes, old man, just trust me. The two walked in the jungle for quite a while, long enough for the young man to realize that this person was also lost. However, there was no other choice, since he didn't know the way, he could only go along with it. Fortunately, the jungle wasn't very large, and after some random wandering they managed to find their way out. What met their eyes, however, was a battlefield that was nearly in ruins. The young man looked at Akimoto with a face that seemed to say, you better explain this. Akimoto smiled awkwardly and said, haha, isn't this a coincidence? Although this place looks like a battlefield now, you might not believe it, but just a day ago it was a small town. TCH. The young man clicked his tongue, thinking that Akimoto was taking advantage of his unfamiliarity with the ninja world and trying to fool him. But it looks like the battle is about to end. The situation is overwhelmingly one-sided. Zhou Zhu shielded his eyes with his hands and gazed into the distance. Indeed, White Zetsu was dwindling, surrounded by the ninja allied forces. The reanimated ninjas were all sealed as well. It was clear that barring any unexpected events, this battlefield had settled. Of course, if there were no unexpected events, one would soon occur. Bang! A figure suddenly landed, drawing the attention of everyone surrounding White Zetsu. As the dust settled, a ninja exuding an air of superiority emerged from the haze. Has this battlefield already ended? I didn't expect the ninja allied forces to be this strong. At that moment, some older and more knowledgeable ninjas recognized the identity of the person before them and exclaimed in trembling voices. Uchiha Madara. It's no wonder they were so terrified. This ninja had once suppressed the ninja world for over a decade, instilling genuine fear in them. Uchiha Madara didn't waste any time talking and charged directly into the crowd of the ninja allied forces. He moved with such grace, like dancing amidst thousands, harvesting the lives of the allied forces. No matter if they were genin chunin or jonin, none could halt his advance. This was a bloody feast. While Uchiha Madara was in the midst of slaughtering, he suddenly felt a powerful wind approaching from behind. Before he could react, he was struck by an immense force from behind, sending him flying far away. Tsunade looked solemnly at Uchiha Madara, who was slowly adjusting his posture, seemingly uninjured, and said in a deep voice, "All personnel of the ninja allied forces retreat." Although everyone was puzzled, they indeed felt terrified by Uchiha Madara's onslaught and hurriedly distanced themselves from the battlefield. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. More sounds of rushing wind came, and the Kazekage Tsuchikage and Mizukage also arrived, all looking ready for battle. Oh! Are these the Kage of the current villages? Why does it seem like one is missing? Uchiha Madara wasn't mocking, he genuinely didn't know about the situation in the Cloud Ninja village. But it doesn't matter. I will now test the strength of the strongest from each village. With that, Madara prepared to strike. But before he could initiate his technique, several figures swooped in and stood beside the Kage. Haha, Granny Tsunade, am I just in time for the final showdown? Naruto said with a laugh, completely unaware of the great enemy before him. The newcomers were ninjas who had performed excellently in various battlefields: Naruto, Hinata, Niji, Rock Lee, Choji, Shikamaru, Ino and others, all of whom had concluded their own battles and unconsciously gathered to assist in the central battlefield. Looking at this group of obviously formidable ninjas, Uchiha Madara fell silent for a moment, then chuckled and said, "Is this all there is? These little brats alone cannot deal with me." Seeing Uchiha Madara still so relaxed, everyone exchanged glances, unsure of where his sense of superiority came from. Uchiha Madara closed his eyes, then suddenly opened them wide. His once ordinary eyes transformed into a complex pattern, and then he smiled and formed hand seals, causing several shadow clones to appear. "You want to attack in numbers? Then let's see." Then the clones, wrapped in chakra, each transformed into gigantic chakra giants. Seeing the towering giants before them, the Leaf Village ninjas, who were already familiar with Uchiha's intel, were not overly surprised. "Is that Susanoo? This guy is somewhat formidable. I didn't expect his clones could also use this technique. But looking at the state of these giants, they seem to be the most basic form, right? The weakest kind." Naruto and Choji exchanged glances, nodded in tacit agreement, and then stepped forward, forming hand seals to transform into their own gigantic forms. Choji's giant was clad in black armor, wielding a fearsome nine-ringed sword. Naruto transformed into an ice-blue giant holding a colossal ice sword with an orange-yellow chakra cloak wrapping around the ice, clearly the chakra of the Nine Tails. The two giants charged forward, swinging their weapons directly at the Susanoo before them. Madara's clone attempted to block with its sword, but unfortunately it couldn't withstand the power of Choji's nine-ringed sword, which cleaved through both sword and clone. Although Naruto's long sword was blocked, the Susanoo's chakra was surprisingly absorbed along the blade, and soon the clone couldn't sustain the chakra's consumption, being drained by Naruto's sword. After breaking one clone, they did not pause but continued to strike, smashing the remaining clones. At this moment, although Uchiha Madara still stood there with his arms crossed, maintaining his air of superiority, his brows couldn't help but twitch. This group was unexpectedly strong. It seemed that if he didn't bring out something real, he might really be unable to defeat them. Thinking this, chakra erupted from him, and in an instant he had grown taller than both Choji and Naruto, nearly 10 meters higher before he stopped his growth. This giant was much more complete than before, and not only did it have flesh and bones, but it was also clad in armor and wielding a colossal sword, appearing exceptionally imposing. The giant raised its long sword high and fiercely swung it down at Naruto's ice giant. Seeing the powerful sword strike aimed at him, Naruto immediately raised his own blade to block. However, the sword enhanced by ice release and the Nine-Tails chakra had not yet reached the strength of a fully formed Susanoo, and his right hand along with the sword was severed. Just then Choji slashed down with his blade. Uchiha Madara, with no new force generated, could only block with his arm. The great cleaver sliced through the armor and struck deep into the flesh of the Susanoo giant, but was stopped by the bones with it. Then the Susanoo kicked Choji down, retrieved its sword, reversed the grip, and intended to pin Choji to the ground. Yet Madara suddenly felt a constriction, as if something in the void had bound him. The next moment he broke free. He glanced at the Byakugan youth below and wondered in surprise, when did the Byakugan gain such a dojutsu? But he did not linger, intending to thrust the sword down, yet was halted again. Madara turned his head slightly and saw that, unbeknownst to him, a giant serpentine monster had coiled around his body, tightly restraining him. Moreover, he felt his chakra being slowly drained by the creature. What is this thing now? Uchiha Madara was puzzled. Logically, he should have known about such a strange monster. Even if he hadn't known back then, Black Zetsu should have shared information with him later. But now it seemed that Black Zetsu had withheld some things. Thinking this, he withdrew his sword, intending to first cut through the giant snake-like monster before proceeding. But at that very moment the severed arm of the ice giant regrew, wrapped around the Susanoo's back and locked its arms, a classic full Nelson. Then the ice slowly spread over the Susanoo's entire body, eventually freezing it completely. Niji leaped to the giant's feet, formed several complex hand seals, and slapped its foot. Countless tadpole-like runes spread over the giant's body, converging on its chest into a massive seal character. Crash! Naruto emerged from the giant's body carrying Shikamaru. So cold. Naruto, you're way too reckless. Trying to freeze me along with it. Shikamaru, still shivering, looked at Naruto reproachfully. Naruto set him down, scratching his head with an embarrassed expression. Hey Naruto, impressive. I didn't expect you to have grown this much. Jiraiya stepped forward. When Uchiha Madara had appeared, he had already prepared himself for a last-ditch battle. But just as he was about to summon the two sages and enter sage mode, those two youngsters, Naruto and Choji, stepped up and together with their friends subdued this being who had once dominated the shinobi world. Truly the youth of today. As they were celebrating excitedly, the ice-sealing Uchiha Madara suddenly trembled. Then, under everyone's gaze, a silent voice emerged from within. Shinra Tensei. Bang. 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 The seal character on the ice emitted a brilliant light, but moments later the light faded completely. The next moment the hard ice shattered from the inside. Uchiha Madara floated in the air, his eyes now transformed into concentric rings. Not bad, little ones. You've even managed to make me somewhat disheveled. If I were the me from the past, you might have actually subdued me. Unfortunately, the current me has long surpassed Hashirama, reaching a realm never before achieved in the shinobi world. So amuse me to your heart's content. That will allow you to live a little longer. This person is extraordinary. In the surrounding jungle, watching the battle and Uchiha Madara's godlike figure, the third elder of the Otsutsuki clan was inwardly astonished. He had originally thought that their clan residing on the moon should be able to crush anyone in the shinobi world, which was the basis of their superiority. But seeing today, let alone crushing everyone in the shinobi world, even those little ones on the ground, might not be so easy for his clan to handle, let alone the one floating in the sky. What's so extraordinary? I think he's quite ordinary. Kishimoto sat down beside a rock, pulled out a large pile of snacks from his backpack and began munching away. Foolish beyond words. Hayato looked contemptuous. This guy really understood nothing. Such a powerful person, and he called him ordinary. I'm not bragging, I could take on a bunch like him. Seeing that Hayato seemed skeptical, Kishimoto stood up, rolled up his sleeves, and was ready to fight. Hayato quickly grabbed him. Wasn't that just walking into a slaughter? Alright, I believe you, okay. Hayato, feeling helpless, repeatedly expressed his belief. Only then did Kishimoto relent, plopping back down and pulling Hayato to sit as well. He took out a small box of black pill-like objects from the food before him and handed it to Hayato. Hey, want one? Looking at the dark pills, Hayato hesitated and asked, what is this? It looks a bit like a medicine pill. Medicine pill. What a hick. Kishimoto sneered. This is my specially crafted top-grade elixir called my Lisu. It has the effects of strengthening the brain, improving eyesight, and nourishing yin and yang. I see you old man are halfway in the grave, so I recommend you try it for some nourishment. Hayato's eyes nearly rolled to the back of his head. He thought I, the third elder of the Otsutsuki clan, would lack your crummy pill. But still it was a kind gesture, and as the first acquaintance he had made upon arriving in the shinobi world he was willing to save face. He picked up a mai su and tasted it. Sweet and sour and surprisingly tasty. But that was all. There was no legendary warmth surging through his body. True, this was just a tonic pill made by an ordinary person. What miraculous effect could it have? By the way, which side do you think will win? Kishimoto asked while eating. I don't know. Both groups are extremely powerful. It wouldn't surprise me if either side wins. Isn't that just a platitude? Hayato's eyebrows twitched. He told himself, I won't get angry, I won't get angry, I won't stoop to his level. Then he continued. But I'm more optimistic about that guy named Uchiha Madara. With unimaginable regenerative abilities and almost limitless chakra, he has a huge advantage. In that sense he is almost invincible. As soon as he finished speaking, Uchiha Madara's body began to slowly disintegrate as if the technique that summoned him had been dispelled. Akihito cast a peculiar glance at Hayato, a look that seemed to say, I never expected you to be a harbinger of bad luck. Hayato felt somewhat uneasy under his gaze and clearing his throat awkwardly hurriedly added, I told you Uchiha Madara is indeed something special. Uchiha Madara then spoke at length, conveying the essence that he had long since seen through the flaws of this ninjutsu. Following that he performed a hand seal, halting the dissipation of his body and gradually solidifying it instead. Watching Uchiha Madara come back to life and engage in battle with a host of others, Akihito began to contemplate the current situation. Uchiha Madara truly lived up to his reputation, fighting evenly against a multitude of elite ninjas. Though he relied on the characteristics of the impure world, reincarnation had his peak strength not diminished. Of course the ninjas from various villages were no pushovers, although it was a justifiable group assault, they were indeed managing to suppress this individual. Moreover, these ninjas could afford to make countless mistakes thanks to their comrade support, while for Uchiha Madara a single misstep could lead to his downfall. As the two factions stood at a stalemate, suddenly a towering tree sprouted on the battlefield's other side. This tree grew to a height of several meters before gradually ceasing its growth. The onlookers gazed upwards, discovering a figure standing proudly atop the branches of the tree, bathed in the silver moonlight, giving off an ethereal vibe. Ha ha ha, did it succeed? Initially Uchiha Madara felt a rush of excitement upon seeing the tree grow, thinking that his years of plotting had finally borne fruit. However, when he saw that the tree born of the Ten Tails was merely dozens of meters tall, his arrogant laughter abruptly halted. How could this be? According to the ancient texts, this divine tree should be at least hundreds of meters tall, if not thousands. How could it only be a few dozen meters? This tree pales in comparison to some of the larger trees in the mortal realm. Would such a modest tree truly inspire reverence from primitive people? Uchiha Obito, it seems, was more of a hindrance than a help. If only the Obito who was trying so hard to pose knew Madara's thoughts, he would surely curse him out, saying, if you're so capable, why not take charge yourself? You are battling against these little fish, completely unaware that there's a big boss lurking behind them. When you encounter that big boss, you Uchiha Madara would also end up on your knees like me. He had not captured the 10 tails or the 9 tails, and several other tailed beasts had suffered injuries to varying degrees. For instance, the 2 tails and 8 tails fought valiantly during the destruction of the Cloud Village, exchanging their lives for battle even when they knew defeat was inevitable, ultimately perishing without being captured. Although Obito extracted a sufficient amount of chakra before the tailed beasts dissipated, the amount he gathered could not possibly compare to a complete tailed beast. Thus, due to various coincidences, the divine tree formed from the 10 tails was only this short. At this moment Uchiha Madara had no intention of continuing to engage with these people. He climbed the trunk, and upon seeing Obito's unchanged cold expression he realized that Obito was likely harboring rebellious thoughts. What can I say? A genius from the Uchiha clan truly lives up to the name. It's hard to say you come from the Uchiha if you don't betray or cause some major upheaval. Obito, it's time to proceed according to our plan. Uchiha Madara stated. What he meant was for Obito to use the Rinne rebirth to resurrect him, though he did not mention who would initiate the final technique afterward. Obito was still immersed in a surge of power, feeling as if he were the strongest person in the entire ninja world, to the point where even that shadowy figure from his past seemed insignificant. Hearing Madara's words, he scoffed disdainfully and said, Lord Madara, I have another plan. Oh, so you believe you can control everything with your own strength? Isn't that the case? Whether it is or not, we will only know when we try. Underneath the tree the ninjas were anxiously watching this not so massive tree, knowing that with it the so-called infinite Tsukimi could be cast. The situation suddenly became precarious. I'll see if I can chop this tree down, Dingji declared, immediately inflating and swinging his massive 9-ring sword fiercely at the tree. The two combatants on the tree looked down at Dingji's actions with disdain. If this tree could be so easily chopped down, it would not deserve to be called a divine tree. As expected, Dingji's sword struck the trunk of the divine tree with great force, but it was as if he had hit solid rock. With a resounding clang, the sword was sent flying high, causing him to stagger back several steps and revert from his transformation, landing on the ground with a thud. The crowd hurried to help him up. He glanced at his trembling hand and solemnly said, "This tree is no ordinary tree. When I tried to chop it, not only did I suffer tremendous backlash, but I also felt my chakra rapidly depleting. Had I not been in a cursed seal state, I might have been killed by the impact." Upon hearing this, everyone turned to gaze at the tree. Could this truly be the legendary divine tree? Is this the might of the divine tree? It truly inspires a sense of despair. Let me give it a try. At that moment, Naruto stepped forward, walking towards the divine tree under everyone's gaze. He placed his palm against the trunk and immediately felt his chakra flowing rapidly into the tree. Sensing the speed at which his chakra was flowing, Naruto had a rough idea of what was happening. He then began to circulate his chakra and utilize that ninjutsu. Ninjutsu star absorption technique. Streams of pure chakra were absorbed into him. In this exchange, Naruto was actually taking in even more chakra. Naruto's eyes sparkled with excitement, thinking, yes, this is promising. He then worked even harder with the star absorption technique, drawing the chakra from the divine tree like a leech. Above the tree crown, Obito had now been subdued. In terms of both strength and strategy, he was far inferior to Uchiha Madara. Not to mention that Madara had tampered with his heart, he naturally had no capacity for resistance. At this moment, Obito was under control, performing the Rinne rebirth technique, which meant that Madara had completely resurrected. Uchiha Obito looked at Dato, who was struggling on the ground like a stray dog, his heart neither sad nor happy, for he had anticipated all of this. However, after many years of rebirth, his emotions were still somewhat turbulent. After calming himself down, he chose not to look at Dato, who was like a candle flickering in the wind, and prepared to absorb the Ten Tails, officially becoming the Jinchuriki of the Ten Tails and fulfilling his long-cherished wish. However, when he focused on the divine tree, he felt it gradually withering. He changed his expression and quickly floated up, looking down. He saw that at the roots of the great tree, the previous Nine-Tails Jinchuriki had both hands pressed against the trunk of the divine tree, his body radiating chakra, clearly absorbing the chakra of the tree. He wants to become the Jinchuriki of the Ten Tails. Uchiha Obito's first thought was this, but the next moment he dismissed the idea. The primary condition to become the Jinchuriki of the Ten Tails is to possess both sage body and sage eyes. Both are indispensable. And that Nine-Tails brat, although he seemed overly strong, did not meet either of these conditions, so it was impossible for him to become the Jinchuriki of the Ten Tails. However, it was a fact that he was extracting the chakra of the Ten Tails, and from the speed at which the chakra was flowing away, if given enough time, this brat could very well drain the chakra of the Ten Tails. If that were the case, then he would indeed be no different from the Jinchuriki of the Ten Tails. Uchiha Obito no longer wasted time using the will tomb to attack Naruto directly. His idea was to use an unseen clone to directly kill Naruto, and those below then use the Rinnegan to absorb the Ten Tails and execute his infinite Tsukuyomi plan. However, just as everyone was unaware of his clone approaching Naruto, a sudden green flash swept by, kicking his clone away. What? Uchiha Obito's eyes nearly bulged out. He could not comprehend how an entirely undetectable clone had been sensed by that person and hit so accurately. Did I really hit something? The one who had just kicked the clone guy was also somewhat surprised. He had just arrived and instinctively felt someone beside Naruto was planning something against him. Although there was no visible figure, he still followed his instinct and attacked in that direction. Surprisingly, it seemed he had indeed kicked something. As he was pondering this, he suddenly felt a gaze upon him. Looking up, he saw a striking figure staring at him. He squinted his eyes. The beast-like intuition told him that this man was not simple. Meanwhile, Uchiha Obito frowned slightly. This ninja seemed to have no unusual traits or powerful bloodline, so how could he counter his attack? But now was not the time to consider this. In this brief moment, Naruto had absorbed a significant amount of chakra, causing Obito's heart to bleed. Ignoring the few people below, Uchiha Obito flew directly to the divine tree, activating the power of his Rinnegan. The next moment, the divine tree twisted as he slowly absorbed it. However, before he could feel the powerful energy surging into his body, he realized that the speed of his absorption was being greatly hindered by a mysterious force. Searching for the source, he discovered it was coming from the one below, who was absorbing the chakra of the divine tree. Moreover, given the current situation, his absorption speed could not even match that of the brat. If this continued, the Ten Tails would be split between the two of them, and since his absorption speed and time were inferior to Naruto's, he might absorb even less than Naruto. At that time, in the face of absolute power, his battle experience and other advantages would be meaningless if this ninja would crush him merely with the amount of chakra. At that point, forget about any plans, he would be nothing but a joke. He absolutely would not allow himself to have such an ending. Thus he hardened his heart using the power of his Rinnegan to directly sever the divine tree. Logically, with the strength of the divine tree, it should be impossible to cut through. However, everything has its match. The Rinnegan was the very thing that could manipulate the divine tree at will. This was already known when his eternal Mangekyo Sharingan transformed into the Rinnegan. After severing the divine tree, he dragged the upper half and began absorbing it. Without Naruto's obstruction, his absorption speed increased significantly, nearly completing at the same moment as Naruto. Once the absorption was complete, Uchiha Obito digested the energy and his appearance began to change. Horns began to grow on his head, his skin gradually turned pale, his clothing transformed into a pure white feather robe, and a staff appeared in his hand, giving him an ethereal presence. On Naruto's side, however, he was still sitting cross-legged on the ground, seemingly trapped in some arcane state. Uchiha Obito glanced at Naruto but did not pay him any further mind. The immense chakra of the Ten-Tails was not something he could casually absorb. He slowly ascended, intending to complete the final part of his plan. However, just as he was about to unleash the infinite Tsukuyomi, a massive nine-ring sword came slashing at him. Even with Uchiha Obito's current physique, he dared not say he could withstand this sword and could only stop his technique to evade. Nevertheless, despite this, he was confident that the moment he dodged, he could counterattack and kill this ninja who wielded such strange jutsu. Just as he was about to retaliate, several figures suddenly appeared around him from all directions, knocking him to the ground. In fact, he could have dodged these attacks, but he did not, as he had momentarily spaced out. Among those who had surrounded him, one was someone he was very familiar with. Hashirama. Uchiha Obito got up, staring at the ninja in front of him with a complex gaze. You were summoned too? Oh, Obito, long time no see. You're just the same as before. Senju Hashirama chuckled as he scratched his head, but suddenly his expression turned serious as he sternly asked Uchiha Obito. Seeing Sasuke, who had been absent for over 10 chapters, everyone was initially surprised. Tsunade seemed to want to say something but was tugged back by Jiraiya, prompting her to realize that it was rather unwise to offend a potential ally like Sasuke for the sake of those previous individuals. However, she wouldn't say anything as he was a rogue ninja from the village and it was difficult for her to utter any polite words, yet Sasuke seemed indifferent to them. He glanced at Naruto, who was still sitting cross-legged, and then looked towards the first Hokage and others who appeared to be reminiscing, and said with some surprise. Is this my legendary ancestor? To be honest, I never expected him to look like this. Sasuke, was it you who released the Edo Tensei technique? Shikamaru asked. He could tell that the few individuals brought by Sasuke were the fourth Hokage of Konoha. The only known technique capable of bringing back the dead was the Edo Tensei. Considering the earlier incident where Uchiha Madara's Edo Tensei body collapsed, it was hard not to think of Sasuke. Since he could perform this jutsu, he naturally knew how to release it. Thus the one who had previously undone the Edo Tensei on the Akatsuki side seemed to become clear. Sasuke gave Shikamaru a deep glance and said, "Thank you, Shikamaru, for being willing to trust me, this rogue ninja. I thought you would conclude that I was the one who cast the Edo Tensei and sparked the ninja war." After saying that, Sasuke looked at the few individuals still in confrontation, smiled slightly, stretched his back and stepped forward. Everyone hold back for now, I can handle this alone. What is this, someone trying to show off even more? Hayato watched the changing situation in the arena, feeling somewhat speechless. Since the enemy had already appeared and the reinforcements were here, they should quickly gang up and strike justly. Could a 90-year-old elder withstand such relentless assaults? Yes, after observing for a while, he had realized he should stand with the Ninja Alliance. Because unbeknownst to him, Uchiha Madara seemed to be only a step away from unsealing Kaguya. No wonder the Rinnegan on the moon had undergone changes, it was probably related to this matter. Therefore, for whichever side, Uchiha Madara must die. Seeing the person in front of him actually wanting to challenge him, unknown, made him grit his teeth in disbelief. What kind of fool was this? Hehe, it's Sasuke, that's normal. The skies have cleared and the rain has stopped. The second pillar thinks he's capable again. Kishimoto said a nonsensical rhyme, noticing that Hayato seemed not to understand his joke and could only pout in frustration. Don't worry, when Sasuke falls short, these guys will step in. Sure enough, Sasuke along with the reincarnated past Hokages began to battle against Madara. Unfortunately, Madara's current power had far surpassed his peak from years ago. How could these few manage to contend against him? Thus almost in an instant these individuals were defeated and their lives were in grave peril. Fortunately the other ninjas did not just sit by idly. One group rushed to confront Uchiha Madara to prevent him from pursuing further while another group saved Sasuke and the others. Sasuke felt so embarrassed that he wanted to find a crack in the ground to hide in. It was too humiliating to be taken down in one encounter. Could it get any worse? Thus he no longer spoke of unknown challenges and directly charged in with the group. This kid really is. Hayato didn't know what to say. Was he here to be a comedian? Why was he the only one showing off among so many? Kishimoto chuckled a few times, looking as if it was expected. If Sasuke didn't challenge beyond his level, would he still be called Sasuke? However, back in the day Might Guy almost kicked off the grand finale, and now with this group one could only say that Uchiha Madara's forehead must be marked with a large danger character. Indeed, when everyone attacked together while Uchiha Madara could still easily handle them, he was no longer as calm as before. These ninjas employed various techniques. Though each one was not particularly powerful, they were quite bizarre, making him a bit flustered. Uchiha Madara was somewhat irked and finally became ruthless, sending the truth-seeking balls flying. The opponent could not break his defense, but his attacks could directly kill, so with such an advantage what did he have to worry about? Bang! After another explosion, everyone was blown away and fell to the ground. Uchiha Madara glanced at the fallen individuals with some satisfaction, but then furrowed his brow as he saw a person in green clothing standing up again. It was the one who had previously discovered his clone. Here it comes, a classic scene. Kishimoto said excitedly, watching everything on the battlefield with astonishment. A classic scene indeed. Might Guy's legendary battle directly pushed the 8 Gates technique to a terrifying height. He also left behind the profound saying when hitting aim for the head along with another unknown Raijin. Hayato looked at Kishimoto in puzzlement, unsure why he suddenly acted so strangely. Earlier so many people attacked together and couldn't take him down, yet now this green-clad ninja stood out alone and he seemed so excited. However, Hayato soon understood why Kishimoto was so excited. The ninja who stood out was enveloped in red steam and charged towards Uchiha Madara with terrifying speed and immense power. This. Hayato was shocked. If this seemingly ordinary ninja could unleash such tremendous power. Indeed, the true master does not reveal his strength, while the one who reveals his strength is not a true master. However, unfortunately that kick only caused Uchiha Madara to be slightly flustered. He didn't sustain any significant injury and still appeared lively. Meanwhile, the ninja who performed the secret technique under Hayato's Byakugan observation was already at his limit. Even if he did nothing afterward, he had no chance of surviving, as all his chakra, blood and body were burning. Even divine intervention could not save him. However, to his surprise, that ninja actually surged again, this time even more powerful than before, charging towards Uchiha Madara at an entirely undetectable speed. Truly spectacular. Among all the enemies I've fought in terms of ninjutsu, Uchiha Madara would gladly deem you the strongest. Boom. After the dust settled, a ninja almost burnt to a crisp lay quietly on the ground, clearly not long for this world. On Uchiha Madara's side, although he had sustained injuries that would be fatal to an ordinary person, his wounds were continuously healing, clearly not as serious as imagined. Though grievously wounded, Uchiha Madara recovered with remarkable speed. Gazing at Might Guy, who lay on the ground at death's door, Madara declared he would not let him wither away in silence and hurled a truth-seeking ball toward him. With a resounding boom, the truth-seeking ball was kicked aside. Madara stared in astonishment at the figure before him, a being nearly identical to himself, horns, pale skin, white robes, and even the same staff. He narrowed his eyes, sensing an unprecedented threat from this person. Naturally, this was Naruto, who had been absorbing the Ten Tails chakra all along. His appearance now mirrored that of another Uchiha Madara. Kneeling beside Guy, he placed his palm over the man's heart. In an instant the scorched skin began to peel away, replaced by fresh new flesh. Within moments Guy was pulled back from the brink of death. How did you do that? Madara asked, perplexed, for even he could not achieve such healing prowess. How? I don't know. I just felt I could do it, and so I did. In truth, he was lying. This was the result of reversing the star-absorbing technique. After becoming the Ten Tails Jinchuriki, he discovered that this ability could not only absorb chakra but also grant it to others. Just now he had bestowed his vast yang release chakra upon Guy, healing him completely. Of course, there was no need to explain this to his enemy. Unwilling to speak. No matter. With merely a sage body you can never hope to reach my level. Madara's words were not without merit. The Ten Tails chakra was not only immense in quantity but also represented a kind of perfection, an all-encompassing flawless energy that embodied the unique traits of all 9-tailed beasts. The greatest effect of this energy was to fill the shinobi's deficiencies and amplify their strengths. If a member of the Senju clan absorbed the Ten Tails, they would likely awaken a sage body. If a member of the Uchiha clan absorbed it, they would likely awaken a sage eye. He knew Naruto carried the Uzumaki bloodline, so he predicted the awakening of a sage body. As for Madara himself, possessing both Uchiha lineage and Hashirama's cells, the Ten Tails chakra as a catalyst had allowed him to evolve both a sage body and a sage eye simultaneously. With a configuration rivaling the six-path sage, how could Naruto possibly win? It seems you're quite confident in facing me relying only on that sage body of yours. Though he knew the others' raw power might be inferior, they were still on the same level, and the truth-seeking balls, a formidable weapon, could pose a threat. So it was best to shatter his opponent's momentum first. Naruto stared at him for a long moment, then let out a scoff. Don't tell me you think you've already got me in the bag just because of those eyes. Madara remained as composed as ever. Though he didn't answer, his expression said it all. And what about now? Naruto's eyes widened, and in an instant they transformed into concentric rings, the unmistakable sign of the Rinnegan. Simultaneously he activated Universal Pull, dragging the stunned Madara toward him, while the truth-seeking balls behind him shot forward one after another. What? How is this possible? Uchiha Madara was visibly shaken, but there was no time to ponder the cause. He swiftly swung his staff, knocking the truth-seeking balls away with a series of sharp clangs. At the same time he unleashed Almighty Push, and the immense repulsive force instantly cancelled out the pull separating them. Madara wiped blood from his face. Though he had deflected all the truth-seeking balls, one had grazed his cheek. It was only a superficial wound, but because it was caused by a truth-seeking ball, his powerful regenerative abilities were rendered useless. In their first exchange, Naruto held the upper hand. Even now Madara could not understand why Naruto possessed the Rinnegan. From the activation process it seemed that Naruto could switch the eyes on and off at will, a stark contrast to the intelligence Madara had gathered. How could the Rinnegan be closed like a Sharingan? He could never know that this Rinnegan was born from the Sharingan that Sasuke had given to Naruto. It was more like a technique than a bloodline limit. Since it was a technique, it could naturally be activated and deactivated at will. Not bad. It seems he'll have to get serious. Now Madara was also stirred to his fighting spirit, determined to crush this opponent with his overwhelming power. As for how many lives would be lost in the process, that was no longer his concern. Before he could act, however, another figure leaped to Naruto's side. This person also possessed a Rinnegan, and within its rings were black tomo, a level above the ordinary Rinnegan. Naruto looked at Sasuke in surprise. Sasuke, this is... The eyes, you mean? Sasuke replied as if he had anticipated the question. I saw someone. He gave me this power. He also said that we must not let him use infinite Tsukuyomi, or else an even more terrifying being will descend. As they spoke, both turned to face Uchiha Madara. His expression stiffened. Now it was 2 Rinnegan against 3, 2 on 1. How could he possibly have the advantage? But would he, a mere elder, be intimidated by these juniors? Young ones don't think you've won. He'll show you the might of your Uchiha ancestor. With that his hands flew through a series of hand signs, then slammed onto the ground. A plume of smoke erupted and spread rapidly, enveloping Madara completely. Naruto and Sasuke retreated dozens of meters. Madara was clearly preparing a massive technique. Without knowing its nature, it was wise to keep their distance. When the smoke ceased to expand, the two stared intently, wondering what demon would emerge from the mist like a summoning jutsu. But just as their tension peaked, a voice rang out, "Infinite Tsukuyomi." Startled, Naruto and Sasuke turned toward the source. There, high in the sky, Uchiha Madara hovered, having already cast the technique toward the moon, the final piece of his plan. "No way, that's cheap," exclaimed Naruto and Sasuke in unison. The moon reflected the pattern of Uchiha Madara's eyes, casting its light across the land of the ninja world. All the shinobi touched by the moonlight were ensnared in the illusion of the infinite Tsukuyomi, their bodies wrapped in the branches of the divine tree like white cocoons. Sasuke quickly used Susanoo to block the invasion of the jutsu, while Naruto floated up on his own. Sharing the same level of energy as Uchiha Madara, he was naturally unaffected by such a large-scale technique. The others who had fallen unconscious were also enveloped by the divine tree. Now in the entire ninja world, perhaps only those few still awake remained. Woe, ruthless! Hayato was utterly dismayed. Infinite Tsukuyomi. This was an apocalypse. What a savage! Hayato's eyes transformed from white to blue. This was power borrowed from the massive reincarnation eye on the moon, granting him temporary access to its chakra. He controlled this chakra to form a thin film over his and Kishimoto's bodies, shielding them from the chakra descending from the moon. He rubbed his wrist, not looking at Kishimoto but speaking to him directly. It seems I too must step in. The burden of saving this world ultimately falls upon my shoulders. Such is fate, such is destiny. Young friend, stay here and don't move. I'll be back shortly. With that he flew straight toward Uchiha Madara, shouting words like, "Rash villain, prepare to die." Kishimoto's face darkened with exasperation, never expecting this old man to be so Chinibu. Such cringe-worthy words could actually be spoken. However, as soon as Hayato flew over, Uchiha Madara sent him flying away with a single slap. Well, old sir, when it comes to embarrassing yourself, no one can match you. Old man, are you alright? Naruto quickly steadied Hayato and asked with concern. Hayato's head was still buzzing. He responded unconsciously. Oh, you also have Byakugan. Are you a member of the Hyuga clan? Naruto seemed to notice something and suddenly inquired. Hayato snapped back to awareness, glanced warily at Naruto and said with a serious expression, "That's right, I am from the Hyuga clan. Sorry, relatives of the Hyuga family, I have to borrow your identity for this embarrassing situation." Oh, so you're really impressive, able to withstand that person's blow without any special abilities. Naruto said with utmost sincerity. Hayato. Kid, who are you mocking? Can't you see I was just slapped away? What, having the physique of a sage and the eyes of a sage makes you that arrogant? You think you can mock anyone? Believe me, I'll badmouth you to your father-in-law and make him demand 10 times the bride price. You'll be stuck with a bride price loan and debt for life. Of course, those last few lines were imagined by Kishimoto. Hayato simply felt embarrassed and pinned the blame on the Hyuga clan. Seeing Hayato was fine, Naruto stood up and faced Uchiha Madara alongside Sasuke, clearly ready for the final battle. Madara wore a grim expression. Naruto alone might already be his equal or even superior. With Sasuke added, this battle was almost certainly lost. Thus he had to concentrate all his mental energy to deal with these two and seize any opportunity to escape. Though it tarnished his pride, only a few people remained in the entire world, so no one would know. He'll just find a place to hide and let them search the whole world. Black Tiger strikes heart. Kishimoto provided a commentary from the sidelines. Indeed, just when tensions were at their peak, Black Zetsu, that traitor, made his move, a Black Tiger strikes heart that prematurely took down boss Uchiha Madara. Then the true mastermind of the ninja world, Kagaya Otsutsuki, was resurrected through his body. This person is the one behind the scenes I mentioned, the being we must seal. Sasuke said gravely. This information came from the Sage of Six Paths in that strange dimension. Oh no, the world is doomed. Those idiots of the ninja world actually revived her. Time to bail. Amidst the standoff, Hayato sneaked back, ignoring his earlier humiliation, wearing an expression that screamed, "The end is nigh. Come, I'll take you back to our clan. To stop this person now we can only rely on that massive reincarnation eye." Hayato was ready to report back to his clan and make a last stand. With just those two youngsters' abilities, it seemed unlikely they could stop Kagaya. Once she ruled the ninja world, she would surely come to the moon to settle scores with them. However, Kishimoto shook his head and said calmly, "You go back on your own. I want to stay and watch here." Hayato was anxious inside. Though he wanted to save this man, seeing his resolute expression, he gave up the idea and dashed into the forest, searching for the cave entrance. Meanwhile, on the battlefield, the others were locked in combat, their battle shifting through multiple dimensions in a flash. Kishimoto was not worried at all. Naruto, now a half-Jubi Jinchuriki, possessed strength far surpassing his past, and together with Sasuke resealing Kagaya should be no problem. But Kishimoto, or rather Zhou Zhu, had no intention of letting Kagaya be sealed so easily. Otherwise all his efforts in having Obito collect the tailed beasts to unseal her would be in vain. He kept an eye on the battle. Though they were no longer in this dimension, his gaze could pierce countless spaces, directly observing their fight. As expected, under the combined assault of Naruto and Sasuke, Kagaya was steadily losing ground, on the verge of being sealed. In the next instant, Zhou Zhu flashed into the midst of the group, effortlessly blocking their attacks, then vanished, with Kagaya leaving a bewildered Naruto and Sasuke staring at each other in utter confusion. Swoosh! Zhou Zhu released his grip on the back of Kagaya's collar and said with a grin, "Hey beautiful, what's up?" Kagaya cast a cold glance at Zhou Zhu, though since she had Byakugan that might just be her normal expression. Then she mobilized her chakra, intending to eliminate this inexplicable intruder. But to her shock, her chakra lay dead and still. Had this man done something to her? He could actually suppress her. "Beautiful, I have a few questions for you." Zhou Zhu's eyes glowed with golden light staring at Kaguya until she felt a chill in her heart. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The birdman swiftly darted through the jungle eager to relay the news of Otsutsuki Kaguya's escape back to his clan. For thousands of years the greatest task of their clan had been to prevent this demon from escaping. Now that the demon had broken free they were determined to take action without hesitation. After running for an unknown duration the birdman finally felt a glimmer of light ahead as if he had reached the cave entrance. However, in the next moment his expression fell as he saw Akihiko still sitting there munching on a chicken leg while silently staring at him as if observing a fool. Beside him there sat a little girl who looked to be just a few years old. "So you got lost again?" Akihiko remarked as if he had expected this all along, which made the birdman feel a bit embarrassed. "Don't worry, those two young men have already resolved the situation, so you don't need to look for reinforcements anymore." Akihiko pointed inside and the birdman looked over to find that the vines enveloping everyone had indeed receded and people were waking up one by one. Meanwhile Naruto and Sasuke in the center of the battleground looked utterly bewildered. Did they win? What was that situation just now? They had thought it was some hidden final boss, but it turned out they returned to the shinobi world and this infinite Tsukimi had resolved itself automatically. Moreover, both of them tacitly felt that the figure who had taken Kaguya resembled someone they knew. Naru Uzumaki. What just happened? The birdman asked in confusion, thinking there would still be a tough battle ahead. How did it end so quickly? Those two young men just fought and defeated that woman, and then that thing called Tsukimi was lifted. As Akihiko spoke he handed a bag of chips to the little girl beside him. The girl, not being polite, took it and started eating. Listening to this extremely brief account the birdman felt helpless, thinking to himself how could he extract battle details from this commoner's words. Pondering he glanced at the little girl next to Akihiko, feeling that her face looked somewhat familiar, and thus asked curiously, "Who is this?" Akihiko glanced at the little girl who was focused on her chips and replied. She just walked over when the infinite Tsukimi was lifted, not knowing anything, as if she had been foolishly absorbed by the divine tree. So I'm taking care of her for now, and later I'll help her find her parents. Amnesia. The birdman approached the little girl, scrutinizing her closely, feeling that he had seen her somewhere before. "Little girl, what's your name?" The girl glanced coldly at the birdman before finally speaking. "My name is Kagu." Smack. Akihiko slapped the girl on the forehead, ignoring her resentful gaze, and continued, "I named her Keiko, just came up with it." The birdman looked at Akihiko skeptically, feeling that he was hiding something. But now was not the time to dwell on that. Although Kaguya was sealed again, he still needed to report what had happened in the shinobi world to his clan. So he waved goodbye to Akihiko and dashed into the forest. This time he had learned his lesson and traveled atop the treetops, ensuring he would not get lost again, reaching the cave in no time. Jumping down from the tree, a book fell from his pocket. The birdman picked it up and realized it was the one Akihiko had given him earlier. He flipped through it casually but suddenly froze, staring intently at the images on the pages, his hands trembling slightly. Although he had guessed that this was not a proper comic when he first saw the cover, this was it a bit too inappropriate. Hiss. He gasped, suddenly recalling the little girl he had seen beside Akihiko earlier. This was way too bizarre. On the other side, Naru looked at the little girl quietly munching on chips and asked, "It seems you've broken your promise. It's fine if you don't say anything, but I need to remind you this is the last time. If there's a next time I will let you know whether the Otsutsuki clan is truly immortal." Naru's words were somewhat intimidating. The little girl nodded as if she realized her mistake. Seeing her agree, Naru said no more, stood up, stretched, and then said, "Let's go, we've seen enough of the show for today. The rest will be left to Naruto and the others. Let's head back to the village. I have a slight headache and I have to tell more lies now." Naru rubbed his head and then left with the little girl. As for Naruto and the others, since it involved the joint forces of 4 ninja villages, even though the final boss seemed to have disappeared, they still took several days to finally return to the village. Upon returning to the village, Naruto and Sasuke went to find Naru, as they felt that the person who rescued Kaguya was undoubtedly Naru. When they entered the shop they saw a little girl at the counter eating chips. Their hair stood on end. Wasn't this little girl Kaguya? Although she had shrunk and her Byakugan was gone, they could never forget that aura. Kaguya in Konoha. Now that the villagers and ninjas had returned to the village, if a fight broke out now, they could hardly imagine the destruction it would cause. "Oh, you two are here." Naru spotted them and warmly welcomed them inside. The two remained on high alert, but the little girl merely glanced at them and didn't pay them any more attention. "Uncle Naru, who is this person?" Naruto asked hesitantly. During this time back, Naru had prepared an explanation and thus said with a serious expression, You must have figured it out too. Yes, this little one is Kaguya, the same one you've been dealing with before. Don't worry, I will slowly explain the whole story to you. As he spoke, he deliberately sighed and continued, this story goes back thousands of years back when I was just a teenager. One day I found a little girl in the fields and took her in. I never expected that the little girl was actually an alien and her purpose for coming to the shinobi world was to plant trees. Nara began to spin a bizarre tale. Essentially, his adopted daughter grew a divine tree, consumed its fruit, and ultimately aimed to destroy the world. At that time, even though his strength was considerable, perhaps even surpassing Kaguya's, he couldn't bring himself to take action against his own daughter. In the end, his daughter was sealed by his grandchildren, and as her father he lived on with this guilt. Several years later, after the baptism of the Fourth Shinobi World War, the entire ninja world has finally returned to peace once again, and each village has begun to recuperate. Due to the cooperation among the various ninja villages during the Fourth War, the animosity between them gradually dissipated. Although complete mutual understanding was not achieved, the situation is much better than before. The 5 Kage Summit has also become a regular meeting rotating annually among the various ninja villages. The Kage of each village summarize the gains and losses of the year and formulate development plans for the coming year. It is precisely because of the deepening exchange and cooperation that in recent years the ninja world has seen significant development in technology, culture, agriculture, and other areas, with enormous cross-village enterprises emerging, creating ripples in the previously stagnant economy of the ninja world. Among these large enterprises, Buair Film and Entertainment Company stands out, almost monopolizing all entertainment industries in the ninja world. They are involved in manga, movies, television series, games, novels, and other entertainment sectors, excelling in each. Currently, the highest recorded manga sales in the ninja world belong to Naruto Chronicles, drawn by the company's owner several years ago. This manga, later known as Naruto, forcefully narrates the story of the 7th Hokage's rise from being the underdog to becoming the strongest in the ninja world, saving it in the process. This manga has inspired generations of ninjas. Although it faced criticism later for its bloodline theory, its overall evaluation remains high, especially as it closely restored the historical context of that era, a rare feat indeed. Despite one certain individual who preferred to keep his identity hidden, constantly insisting that the later parts of the manga were completely fabricated as he never appeared in it, who really cares? This exemplifies the company's status in the manga industry. In other areas, although it faced some competition from other entertainment companies entering the new century, its dominant position remains unshaken. In summary, this is an era of entertainment, a hopeful era, and most importantly a peaceful era. At the entrance of Konoha, a boy with yellow hair and striking blue eyes, appearing to be around 10 years old, is having a friendly conversation with the gatekeeping ninja. With a flattering smile he said, "Hee hee, I say Uncle Yuin, Uncle Tai, could you please show some mercy and let me out?" One of the gatekeeping ninjas, Tai, replied sternly, "No, Boruto, you have been explicitly forbidden from leaving the village by Lord Hokage. We cannot let you out." "That's right, Boruto. Lord Hokage has issued a strict order this time, you should just stay in the village obediently," said Kamizuki Yuin. Boruto cursed his father inwardly, thinking, "Don't I know what you were like as a kid? What a hypocrite." Now Naruto Chronicles is the best-selling manga in the entire ninja world. All your embarrassing moments from back then are well known by everyone. This is truly a case of Naruto can cause trouble but Boruto cannot. Although cursing his father inwardly, his face remained cheerful as he mysteriously said, "Hee hee, uncles, don't you think it's strange that it's always you two guarding the gate after all these years?" The two frowned, unsure of what Boruto meant. "If you ask me, it's because you are too honest and don't know how to navigate the situation. That's why your superiors target you and assign you these lowly gatekeeping tasks. Otherwise, as veterans who have experienced the 3rd, 4th, 5th and 6th Hokages, you could be considered senior ninjas of Konoha. Your positions should be elevated, shouldn't they?" "What are you implying?" Tai squinted at the spirited Boruto, seemingly catching on to his insinuation. Ahem. Boruto cleared his throat and continued, "As the grandson of the 4th Hokage and the son of the 7th Hokage with the famous ninja Jiraiya as my mentor, the 5th Hokage Tsunade is my grandmother, the 6th Hokage Kakashi is the disciple of my grandfather, and the protector of Konoha Uchiha Sasuke is my father's close friend. And I myself am a strong contender for the future Hokage of Konoha. So it can be said that there is no high-ranking official in the village whom I do not know. Everyone should give me, Boruto, a little respect. If you two let me out today, I could casually talk to anyone, and wouldn't your positions rise swiftly?" Kamizuki Yuin. Tai. Indeed, this kid is well known in Konoha as the second-generation heir, and not only that, he is also the son of the Hyuga clan's princess, highly favored by the clan leader. Let's put it this way, within the entire ninja world, if he claims to have the second-best network of connections, no one would dare to say they have the best. However, is it not a bit shameless for him to say such things from his own mouth? Seeing the two of them remain unyielding, Boruto spat inwardly, realizing that he had no choice but to turn and leave. With this awareness, you might as well guard the gate for a lifetime. What did you say? Stop right there. Boruto dashed away, leaving behind two angry individuals. Boruto wandered aimlessly through the streets of Konohagakure. Konohagakure can now be regarded as the economic and cultural center of the entire ninja world. No matter what novel things one seeks, they can be found in this village. People from various countries can also be seen in the village, as if the trend of the great integration of ninja villages is truly visible here. As Boruto walked along, he had long since grown accustomed to the sights before him, if these new things did not entice him to stop. Hey Boruto, want to play a round of King of Fighters? A familiar face near an arcade greeted him and invited him to play. Boruto shook his head. He was tired of that game and no longer wanted to play. As he strolled along, he found himself in a familiar place. Grandpa Zhou Zhu's comic shop. Boruto pondered for a moment, then chuckled and strode inside. Uncle Itachi, good morning. He greeted Itachi, who was still quietly standing behind the counter, and then patted the head of Kaguya, who still looked like a little girl, causing her to puff out her cheeks in annoyance. Boruto laughed heartily, walking in casually. Grandpa Zhou Zhu, what are you doing? I'm here. Boruto said in a familiar manner. Zhou Zhu raised his head, seeing Boruto, and gave a faint smile as he asked, "Oh Boruto, what brings you to my little shop today?" Boruto sat beside Zhou Zhu and complained about his father's shameful act of not allowing him to leave the village. In response, Zhou Zhu merely smiled. He was well aware of the outrageous things Boruto had done over the years, which could be said to rival Naruto's antics from back in the day. It was only natural for Naruto to restrict his son's movements. He Grandpa Zhou Zhu, I need to discuss something with you," Boruto said with a flattering tone as he moved behind Zhou Zhu, theatrically massaging his shoulders. Hey, stop right there, just tell me what's on your mind properly." Zhou Zhu dodged his antics and spoke directly. Boruto awkwardly chuckled and then stated his purpose. "Well, Grandpa Zhou Zhu, I think the comics you drew for my father are really great. Why did you stop drawing after the end of the Ninja War?" "Well, the thing is..." Zhou Zhu thought for a moment and then replied, "It might be because I lack inspiration. It feels like there's nothing fresh to draw, so I decided to take a break for now." The truth was that he felt his own strength was already sufficient, easily overpowering Kaguya, so why continue drawing? Moreover, he had not watched Boruto's story, so he had no idea what the following plot was like. Rather than exhausting himself to illustrate that, he preferred to immerse himself in the entertainment industry he loved. Over the years he had made achievements in various fields, writing the best-selling novels, Ninja Continent, and Ninja Breaking the Sky, as well as producing the widely popular film, The Redemption of Konoha Prison, hailed as the greatest plot film in history, and even developing several highly praised video games loved by children such as Super Little Hashirama, Soul Ninja, and King of Fighters, earning him the title of God of Video Games. With such accomplishments across so many fields, how could he find the time to continue drawing comics? After all, drawing comics was a task while creating entertainment was life. "I think you're mistaken, Grandpa Zhou Zhu," Boruto said seriously. "How many people in the entire ninja world are waiting for your comic updates? They are all eagerly anticipating it. If you just say you lack inspiration and brush it off, doesn't that break the hearts of your supporters? Is it really that serious?" Zhou Zhu was startled by Boruto's earnest tone. If this sudden formality made him quite uncomfortable. "Yes, it is that serious." Boruto nodded. Zhou Zhu hesitated for a moment and then said, "But I truly have no inspiration right now. Moreover, Naruto is now Hokage and he no longer has the exciting battles he used to have. If I draw scenes of Naruto handling his duties, others might not be interested in that either." Boruto shook his head vigorously, looking as if to say, "Grandpa, you're thinking too narrowly. Why must it be about Dad's story?" Because this comic is called Naruto's Legend. Who else should I draw if not Naruto?" Boruto cleared his throat, adopting a formal demeanor, and excitedly continued. "I believe that comic creation itself shouldn't be restricted by a name. You can completely change it. After all, what everyone loves is your comic uncle, which has nothing to do with the title." Zhou Zhu seemed to understand something, squinting his eyes at Boruto before asking, "Then what do you think the next work should be called?" "I think the title Boruto's Legend is quite good. It resonates with Naruto's legend while maintaining a certain continuity. As for the content, since you can draw about my dad, it would be acceptable to depict me in this comic too." After Boruto had rambled on for so long, Zhou Zhu smiled and then pretended to be troubled as he said, "Well, that could work. But that title is terrible. It's too hard to become popular." "Why?" Boruto asked, somewhat bewildered. Because Boruto's legend is not a flammable thing. Boruto was filled with questions, thinking, what does that mean? Why is Boruto's legend not flammable? After making a joke, Zhou Zhu felt quite happy and said to Boruto, I was just kidding Boruto, don't take it seriously. I can create a comic based on your experiences. Although Zhou Zhu said this, it wasn't the reason he agreed to Boruto. Moreover, he seemed to remember some online jokes before his transmigration saying that Naruto died and Sasuke was blind. Although he didn't know whether the rumors were true, he was confident he could protect both of them. But what if? What if he failed to protect them in time and let these two perish? Even though he was quite adept at reincarnation and Minato and Kushina had long been revived by Naruto, it would still be quite embarrassing to have these two die right under his nose. Thus he decided to follow Boruto's experiences. After all, he is the main character of the next phase. Knowing his experiences would make it easier to infer future events. Upon hearing Zhou Zhu's response, Boruto nearly jumped for joy, wrapping his arms around Zhou Zhu, wanting to give him a loving kiss, but just then a ringing sound interrupted them. I'm crazy, I want money not life. I'm crazy, I want money not life. As the bizarre ringtone rang, both people on the scene stiffened. What kind of crazy ringtone is this? Zhou Zhu looked at Boruto with an odd expression and commented, impressive, quite unique. Boruto chuckled awkwardly a couple of times to ease the embarrassment and then took out his phone to answer. Boruto. Do you know today is the day for the squad to carry out missions together? You have 3 minutes to get to the Konoha training ground or you're dead. I will chop you into 8 pieces. Boruto was startled by the loud voice on the phone and nearly dropped his phone. He then heard a furious girl on the other end rattle off a bunch of words like a machine gun, and after finishing she hung up without giving him a chance to speak. Boruto swallowed hard, knowing that if he didn't do as the girl said, she would definitely follow through on her threats. Even his own father would be unable to save him. Go quickly, Zhou Zhu waved his hand, and only then did Boruto realize, running off in a flash. Boruto raced over, and from afar he could see several people waiting for him at the Konoha training ground. The towering anger was palpable even from a distance. His heart churning with bitterness, he hurried forward and arrived before the group, speaking with slight embarrassment. Haha, everyone's here. Sorry, I helped an old lady cross the street on the way, so I'm late. His teammates rolled their eyes at him, long accustomed to such excuses. Boruto joined the team, and Sarada next to him gave him a sharp pinch, making him wince in pain. Yet he dared not cry out, enduring it silently. Since everyone's here, I'll announce something. Konohamaru spoke up. I took a mission from the mission hall earlier as training for our squad. Ah, is it another Katordic finding mission? Konohamaru-sensei, with our current strength, do we really need to do such missions? Boruto complained, feeling that despite having such strong abilities, doing these trivial tasks was far from satisfying. How could he be content with that? Hold on Boruto, let me finish. Konohamaru addressed Boruto, then continued. This mission is different. It involves investigating a mysterious organization on a mountain range west of Konoha. Previously, traveling merchants reported that mysterious figures frequently passed through that mountain range. Initially thought to be bandits, no incidents of harm to merchants occurred. So our mission is to investigate this organization. Boruto's eyes lit up with stars. Was he finally going to see real combat? But I'll be frank, Konohamaru said. This is your first mission outside the village. Though its reconnaissance combat may still occur. So during the mission you must follow my orders and not act on your own. Understood? Understood. Good, dismissed. Meet at the village gate in 2 hours. After preparing, the group set out together. They left the village and took the Chakra train station nearby, boarding the train toward their destination. Incidentally, with the prolonged peace in the shinobi world and close cooperation among villages, a comprehensive transportation network had been built, especially railways. If you wished, you could travel around the 5 great shinobi villages in a single day. This advanced transportation to some extent brought villages closer together, dissolving unnecessary misunderstandings invisibly. Upon reaching their destination, they disembarked. Instead of immediately searching for clues in the mountains, they first gathered information in the town at the foot. After scouting separately, they reconvened to share their findings. They discovered that many strangers had recently arrived in the town below the mountain to buy daily necessities, not only food but also horse feed, stirrups and saddles. In an era of trains and railways, such purchases seemed highly abnormal. After discussion, they decided to search the mountain at night for any traces. At dusk they reached the edge of the forest. I repeat one more time. Konohamaru looked at his 3 young teammates, Boruto, Sarada and Mitsuki. These were the future pillars of Konoha, so their safety was paramount. Yet as a ninja, how could one grow without facing danger? Though the shinobi world has been peaceful for a long time with people living in contentment and no desire for war, ambitious individuals lack fertile ground for their teachings. But some people think differently, so we must remain vigilant. Never forget the examples your teachers and parents have told you. The legendary duo of the Warring States period who dominated the shinobi world for decades and schemed for decades ultimately fell at their peak due to arrogance and recklessness, a laughingstock. They nodded solemnly, recalling the tragic story of Uchiha Madara being outsmarted by a nobody. This was now in Konoha's textbooks, teaching generations of young shinobi never to let their guard down at the height of success. One could say that Madara truly gave his all for Konoha. After setting a meeting time, they headed up the mountain. Boruto sped through the forest searching for any clue. This was his first mission outside the village, so he felt a bit nervous. But he was an excellent student at the Ninja Academy, and with many powerful ninja relatives who had taught him, there was no issue of underperformance due to excessive tension. After searching for a while, Boruto indeed found some traces, a clear set of wool tracks on a hidden path indicating a cart had passed by. Given the depth of the tracks, the cart was carrying something heavy. Combined with the mountain location, it might be ore. Is that their purpose in this mountain? Boruto muttered to himself as he observed the marks. He then followed the tracks, wanting to see what they were transporting. Of course he didn't go straight along it, instead he moved through the dense forest, zigzagging but never straying far from the path. Unconsciously, Boruto had ventured deep into the mountain. Just as he wondered whether to return first and gather Konohamaru Sensei and the others, he saw the end of the tracks, a deep cave. At the cave entrance, two sturdy men stood guard, evidently the organization's base or where they were loading goods. However, the guards, though physically strong, were ordinary people without chakra. Boruto inferred that this was likely not a powerful organization, otherwise they wouldn't have such weaklings guarding such an important place. Boruto found a concealed spot and crouched there, silently waiting for someone to come out. Before long, a carriage indeed emerged from the cave. It was wrapped in a large canvas, obscuring the contents within. However, from the glimpses visible at the edges, it appeared to contain some white mineral. Is there something precious in this mountain? Boruto felt puzzled, for if there were any valuable minerals in this mountain, the townspeople would have discovered and exploited them long ago. How could these outsiders benefit from them? Though Boruto was perplexed, he did not delve deeper into the matter. After all, such coincidences could lead to various possibilities. Understanding the intentions of this group, Boruto felt it was time to regroup. Whether to exterminate these people or pursue another course of action would be decided after a discussion. However, as he stood up to leave, a loud alarm rang in Boruto's mind and he swiftly leaped aside. Thud. Two shuriken appeared where Boruto had just concealed himself. Had he not dodged in time, he would have surely been injured. Boruto's gaze turned toward the direction of the attack, revealing a tall ninja standing there. The ninja was masked, making it impossible to discern his features, but he wore a forehead protector from the era of the unified ninja forces, albeit marred by two deep cuts as if deliberately etched. Ninja. A jolt went through Boruto's heart, realizing that matters may not be as simple as he had imagined. Since the Fourth Great Ninja War, thanks to the collaboration of several major ninja villages, rogue ninjas had nearly vanished from the ninja world. Those ninjas who did not engage in productive work or missions would inevitably resort to unscrupulous activities. Moreover, any violation of the law by these ninjas would prompt the major ninja villages to dispatch corresponding missions. Typically, such missions were highly sought after in every ninja village. Once again, the ninja world has enjoyed a long period of peace, leading to fewer opportunities for these individuals to engage in real combat. Naturally, wandering ninjas with lesser skills became the best targets for practice. However, precisely because of the scarcity of wandering ninjas, the emergence of organized ninja groups likely signified something significant. Are you a little brat from Konohagakure? The ninja spotted Boruto's forehead protector and said mockingly. Little brat, who is your father? Perhaps I knew him back during the Fourth Great Ninja War. You certainly know him, but he might not recognize you, Boruto retorted. The ninja evidently misunderstood something, sneering before asking, Little brat, I'm sorry, but why did you have to see this place? Then you shall remain here forever. Saying this, the ninja made a hand seal and a fireball erupted from his mouth. Boruto dodged once more, but just as he was suspended in midair, the ninja suddenly appeared beside him and kicked him in the stomach. Thud. Boruto retched, then rolled away on the ground, crashing against a large tree. After twitching a couple of times, he fell still. No choice, little brat, I can only say you saw something you shouldn't have. The ninja approached Boruto contemplating something with a hint of nostalgia before pulling out a kunai and aiming it at Boruto's head. Thud. However, unexpectedly upon striking Boruto's head, the entire body exploded into white mist. What? It was a shadow clone. The ninja was taken aback, then seemed to realize something and quickly looked up. In the sky, Boruto held a spinning blue chakra ball in his palm, pressing down toward the ninja. The ninja retreated repeatedly as Boruto's Rasengan struck the ground, sending up a cloud of dust and creating a large crater. The ninja's expression turned serious as he stared into the dust cloud. It was clear he understood that this little brat from Konoha was not to be underestimated. His previous complacency nearly put him in danger. Whoosh! A figure flew out from the dust and Boruto threw a punch at his opponent. The ninja quickly defended and the two engaged in close combat. You choose to compete with me in taijutsu. Should I say you are overly confident or simply arrogant? The ninja clearly looked down on Boruto's attempt to spar in taijutsu. This was understandable. Regardless of Boruto's talents, he was merely a teenager. A ninja with limited experience could hardly compare to one who had emerged from the carnage of the Fourth Great Ninja War. Indeed, after a brief exchange, Boruto gradually found himself at a disadvantage. Although his taijutsu was decent, it was difficult to match that of this ninja. Finally, the ninja feigned an opening. Boruto took the bait and landed a punch on his face. Bang! Once again a cloud of dust erupted and Boruto's figure transformed into mist once more. The ninja was horrified. How could the opponent he had been fighting be just a mere shadow clone? He instinctively looked up at the sky only to find nothing but a few twinkling stars and a bright moon. At this moment he realized he had likely fallen into the other's rhythm. By the time he sought to evade, it was already too late. Suddenly two hands emerged from the ground where he stood, grasping his ankles. What? Something is beneath me. The ninja barely had time to think before he was dragged into the earth. Huff! Boruto crawled out of the soil, exhaling a long breath. This battle was indeed the most dangerous he had faced in years. Although it seemed he had won easily, it was merely due to exploiting the ninja's underestimation of him, gradually leading him into his rhythm and finally catching him off guard to secure victory. So this ninja, could you tell me what your organization aims to achieve? It can't be just for these minerals, right? Boruto pulled out a sealing tag from his pocket and pressed it against the ninja's forehead. Slowly the sealing tag began to merge into the ninja's body. This was a sealing tag given to him by his uncle Hyuga Niji. As long as the tag was affixed to the opposing ninja, that ninja's chakra would be completely sealed. Unless they were of shadow-level strength, it would be impossible for them to break free. The ninja glanced at Boruto, then turned his head away disdainfully without a word. Boruto was not annoyed and replied with a smile. It's fine if you don't answer. The Konoha Interrogation Division is highly professional. Once you're in there, I guarantee you'll confess even the age you were weaned. With that he struck the ninja unconscious with a chop. He dug the ninja out of the ground, hoisted him onto his back and hurried outside. However, he hadn't run far before he stopped as another person blocked his path. This person was clearly no ordinary adversary, as could be sensed from the invisible killing intent emanating from him. The man glowered at Boruto with icy indifference, as if Boruto was already a dead man in his eyes. The next moment, without a word, he charged straight at Boruto. Boruto knew he couldn't defeat this person in a direct confrontation. For one, he had already fought a battle earlier, consuming chakra and stamina, leaving him not at his peak. Second, his own strength was not that great, as had been shown in his fight with the previous ninja. If not for the enemy's underestimation, he would never have been taken down so easily. Now that he had already defeated one of their comrades, the enemy was unlikely to underestimate him again. With that thought, he turned and ran, refusing to engage. Whoosh! Whoosh! Two figures darted through the jungle, chasing each other. Although Boruto's speed was already fast, burdened by carrying a man on his back, he was still too slow. Therefore, after a moment's thought, he simply flung the ninja aside while simultaneously throwing a kunai with an explosive tag at the pursuer. The man behind cursed inwardly at Boruto's move, then hurriedly ran toward the direction of the ninja. Having shaken off his pursuer, Boruto breathed a slight sigh of relief. Although his method was despicable, it was indeed the best way to escape under the circumstances. Moreover, as a ninja, he wasn't averse to doing things that were somewhat unethical. Boruto ran swiftly all the way. The men behind had long stopped chasing, probably fearing an ambush. After circling the area a few more times to ensure no one was tailing him, he finally walked confidently toward their rendezvous point. Arriving at the meeting spot, he saw that aside from Sarada, Konohamaru and Mitsuki had already arrived. He quickly approached them. Any discoveries, Boruto? Konohamaru asked. Boruto nodded, then recounted his recent experience in detail, including the rogue ninjas and the issue of ore transportation. After hearing this, Konohamaru frowned and pondered for a moment, then said, "This mountain range doesn't seem to have any important ores and white ore. I've never heard of it. However, regardless, with rogue ninjas involved, this matter is far from simple. Moreover, your earlier actions may have alerted the enemy. Let's leave quickly and report this matter to Konoha." As he spoke, Sarada returned. Konohamaru's expression shifted and he gestured for her to come and report intel. However, Sarada shook her head, indicating that she had found nothing either. Yet just as Sarada spoke, Mitsuki and Boruto suddenly attacked, each grabbing one of her arms, while Konohamaru formed hand seals directly sealing her chakra. After her chakra was sealed, her features gradually changed, revealing an adult male, clearly an enemy in disguise. "Tell me, what have you done to Sarada?" Boruto demanded harshly. Although the ninja was initially startled, he soon composed himself and even laughed. "That little girl. Of course I killed her. You bastard." Boruto gritted his teeth. Although he knew the man was obviously lying, a ninja of his skill would capture alive rather than kill deliberately, he couldn't help but feel furious hearing those words. "Honored guests from Konoha have traveled so far, please forgive us for not receiving you properly." A clear voice rang out. Everyone looked up and saw at least a dozen ninjas scattered on the branches of the surrounding trees. The one who had just spoken was a ninja standing at the front. Their expressions turned grim, with such numbers escaping would not be easy. "I also advise you not to act rashly, or that little girl might not be returned to you in one piece." Seeing them on high alert, the man chuckled and said. Konohamaru and the others were torn. Boruto spoke up, "If anything happens to Sarada, this ninja won't leave alive." As he said this, he pressed a kunai to the captured ninja's throat. "I'll say it again." The leader, seemingly oblivious to Boruto's threat, repeated. "Surrender immediately, or not only that little girl but all of you will meet your end here." Boruto gritted his teeth and pressed the kunai closer, cutting into the ninja's skin. Yet the leader acted as if he hadn't seen this at all, standing calmly before them, waiting for their decision. Clap. Konohamaru placed his hand on Boruto's kunai and shook his head gently. Seeming to understand Konohamaru's decision, Boruto dejectedly tossed the kunai aside. Konohamaru had no choice, if the enemy clearly didn't care about this ninja's life. If they attempted a forced breakthrough, even if they could escape the encirclement of so many ninjas, Sarada would certainly be harmed. Moreover, Sarada's identity was not ordinary. If anything happened to her, Konoha and even the entire ninja world could fall into turmoil, potentially destroying the hard-won peace of the past decade. Therefore Konohamaru could not and dared not take the risk. "Good, you've made the right decision. I can assure you that as long as you behave peacefully, your lives are absolutely safe." Several ninjas stepped forward and used sealing tags to seal their chakra. Somewhat ironically, the sealing tags appeared to be made in Konoha, a true case of hoist with their own petard. After being restrained, they were taken away under escort. After being escorted for a long time, the group unknowingly returned to the entrance of the mine. They were previously common folk from the town, hired to watch over the mine due to their strong physiques in case any wild beasts from the jungle caused trouble. They were paid quite a sum, but there was one condition: they were not allowed to go home for a month. Although it was somewhat annoying not to return home, the generous payment made them agree. Half a month had passed uneventfully, but unexpectedly something happened tonight. First there was a sudden explosion from the mountaintop, and then a group of people appeared escorting a few others. What was happening? The leader said nonchalantly, "You don't need to know, just mind your own business." The two guards shivered and turned their attention away. The mine was a labyrinth with many branching paths. The group twisted and turned until they arrived at a place resembling a dungeon where Soaliana was already inside. "Are you alright, Soaliana?" After they were locked in the cell, Boruto hurried to her side, grasping her shoulders with a concerned expression. Soaliana was initially shy, a flush creeping onto her face. But the next moment she said with a hint of bitterness, "I'm sorry everyone. I've caused you trouble." Boruto abruptly interrupted her. "What are you talking about? We're all on the same team. There's no such thing as being a burden. Even if you weren't captured, it would still be difficult for us to escape. These ninjas are quite powerful. Their elite Jounin alone likely outnumber us and are much stronger. With such strength, it's unlikely they would be hiding in this valley without a significant reason." Mitsuki nodded in agreement from the side and added, "When I observed the mine's entrance, it was complex and extensive. It wouldn't need to be this elaborate just for mining purposes. Moreover, the so-called minerals I saw were worthless white moonstones which cannot conduct chakra and are soft. They serve no other purpose than to be mixed in for aesthetics during road construction. Now that these people are willing to expend such effort on this mine, they must have discovered some other use for it. Hearing Boruto and Mitsuki speak so, Liana finally felt a bit relieved and her sense of guilt diminished. So what do we do now? So Liana asked, facing the reality of how to escape from this predicament. We can't just stay here until the enemy releases us, right? That would mean we are just waiting to be slaughtered. Boruto looked outside and seeing that the coast was clear turned to Mitsuki. Seeing Mitsuki nodding at him indicating that the outside was indeed empty, he felt a bit more at ease. He removed his outer jacket and rolled up his inner shirt to reveal his pale belly, then reached toward his navel, surprisingly inserting his hand inside his body, searching around until he pulled out a small stack of talismans. Before they entered, all their equipment had been confiscated, so they shouldn't have had any means of escape. But who was Boruto? He was the favorite nephew of Hyuga Niji, the head of the Hyuga branch family. Long ago his uncle had drawn a sealing formation on him. This formation didn't serve any other purpose than to connect him to a small alternate space where he could store critical talismans for emergencies, and only he could access it. And now had the critical moment not arrived? Boruto found the talisman for unsealing among the stack and distributed one to each of them. Once they had all unsealed their talismans, they sighed in relief. The mindset of having power is indeed different. Although they were still locked up, their spirits had lifted considerably. So what should we do next? Boruto looked toward Mitsuki. Mitsuki pondered for a moment before responding, for now we cannot act. The enemy has just been ambushed and is on high alert. If we try to escape now, they'll quickly discover us. We need to wait a few days until they relax their guard before escaping, if this will give us a greater chance. And it's best not to attempt a direct breakthrough. The usually silent Mitsuki finally spoke. No matter what, there is too great a disparity in strength between us. A direct confrontation could lead to another ambush. It would be better to sneak out quietly. By the time they realize it, we would have distanced ourselves. Boruto glanced at Mitsuki, noticing his confident demeanor, couldn't help but ask. Do you have a way to leave without a sound? If so, we could change our approach, not only escaping but potentially capturing the enemy. Mitsuki remained silent for a while before nodding. He formed a hand seal, and the next moment he transformed into a small white snake rolling on the ground before turning into a small black snake. He slithered out of the cell, circled outside, and then returned, reverting to his original form, and spoke. This ninjutsu allows me to completely transform into a small snake so others won't notice me. I can sneak out like this, but I won't be able to bring you all with me. Alright. Boruto almost applauded, but remembered they were in a prison and held back, whispering, Mitsuki, you go first. Well, use a shadow clone to take your place, confusing them. Once you're out, go straight back to Konoha and report everything that happened here, and then send enough ninjas to ambush this force. What danger is there? Boruto said nonchalantly. After you leave, we'll create shadow clones to imitate you. As long as they don't open the cell to check, how would they find out? It's settled then, said Maru decisively. Now that we have some strength, even if we are discovered, we will have a certain degree of self-protection. You can go with peace of mind. After some arrangements and adding more details to the task, Zhou transformed into a small white snake, rolled on the ground, and changed into a small black one. The little snake, now infused with spirit, nodded at Boruto and the others, then carefully crawled toward the prison exit. Maru used a shadow clone to take on Zhou's appearance. By the way, Zhou's transformation technique is so useful. Ordinary people would never discover it. Boruto said enviously as he watched Zhou gradually crawl away. After all, he is the son of Orochimaru, so it's not surprising that he possesses some highly applicable ninjutsu, Maru replied. Yeah. When I read the Naruto manga, I thought Orochimaru was really powerful. Although he seems quite bizarre and does unspeakable things, I must admit his ninjutsu is impressive. Reanimation jutsu, eight-headed serpent technique, and the summoning jutsu, etc. are all incredibly practical. Boruto spoke as if recounting cherished memories. Maru said nothing. He still harbored a grudge against Orochimaru. After all, his grandfather had died because of him. Although many years had passed since that incident, he still couldn't let it go. A day went by and it seemed that the people from Konoha had roughly arrived. As expected, a small snake slithered in from outside the prison and then transformed back into Zhou. Zhou smiled gently and spoke. We have fulfilled our mission. Our people have surrounded this area, and once the time is right they will rush in. As he spoke, he pulled out several mobile phones to distribute among everyone. Who is leading this time? Boruto asked while fiddling with the phone. Zhou simply smiled and did not answer, saying they would know when the time came. Time passed second by second and finally at the agreed-upon time a series of explosions erupted outside. Let's go. With that they charged out, encountering no obstacles along the way, likely because everyone outside was drawn away. Finally they dashed out of the cave, and what greeted their eyes was a battle between the ninjas of Konoha and another group of ninjas. Amidst the chaos a yellow figure darted through the crowd like lightning, taking down a ninja with each encounter. "Grandfather!" Boruto exclaimed joyfully, not expecting that his grandfather, who had been stationed in the newly established Cloud Ninja Village, was actually leading this operation. Looking at his grandfather's demeanor, Boruto couldn't help but feel a sense of pride, yearning for the tumultuous era of the past. The ninjas that had rushed out upon seeing themselves surrounded by so many Konoha ninjas felt a growing desire to retreat, realizing that escape was futile if they aimed to return to the cave. Naturally Boruto and the others who had just emerged from the cave would not allow them to succeed. At Mimera's command they all charged toward the retreating ninjas. After a fierce battle the enemy ninjas had mostly lost their fighting capability. Except for a few who had resisted fiercely and were killed, the rest were captured. "Grandfather, weren't you in the Cloud Ninja Village? How did you get here?" After the battle Boruto approached Minato with a face full of joy. Minato gently patted Boruto's head and replied, "My time for deployment had arrived. I just returned to Konoha a few days ago, and not long after I heard that my grandson had fallen into an unknown ninja organization, so I took the initiative to take on the mission." Boruto was overjoyed. How long had it been since he last saw his grandfather? Usually when he visited his grandfather's house he could only see his grandmother, and thinking of his grandmother, Boruto couldn't help but shiver. It was terrifying. How could his gentle grandfather marry such a violent woman? Was it for balance? "Lord 4th Hokage, we've gathered intelligence from over there." A ninja from a family in the mountains approached with a serious expression, clearly indicating the severity of the situation. "Oh." Seeing the serious expression on the person, Minato became somewhat serious as well. "Tell me, what is the background of these people?" The ninja organized his thoughts and said these ninjas were once from various major ninja villages and participated in the Fourth Great Ninja War. After the war these individuals disappeared collectively and each village classified them as casualties. Minato was taken aback, not expecting these individuals to have been ninjas from various major villages. But why would they all choose to betray their villages together? According to their statements, after the ninja war these individuals joined a cult called the Moon Worshippers. Their goal. The ninja paused for a moment and continued. Is to unseal Kaguya Otsutsuki and enable her to use infinite Tsukuyomi again. What? Everyone present was taken aback. How could there still be such people now? To unseal Kaguya Otsutsuki meant wanting to plunge the ninja world back into chaos. Minato realized that things seemed to be getting serious and asked further. Why? The ninja answered. According to them, compared to living in this cruel ninja world, they would rather continue to dwell in the world of infinite Tsukuyomi, even if it means becoming nourishment for the divine tree. They wish to live with their deceased loved ones, even if it is in a dream. The room fell silent and the expressions of those present were quite complex. They didn't know how to evaluate this group of ninjas. Although peace reigned now and people lived in comfort, there were always some who for various reasons were forever separated from their loved ones. Moreover, these individuals had previously devoted their lives for their villages, but having experienced the illusion of infinite Tsukuyomi and felt the presence of their loved ones by their side, how could they easily break away from it? Not to mention that many of their relatives and friends might have been killed by ninjas from other villages. Now in this peaceful environment among the ninja villages they must have felt betrayed by their own village. Regardless of the circumstances, Minato said, sensing that the atmosphere was becoming too oppressive, he decided it was inappropriate to continue in this manner and spoke loudly. To selfishly drag the entire ninja world back into war for one's own desires is an act that cannot be forgiven, no matter the reason. This moon worshippers cult must be eradicated. The ninjas of Konoha rushed towards the so-called moon worship cult stronghold according to the intelligence they received. According to the information, the purpose of transporting this ore was to build an altar for sacrificial rites. Through this altar they could unseal Kaguya, who had been sealed away. Although Minato did not believe that such a simple method could summon Kaguya, after all, Black Zetsu had been lurking in the ninja world for thousands of years. If it were truly that easy to rescue someone, it would make him seem rather foolish. As they hurried along, by the time they arrived at the location the sky had begun to darken and the bright white moon hung low in the deep sky. This seems to be the site of the final battle from the Fourth Great Ninja War. Minato looked around and was suddenly astonished to realize that this was precisely where Uchiha Obito absorbed the Ten Tails and cast the infinite Tsukuyomi. Could this be some necessary condition for that ritual? Before their eyes a tall platform had been erected, and standing in the center of the altar was a person speaking while using a kunai to carve into their own flesh. In no time he had carved his left hand into a bloody mess. Around him several individuals knelt murmuring some incantation as they too carved into their own flesh with kunai, creating a most eerie scene. The flesh that fell upon the altar was devoured almost instantly, and the originally white or gradually transformed into a bizarre crimson color. Minato's pupils constricted. Faced with such a strange scene, he was momentarily at a loss for how to react. It certainly looked like it was meant to summon Kaguya. "Stop! What are you doing?" Minato shouted loudly. Yet his voice only elicited a soft laugh from the ninja standing in the center. Ignoring him, the ninja continued to carve into his own flesh. At this moment his hand had become nothing but bone, and he was now cutting into the flesh of his thigh. Minato knew he could not delay any longer, so he threw a kunai directly at the leader above. Bang! The kunai appeared to strike some hard substance and was deflected away. Clearly there was some kind of barrier surrounding the altar. As he pondered other ways to break through, the standing ninja suddenly let out a loud shout. "O sovereign who sits high in the heavens, you who control death and souls, please respond to the hopes of your most devout follower and descend upon this world." As soon as his words fell, the altar began to tremble slightly. The people kneeling around him wore fervent expressions, and some even cut off their own hands and feet, all the while chanting madly as they continued to slice into their flesh. "Ha ha ha. Koz, just wait for me, I will be with you soon. Child daddy will soon be reunited with you." These individuals could be considered pitiful souls willing to pay an enormous price to complete this ritual due to their obsessions. Otherwise, how could ordinary people bear the agony of being cut to pieces so recklessly? As these people's flesh and blood merged into the altar, its trembling intensified, and ultimately at some peak moment the center of the altar cracked open, sprouting a black branch. Minato's expression changed drastically. At the sight of the former god tree, a strange sapling had sprouted again, evoking thoughts of something ominous. But how could this be? Could a mere few pieces of ore and some flesh truly summon the Ten Tails again? Or perhaps... Minato suddenly had a suspicion that the reason they chose this place to build the altar was not without reason. Although the god tree was no longer present, the residual chakra of the Ten Tails and possibly the roots of the god tree in the soil could serve as the catalyst for this sacrificial rite. With a catalyst, many things became simpler. While he contemplated, the small sapling had already grown to over a person's height. Once it reached about 2 meters in height, it ceased to grow upward but instead sent out branches that pierced through the chests of the surrounding ninjas. Ho ho! Those people struggled painfully, their skin gradually shriveling as if they were being drained of life. Yet even so they showed no desire to escape, their eyes shining with hopeful light. However, this light soon dimmed and their eyes sank as they were completely drained. The leader, for reasons unknown, lived a bit longer, but he too was on the brink of death. He murmured, "Hanako, I feel like I see you, this is so good." Then he completely lost his life force. Minato and the others witnessing this bizarre scene were momentarily at a loss for words. However, he did not ponder for long before turning to the others behind him. "Leave this to me, you all go back to the village and find the sealing team. No, just get Niji." "But Lord Fourth Hokage." "No more talking." Minato interrupted the person who had just spoken. "I have enough confidence to remain safe. If you stay, I won't be able to act freely. So follow my orders and retreat." "Yes." The crowd replied, turning to leave. However, Boruto beside them seemed to be lost in thought, then reached into his clothes and followed the others out. After the others had left, Minato breathed a sigh of relief and resumed his serious gaze at the situation before him. After the tree had drained all the people's flesh and blood, it began to slowly writhe and bore a crimson fruit. This fruit seemed overripe, falling directly from the branch to the ground, transforming into a pool of blood. That blood seemed to have a will of its own, slowly spreading across the ground until it covered the entire altar. The previously withered corpses appeared to be digested by this liquid, gradually shrinking until they vanished. The liquid, seeming to have had its fill, slowly shrank in volume, forming a mass that gradually morphed and grew taller, transforming into a humanoid shape. After some time, the facial features of the blood figure gradually became prominent and its body solidified, transforming into a living person with skin as pale as jade. The man, as if newly reborn, raised his hands and examined them intently, then gently stroked his own skin, wearing an expression of sheer indulgence. Having apparently savored the sensation enough, he shifted his gaze to the black tree. He pressed his palm against the trunk and a pulling force emanated. The tree, as if liquefied, swirled and merged into the mysterious man's body. The solemnity on Minato's face deepened. This scene was eerily reminiscent of Uchiha Madara absorbing the Ten Tails. Clearly absorbing the tree held some special significance for the enigmatic figure. After the tree was absorbed, he closed his eyes, savoring the sensation as if comprehending its profound mystery. Then he abruptly opened his eyes, a faint smile curling at the corners of his mouth. As if noticing Minato for the first time, he feigned surprise. "Hey, isn't that Minato? What came all this way to welcome me?" Minato was astonished that this man knew him, yet even after scouring his memory he could not recall ever meeting such an eerie individual. "What? You've forgotten me?" The man sniffled softly like a wronged little wife, but the smirk never left his lips, clearly putting on an act. "Who are you? I don't recall anyone like you in my acquaintance." Minato inquired. The man ceased his feigned crying and instead wore a knowing, half-smiling expression, staring intently at Minato as if seeing through him. After a long pause he spoke. "Is that so? You really have forgotten me? How cruel, I even split open my belly for you." At this Minato became even more bewildered. Split open his belly for me? That can't be, wait. Minato's eyes widened as if struck by a sudden realization. He fixed his gaze on the man's face, which increasingly resembled a figure he had seen before. The Shinigami. The most mysterious entity in the ninja world, summoned by the dead demon-consuming seal, a fearsome demon that devours souls. It had devoured his own soul, the Nine-Tails soul, and the souls of the first, second and third Hokages. Later revived by Orochimaru through Sasuke's reanimation, the Shinigami had its belly cut open, releasing those souls, paving the way for his eventual resurrection. So this creature was the Shinigami. That would explain everything, why it knew him and why it claimed to have split open its belly for him. Judging by your expression, you've remembered. The Shinigami, seeing the dawning recognition on Minato's face, chuckled darkly, then its expression twisted into a ferocious snarl. "For countless years I have reaped the souls of others, and never has anyone taken a soul from me, let alone dealt me a wound. I must say those souls of yours and the others truly left an indelible impression on me." Minato, seeing the Shinigami's demeanor, knew this could not end peacefully. And having unleashed such a being, he could not allow it to simply leave. "Shinigami, how did you descend upon the ninja world? What connection do you have with those people? What is your purpose here?" Minato fired off questions like a rapid stream. The Shinigami waved a hand, chuckling. Hey, don't bombard me with so many questions at once. And have you considered whether I'm willing to answer just because you're asking? But since I've finally obtained a physical form, I can be magnanimous and satisfy your curiosity." With that, it assumed a reminiscing expression and began to speak. "I am the Shinigami that roams the ninja world, occasionally manifesting my divine power to make those foolish mortals worship me, sing my praises and offer me their souls. At first my soul harvesting efficiency was terribly low. I might not collect even a single soul for eon, until one ninja clan created a jutsu that miraculously connected to my true form, allowing me to manifest directly and extract souls. From then on my efficiency soared. Though I still only reaped 1 or 2 souls every few years, it was far better than before. As the number of souls I collected grew, especially when you summoned me and I absorbed half of the Nine-Tails soul, my power surged to unprecedented heights. With this newfound strength I created a ninja, granting him immortality. He worshipped me and offered sacrificial souls on my behalf. That ninja was truly exceptional. Over the years he presented me with countless powerful souls. Though I couldn't fully absorb those souls since they weren't taken by my own hand, the spiritual energy I extracted from them was immense." The Shinigami paused, its eyes blazing with fury, and spoke through gritted teeth. "Everything was going smoothly, even though that ninja later became trapped and could no longer collect souls for me. But that was only temporary. I could easily create another immortal. However, that bastard Orochimaru exploited the jutsu's binding to take control of me, slit my belly open and released the most powerful souls I had collected, causing my power to plummet. How could I not be enraged? Fortunately, after that, Uchiha Madara summoned the God Tree, and the space I inhabited drew frighteningly close to the ninja world, creating the perfect conditions for my descent. I seduced those who harbored resentment, promising them the chance to remain trapped in their dreams. I even advanced them energy to let them experience it so they would fully believe in me, and thus they built this altar and performed the blood sacrifice for me. And now I have finally crossed over into the ninja world in my true form." After recounting the entire story, the Shinigami looked at the stunned Minato with a wry smile and said, "Why do you think I've told you all this? Because I needed someone to share my perfect plan with, and what better audience than my enemy? So are you ready to return to my belly, Minato Namikaze?" With that, the Shinigami lunged, darting toward Minato like a streak of black light. Minato hurled multiple kunai, but the Shinigami easily dodged them all. Its hand formed into a claw as if aiming to crush Minato's skull. But in the next instant Minato's figure flickered and vanished. With a swift motion the figure of the water gate appeared in the distance, not pausing for a moment, forming seals with his hands before pressing down on the specially made kunai before him. The kunai began to glow slowly, and a thin line tied to the back of the kunai also lit up, connecting with other kunai scattered on the ground with lightning speed. From a bird's eye view these lines formed a complex pattern with the position of the Grim Reaper at its center. Oh, is it a ceiling formation? If I hadn't been cautious I would have indeed fallen into your trap. The Grim Reaper spoke as if it were a serious matter, yet his expression remained unchanged. The water gate stared intently at the Grim Reaper, confident in his sealing technique yet not arrogant enough to think he could defeat his opponent with this single ninjutsu. Sure enough, in the next moment the Grim Reaper vanished right before his eyes. The water gate's pupils constricted, his face filled with shock. The ninjutsu just used by the Grim Reaper. He quickly turned around to see the Grim Reaper already standing on the altar again, looking at him with a playful expression. Is this ninjutsu familiar to you? The water gate narrowed his eyes and muttered softly. Flying Thunder God. The Grim Reaper chuckled twice before speaking. You don't think I absorb your souls just to satisfy my hunger, do you? So you possess all the ninjutsu abilities of those whose souls you have absorbed? The water gate responded. The Grim Reaper snapped his fingers and praised, as expected of the fourth Hokage of Konoha, your judgment is impressive. Indeed, I master all the ninjutsu of the souls I absorb, such as your Flying Thunder God and the second Hokage's and this one. Saying this, the Grim Reaper suddenly clapped his hands downward, causing towering trees to rise from the ground, their branches sprawling outwards like surging waves rushing toward the water gate. The water gate gritted his teeth, having suspected the Grim Reaper was capable of wood release, and now his assumption was confirmed. With no choice, seeing the wave of trees approaching, he swiftly threw out many specially made kunai around him and then vanished. Water Gate, to be honest, no one understands you better than I do. You are indeed a powerful ninja, but your strength has its conditions. Can you handle a large-scale ninjutsu like this? The Grim Reaper looked mockingly at everything from atop the wave of trees, searching for the Water Gate's figure. He knew that the Water Gate was the type of ninja who excelled in agility but lacked in strength. If the enemy's defenses were below his attack power, he had a high chance of victory against anyone. However, if the opponent had strong defenses, he would be at a disadvantage. And at this moment the trees surrounding him were his strongest defense. That may not be the case. Suddenly the Grim Reaper felt a chill running down his spine and quickly turned around, only to see a chakra sphere resembling a shuriken flying towards him with tremendous destructive power. The speed of this ninjutsu was astonishing. In the next instant he was struck by it, becoming enveloped in the chakra. Then the overwhelming destructive force attacked every inch of the Grim Reaper's body. He was clearly in immense pain, screaming. How is this possible? How can you possess such a powerful ninjutsu? The Water Gate's figure appeared, his face momentarily resembling that of a frog, looking somewhat odd. However, judging by his appearance, he was evidently in great shape, throwing out several kunai and flashing towards the Grim Reaper. He certainly wouldn't explain anything to his enemy. This Grim Reaper, as his name suggests, likely wouldn't be so easily defeated. He had to seal him while the opponent was restricted in action. After all, sealing such a strange being was a more prudent approach than killing him. In a flash the Water Gate reached the Grim Reaper's side. Although the spiral shuriken's power had diminished, it still firmly wrapped around the Grim Reaper, preventing him from breaking free. The Water Gate quickly set up a sealing technique around the Grim Reaper, forming seals with his hands as light burst from the ground, slowly converging inward. Aw, damn it. Enduring the intense pain in his body, the Grim Reaper clapped his hands against the ground once more, and in the next moment the trees on the ground rapidly shrank, causing the sealing technique based on these trees to deform severely and ultimately shatter. The instant the seal shattered, the Grim Reaper vanished, clearly utilizing the Flying Thunder God technique. He reappeared at a distance from the Water Gate, gasping for breath while keeping a wary eye on him, evidently not expecting to have been outsmarted. Although the previous ninjutsu hadn't caused him much harm, he could almost instantly recover due to his body's regenerative abilities. This ninjutsu had a lasting destructive effect, intertwining destruction and recovery within him, preventing him from breaking free, which gave the Water Gate an opportunity. Had he not urgently cancelled the wood release technique, he would have almost certainly been sealed by the Water Gate. He had a vivid impression of sealing techniques in the ninja world. Even the powerful extraterrestrial Otsutsuki Kagaya had been sealed away directly, and he might not be able to escape that fate himself. The Water Gate thought it was a pity, but he also understood that it would be difficult to resolve this opponent with just one technique. Without further thought he dashed forward. Although the Grim Reaper had just escaped from the ninjutsu, he almost instantly recovered completely. Seeing the Water Gate approach, he ceased speaking and directly engaged him in combat. Despite having acquired all the ninjutsu of several Hokage, the Grim Reaper could not collect other ninja abilities such as combat experience and taijutsu. Thus upon being engaged by the water gate up close, although he possessed nearly infinite chakra and countless forbidden techniques, he was utterly overwhelmed in terms of taijutsu and combat experience. Bang! 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 After taking several punches from the water gate, he was sent flying, yet he seemed unconcerned, even having time to utter a few mocking words. Ha ha ha, keep going, keep going. With my immortal body I will always wait for you to exhaust your strength, and then I will thoroughly have my way with you. Watergate did not respond. Instead he struck with his fists and palms solidly against him. Initially the Grim Reaper did not care. Just as he had previously stated, he possessed an undying body and prolonging the fight was entirely beneficial to him. The opponent would tire, but he would not. Under fatigue the opponent would inevitably show signs of exhaustion and ultimately reveal flaws that he could exploit. However, after engaging for a while he noticed that his chakra was operating significantly slower, which was undoubtedly unimaginable. The body he had created for his rebirth was of top-notch quality. How could such a situation arise? Indeed, when Watergate struck him once more he felt a slight blockage in his meridians at the point of impact, and in an instant he thought of a secret technique from another clan. The Byakugan palm of the Hyuga clan. But how could this be possible? Wasn't the sealing effect of the Byakugan supposed to require the Byakugan to be effective? There was no time to ponder this question now. After taking a hit from his opponent he instinctively distanced himself from Watergate. He was now somewhat bewildered. First the spiral shuriken and now this technique similar to the Byakugan palm. These clearly should not be Watergate's techniques, yet why was he able to master them? If the Grim Reaper's ridiculous thoughts were known to Watergate he would surely burst out laughing. How long had it been since Watergate had separated from the Grim Reaper? In such a long time, as a genius of Konoha village, a man who became Hokage in his 20s, how could he not have developed other powerful ninjutsu? The Grim Reaper wished to disengage from combat, but Watergate had no intention of doing so. He clasped his hands together, formed a seal, and then streams of white light erupted from the various joints of the Grim Reaper's body, followed by countless fine threads bursting forth binding his body. The Grim Reaper was startled, his figure flickering as he used the Flying Thunder God technique to instantly shift to several locations. However, those fine threads clung to him like maggots, making it impossible for him to escape. Even if he severed these threads they would continue to emerge from his body incessantly. What was even more shocking was that these fine threads seemed to be siphoning off his chakra and stamina. He felt his chakra and energy rapidly depleting, and although his chakra and stamina were nearly limitless, this sudden draining sensation made him feel weak. Swish, 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 swish. The dense threads completely enveloped the Grim Reaper, binding him tightly like a mummy. The threads around his face gradually formed the character seal. Ha! Watergate let out a long breath, finally having dealt with the Grim Reaper. To be honest, this process seemed unusually smooth. Although the opponent possessed nearly limitless chakra and powerful ninjutsu, his combat experience and physical skills were surprisingly lacking. However, the most amusing part was that this guy had actually given up all his strengths and instead fought with his weaknesses. It could only be said that this was truly foolish. What he had unleashed upon him was not the Byakugan palm, but rather a special ninjutsu he had developed that combined physical techniques with sealing techniques. During the battle, each time he struck the opponent he would implant a certain mark which would germinate within the opponent's body and ultimately transform into a thread that bound him. The development of this ninjutsu was actually quite impractical. If he could hit the opponent multiple times, that person would likely have lost their combat ability long ago. And if he only managed to hit the opponent once, the thread produced would not be enough to cause any trouble. The initial purpose of this development was actually to seal larger entities similar to tailed beasts, yet unexpectedly he first experimented it on this undying Grim Reaper. It seemed that the results were quite satisfactory. Ding ding ding. The phone rang, interrupting Watergate's intention to further reinforce the seal on the Grim Reaper. He pulled out his phone and discovered it was Boruto calling, so he answered. Hey Boruto, what's the matter? Where are you? On the other end of the line Boruto was silent for a while before finally speaking. Grandpa, could you come and save me? Watergate's expression suddenly tensed and he hurriedly asked, what happened Boruto? Did you encounter an enemy? Where are you? Well Grandpa, just look behind you. Watergate turned back in confusion, and apart from a previously withered forest there was nothing else. Just as he was about to continue questioning, Watergate paused slightly as he noticed a figure in that forest waving at him. He dashed over and discovered that it was indeed Boruto, who was now entangled in the vines of the trees in a strange posture, unable to free himself. What happened? What is going on? Watergate's mouth twitched as he spoke. Heh grandpa, I wasn't trying to help you. I didn't expect to accidentally get caught by these tree vines and couldn't get free. These vines even have the ability to absorb chakra. Isn't that frustrating? Ha ha ha. Boruto seemed to want to scratch his head, but being bound by the vines he had no choice but to awkwardly wave his hand. Watergate looked helpless, feeling worried about his little grandson's intelligence. With such intelligence, how would he ever find a girlfriend? Afterward he helped Boruto out of the restraints and the two returned to the Grim Reaper's sealing spot. So this is the Grim Reaper. It feels quite ordinary. Boruto looked at the Grim Reaper, who was wrapped like a cocoon, and felt that although this thing had a loud reputation, its power was indeed average. Watergate couldn't help but roll his eyes, thinking to himself, how could you, who was controlled by the aftermath of battle, have the audacity to say such things? He took out a sealing scroll and sealed the cocoon within it. With the development of sealing techniques, these scrolls specifically designed for storing items could now also store living beings, greatly increasing their practicality. Having completed all this, the two headed in the direction of Konoha village. By the way, Boruto, how did you end up here? Why didn't I notice your presence? On the way, Watergate asked with some confusion. Logically speaking, with Boruto's meager strength, how could he sneakily remain under his nose? Haha, that was an invisibility talisman given to me by my uncle. It allows for complete invisibility and complete concealment of presence, but I can't use chakra or engage in vigorous movement. If not for these limitations, how would I have been trapped? Watergate helplessly shook his head. His grandson truly was wealthy in every sense of the word. In every village, influential figures had some connection with him and took good care of him, especially Hyuga Niji, the head of the branch family of the Hyuga clan, who was already the most knowledgeable individual regarding sealing techniques in Konoha village. The various new sealing talismans he developed were in high demand across major ninja villages, and he had become one of the wealthiest men in Konoha. Moreover, this wealthy man happened to have a fondness for his nephew Boruto, ensuring that Boruto never lacked for money or sealing talismans. Sometimes Watergate found himself quite envious of his role as a grandfather. The two traveled swiftly, and by the time they returned to Konoha, the village had just dispatched ninjas for support. The two groups met and made their way to the Hokage's office together. Inside the Hokage's office, Shikamaru rubbed his head, looking pained. Their Hokage had been invited to the inauguration ceremony of the new Raikage in the Cloud Village, and he had been temporarily assuming the role. However, he had not anticipated such a significant event occurring. A group of ninjas had actually attempted to summon Kagaya Otsutsuki again. What kind of selfish and self-serving individual could make such a decision? Moreover, they had indeed managed to summon a monster. Although it was not Kagaya Otsutsuki, the evil ritual indicated that it was clearly not a good thing. While he was pondering this, the door was suddenly knocked on, and soon Watergate and others arrived one after another. You solved it so quickly." Seeing Watergate come in, Shikamaru was taken aback. How could they have returned so soon after just sending ninjas out for support? Thus Watergate detailed the events that had transpired earlier and placed the sealing scroll on the table. Shikamaru frowned upon hearing this, contemplating the information conveyed by this incident. Though this crisis had been eliminated in its infancy, the lurking dangers that still existed in the ninja world could not be ignored. He thought for a moment but could not come up with a good solution, so he set this matter aside and turned to discuss the upcoming Chunin exams with Watergate. On Boruto's side, he had just returned to the village and bid farewell to his grandfather before finding his team, where he was thoroughly reprimanded by Sarada, who claimed it was a punishment for leaving the team without permission, but he felt there was a personal vendetta behind this beating. After some playful banter, Konohamaru finally spoke up to address everyone more formally. "Now that everyone is here, I have an announcement to make." He paused for a moment, cleared his throat and built suspense before slowly continuing. "I was just informed while delivering a task to the Hokage's assistant that our Chunin exams will take place in a month. Moreover, this time it will be a rare joint exam involving 5 ninja villages, with teams from various countries coming to our village to showcase the outstanding achievements we have made since the 4th Great Ninja War." As soon as he finished speaking, several young ones jumped up excitedly. Having been a genin for almost a year, even though their abilities had long reached the level of a chunin, the higher-ups in Konoha had not approved their promotions, keeping them stuck in the genin stage for various reasons. According to insider information obtained by the well-connected Boruto, the village wanted to allow these outstanding genin to participate collectively in the upcoming Chunin exams. This Chunin exam would be the largest in over a decade. Previously he had been anxious about when this exam would take place, but now it seemed he had finally awaited its arrival. Ahem, everyone, please settle down. I must tell you that this exam is very important. It is not only closely related to your promotion to Chunin, but also affects the village's reputation and the restoration of the ninja world's confidence since the 4th Great Ninja War, as well as demonstrating our determination to maintain peace and stability in the ninja world. Therefore I hope you will prepare well, showcasing your style and demeanor so that... Hey, where are you going? I haven't finished speaking yet. Seeing Konohamaru start to launch into a lengthy lecture, Boruto and the others immediately slipped away. The small group said their goodbyes to each other and then went their separate ways. Boruto did not go home directly but headed to Shozo's comic shop. As always, he greeted Uncle Itachi and then made his way straight to Shozo. Speaking of which, since the fourth great ninja war, Shozo had become quite laid back. Although he had been involved in filming many movies and developing a variety of games out of interest, he also took the time to create his own entertainment empire. Overall, he didn't have any major ambitions. Living a simple and ordinary life seemed quite good. As for the girlfriend situation, although he had filmed many movies in recent years and had met many beautiful actresses, he remained in the conventional sense a virgin. It wasn't due to any physical issues, or rather as his strength increased his desires in that regard diminished and he had nearly lost interest in such matters. According to his speculation, he estimated that he had probably become something akin to an earthly immortal. As long as he wished, abstaining from food was not an issue. Correspondingly, the emotional detachment brought about by cultivating the Tao might also be a factor. It is worth mentioning that Uchiha Itachi had also gotten married and he had more than one wife. Although the ninja world generally adhered to monogamy for those nearly extinct ninja clans, the village still turned a blind eye, considering the fact that the extinction of those clans was closely tied to the village's upper echelons. So currently Uchiha Itachi was the husband of 5 women and the father of 10 children. Although it wasn't very obvious, Shozo felt that Uchiha Itachi had lost a lot of weight over the years, and it was said that he had taken several part-time jobs to support his family. Occasionally he would even participate in the filming of Shozo's movies, which could be quite demanding. He couldn't help but wonder if Shozo's reluctance to engage with women stemmed from some concerns. "Grandpa Shozo, are you even listening to me?" Boruto looked at Shozo with some displeasure, feeling that his grandfather seemed a bit distracted when he had just earnestly shared his experiences. Zhou Zhu felt a days years ago Mingren had seemed just as eager when recounting his own experiences, hadn't he? Back then Mingren was still weak, constantly worrying about his safety, yet their bond didn't seem so indifferent. "Oh, I see." Seeing that Bo Ren was a little displeased, he couldn't help but smile, ruffled his hair and spoke. "Bo Ren's experiences are quite rich. I've already learned of them and I can draw them later." Upon hearing this, Bo Ren's brows finally relaxed. He happily chatted with Zhou Zhu for a while longer before preparing to take his leave. "Oh right, Bo Ren, the Chunin exam is about to start for you, isn't it?" Zhou Zhu suddenly asked. Bo Ren nodded. He had just mentioned this to Zhou Zhu. "As an elder I should give you a gift, shouldn't I? When your father was young I gave him a gift as well." With that, Zhou Zhu took out a scroll and handed it to him. Bo Ren's eyes lit up instantly. Zhou Zhu's ninjutsu scrolls were renowned across the ninja world. It was said that the leader of the Sand Village's puppet army had gained the ability to create intelligent puppets precisely because he obtained one of Zhou Zhu's scrolls, though that puppet legion had recently been causing trouble, demanding the same treatment as regular ninjas from the Sand Village. Still, the power of Zhou Zhu's ninjutsu scrolls was undeniable, and the video game tournaments and ninja card tournaments that awarded such scrolls had become major events highly anticipated by every village, each fielding its own national team. "Open this when you get home. Train hard and aim for a good rank in the Chunin exam," Zhou Zhu said with a smile. Bo Ren nodded seriously, assured him he would give his best, and then left. Back home he greeted his mother and younger sister. Though the mission had been perilous, it had only lasted a few days, a perfectly normal duration for a ninja. Thus his family had no idea what he had truly endured if they simply asked with genuine concern how his first mission had gone. Bo Ren naturally couldn't tell his family about his brush with death. He gave only a brief account of his experiences, omitting the dangerous parts. Yet even so, his family was deeply worried about his ordeal and they showered him with care and concern. But after all, he was a ninja now and facing danger was inevitable. Their worry stemmed only from the fact that Bo Ren was their beloved. A few days passed and the number of ninjas from other villages visiting my village gradually increased. With deeper exchanges among villages, seeing ninjas from other villages in the village was no longer unusual, nor did anyone suspect them of being spies, given the current relations between villages. Espionage had become utterly meaningless. Bo Ren threw himself into preparing for the exam, conducting numerous joint training sessions with his teammates and finding a secluded spot to practice his new jutsu. Everyone was also making preparations for the upcoming Chunin exam. At least from his perspective, the new generation of Inoshikacho and his academy classmates had been appearing much more frequently in the training grounds lately, though that was also because most people didn't train in that particular area. "Hey Bo Ren, how's training going? You seem unusually serious lately." On the my training ground, Zhou Dai asked curiously while munching on chips. Bo Ren threw his last shuriken, striking the bullseye with precision. Then he turned his head, smiled at Zhou Dai and said, "Of course. Our team is absolutely determined to take first place." Humph. Zhou Dai scoffed dismissively. It wasn't that she looked down on Bo Ren's abilities. In fact, Bo Ren was widely considered the strongest of their generation, blessed with an excellent lineage and powerful inherited jutsu. These were his advantages. Zhou Dai simply didn't see the point in striving for first place. Passing the exam was enough, wasn't it? What was the use of being number one besides a bit of honor? Why bother? Speaking of which, I haven't seen Lu Dai in a while. Where's he been? Bo Ren asked curiously. Usually the Inoshikacho trio acted together, so why were only the two of them here today without Lu Dai? He's off on a special training session, of course. You can't expect only your team to have secret weapons, can you? Dai said with a mysterious air which piqued Bo Ren's interest. He said with a hint of surprise. Lu Dai. Training. That doesn't suit his personality at all. That lazy guy voluntarily training. He of course not voluntarily. Zhou Dai said with a gossipy tone. His mom dragged him out for training. She said they can't embarrass my village and Sharon village. I heard that because of this Uncle Lu One has been sleeping on the floor for days, all because he was daydreaming during the family meeting. But I think it's really Lu Dai's mom making an example of him. Ever since Uncle Lu One got put in his place, Lu Dai has been much more obedient. Bo Ren was speechless, a dark line crossing his face. He hadn't expected Lu Dai's experiences to be just as eventful as his own. Thinking about the domestic battlefield Lu Dai had to navigate with caution, he truly felt sorry for the guy. From that perspective, Lu Dai naturally had no choice but to train hard. And a serious Lu Dai was undoubtedly a fearsome opponent. He still remembered one year during their academy days when Lu Dai's exam scores suddenly plummeted. Later word had it that his mother had given him a thorough scolding at home. And the very next year a serious Lu Dai effortlessly achieved the top rank in all subjects, scoring full marks in every single one. It was truly terrifying. After chatting with Dai and the others for a while, they parted ways. Bo Ren left the training ground and ventured deep into the forest, finding a secluded spot to practice the jutsu he had just obtained. This jutsu was his trump card, so he had to train it thoroughly. Thus time slipped away unnoticed. In the blink of an eye a month had passed. As ninjas from various villages arrived one after another for the exam, the Chunin exam finally commenced. The first part of the Chunin exam was the usual written test, but this time there were no cheating tasks arranged. After all, Zhou Zhu's manga was already famous in the ninja world, and employing such tricks would be meaningless. Unless one's strength far exceeded that of the proctors, it was nearly impossible to cheat under the watchful eyes of these people. For Boruto, who ranked second in the written exam after graduating from the Ninja Academy, answering questions sincerely was evidently not a problem, though he did wish he could make a showy, overly dramatic statement in the exam room like his father did. He had to admit he was different from his old man. His father truly couldn't manage that back then, he was merely trying to show off. The written exam passed rather uneventfully, and the unexpected incidents he had imagined did not occur. To be honest, Boruto felt a bit regretful about that, but finishing the written test smoothly was still a benefit. After returning home, he chatted with his family and felt a bit happy upon learning that his father would return to the village before the practical assessment. Thinking about how his dad, mom and sister would come to cheer for him added a few more points of motivation for the exam. Speaking of which, how long had it been since he last saw his father? Being a Hokage truly isn't a job for ordinary people. It either ends in an early death or one is overwhelmed with work. Their family alone had produced 2 Hokages. However, fate was not on his side. Until the eve of the practical assessment, his father still had not returned. It was said he had run into some trouble in the Cloud Village. Considering what could cause trouble for his father, it indeed might be a serious issue. However, since there was no reaction from Konoha, it seemed that this trouble was something his dad could handle, which relieved him. The practical assessment was divided into 2 parts. One was a team battle focusing on assessing teamwork, and the other was an individual battle in a knockout format. Ninjas from various villages gathered in a large simulated town where the proctor ninja explained the tasks for this competition. In summary, it was still the usual task mode of the Heaven and Earth Scrolls, but unlike Naruto's time, their battleground was in the town rather than the forest. With a command from the proctor, teams of ninjas from various villages scattered immediately. "Hey Boruto, do you have any good ideas?" Jiraiya said as she ran alongside Boruto, while Mitsuki watched Boruto, clearly having regarded him as the team leader. As Boruto ran, he began to imagine strategies. Although their team's strength was considered strong among all the teams in the exam, charging in recklessly might lead to their demise at the hands of others. After all, the example of Uchiha Madara was still fresh in memory. Let's find a room to rest for a bit. At that moment he didn't have any good ideas, so Boruto decided to let his teammates find a quiet spot to discuss later. Fortunately, it was quite easy to find a quiet room in this small town. Before long they found a relatively secluded room to hide in. So even though we currently have a significant strength advantage, this is still a team battle. If we appear too dominant, it will inevitably attract the attention of other teams, and if they decide to gang up on us, that wouldn't be good. Therefore it would be best to devise an effective plan that can swiftly eliminate opponents without drawing too much attention to avoid being targeted. Boruto meticulously laid out their current predicament, wanting everyone to brainstorm together. After all, being a ninja was a profession that required brainpower. Those who only knew how to charge ahead recklessly likely wouldn't survive long, like that Uchiha Madara. Understanding the dilemma their team faced, the others lowered their heads in contemplation. How about we set a trap? Mitsuki's voice floated in, drawing the attention of the other two teammates. He paused before continuing. Actually, resolving our predicament is quite simple. In summary, we just need to meet one condition. That is to find a team at the lowest cost and eliminate them. This way our mission would be half complete. If we are lucky enough to find the scroll they lack, then our mission would be completed outright. Based on this idea, I suggest we set a trap using our scroll as bait, luring a group to snatch it from us, and then we can follow up and steal their scroll. Wouldn't that work? Boruto and Sarada contemplated for a moment. If this method was indeed simple and straightforward. In fact, it seemed like a perfect solution to their predicament. Do you have a specific idea? Boruto asked. Mitsuki smiled but remained silent. A ninja darted through the streets and finally found a room to burst into, gasping for breath. He had just been attacked and barely managed to evade his pursuer, seeking a place to rest for a moment. However, as soon as he entered, he sensed something unusual in the room. It seemed there were signs that someone had been there. He searched carefully and, finding no one in the room, let out a sigh of relief and rested for a moment. Nonetheless, he didn't dare stay in that room too long, as there were signs that someone had been there. Who knew if that group would return? Just as he was about to leave, he suddenly caught a glimpse of something damaged in the corner of the room. After thinking for a moment, he approached to investigate and found that someone seemed to have deliberately dug a hole and then covered it up. What is this? He curiously dug open the hole and was astonished to discover a scroll inside, which was precisely the one they were looking for. Could it be that a team hid the scroll here? He thought excitedly. Could it really be his luck? This was considered a free win. With that thought, he decided not to delay any further, quickly stashing the scroll in his pocket, not daring to check anything else, and left the small room with excitement. Unbeknownst to him, a small snake had quietly slipped into his pocket. The ninja proceeded cautiously, alert all the way, until he finally arrived before a house. He knocked on the door, matching the prearranged signal, and the door swung open with a snap. Without lingering, he stepped inside and closed the door behind him. What happened? Why did the reconnaissance mission take so long? His teammate asked, sounding a bit displeased. The ninja chuckled mysteriously, pulling a scroll from his pocket. Don't be impatient. Look what I found. The teammate stared in astonishment at the object in his hand. A mission scroll. How could that be? This was a crucial item for passing the exam. How could he have obtained it so easily? Where did you get that? His teammate asked, puzzled. Ha. The ninja laughed twice, then recounted his recent experience in detail to his teammate. The group marveled at his extraordinary story and ridiculed the team that had hidden the scroll. What were they thinking? Did they really believe hiding the scroll could prevent elimination? Haha, and it's exactly the scroll we need. How lucky. We cleared the mission without lifting a finger, didn't we? That team that hid the scroll is pathetic. And their luck, unbelievable. We found it so easily. It must be fate that they were meant to be eliminated. A ninja said with a grin, and then the group prepared to turn in the mission. Ha, exactly. I never expected to get so lucky, fishing the right one on the first try. Suddenly a voice rang out sharply. The ninjas present felt their hairs stand on end. A chilling voice echoed from the dark room, inevitably stirring thoughts of ill omen, especially after the bombardment of horror films directed by Zetsu in the ninja world. Still, these were seasoned ninjas maintaining basic vigilance. Each drew a kunai, assuming a defensive stance. From the pocket of the ninja a small snake slowly slithered out. Then, before the astonished eyes of the group, the snake transformed into a sinister-looking man. As the man materialized, the ninja squad finally realized the truth: they had been lured and set up. Yet after the initial panic they quickly regained composure. After all, he was only one person, what was there to fear? Heck, kid, your plan worked, but it seems your teammates didn't keep up. In that case, don't blame us. The ninjas moved to charge, intending to overwhelm the lone opponent with sheer numbers. However, at that moment they suddenly felt a churning sensation within their bodies. Their chakra refused to flow and their strength rapidly drained away. How should I put this? Mitsuki rubbed his chin as if thinking how to explain, then smiled innocently and spoke. What made you think that after lurking beside your comrade for so long I would do nothing? Didn't you feel even the slightest discomfort when you took that scroll? Hearing Mitsuki's piercing words, the ninjas could no longer hold on. One by one they collapsed to the ground. Tisk tisk, how careless. But if you're this careless, it's hard to imagine you passing this exam, isn't it? You might as well let us have this chance. With that, Mitsuki stepped forward and picked up both scrolls. At that moment Boruto and Sarada entered. Seeing the ninjas sprawled on the floor, they understood their plan had succeeded. Done? Boruto asked. Mitsuki smiled, tossing the two scrolls in his hand. Exactly the one we need. Great! Boruto and Sarada exclaimed in delight. Let's hurry and turn in the mission. Maybe we'll be the first. With that, the three set off toward the mission submission point. However, fate had other plans. Along the way they were intercepted by another group. Boruto narrowed his eyes at the figures blocking their path. From the headbands, they were ninjas from the Sand Village. Even without the headbands, Boruto recognized the leader. It was none other than Shinki, reputed as the strongest young ninja of the Sand Village, a leading candidate for the next Kazekage and a superb ninja who inherited the magnet release. The two had known each other for a long time. Shinki was the adopted son of the Kazekage and their families often interacted if their relationship was quite good. Shinki, this is no fun. Are you really going to stop even me? Boruto said in a deliberately light tone, but inwardly he was tense, ready to react at any sign of movement from the opponent. Shinki smiled, casually manipulating the iron sand floating in the air. Boruto, you can't say that. I've been wanting to fight you for a long time. Can't we have our match in the next round? Wouldn't a Onionon be fairer? Boruto asked, feigning confusion. It's different. The next match is too formal and I can't wait to face you. With that, Shinki launched the iron sand directly at Boruto and his companions. Crazy. Boruto cursed inwardly, dodging hastily. He exchanged glances with his teammates and they scattered in different directions. You can't escape, Boruto. Just fight me. Shinki's team split up to chase, with Shinki himself going after Boruto. Seeing Shinki's relentless pursuit, Boruto sighed and stopped abruptly. Here it comes. Shinki shouted, swinging both arms forward. The black cloak he wore suddenly disintegrated. It was actually made of iron sand. The dispersed iron sand shot toward Boruto like countless needles. Boruto formed hand seals, then slammed his palm against the ground. A massive earth wall rose, blocking the incoming iron sand. However, Shinki's attack was not so easily thwarted. The iron sand embedded in the wall withdrew, slightly coalesced into a massive hammer and crashed down from the sky onto the earth wall. Boom! The earth wall shattered. When the dust cleared, Boruto's figure had vanished from behind the wall. Boruto's figure vanished and Shinshi was not surprised. Instead, he looked up with great interest and indeed saw Boruto diving down from the sky, forming a Rasengan. You're up to old tricks again, Boruto, Shinshi remarked, retreating while deftly manipulating his hands, sending iron sand into peculiar shapes towards Boruto. Boruto found it difficult to evade in midair and was hit hard in the stomach. With a poof, he was sent flying. However, in the next moment Boruto's figure transformed into smoke. Shinshi uttered in slight confusion, then quickly reacted by controlling the iron sand to form a shield around himself. In the following instant a figure suddenly appeared before him, hands forming the tiger seal thrusting directly towards his vital points. Fortunately, Zinx's reaction was timely. He swiftly used the iron sand to shield his vital points, thus preserving his own safety. Fuming inside, he thought, how could Boruto resort to such despicable tactics? He decided to hold nothing back, transforming the iron sand into iron spikes that shot towards Boruto. However, unexpectedly the figure behind was also a clone, which dissipated immediately upon being struck. Zinx's expression changed as he attempted to leap away. Although his reaction was not slow, it was already too late. Suddenly a pair of hands emerged from the ground, gripping his feet as if trying to pull him into the earth. If this was the earth release heart decapitation technique. Though the situation was dire, Shinji couldn't help but smile, the corners of his mouth curling up as he said, "I knew you wouldn't be so obedient. Finally caught you, huh?" With that he raised both hands, causing the ground to shake and lifting it upwards. As the terrain shifted, the hands that had held Shinji loosened, allowing him to spring up and leave his original position. When the dust settled, Boruto was seen completely bound by iron sand, unable to move. Shinji chuckled as he stepped forward and said, "It seems this time I have won, Boruto." Boruto struggled for a moment, and upon realizing he couldn't break free, he gave up resisting, somewhat unconvinced as he said, "Tch, isn't it just because you have a bloodline limit? If you have the ability, fight me without it." Shinji shook his head, lightly smiling as he replied, "There's no need for such clumsy words, Boruto. You should know that baiting me holds no significance." Boruto pouted and responded, "Oh right, you're the most composed." Shinji, as calm as a mountain before a landslide. "Is that good enough?" "You're such a braggart," Shinji said, seeming to have a much better mood after catching Boruto finding it amusing and rare to speak up. "I know what kind of person you are. Although I won this match, it is merely a temporary victory. You will always be my rival." "Haha, then I am truly honored," Boruto said expressionlessly. Shinji smiled and waved his hands, and the iron sand began to move Boruto forward. "Let's go, Boruto. I assume being trapped here means your companions won't just leave you behind," he said. The Sand Village had their own means of communication, and before long they gathered together again. Seeing that his companions had gained nothing, Boruto realized that the two had likely escaped. However, he did not seem anxious, remaining composed in place. "Boruto, we will wait here for an hour. If your companions haven't arrived by then, I fear you won't pass this assessment," Shinji said slowly, but Boruto merely turned his head away, showing disinterest. The Sand Village team, having already collected the scrolls, was naturally in no hurry, just waiting there. As time passed, Shinji gradually felt that something was amiss but couldn't quite articulate it. He turned to look at Boruto only to see him still looking nonchalant, which suddenly changed his expression as he spoke. "Boruto, you. He found out, huh? Too late, Shinji." Boruto chuckled at Shinji, then suddenly turned into white mist and vanished. Shinji stood there dumbfounded, staring at the spot where Boruto had disappeared for a long while before self-mockingly laughing and muttering a couple of curses. "That Boruto always playing tricks. I was completely outsmarted. Ha ha ha, this is hilarious." Shinji thought he was so impressive, acting like he was something special, yet he was just played around by me. Outside the exam venue, Boruto's team had already submitted their scrolls and completed the task, now enjoying ramen at Ichiraku. After his shadow clone disappeared, the memories transferred back, and he felt Zinx's self-satisfaction after thinking he had defeated him, waiting for so long in vain. Boruto laughed heartily, thinking how amusing it would be when this guy next sees him. "You seem very happy, Boruto. Looks like you have a lot of confidence in this match." Ichiraku, now over 60, still appeared robust, smiling at Boruto. Boruto nodded confidently, saying, "Of course. This time I have my sights set on being number 1. Haha, you're just like your father. I'll be looking forward to seeing how you perform." "Am I really like my dad?" "That's pretty nice," Boruto said, grinning. Being compared to his father, who he took pride in, was a huge encouragement for him. The final match of the Chunin exams is in 3 days, and during this time Boruto prepared well for the next exam. The battle list was out and their team was distributed across 3 different areas. After looking at the ninjas in his area, Boruto felt relieved, as there didn't seem to be any formidable opponents. Although he was at the top of his game, it was always better to pass easily, and being able to hold back some cards was a significant advantage. Especially after having tricked Shinji, this guy would likely play for real against him now. It was evidently more important to keep his trump card hidden. "Boruto, how are you? When will you take the stage?" On the player's preparation stand, Sarada, who had just finished her match, approached and curiously asked Boruto, who was still standing there in a daze. Boruto glanced at her and replied nonchalantly, "Not yet, no rush. Anyway, this opponent isn't strong, so there's no need for any special preparations. I must remind you, don't trip over yourself. Don't forget the lessons learned from our Uchiha ancestors," Sarada said seriously, to which Boruto nodded knowingly, indicating that he understood. However, his opponent was just a ninja from a small village, and it wasn't like they were fighting in some dense forest. It would be quite difficult for them to outsmart him. "By the way, weren't you competing in Area 1? How did you get over here?" Boruto suddenly seemed to recall something and asked Sarada with curiosity. I was the first to compete in our area, so of course I came quickly," Sarada replied matter-of-factly. "Aren't you going to check on the situation of the competitors in your area? Speaking of which, that new guy Shin seems to be in your testing area, right?" Boruto exclaimed in surprise. What's there to see? At this point it's practically certain that I will advance. I can't beat Shin anyway, so what's the point in taking it seriously? Sarada said dismissively. You really are. Boruto said with a helpless expression, not expecting even Sarada to be so carefree. By the way, has Uncle Sasuke returned this time? Boruto asked. Sarada shook her head and said with a hint of frustration, how could he bear to come back? Who knows what he's been doing out there all these years? My uncle has 10 children already. Mom has asked him many times about wanting another brother or sister to help the Uchiha family, but he still acts indifferent. It's so infuriating. I wonder if that old man has someone outside. Boruto was taken aback. He had never heard a daughter complain about her father like that. What could he say? Truly, is he not the son of Uchiha Sasuke? His perspective is quite unique. After chatting for a while, the battling ninjas on the stage changed one after another, and finally it was Boruto's turn. He stood up, stretched lazily, gave Sarada a reassuring glance and said, just wait and watch, I'll finish this battle quickly. Seeing Boruto's confident expression, Sarada felt a bit shy, her cheeks flushed and she lowered her head. Noticing Sarada's reaction, Boruto smiled foolishly, then jumped off the ring. His opponent was a ninja from the grass village who, according to intel, was a character with strength close to that of a chunin. However, Boruto was already at or even close to the level of a jonin, so he truly had the qualifications to look down on this competition. The ninja faced him with a serious demeanor. Being the son of the Hokage from Konoha Uzumaki, Boruto was well known throughout the ninja world, not only because of his extensive connections with the higher-ups but also due to his strength that belied his age. One could say that even his father would not be stronger than him at this stage. Of course, that was only because his father was still in the early stages with nothing but a shadow clone technique and Rasengan to his name. If it were to wait until his father truly began to grow, catching up would be quite difficult. Seeing how cautious this ninja was, Boruto smiled, then moved his limbs a bit and said, let's not waste time, let's start quickly. You go first, or else I'm afraid that once I attack you won't have the chance to. Arrogant. Hearing Boruto's words, the ninja felt a bit humiliated. Although he was weaker and his strength might not measure up to Boruto's, wasn't that attitude a bit too prideful? After all, his strength had reached the level of a chunin. Did Boruto think he already had the prowess of a jonin? Thinking this, he charged forward, hands forming seals as a fireball erupted from his mouth. It was indeed the great fireball technique which had never hit anyone before. One must say that this guy certainly had a face that seemed to be asking for trouble. Aside from the Uchiha clan, this kid could actually control the fire release great fireball technique, but unfortunately the Uchiha clan only mastered this technique to supplement their jutsu arsenal. Their main attacks relied on their Sharingan. And this kid was using the great fireball as his main attack. Thus his tragedy was quite predictable. Boruto easily dodged the fireball. Then the ninja closed in on Boruto, throwing a punch towards his left cheek. However, to Boruto everything seemed a bit too slow. He parried the incoming punch with one hand, then twisted his body, delivering a side kick directly to the ninja's waist, sending him flying. The ninja rolled several times on the ground and finally came to a stop, struggling to prop himself up with his hands, attempting to stand again. However, he felt a sharp pain in his abdomen, gagged once and then collapsed weakly on the ground. One strike, a certain kill. The audience fell silent for a moment, then erupted into a deafening cheer. This young prince of Konoha is incredible. He managed to eliminate an opponent in a single blow. Moreover, at this stage there are no ninjas who are just filling the ranks. Everyone's strength had been tested in the previous 2 assessments, so this one-hit kill carries considerable value. Although such a match may seem somewhat ordinary in terms of spectacle, as the one-hit kill is hard to discern for those villagers who came just to watch the excitement, the impact of a one-hit kill on their senses is nonetheless powerful. Boruto raised his hands high, closing his eyes to savor the cheers from the crowd. At this moment he stood at the center of the stage. One must say, no matter how powerful Boruto is, his heart is still that of a child. There's nothing wrong with a little vanity. However, after a moment he felt something was off, as the audience's cheers suddenly turned into gasps, with many pointing towards a direction in the sky. Boruto looked up at the sky in confusion. Boruto looked up. At that moment he noticed 2 figures seemingly floating high in the sky. Their silhouettes were framed against the vast blue sky, with the sun casting a red glow that obscured their features. Boruto squinted, trying to see their forms more clearly. However, the sun was too bright today, rendering it impossible to discern who these 2 individuals were. Yet the 2 seemed unperturbed as they observed the chaos in the arena, followed by clear sounds of mockery and their slightly sarcastic remarks. So this is what they call the strongest village in the ninja world. It doesn't look like much. If we were to eliminate everyone here and drain their chakra, the others in the ninja world would likely give up resisting too, right? Although their voices were cold, their words echoed like thunder in everyone's ears. Were these two planning to wipe out the village? The surrounding guarding ninjas clearly would not allow these two to act recklessly. One by one they unleashed long-range ninjutsu attacks, including water style, fire style, earth style and more, with the visual effects pushed to the limit. However, the two appeared completely unconcerned, laughing loudly twice. Then they extended their hands and the incoming ninjutsu seemed to be absorbed, all of it turning and drilling into their palm. It was then directly absorbed by their hands. As the crowd was stunned, the two continued, "Indeed, this is the strongest ninja village, even the guards have such substantial chakra reserves. It seems this world has its unique aspects after all. If those so-called ninjutsu hit, they could indeed pose a certain level of trouble for us." Pausing for a moment, he smirked cruelly and said, "However, it would be rude not to reciprocate such a warm welcome. If we didn't make some kind of gesture, it would be quite impolite." With that, the two waved their hands and the earlier ninjutsu was instantly magnified several times, launching an attack towards the spectators in the stands. In an instant, the sounds of explosions, cries and screams filled the air, transforming the once lively stands into ruins. As the two listened to the cries of the people, they seemed to laugh joyfully. At that moment the sun was obscured by dark clouds, revealing their forms before the Chunin. Longhorns, pale skin, dressed entirely in white. Their appearance was uncannily similar to that of Kagaya Otsutsuki. Boruto was utterly shocked, for he had seen related descriptions in the manga. Even as someone born in a new era, he recognized the traits of the Otsutsuki clan and understood that they were the ever-present sword of Damocles hovering over the ninja world. He never expected these two to appear at this moment. After wreaking havoc on the arena, they showed no interest and slowly descended, observing Boruto, who was momentarily stunned. "Your aura feels somewhat familiar. Why does this little brat carry the scent of the divine tree?" The apparent leader looked at Boruto, questioning with some confusion. At that moment Boruto felt an overwhelming pressure descending upon him, rendering him completely immobile. This sensation was akin to a higher life form exerting dominance over a lower one, an irresistible force at the genetic level. Is this the level of ninja my father once faced? Boruto couldn't help but think that he had always believed he understood his father's strength, only to realize that his father might be even more powerful than he had imagined. To be able to take down foes of this level alongside Uncle Sasuke, what terrifying power must that entail? "Oh, are you stunned? Don't worry, you'll speak, your chakra will tell me everything." With that, the man took a few steps forward, seemingly attempting to grab Boruto's head. Boruto watched as the hand reached out towards him, trying to evade, but he found himself unable to move. In the end, he despairingly closed his eyes. However, in the next moment Boruto felt as if there was an explosion right in front of him, followed by a sensation of being clutched by someone, and he was suddenly lifted away. Boruto opened his eyes to see bright yellow hair before him. It wasn't his grandfather but his father. "Dad?" Boruto unconsciously spoke. "Just returned." Naruto smiled warmly, ruffled his hair and inquired. "So Boruto, are you okay?" Boruto shook his head, indicating that he was fine. At that moment the two Otsutsuki seemed pleased, staring intently at Naruto, even licking their lips. "Is that the taste of the divine tree? You are a Jinchuriki of the Ten Tails." "No, it's just that you possess some chakra, likely having evolved into a sage body by coincidence." "Excellent. With you here we can save a significant amount of effort." From his words it seemed Naruto was already in their grasp. Naruto grinned and replied, "So you two Otsutsuki have decided that you can just take me?" The two said nothing, but their expression seemed to convey that this was indeed the case. "I see, but you might first have to get past those few people over there." Just as his words fell, a series of swishing sounds echoed and several individuals appeared beside Naruto. They were Konoha's current strongest fighters, Minato Namikaze Kushina Uzumaki Hinata Hyuga Niji Hyuga. As the number of people around Naruto increased, the expressions of the two Otsutsuki grew peculiar. They could tell that none of these individuals were easy opponents. Unknown would be manageable, as they had complete confidence in defeating them one by one. However, if they all charged together, even they felt some trepidation. "Gentlemen, since you've come, don't rush to leave. Konoha village is known for its hospitality and we absolutely will entertain you well." Naruto looked at the two before him with a seemingly smiling expression, hinting at his intentions. The ninjas surrounding him were all eager for a fight, casting sinister glances at the two otherworldly visitors. The two Otsutsuki surprisingly felt a sense of nervousness, swallowing hard. Looking at the ninjas before them, the two Otsutsuki felt somewhat at a loss. However, the pride accumulated over countless years would naturally prevent them from doing anything that could tarnish their dignity. Thus they exchanged a sneer and then joined their hands together. Suddenly a massive rift appeared before them, and before anyone could react it swallowed everyone whole. Watching everything unfold from a distance, Zhou Zhu couldn't help but chuckle. Did these two fools really think that simply changing to a more favorable environment would allow them to defeat the powerful ninjas ahead? There's no need to mention Naruto's peak combat power, just the people standing behind him after being enhanced by him could hardly be compared to these two. Perhaps the only advantage of their actions was that they wouldn't embarrass themselves in front of the common people of Konoha. It was somewhat akin to the feeling of there were too many people outside just now, but now there are few, so I kneel down for you. As Zhou Zhu pondered, he withdrew his hand from the ground. The scene that had been a wasteland was replaced by a pristine viewing platform with the audience already unconscious. After all, this was the village where he had lived for decades, and he was very familiar with the people here. Knowing that something might happen during this Chunin exam, how could she not come to guard against it? Therefore, when the Otsutsuki launched an attack on the viewing platform, he had already intervened to block the ninjutsu. However, not wanting to directly interfere with the plot, he used an illusion to make the two Otsutsuki believe they had inflicted significant damage when in fact they had not. Ignoring the shocked expressions on the ninjas' faces, he staggered back into the shop contemplating future matters. After witnessing everything throughout the day, Zhou Zhu realized that the plot was likely to develop similarly to the anime, or at least in a comparable manner. Although Boruto is often mocked and referenced as a well-known piece of non-flammable material by both fans and non-fans of Naruto, it cannot be denied that the power ceiling in Boruto exceeds that of Naruto, at least in the early stages. This is mainly because Boruto, as a sequel to Naruto, has to face the issue of balancing new and old characters. To put it simply, a comic book's characters must have primary and secondary roles, with the protagonist being the main figure of bravado, while supporting characters exist to highlight the protagonist's prowess. Thus, aside from a few quirky comics, most comics involve secondary characters encountering problems that the protagonist resolves. And this is the problem faced by Boruto. The undisputed protagonists of Boruto are Boruto and his companions, and logically most crises depicted in the manga should be resolved by them. However, the issue arises because characters from Naruto remain active in the manga, and their popularity may even surpass that of the protagonist Boruto, making it difficult to highlight the protagonist's strength by having supporting characters face setbacks, as this would easily frustrate older fans. Moreover, given that the high-level combat power in the ninja world has been elevated to such heights similar to the Akatsuki organization in Naruto, unless everyone in the organization is at the Six Paths level, it's hard to create a sense of oppression, because no matter what happens there will always be two top-tier characters who have already been overpowered. Therefore, the only effective method is to find a way to have the previous generation of protagonists step back, allowing the current protagonists to confront issues directly, thereby fostering their growth and ensuring their own charm isn't overshadowed by their predecessors. This stepping back must also be reasonable. If a foolish plot were written, such as being stabbed in the eyes or being inexplicably defeated by unknown individuals, it would surely face backlash. This encapsulates the problem with Boruto. The increased strength of those opponents introduced in the early stages, for example these two Otsutsuki, was fabricated to heighten the pressure. Speaking of Otsutsuki, Zhou Zhu glanced at a certain despondent girl quietly munching on chips in the shop. Ever since he brought her here, had she only been eating day after day? She completely lacks the imposing aura of a final boss of the ninja world. After all, she is someone who has lived for thousands of years. How could she be outdone by that little brat Uchiha Obito, who is only 100 years old? As if sensing something, the little girl turned to look at Zhou Zhu, then somewhat arrogantly turned away, continuing to munch on her chips. Kaguya, come here. I need to ask you something. Zhou Zhu suddenly spoke, waving at her. Although Kaguya did not look at him, her attention remained on him. Hearing his words, she reluctantly approached him, her cheeks puffed with irritation. Don't be so disrespectful. After all, I'm the one who protected you from being sealed again. Zhou Zhu ruffled her hair, causing Kaguya to frown, but his words were indeed true. It was because of Zhou Zhu that she had avoided being sealed again. Strictly speaking, Zhou Zhu could be considered her benefactor. By the way, you should have sensed it too, right? Those two outsiders must be your kin, right? Upon hearing this, Kaguya lowered her head, her eyes revealing a deep-seated fear. She held a significant apprehension towards her own clan. When I asked you questions before, you were unwilling to answer. I don't want to force you to say or do anything. In my view, those individuals are probably just minor nuisances for me. But now that they have come knocking, I think for safety's sake it would be best for you to inform me about your so-called Otsutsuki clan. Zhou Zhu spoke somewhat formally while keeping his gaze on the little girl. Although he was already invincible within the ninja world and likely stronger than most Otsutsuki, what if their clan truly had a person who was an unparalleled tyrant or a Taoist sage? If he maintained a nonchalant attitude, wouldn't that be perilous? Thus before deciding how to deal with that group of Otsutsuki it was better to clarify their clan's strength. Kaguya remained silent for a long time, seemingly contemplating the pros and cons. Ultimately she sighed and began to slowly recount the matters concerning her clan. Like the beginnings of all civilizations in the universe, the rise of the Daitongmu planet also began in ignorance. From slash-and-burn agriculture to the establishment of civilization, the Daitongmu clan took a long time. It wasn't until they established several nations that constant wars broke out between them. The history of their race seemed no different from that of other races. However, all of this was brought to an end by a meteorite that fell onto their planet. Of course, it might be somewhat inaccurate to call it a meteorite. To be precise, what came from the heavens was actually a seed. This seed lay dormant in the soil for an unknown period until it finally began to sprout. It grew slowly and eventually became a towering tree. After an unknown time, a deposed prince found this tree and consumed the fruit it bore. From that moment on, the history of the Daitongmu planet began to change. The prince who ate the fruit of the tree gained immense power and swiftly flattened all the nations in this world, becoming the sole ruler and establishing the immortal Daitongmu kingdom. This individual referred to himself as a god and was regarded as the ancestor of all the Daitongmu clan, the god of Daitongmu. After unifying the world, this god did not keep the power to himself, instead he shared the fruit of the divine trees he spawned with his closest subordinates, allowing them to wield that immense strength as well. These individuals soon discovered that consuming the fruit not only granted them powerful energy but also bestowed them with nearly eternal life. Thus among the Daitongmu planet, a group named the Daitongmu began to cultivate immortality. However, how could things possibly have only a good side? While these people enjoyed their boundless power, it seemed that something irreversible was happening to the Daitongmu planet. First, the crops they planted inexplicably withered, followed by typhoons and tsunamis. Then more severe events occurred, volcanic eruptions and earthquakes, until finally only those who had consumed the fruit remained on the planet. It was not until this moment that the information transmitted from the divine tree allowed these individuals to understand the full scope of the situation. It turned out that the divine tree's production of chakra fruits was not without conditions. It required the absorption of natural energy from the Daitongmu planet, which could only be transformed through the essence of the divine tree. Natural energy, in fact, is a necessary condition for maintaining a planet's stable operation, circulating throughout the entire natural world. Once drained, the loss of natural energy and stability meant that the Daitongmu planet inevitably became a scene of hellish despair. Moreover, since the divine tree had already taken root on the Daitongmu planet, if the issues on this planet were not resolved quickly, the decay of the divine tree would also be inevitable. Once the divine tree withered, those who directly consumed its fruits would also vanish. To save the Daitongmu planet, they could only draw natural energy from other planets to nourish it. However, planets capable of generating natural energy could only be those that had already birthed life. Thus, this method of extracting planetary energy would inevitably lead to the extinction of other planets. Yet these matters were not for the Daitongmu clan to ponder. In order to continue their longevity and to further enhance their strength, these individuals readily accepted the divine tree's suggestion. After obtaining the seed of the divine tree, they ventured to other planets across the heavens, seeking to siphon natural energy through the cultivation of trees. In the process, they naturally faced fierce resistance from the indigenous people of other planets. However, how could these people, who were only adept at utilizing natural energy, possibly compete against the Daitongmu clan, who had existed for hundreds or thousands of years? Thus this clan swept across the heavens like locusts, resulting in the complete destruction of countless planets due to their selfishness. And so who knows how much time passed until several thousand years ago a member of the Daitongmu clan named Daitongmu Kaguya arrived in the ninja world. So this so-called Ten-Tails divine tree is merely a part of the mother tree, and it cannot even attain consciousness. Its purpose is simply to convert natural energy into more stable chakra and store it. Zhou Zhu contemplated, summarizing the effects of the divine tree. Kaguya nodded, indicating he was correct. But if that's the case, why did you consume that chakra fruit? Shouldn't you have returned it to your planet? Zhou Zhu asked, puzzled. Kaguya fell silent for a moment before finally speaking. Because I sensed that the divine tree on the Daitongmu planet seems to be unusual. As I once existed as a divine maiden of the clan, I am more sensitive to certain matters. I believe that the god of Daitongmu may have already been possessed by that divine tree. I am uncertain when it happened, but I suspect it was when this god of Daitongmu consumed the fruit. This also explains why he wanted to cultivate more divine trees to grant others that power. It's not only to have more powerful subordinates but also to rapidly deplete the natural energy of the entire Daitongmu planet. Moreover, I increasingly feel that the divine tree is on the verge of true maturity. I cannot explain why, it's just a feeling. But I know that if this divine tree truly matures, then the energy it has distributed may very well be reclaimed just like the chakra you wish to bestow upon the ninja world. Zhou Zhu suddenly realized. So everything makes sense now. Under the pressure of that divine tree you directly consumed the chakra fruit of the ninja world to gain even greater power. Then to combat the potential members of the Daitongmu clan you somehow enabled the people of the ninja world to cultivate a gentler form of energy chakra in ancient times, in deducing that you must have imparted a certain characteristic of the divine tree to the people of the ninja world, making each of them function like a miniature divine tree. And after a long time you found that distributing power to the people in this world merely turned them into cannon fodder, and it would be better to absorb all that energy yourself to gain the ability to oppose the god of Daitongmu. But unexpectedly in a corner you did not pay attention to your two sons actually gained powers that could rival yours. Of course this power likely originated from the sage arts of the three great sacred lands. Kagaya's brows twitched. She wanted to explain something, but Zhou Zhu's words were indeed true and she had nothing to clarify, so she had no choice but to speak. I never expected that there would be methods to utilize natural energy in this world, something we have never encountered in thousands of years, which is why I was defeated and sealed by my own child. Thus the utilization of natural energy, or rather the art of immortality, is indeed a crucial aspect posing a significant threat to your Otsutsuki clan. Zhou Zhu seemed to finally understand something and asked Kagaya. Kagaya nodded. Indeed, the method of directly using natural energy is far more advanced than their chakra, or one could say that chakra is merely a gentler energy separated from natural energy. Zhou Zhu pondered for a moment, then continued to ask, I have a general understanding of your Otsutsuki clan's history, purpose, and who our enemies in the ninja world are. But there is one more thing I want to know. What kind of power does your so-called Otsutsuki god possess? This was what Zhou Zhu was most eager to know, even more so than understanding the history of the Otsutsuki clan, as it concerned his own safety. Kagaya contemplated for a while, then spoke. After all, it has been thousands of years and I am not clear about the circumstances he has encountered during this time. However, to reach his level of power it must be quite challenging to progress further. Before I left, although his strength was still unfathomable, he had not exceeded the state of consuming chakra fruits by much. He should have about 3 times my strength. Kagaya's expression was serious as she slowly stated her estimate of the Otsutsuki god's power. This was still a conservative estimate. If the other party truly was as she had imagined, starting to harvest other members of their Otsutsuki clan, then his strength would be even more elusive. After hearing Kagaya's words, Zhou Zhu estimated his own strength, thinking he could probably defeat 10 Kagaya, but it felt a bit unstable. If that Otsutsuki god had increased his power, he might very well surpass him. It's over. It seems I won't have many opportunities to be lazy anymore. I have to work harder. The drawing of Boruto should be expedited. As Zhou Zhu contemplated his future plans, the war between the ninja world and the Otsutsuki also came to a close. In the previous arena of Konoha, a crack suddenly opened in space and a series of figures began to emerge. It was the Konoha ninjas who had previously entered the space. With Naruto, who was covered in bruises, bringing out 2 beaten members of the Otsutsuki clan, the outcome of the battle was self-evident. These guys are truly useless. How can they be so weak? With this level they have the nerve to claim they are Otsutsuki, coming here to capture Kagaya. Ding Ci, now grown into a robust man, spat in frustration, his tone filled with disappointment. He had just slapped the 2 and they nearly turned to dust. Since then they had been avoiding him in the battle. You can't say that, Ding Ci. These 2 still have some tricks up their sleeves. At least the fact that most ninjutsu has no effect on them is already quite troublesome. Shikamaru rubbed his forehead, appearing somewhat disheartened. His ninjutsu was almost ineffective against these 2, and the zero-tail transformation could even enhance their strength, so he had been watching from the sidelines, providing strategies for everyone, which had also been quite frustrating for him. Haha, Shikamaru, you don't have to be so down. There will be opportunities for you in the future. Shaoli patted Shikamaru's shoulder with a smile, clearly in a very good mood, especially since he had just dealt a heavy blow to these 2, making him one of the main contributors in the recent battle. Under such circumstances, how could he not be happy? Shikamaru and Ding Ci both rolled their eyes at him, thinking, you certainly had your fun. We were just hanging on the sidelines. How could that not make us upset? Ever since the 4th Great Ninja War, this group from Konoha had not had a real fight for quite some time. Although peace in the ninja world made them all very happy, having strong abilities but no outlet for them, how could they be content? It was hard to come by someone to fight, but they had all been overshadowed by others. In their hearts they felt extremely unsatisfied. Alright, everyone, stop talking. Let's head to the Konoha interrogation department. After we extract information about the Otsutsuki clan, there will be a time for you to take action. Naruto declared decisively, and everyone nodded, heading towards the Konoha interrogation department. In the Hokage office everyone looked rather grim. After the two captured members of the Otsutsuki clan were sent to the interrogation department, the ninjas there began searching through their memories. Although for those who had reached this level their memories and the barriers in their minds were exceedingly formidable, ordinary ninjas could not possibly pry into them. But wasn't there Naruto who was on the same level as them? With Naruto's strength he was completely on par with them. Thus with Naruto's cooperation with the other ninjas the memories of these two individuals were revealed before everyone. Although it wasn't everything, at least they could get a glimpse of the terrifying iceberg that was the Otsutsuki clan. It was precisely because they learned some information about the Otsutsuki clan that made everyone's expression serious. So terrifying. Because it was truly terrifying. Based on the information they gathered, this clan likely had a number of individuals at the Six Paths level, possibly in double digits. The two they had captured were merely the most ordinary among their clan. Moreover, there were several individuals whose strength exceeded the Six Paths level, likely surpassing even Kaguya in her prime. Not to mention they had a so-called Otsutsuki god towering above everyone else, said to possess strength far beyond that of others, having absolute control over this clan. How could such a terrifying clan be defeated? Naruto saw that everyone was silent and he had no other options, so he could only say helplessly, "Contact the high-ranking officials of the other villages. Let's convene another 5 Kage summit. After all, this is a matter concerning the survival of every village and we need to discuss it together." After thinking for a moment he added, "By the way, let them bring the high-ranking officials and the stronger ninjas in the village, keeping only the necessary defensive forces." He said this with consideration, given the current situation relying solely on the wisdom of these few people was too shallow. Moreover, ninjas have a wide variety of techniques and perhaps some ninjas' jutsu could achieve unexpected results, so it was better to let everyone discuss together. And now the ninja world had been at peace for a long time, rarely as turbulent as before, so he was not afraid that this matter would leave the village's defenses empty. In fact, if not for the immaturity of long-distance video transmission technology, he would have wanted to start this meeting right now. After saying this, Naruto gestured for everyone to disperse. After everyone had left, Naruto scratched his head on the table, looking extremely agitated, and even knocked on the back of his head, clearly showing that this matter had a great impact on him. After thinking, he took out his phone and dialed a number stored in his contacts. "Hello." A deep voice came from the other end of the line. Naruto was silent for a moment, then spoke. "Sasuke, come back to the village first. Something troublesome has happened here." On the other end of the line Sasuke was silent for a moment, then spoke. "Okay, I'll be at the village tomorrow." "Okay, I'll wait for you." After hanging up, Naruto was dazed. How long had it been since Sasuke last returned? If not for the fact that the village was truly in crisis, he might have been too embarrassed to make this call. Because he could clearly feel that Sasuke still had some resentment towards the village. This resentment, though small, was like a tiny thorn, making him uncomfortable every time he returned to the village. This is why, although his various family members had already allowed the Uchiha clan to flourish, he still did not want to stay in the village. However, Naruto believed that whenever the village had a problem he would definitely come back. This was the trust between friends, just like now. After contacting Sasuke, Naruto thought for a moment, then stood up again and walked outside. In this village there was still one person he had to find. After learning about the intelligence of the Daitongmu clan, Zhou Zhu began drawing the Borin manga. Since he had no impression of this manga at all, he could only draw based on Borin's fragments of words. From the mission related to the death god to the Daitongmu who suddenly intruded during the Chunin exam, he tried to showcase more people's abilities so that he could also obtain more abilities himself. After he had almost finished drawing, Zhou Zhu suddenly felt a stir in his heart and knew that Naruto was looking for him, presumably about the Daitongmu clan. So he simply stood up and went out to meet him. As Naruto was just arriving outside Zhou Zhu's manga shop, he saw Zhou Zhu coming out and directly pulling him to say he would treat him to a meal. Naruto naturally had no reason to refuse. He glanced at Huieji, who was eating potato chips in the shop, and then followed directly. The two didn't go far. They sat down at the nearby Yale ramen shop and ordered 2 bowls of ramen as usual. Uncle Yale was already quite old but still